Chapter 1. Orochimaru joined the village hidden in the mist. In the waning days of the Third Shinobi World War, at the border of the Land of Fire, a figure clad in the uniform of Konohagakure darted through the dense forest like a gust of wind. It was only when he spotted a ninja adorned with the headband of the village hidden in the mist that he paused at the tip of a branch, presenting a scroll with both hands. "This is intelligence from Lord Orochimaru for you." As the words fell, he carefully extended the scroll towards the mist ninja. The ninja appeared youthful, with a handsome visage, green eyes, and long white hair that exuded a gentle and serene aura. However, the Konoha ninja recognized that it was merely a facade. This mist ninja was Kaguya Naoki, the foremost prodigy of the village hidden in the mist, and like many of the Kaguya clan, he was bloodthirsty and deranged. It was truly perplexing why Lord Orochimaru would engage in dealings with such a character. Alas, aside from Kaguya, Naoki immediately captured the attention of the Konoha ninja. Noticing the gaze of the Konoha ninja upon him, Naoki lamented, "It is quite ironic that a mere snake could convey this information, yet Orochimaru chose to send you instead. Do you assume I am a benevolent soul?" As his words trailed off, Kaguya Naoki flicked his wrist, drawing the scroll into his sleeve, while simultaneously a sharp, pure white bone shot forth with lightning speed. Thud! The ivory bone p. Alternatively, another possibility presents itself. The conclusion of this war could see the defector from Konoha, Orochimaru, clandestinely aligning himself with the Mist Village, thereby acquiring the Byakugan and other Kekkei Genkai for his research. Kaguya Naoki paused for a moment, shrugging his shoulders. "I wonder which possibility Lord Orochimaru favors?" Orochimaru remained silent, his serpentine pupils deeply etching Naoki's figure into his memory. Within the depths of his gaze, a flicker of murderous intent emerged. His recent circumstances had indeed been precarious. The senile elder was unlikely to bestow the position of Fourth Hokage upon him. The notion of defection was not without merit as he conducted his dark experiments. He could be expelled from the village at any moment by the imposing figure of the elder. However, aside from the higher-ups, how could the junior ninjas of the mist be aware of my predicament? Is it Danzo? Orochimaru silently downgraded his assessment of Danzo further. "Lord Orochimaru, should you consider my proposal, it would be prudent." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru immediately lifted his gaze, betraying no hint of warmth. "Naokikin, spare me your words. I desire you far more than those eyes." Before his words had fully dissipated, a massive serpentine head lunged toward Kaguya Naoki. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, a torrent of chakra converging within his mouth, ready to unleash it. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding scene before him, he gradually released his grip, the fierce expression returning to his visage. Before him, there was no trace of Kaguya Naoki, only a heap of white bones remained. Orochimaru quickly realized he had been deceived. From the very beginning, he had been tracking nothing more than a mere clone. How could such a lifelike clone escape my notice? That clone was indistinguishable from a genuine human. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, astonishment fading, replaced by exhilaration. Kaguya Naoki is truly a perfect vessel. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, Kaguya Naoki, in the midst of his swift journey, shook his body slightly. Once the memories of the clone had fully integrated, he finally came to a halt. An expression of excitement illuminated his previously unremarkable face. He had not anticipated that the evolution of the bone succession would yield such remarkable benefits. The bone clone, forged from his own skeletal structure, though labor-intensive to create, was indeed indistinguishable from the real thing. It had managed to evade the scrutiny of the renowned scientist Orochimaru. Kaguya Naoki formed hand seals, and a pre-constructed bone clone immediately materialized beside him. This clone was crafted based on the physique of Nohara Lin, more than sufficient to elude the gaze of white Zetsu, one would presume. Chapter 2. The Gathering of Bloodline Limits, Unification of the Five Nations, and the Transformation of this World. This scene bears no record in the annals of shinobi history, not due to historical oversight or error. Rather, it is because Kaguya Naoki is not a native in truth, he is a traveler from another realm. Kaguya Naoki, in his past life, was an ordinary office worker who, while working overtime on New Year's Eve, was startled by the sudden crack of firecrackers, inadvertently transporting him to the world of Naruto. Fortunately, in this realm, he possessed a somewhat obscure, yet immensely powerful bloodline talent, the Kaguya of Bone Succession. Alongside him came a system, Mist Village System. Not yet having attained the title of Mizukage, certain functionalities are restricted. Below are the currently available features. Current policy, Blood Mist Village. Policy effect. Upon slaying enemies or allies, chakra, vitality, and stamina can be restored. When defeating sufficiently powerful foes, there is a chance to enhance the limits of the aforementioned attributes. Currently available bloodline limits for redemption. Ice release of the Mizuno Kuni clan redemption attempts required. 5. Evolution of the Bone Succession 10. Dissolution release 4. Boiling release 5. Currently available healing options. Delay of bloodline disease 5. Currently available Ninja World Black technology. Blood elixir used to restore vitality. Requires 1 fragment for redemption. Currently available secret techniques. Summoning technique. 7 Blades 2. Water, Iron Cannon Technique 1, etc. Not unlocked currently available characters for redemption. Terumi Mei, Momochi Zabuza. Current redemption attempts, 4. Current redemption fragments, 0. P.S. Foreign ninjas joining the Mist Village can acquire new bloodline limits and secret techniques. As its name suggests, this system is designed to assist the Mizukage in constructing the Mist Village. Even without yet becoming the Mizukage, Kaguya Naoki can access certain functionalities. Bound to the system, Kaguya Naoki can redeem and utilize all secret techniques and even bloodline limits of the entire Mist Village. Thus, this is the rationale behind my proposal. Kaguya Naoki's gaze burned with intensity, determination shining in his eyes. In the world of Naruto, strength reigns supreme, the foundation for realizing any ambition, dream, or endeavor lies in power. For someone like him, a master of the Bone Succession, regardless of how this system may evolve in the future, his path of progression will invariably lead to the gathering of bloodlines. Only through the gathering of bloodlines can Kaguya Naoki transcend the limitations of the 6 paths and stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Even if he fails to halt the original course of history, releasing Kaguya Otsutsuki as a master of the bloodline gathering, he will still possess the strength to contend. Through Kaguya Otsutsuki, one can uncover the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan, the true essence of traversing the cosmos, and the clandestine art of energy plundering. Kaguya Naoki gazed upon the luminous moon in the sky and let out a slow breath. He poured forth his boundless ambition. Yet a shadow of gravity settled upon his heart. This journey would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, but in pursuit of that elusive pinnacle, Kaguya Naoki must remain ever vigilant. Clearing away all the thorns and tribulations that lay in his path, determined to press on until the very end. The first crucial threshold that would shape the future was none other than the historical juncture soon to unfold. Marked by Uchiha Obito's descent into darkness and the tragic demise of Nohara Lin, Kaguya Naoki harbored no fears about overcoming or merely surviving against Uchiha Obito. With the powers of the Corpse Bone Pulse and certain techniques of the Ghost Lantern at his disposal, and should he acquire the Byakugan, he would have already reached the formidable threshold of a Kage's strength. Even the weakest of conventional Kage would undoubtedly triumph over Uchiha Obito before he could master the myriad jutsu of Uchiha Madara or fully grasp the intricacies of Kamui and would release. But what lay ahead? Kaguya Naoki shook his head, a bittersweet sensation welling up within him, having become acquainted with the power that resided within him. Uchiha Obito was destined to emerge as one of the few formidable beings in this world. Moreover, let us not overlook the presence of Nagato of the Akatsuki organization. Lurking behind Uchiha Obito, the convergence of these two forces would inevitably expand Obito's influence to the very limits of the planet. Even Konoha would find itself unable to withstand such might. Should Obito choose to strike before Naoki had sufficiently matured in strength, he would face either a complete demise or a death ensnared within illusions. Thus, rather than placing his hopes in a future self capable of exponential growth, overpowering both the Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito, it would be far wiser to seize the present and amass ample resources for his future self. Naturally, Naoki's objective this time transcended mere survival from the grasp of Uchiha Obito. He sought to devise a means to elude the vigilant eyes of Uchiha Madara and rescue Nohara Lin. When Uchiha Obito, under Madara's tutelage, rapidly advanced and sought vengeance upon him in the hidden Mist Village, Nohara Lin must make her appearance. No. It should be the Rin who had been brainwashed into becoming a loyal hound of the mist. At that juncture, capturing Uchiha Obito would become an effortless endeavor. The potential rewards were staggering, Yet the inherent dangers were equally apparent. Should the execution falter, Uchiha Madara might very well sever the lifeline, orchestrating a final dance of destruction in his lifetime. And he was Uchiha Madara, the ninja demigod, a force that Naoki could not hope to contend with at this moment. Anxiety gripped Naoki's heart, compelling him to cease his ponderings. He reached into his robe, retrieving a tightly wrapped container, and upon removing the lid, he peered inside to behold a pair of pure white eyes, rising and falling within. Kaguya Naoki gritted his teeth, tilting his head as he pressed his eyes into his hands, while with the other hand he forcefully yanked the orbs from their sockets. The pain was excruciating. Once the white eyes were nestled back into their hollows, a slight itch ensued, and within mere minutes, the fusion was complete. This outcome diverged from his expectations. Could it be attributed to Kaguya's bloodline? Time was of the essence. Kaguya Naoki cast aside his thoughts and prepared to utilize the newly acquired vision. Upon opening his eyes, a scene unfolded that was more than tenfold clearer than before. With hands forming intricate seals, chakra rapidly coalesced at the visual nerves. He sensed the muscles and tendons around his eye sockets taut slightly, and suddenly, the world around him transformed. A remarkable 360-degree perspective unfurled before him. The surging chakra, the intricate network of veins, the writhing earthworms beneath the soil, the leaping monkeys amidst the trees, and the lurking beasts several kilometers away, all became vividly apparent under this pair of eyes. This was the Byakugan, the foremost reconnaissance eye in the ninja realm. However, it was not yet the time to delve into the mysteries of the Byakugan. Suppressing his excitement, he hesitated not a moment longer as he formed hand seals to summon his bone clone. Nohara Lin reappeared at his side, and Kaguya Naoki immediately employed the Byakugan for meticulous observation. The meridians, chakra, skeletal structure, and facial features all appeared intact. This revelation invigorated Kaguya Naoki. If the Byakugan could be deceived, could it be that White Zetsu remained oblivious as well? This bone clone truly proved to be a formidable weapon, indistinguishable even to the Byakugan. At last, everything was in place. He had finally completed his preparations just before the onset of all events. Kaguya Naoki let out a deep breath, his gaze intense and penetrating. The next task that lay before him was now crystal clear, to await the opportunity to seize Nohara Lin. Following the meticulously crafted plan, he would systematically obscure Uchiha Madara's vision and claim Nohara Lin for himself. While the undertaking may sound straightforward, it was undeniably fraught with peril. Yet, at the moment the die was cast, fate had been sealed. There was no need for further contemplation. Kaguya Naoki pressed the mask against his face, gathering his thoughts as he raced towards the land of water. Upon seeing the sign of the hidden mist village, a wave of relief washed over him. At last, he was home. The hidden mist village, my sanctuary, the only true home I possess in this world. Kaguya Naoki could not help but smile as he approached the signboard and stepped forward. In an instant, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, prompting him to frown as he surveyed the scene. The buildings of the village were cloaked in dust and in a state of utter disrepair. Silently, he activated his Byakugan, revealing a panorama previously hidden from view. The cold, bloodthirsty gazes that met him, upon recognizing his identity as a member of the Kaguya clan, gradually morphed into expressions of disdain and a surge of murderous intent. Kaguya Naoki had long since grown accustomed to such reactions. He merely drew forth his skeletal weapon, forcing those hostile eyes to retreat. As he continued to scan the surroundings, an array of horrors came into focus. Decaying corpses in shadowy alleyways, children gnawing on rats, hollow-eyed civilians, and bloodthirsty ninjas. This was the place where I had resided for over a decade. Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh, as the previously carefree mood dissipated entirely, leaving him feeling as though an invisible mountain weighed heavily upon his entire being. After all, this was a place he had called home for over a decade. It was unreasonable for things to remain this way. If he wished to truly grasp the essence of the system, he would have to strive for the position of Mizukage. Thus, he resolved to endeavor to transform this place in the future. Should the nation's strength surge, its military might expand, and talents emerge in abundance. It could aid him in seizing the coveted bloodline. If this trajectory continued, perhaps one day in the future, with the support of the hidden mist village, he could vanquish the remaining nations and ultimately dominate the entire shinobi world. Furthermore, he envisioned providing ninjas with new careers and paths, paving the way for a genuine and lasting peace for a significant period. Kaguya Naoki halted, revealing a genuine smile that emanated from the depths of his heart. Perhaps it is the transformation of this world that I truly yearn to accomplish. With this thought, he took 2 steps forward, only to be pulled back to reality by an angry yet familiar female voice. Kaguya Naoki. Turning his head, he was met not only by a woman of great stature, but also by her vibrant, fiery red hair. Chapter 3, Kaguya Mei, No More Severing Bang. Kaguya Mei's flaming red hair soared as she struck the wall beside Kaguya Naoki with a fierce punch. The flying debris grazed his mask, sending a tremor that resonated through his skin. Kaguya Nara turned her face to observe the cracks radiating outward from the center of Yumei's fist, unable to suppress a gulp. Kaguya Naru, if you venture out of the village alone again, I shall no longer shield you. Next time, be prepared to face the village's retribution. Kaguya Naoki quickly revealed an awkward smile, attempting to defend himself. Terumi-me, I have few friends, and the only one I can rely on is you. I have no choice but to ask for your help. Terumi Mei glared at him, initially intending to feign anger to teach the incorrigible Kaguya Naoki a lesson. However, upon hearing his innocent declaration of having no intelligent friends, her irritation dissipated and she even felt a hint of amusement, clenching her teeth to maintain her composure. She lowered her voice and said to Kaguya Naoki, "Recently, there have been very few commissions in the village, and many ninjas are around. If someone as conspicuous as you fails to appear for an extended period, it will surely attract the attention of others. Leaving the village without permission is a grave offense." Observing Terumi Mei's serious demeanor, Kaguya Naoki nodded in apparent agreement, though his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the Mizukage building, dismissing her concerns. Aside from the man behind the third Mizukage, Uchiha Obito, there was no one in Kirigakure capable of defeating him in a one-on-one confrontation. At this moment, he felt emboldened, believing he could act with impunity in the village without any real danger. Yet, he would not voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, he resignedly replied, "Terumi Mei, I understand your point. I will be more cautious in the future. However, could you please refrain from brandishing your fists? With your temperament, I fear no one would dare to marry you except me." At the beginning of Kaguya Naoki's remark, Terumi Mei nodded in satisfaction, but upon hearing the latter part, her fiery red hair seemed to flare as her anger ignited. "Oh, do you think I need to worry about such matters? I am Terumi Mei. How could it be that no one wishes to marry me?" Kaguya Natsuki harbored skepticism in her heart, yet she still casually nodded in acknowledgement. This woman, who could only marry within the realm of infinite Tsukuyami, truly lacked a clear self-awareness. Kaguya Shinomiya could already sense the detestable visage hidden behind Natsuki's mask. Her silver teeth clenched tightly as she raised her fist, ready to strike. Kaguya Shinomiya, someone has come to seek me. Kaguya Chikage, unbeknownst to him, had opened his eyes wide at some point. He first cast a discreet glance at Terumi Mei before shifting his gaze towards the horizon. There, a shinobi from the Umbu was glaring intently at him from afar, radiating a palpable intent to kill, spurred solely by the four characters that signified his lineage. Unfazed, Kaguya Chikage turned his attention back to Terumi Mei. At that moment, upon hearing his words, the fiery crimson locks that had once danced freely around her face now fell languidly. A smile graced her features, her fists unclenching, transforming her demeanor into one of gentle grace and consideration. Observing this, Kaguya Chikage could not help but sigh inwardly. Such a tender childhood goddess, who in his memories had only occasionally exhibited a playful and darkly mischievous side, why did she so delight in brandishing her fist before him? Meanwhile, the man opposite her was silently weaving narratives in his mind, while Terumi Mei, growing impatient, began to cast doubt in her eyes. This Kaguya Chikage was deceiving me again. Just as she was about to raise her fist, an Umbu ninja slipped into her field of awareness, prompting a momentary look of astonishment. Indeed, there was someone. It appeared that Kaguya Chikage's range of perception had grown rather extensive. Was it merely coincidence, or had he acquired some new secret techniques? Suddenly, the Umbu ninja halted abruptly, reaching into his garment with a single hand to retrieve a purple scroll, executing the motion with remarkable finesse. Once Terumi Mei beheld the scroll, which bore critical secrets, she opted for a strategic retreat, at which point the Umbu coldly stated, "Kaguya Chikage, this is a mission from Lord Mizukage." Kaguya Naoki nodded slightly, extending his hand to accept the mission scroll. Before even unrolling it, a translucent inscription emerged, visible solely to him. Mission: Water Shadow, annihilate Konoha. Mission description: lead the Miss Shinobi to ambush Kakashi Hitaki, capture Rin Nohara, and prepare her to become the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Subsequently, guide Rin Nohara in releasing the Three-Tails within the confines of Konoha. Note: unexpectedly powerful ninjas may be encountered, including Uchiha Obito. Mission difficulty: SS total mission success. Exchange count increases by 3. Depending on the completion of the mission, exchange counts may yield fragment counts, count 1, or count 2. Is it truly possible to gain an additional exchange count directly? Moreover, it isn't merely a fragment. Kaguya Naoki's heart stirred. He had never encountered such a bountiful reward within the system. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. This task marked a historic moment involving Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, White Zetsu, and Black Zetsu. Thus, an abundance of rewards was indeed justified. Yet, considering my plan to rescue Nohara Rin, further exchanges of rewards would inevitably be out of reach for me. Nevertheless, in the endeavor to capture Nohara Rin, I should be able to secure one exchange reward. Gaining a chance to exchange would allow me to select from various bloodline limits and options to delay bloodline diseases, subsequently enriching my arsenal. As for the choice, it would be prudent to deliberate upon it only after safely returning from the battlefield. With a heart tinged with excitement, Kaguya Naoki prepared to unfurl the purple scroll. At that moment, the Umbu standing before him vanished in an instant, evidently unwilling to engage with Naoki. Faced with such a scene, Naoki remained unfazed. Although the mountain of prejudice was stubborn, if he could attain significant renown on the battlefield, it might not be as insurmountable as it seemed. Focusing his mind, Naoki unfurled the scroll, meticulously perusing its contents and committing them to memory. The majority detailed the action routes established by the Mizukage, alongside the distribution of Konoha ninja. As for the meticulousness of such details, it was needless to elaborate. It was all attributable to the ever-present White Zetsu. Turning a page, his gaze fell upon the list of ninja he was to lead, and just as he was about to close it, His attention was drawn to a few familiar characters. Slowly, he focused, and his lips parted in a quiet murmur. Zabuza Momochi? The name evoked a flood of memories. The demon, Zabuza Momochi. His temper was volatile, prideful and arrogant, often displaying a disdainful demeanor towards a member of the Kaguya clan like Naoki, with provocations being commonplace. Yet, he was also deeply loyal and, more importantly, shared Naoki's desire to alter the status quo of the Mist Village. According to history, in a bid to end the Blood Mist policy, he would attempt to assassinate the Fourth Mizukage in the future. His endeavor would fail, leading to his defection from the village. After enduring a tumultuous journey, he would ultimately perish alongside Haku at the hands of Kakashi, an elite jonin with the prowess of a pseudo-six paths. However, what was deemed a defection was not so straightforward. The fifth Mizukage, Terumi and other mist ninja such as Kahaku and Jir would ultimately not regard Zabuza as a rogue ninja. For he, Zabuza, was a hero of change for the Mist Village. This presented an excellent opportunity to ally with a future rebel against the Mizukage. Yet, it was well known that the people of the Mist harbored deep-seated prejudices against the Kaguya clan. Overcoming such biases would not be an easy task. However, was there not a ready-made opportunity at hand? Hiraka Naoki smiled softly. Wasn't this endeavor to capture Nohara Lin a perfect opportunity to alter his preconceived notions about Zabuza Momochi? As such thoughts crossed his mind, a relentless mechanical voice resonated in his ears, causing Hiraka Naoki's eyes to gleam with excitement. The fate of Zabuza Momochi had shifted. He was now identified as a mist ninja, acquiring a fragment for exchange. Chapter 4. The Prejudice of Zabuza Momochi, A Dawn in the Land of Fire. The sudden appearance of character fragments left Hiraka Naoki both astonished and elated. Having spent over a decade in this world, he had only previously acquired fragments from Terumi. Shortly after obtaining the fragment, he had become her closest confidant. Now, with the acquisition of Zabuza Momochi's fragment, it perhaps foreshadowed a future where he could recruit Zabuza as a cornerstone of his impending role as the Mizukage. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such considerations. Kaguya Naoki suppressed the excitement swelling within his heart, banishing those thoughts from his mind. He carefully stowed the scroll away in his bosom and, as he lifted his gaze, found Kaguya standing before him. Her eyes briefly flickered to the scroll concealed within his embrace before she cautiously inquired, "Naoki, are you about to depart once more?" Kaguya Naoki gently nudged the scroll closer to himself. Indeed, it was time to leave the village once more. It seemed that the third Hokage truly regarded him as nothing more than a beast of burden. Despite the fact that the last mission had been only a short while ago, Terumi nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting a hint of discontent towards the third Hokage. Soon, her tone softened, shedding the earlier impatience. "Naoki, is this mission difficult? When will you return? There are matters I wish to discuss with you." "Is it difficult?" Kaguya's heart swelled with a smile. If one were to proceed methodically, vanquishing the recently darkened Obito Uchiha would pose little challenge. However, in order to ensure smoother days ahead, the difficulty of the current task had escalated to an extraordinary degree. While not insurmountable, it would undoubtedly require a considerable investment of time. Kaguya Naoki would naturally refrain from revealing the truth to Terumi. His principle is to spare those who genuinely care for him from unnecessary worry. Observing Kaguya's nonchalant demeanor, Terumi immediately furrowed her brows and, with a hint of indignation, exclaimed, "Kaguya Naoki, speak honestly to me. Are we on the brink of war? And are you still at the forefront? Do not attempt to deceive me. The recent significant reduction in commissions is evident, and the village is clearly amassing forces. As for you, it is well known that every time you claim there are no difficulties, it invariably heralds a grave calamity." Kaguya Naoki smiled gently, then slowly nodded. Almost at the moment he raised his chin, he noticed the discernible change in Terumi's expression. Their eyes met, revealing the sorrow that filled her gaze. "Is it Konoha?" Terumi asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Naoki stood silently, offering no response, yet his silence spoke volumes. Terumi bowed her head, clenching the earth in her hand. The order from the Mizukage was inescapable for Kaguya Naoki. However, his adversary was none other than the formidable Konoha. Concern nodded to Terumi, her voice falling to a whisper. "Naoki, you brilliant ninja, you must return alive." Kaguya Nara forced a smile, affirming her strength and determination to return alive. "Farewell." Terumi sensed a tide of emotions within her that she deemed inappropriate, prompting her to rise abruptly and speak. After taking a few steps, she turned back, rummaging through her clothes to retrieve a pouch of ninja tools, which she then handed to Kaguya Nara. With a serious tone, she remarked, "The pouch is not complimentary. You must compensate me upon your next return." Kaguya Naoki smiled as he accepted the task, poised to utter more when Terumi's fiery red hair vanished around the corner. Observing Terumi's unusual behavior, he, familiar with her nuances, could not overlook the turmoil within her heart. Yet, as a ninja who danced upon the edge of danger, he deemed the ephemeral notions of safety to be insignificant. The essence of survival remained paramount. As he strode homeward, he exchanged greetings with the clansmen who revered him. It was only as dusk enveloped the world that he finally reclined upon his bed. The world fell into a profound silence, prompting Kaguya Naoki to contemplate the meticulously prepared scheme that lay before him. The first step involved vanquishing Kakashi Hitaki to seize Lin Nohara, thereby capturing both Rin and the Three Tails simultaneously. The second step required eluding the watchful eyes of Black Zetsu and Madara Uchiha, executing a timely switch of Rin. The third step dictated that, according to the script, he would extinguish the false Rin before Obito Uchiha. The fourth step entailed enduring Obito's wrath while simultaneously altering the fate of the hidden mist team, ensuring that his name would resonate throughout the village. Should he falter and draw the attention of Madara Uchiha, he would be compelled to confront the harbinger of chaos in the ninja world. Although Madara had long since aged, it was assumed he could still drag Kaguya Naoki into the depths of despair. Conversely, should he succeed, the rewards would be manifold. Kaguya Najiki and the village behind him not only evade the formidable Uchiha Obito and Uzumaki Nagato, who were undoubtedly the strongest on the planet for a time, thus avoiding the peril of death or the fate of being controlled, but they also have the opportunity to ally with him, assisting in his subsequent plans. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, he closes his eyes to rejuvenate his body and mind. Tomorrow heralds the beginning of significant events. In the land of fire, a day has swiftly passed. As dawn breaks over the border, several shadows glide through the forest like a gentle breeze. Suddenly, a crisp sound reverberates as the shadows come to an abrupt halt, revealing dozens of figures in what appeared to be an empty woodland. Upon closer inspection, these figures stand in respectful anticipation of commands from their leader. The leader is none other than Kaguya Najiki. Wait, he murmurs, lowering his voice to address the silent Umbu ninjas before him. As his words linger in the air, the eyes of the Umbu ninjas converge upon Kaguya Najiki, unaware that among them lies a pair of inquisitive gazes. The owner of that gaze is none other than Momochi Zabuza. Kaguya Natsuki, murmured Momochi Zabuza softly, his eyes ceaselessly surveying the surroundings, while he pondered the significant events that had stirred the entire Hidden Mist village a few years prior. Kaguya Naoki, during the graduation examination, eliminated all the examiners, enabling the entire cohort of students to graduate successfully. On that occasion, over 20 nin and 1 nin perished. Consequently, the Hidden Mist village was compelled to overhaul its entire examination system. This was due to the fact that Kaguya Naoki had indeed slain every ninja who presided over the examinations anew. Observing that figure, Momochi Zabuza fell into deep contemplation. What could possibly motivate this rascal? Was it a disdain for the examiners? Or did he harbor aspirations to transform this village? Perhaps it was the former, Zabuza mused silently, veins bulging on his forehead. How could a scion of the Kaguya clan, a paragon of nobility and the third Hokage's loyal dog, entertain thoughts of change? The salvation of this village rests solely upon my shoulders. Only I possess the capability to rescue this village. With such thoughts, he fortified his resolve. Just as he regained his senses, Kaguya Naoki's voice shattered the silence. Everyone is present. I have heard that among you is a fellow named Momochi Zabuza. You step forward and assist me in verifying the absence of any leaf spies. This scoundrel. Zabuza clenched a leaf, crushing it to extract its juice. Yet he had no choice but to rise and stand beside that insufferable wretch. This rascal. One day, I will kill you. Zabuza's fate shifted, being identified as a mist ninja, earning him 1 fragment of exchange. Listening to that mechanical voice, Kaguya Naoki smiled slightly and turned to the still silent mist forces before him. Everyone, commence. Chapter 5, Kakashi, Nohara Lin, An Unexpected Assault. As the words fell, the crowd, in silence, began to perform specific hand signs one after another. This was the method employed by the Mist Umbu to confirm identities. Order. Gestures. Not a single mistake could be made. Any hint of error would result in immediate death at the hands of the remaining Mist ninjas. Zabuza squatted beside Kaguya Naoki, meticulously checking each gesture in succession. Once the verification was complete, he reluctantly turned his head and, in a rather stiff tone, reported, Lord Naoki, everyone has successfully infiltrated. Upon hearing this, Kaguya Naoki nodded lightly. However, he did not immediately turn to proceed towards his destination. Instead, he activated his Byakugan, meticulously scrutinizing the faces concealed behind the ninja masks. Within his field of vision, beneath the masks, there was not a trace of flaw. They were undoubtedly all denizens of the Hidden Mist village. As for whether any white Zetsu had infiltrated among them, even the Byakugan could not discern that. The art of disguise employed by white Zetsu is unparalleled in the world. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, only Naruto, possessing the sage body, could vaguely sense malevolence, thereby uncovering the whereabouts of the white Zetsu. Kaguya's Naoki no longer delved into the existence of white Zetsu. Familiar with the narrative and the intricacies of ninjutsu, he had long been able to deduce certain truths from the slightest hints. What was initially planned as a stealth operation that would incur at least a 50% loss of personnel had astonishingly resulted in a complete success. Even the pawn deliberately cast aside for Konoha had gone unnoticed. Although Konoha currently appeared exceedingly weakened, it was unlikely that they were entirely unprepared for the unpredictable, cold-blooded nature of the Hidden Mist village. This, in turn, implied a significant reality within the vast expanse of land and the very foliage surrounding him. The presence of white Zetsu was undoubtedly abundant. Otherwise, such an effortless infiltration would have been inconceivable. Kaguya Naoki narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of the situation still filled him with anxiety. The eyes of the white Zetsu were, without exception, the eyes of Uchiha Madara. Once Kaguya Naoki hoisted Nohara Lin onto his shoulders, these glaring eyes, radiating hostility, would inevitably focus on him. In such circumstances, the challenge of stealthily substituting the real Nohara Lin was formidable, to say the least. I wonder if the measures I have devised will remain concealed from their scrutiny. Kaguya Naoki silently murmured a phrase to himself, suppressing his anxiety, and then commanded, "Proceed with caution, avoid formidable foes, disperse, and advance towards the destination." Upon concluding his words, the group quietly scattered into the surrounding woods. Leaves danced in the stillness, and silence enveloped them. Their singular objective was clear, the Jinchuriki vessel, Nohara Lin. The branches rustled as the members of the Mist Umbu swiftly traversed the route bestowed upon them by the Third Mizukage. Days passed without encountering any resistance, which even led the typically composed Zabuza to harbor a flicker of doubt. What, indeed, were the Leaf Village up to? Halt. Kaguya Naoki gazed at the distorted smoke rising several kilometers away and promptly issued a command. The destination was imminent. Kaguya J-Ki unfurled the intelligence scroll, lowering his voice to say, "According to the intelligence, there are 2 elite shinobi, 15 nin, and several genin. I will personally confront Hitaki Kakashi, while the remaining forces shall be allocated to counter the others." As his words resonated, the mist shinobi behind the mask wore peculiar expressions, judging solely from the intelligence. The 2 elite shinobi within the stronghold included one who was merely a waste of space, coasting by on his tenure, while the other, the illustrious genius Kakashi, posed the greatest threat. In light of their numerical superiority, Commander Kaguya J-Ki's decision to engage in a one-on-one confrontation seemed somewhat audacious. However, considering the combative reputation of the Kaguya clan, the Mist Shinobi refrained from voicing any objections. Zabuza tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, slowly inching closer to Kaguya J-Ki, veins bulging as he inwardly cursed this arrogant fool. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain close, should any misstep occur. Lord Zabuza would be poised to intervene and salvage the operation. Kaguya Otsutsuki remained oblivious to the psychological maneuvers of the ninja lurking behind him. He lifted his gaze, focusing on the distant flickering campfire, and extracted his spine in preparation for action. Kakashi, Rin? Kakashi turned slightly, concealing his despondent demeanor within the shadows. Why are you here daydreaming again? I just checked on the other injured, not finding you. I knew you would be here. Rin gathered her flowing hair and sat beside Kakashi, her eyes scanning the dense forest as she whispered, "Are you thinking about Obito again?" Kakashi silently lifted his eye mask, hiding his crimson eye in the darkness. Yes, every moment of stillness brings him to mind. Yahiko Rin, sensing his melancholy, sighed deeply, reminiscing, before the war arrived. Obito and Guy would always challenge you, and you would coldly refuse them. Rin couldn't help but chuckle, observing Kakashi's increasingly forlorn expression before softly adding, "Those were good times." Indeed, Kakashi replied flatly. Rin leaned closer to Kakashi, concern etched on her face. "Back then, you were merely indifferent toward them. Now, it seems you're detached from everything. Will things improve after the war?" Kakashi evaded Rin's worried gaze, his fingers brushing against his eye socket. Thinking of his father's fading visage, he hesitated. It should get better, right? Rin discerned Kakashi's uncertainty, and her heart sank further. She crossed her youthful legs, biting her lip. "Kakashi, Obito entrusted you with his eyes. He wouldn't wish for you to face the world in such a pessimistic state. After all, he was always so lively. How can you let Obito find peace in this manner?" She paused, realizing Kakashi had closed his eyes. Rin turned her gaze skyward, pondering how to uplift Kakashi's spirit. "I will be your eyes, helping you see the future." Kakashi silently completed Rin's unfinished thought. That moment had echoed in his mind for a long time, piercing and unforgettable. Kakashi opened his eyes, lowering his mask, though still despondent. A glimmer of light flickered within them. His father, friends, and comrades had perished before him, only Rin remained. No matter how bleak the circumstances, he must protect her. "Huh? Rin?" Gazing at the dimming starlight, voiced her confusion. "Kakashi, doesn't the sky seem a bit off?" Uncertain, she looked at him. Hearing her words, Kakashi refocused, startled by the thickening white mist. In an instant, he shook off his sorrow and became remarkably composed. "It's the Mist Village." Kakashi sprang to his feet, gripping his kunai, his scarlet eye scanning the surroundings. Simultaneously, Rin understood the situation, shouting, enemy attack, enemy attack." Her clear, gentle voice resonated throughout the Konoha camp, met with sparse responses. Kakashi felt a jolt of alarm. When did the camp become so deserted? Despite his inner trepidation, he swiftly led Rin into the shadows. But the enemy's speed was evidently far superior. Whoosh! A figure slicing through the air darted toward Kakashi with lightning speed. Too fast, too fast. Rin's eyes failed to catch the intruder's form. She could only hear the rushing wind, feeling the impending danger. "I'm going to die." Cling. Kakashi drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, relying on his single Meijiki Sharingan to barely perceive the assailant. He raised his arm in a desperate block, sparks flying. Kakashi rapidly formulated a strategy, but Kaguya Otsutsuki would not afford him the luxury of time. Against a clever combat ninja like Kakashi, the only path to victory lay in sheer speed, so swift that Kakashi could not establish a rhythm for battle. Otherwise, prolonged engagement would spell chaos. Crack. The kunai met Kaguya's bone structure, on the verge of shattering. This defiance of logic momentarily surprised Kakashi's dull eyes, yet he remained composed. Quickly, he extended his other hand and formed a single-handed seal. Chidori, a rare sight in the ninja world, the one-handed seal would always catch opponents off guard. However, this opponent was clearly not one to be outmaneuvered. Kakashi's lightning-infused hand struck the already formed bone membrane. The technique, renowned for severing lightning and penetrating rock, could not breach what appeared to be a fragile barrier. Only a tingling sensation coursed through him. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Rin suddenly unleashed her fire technique, and Kakashi instinctively retreated, leveraging her attack. Facing the fireball, Kaguya leapt into the air to evade. At that moment, the moonlight illuminated Kaguya's figure, reflecting in Kakashi's Sharingan. The corpse bone technique, it truly is the Mist Village. Kakashi's eyes shimmered with intensity. The war, which seemed to be nearing its end, was destined to face upheaval due to the Mist Village's intervention. But for now, he must eliminate the intruder. Fire-style, dragon fire technique. Sensing Kaguya's imminent approach, Kakashi unleashed another formidable technique. A torrent of searing flames erupted from his mouth, aiming to force the corpse bone technique to retreat, granting him the space to strategize. Yet, this time, Kaguya did not flinch. Instead, he responded with a torrent far surpassing the size of Kakashi's fireball. Water-style, great waterfall technique. The deluge extinguished Kakashi's fireball in an instant, cascading downward, disorienting both Kakashi and Rin in the rushing waters. Soaked to the skin, Kakashi regained his footing, regarding Kaguya with a grave expression. His Sharingan, while bestowing him with unparalleled observational prowess, also imposed unprecedented strain on his body. Consequently, his chakra for ninjutsu lagged behind Kaguya Otsutsuki, a master of the corpse bone technique. A cold sweat appeared on Kakashi's brow as he frantically calculated how to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki. The wielder of the bone pulse was a formidable opponent, capable of transforming every part of his being into a weapon. Conventional taijutsu and weaponry posed no threat to him, even in comparison to the scale of ninjutsu. My chakra paled in significance. Utilizing genjutsu or chakra would still prove insufficient. I could only rely on a combination of certain ninjutsu techniques. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he swiftly formed hand seals amidst the swirling waters. Rin, cover me. Nohara Rin nodded hesitantly, her hands moving rapidly to weave seals. A massive fireball erupted from her mouth, aimed at repelling the approaching Kaguya Otsutsuki. However, in the next moment, both Kakashi and Rin widened their eyes in disbelief. Within the searing fireball, Kaguya emerged in an extraordinary manner, disregarding the flames, brandishing a bone with reckless abandon, and sweeping a colossal bone blade through the air. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Kakashi pressed his hands together, and a wall of earth surged from the ground, not only shielding against the encroaching waters, but also completely separating Kaguya from Kakashi. With a resounding crash, the earthen barrier shattered, revealing Kaguya's figure. Witnessing this scene, Rin shut her eyes, while Kakashi stood in stunned silence. It seemed as though the battle was drawing to a close. Yet, in that very moment, Kaguya's bone blade did not lunge towards Kakashi. Instead, it plunged violently into the ground. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth from the earth. Before Kaguya, Kakashi transformed into a wisp of smoke. Chidori. Even with his arm pierced, Kakashi struggled to break through the earth, lunging towards Kaguya. A sudden thrust of bone erupted from Kaguya's body, impaling Kakashi completely as his hand, crackling with lightning, fell limply. How is this possible? How did he perceive my movements? Is he a fighter with extensive experience, or does he possess an extraordinary ability to observe? Yet, it was all too late. Kakashi gazed at the mask that concealed everything. Emitting a futile lament, blood spilled across the ground, and in a state of excessive blood loss, Kakashi succumbed to unconsciousness. As his awareness gradually faded, his heart tightened with despair. Once again, he witnessed his comrades perish before him. Obito, I am sorry. Even with your eyes, I could not protect Rin. Thus, Kakashi fell in the hands of Kaguya. Rin's body trembled, her eyes betraying an uncontrollable fear. The fact that even Kakashi could be so effortlessly defeated revealed Kaguya as an absolute monster. What should I do? Rin's every reaction was reflected in Kaguya's gaze, who noted her shattered resolve and casually approached her. Simultaneously, Kaguya surveyed the surroundings, retrieving kunai from his ninja toolkit, effortlessly assisting several mist ninjas in averting their crisis. Ignoring the continuous gasps of astonishment, when Kaguya turned back to Rin, he found her eyes filled with determination. Obito, Kakashi, I am sorry, although I can do nothing. At the very least, I can carry all the intelligence to that dark world for the village. Rin plunged the kunai into her chest, while Kaguya raised his hands, poised to unleash his bones. Clang. A large blade suddenly intercepted the kunai, striking Rin unconscious with ease. Kaguya Natsuki furrowed his brows. Under the gaze of his Byakugan, he surprisingly failed to detect when the mist shinobi had arrived. Could it be that he is white Zetsu? Kaguya Chikage felt a subtle urge to probe. Just at that moment, the mechanical prompt of the system eagerly chimed in, diverting Kaguya's thoughts elsewhere. The first phase of the task had been accomplished, reward acquired. One exchange opportunity. Were they truly offering a reward so promptly? With this exchange reward added, Kaguya could now redeem the Shield of Dissolution, the art of boiling escape, and the art of ice escape. while also possessing the means to delay the onset of the bloodline disease. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to postpone the redemption. He had already meticulously prepared to fulfill the prerequisites for stealing from Nohara Lin. This exchange, he resolved, would be better reserved for future contemplation. In the face of impending warfare, the nature of the adversaries and the formidable foes he would encounter warranted a more targeted approach to his redemptions. Kaguya Otsutsuki, with an almost theatrical demeanor, decisively triumphed over Kakashi in a mere minute. At that moment, Zabuza Momochi's long blade had only just been unsheathed. Beneath his mask, a slight sheen of cold sweat began to emerge. He had initially believed that Kaguya's prowess within the confines of the Ninja Academy merely stemmed from the advantages of her bloodline. However, the events of today suggest a far more profound reality. Kaguya Naoki, possessing extraordinary physical prowess and remarkable observational skills, found himself reflecting deeply. He realized that, under similar tactical circumstances, he could not possibly surpass the current Kakashi. Yet, paradoxically, this Kakashi was swiftly vanquished by Naoki. The astonishment of Zabuza was palpable. Gazing at Naoki's silhouette, he began to fervently contemplate strategies to defeat him. There must be a way. After all, he was merely a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If he did not overcome Naoki, how could he aspire to the position of Mizukage? A resolute determination flickered in Zabuza's eyes. Meanwhile, the cries of anguish within the camp had dissipated, and the clamor resumed. Numerous mist ninjas had efficiently concluded their battles and were converging towards Naoki. Truly, Naoki-sama had effortlessly subdued the Leaf's prodigy, Kakashi, in an instant. Some mist ninjas expressed their sincere admiration, while others joined in, their voices resonating with enthusiasm. The Leaf Village was already at its weakest. Not only did we have the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also rising stars like Naoki-sama. Surely, we would soon dismantle them completely. The mere thought of the opportunity to annihilate that group of Leaf scoundrels sent shivers of excitement coursing through my veins. Listening to the boisterous laughter of these mist ninjas, I reflected on their dismal historical performance. Kaguya Naoki shook his head. How could one hope to utterly defeat Konoha relying solely on such underhanded tactics? What was truly required was an overwhelming display of brute force. At present, the most formidable warrior of the Mist Village was none other than he, Kaguya Naoki. How then could they hope to triumph over Konoha? After a prolonged discussion aimed at bolstering morale, Naoki finally interjected, shattering their unrealistic illusions. Very well. Let us proceed with the mission. The Mist Ninjas ceased their laughter immediately, falling into a profound silence. As the commander of this small unit, Kaguya Naoki wielded unparalleled authority. Despite being a scion of the Kaguya bloodline, he remained at odds with these individuals within the village. However, in order to ensure the success and survival of their mission, the Mist Village adhered to an unwritten rule. No internal strife was permitted during operations. More importantly, all members were required to execute the commander's orders without fail. With a swift motion, a Mist Ninja unsheathed his blade, poised to strike at Kakashi's head. Halt! Kaguya Najiki spoke, turning his gaze towards the mist-hidden ninja. The Sharingan, along with Konoha's unparalleled genius, can serve as leverage for our transaction. Let us escort him back to the village. With a clang, the Mist Ninja lowered his head, sheathing his blade without uttering a word of dissent, silently hoisting Kakashi onto his shoulder. The eyes of the others shifted away from Kakashi, now resting upon the fallen Lin Nohara, who lay defeated upon the ground. The individual who had previously thwarted Lin's attempt at self-destruction with a long sword, suspected by Kaguya Najiki to be a white Zetsu, produced a scroll containing the sealed 3 tails and approached the subdued Lin. Halt. As soon as Kaguya Naoki sensed something amiss, he immediately spoke up to halt the individual. However, the person, seemingly unfazed and behaving unusually, continued on as if oblivious to the warning. I commanded them to cease. Upon witnessing this, Kaguya Naoki's voice turned icy, yet the individual before him showed no sign of retreating. With a chilling gaze, Zaibu swiftly drew his large blade from behind and pressed it against the person's throat, compelling him to halt. The remaining Mist Ninjas silently unsheathed their weapons. Encircling the obstinate Mist Ninja in the center, 2 slender figures from the Umbu immediately struck. Seizing the beast scroll from the individual's grasp and presenting it to Kaguya Naoki, who was now entirely enveloped in a membrane of bone. Upon receiving the scroll and activating his Byakugan, Kaguya Naoki coldly inquired, "What is your name?" "Yamashita Tetsuya," came the response. "Oh." Kaguya Naoki lowered his tone, then. "Are there any members from the same squad as Yamashita Tetsuya here?" Kaguya Najiki observed the Mist Ninjas exchanging glances, their silence sending a chill through his heart. The Umbu operated in small teams, yet now, Yamashita Tetsuya appeared to be a lone wolf. Was this mere coincidence, or could he be the White Zetsu? Chapter 7. Discovering the White Zetsu, the hidden hand of Uchiha Obito. The White Zetsu possesses the art of impersonation, capable of transforming entirely into another individual. It can even mimic the flow of chakra, making it undetectable even to the most familiar individuals or sensory ninjas. However, every technique has its flaws, and the art of impersonation is no exception. The White Zetsu's limited intellect prevents it from accurately replicating the inner essence of others. This is the key to locating the White Zetsu. Coincidentally, just moments ago, Yamashita Tetsuya revealed a significant vulnerability. After years of collaboration, Kaguya Najiki was intimately familiar with the Mist Ninjas. The majority of those nurtured under the blood mist policy lacked bonds with their comrades, and their bloodthirsty, frenzied nature often led to infighting. In such a peculiar circumstance, a unique rule emerged. All mist ninjas were required to strictly adhere to the commands of their leader. This maximized the prevention of unnecessary internal strife within the team while also enhancing the chances of mission success. Yamashita Tetsuya's recent behavior was evidently out of character. Kaguya's vigilance was subtly heightened. An abnormal mist ninja, a lone operative from the Umbu, Uchiha Yamashita, was highly likely to be White Zetsu, the manifestation of Uchiha Madara's ocular prowess. Perhaps this alone would not suffice. Alternative means of confirmation could be employed. As chakra surged, her Byakugan fixated upon every nuance of Uchiha Yamashita's expressions and visage. Being devoid of intellect, White Zetsu, under the influence of his own provocations, concealed behind a mask, harbored no intention of disguising his emotions. This presented Kaguya with an opportunity for insight. Kaguya Naoki repressed his thoughts and, with a slight elevation of his head, addressed the hidden mist ninjas from a position of superiority, his tone icy. Yamashita Tetsuya, how dare you disregard my orders, even in the absence of any Umbu companions? Do you not fear that, with no one to verify your identity, I might condemn you as a spy? His final words resonated with a chilling intensity, causing the surrounding hidden mist ninjas to tense with apprehension. Just as Yamashita Tetsuya was about to respond, a colossal hand swept through the air with a swift crack. Kaguya's slap landed squarely on Terror's face, delivering a resounding impact. Kaguya Naoki, filled with murderous intent, sought to force Yamashita Toshi to reveal a flaw. Should there be a next time, I shall certainly slay you. Kaguya Naoki lifted his head and seemingly nonchalantly scanned the crowd, issuing a warning. No one here can stop me. With that, Kaguya Naoki disregarded the fearful gazes of the fog ninjas behind him and strode directly towards Lin Nohara. Simultaneously, the expression behind Yamashita Tetsu's mask contorted into a grotesque snarl, brimming with murderous intent. Most notably, the visage concealed beneath the mask began to undergo a gradual transformation, abandoning its disguise and turning pale. All of this went unnoticed behind the mask, yet under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, nothing could remain concealed. Kaguya Chiki smiled gently, confirming her deduction to be accurate. Indeed, it was White Zetsu. However, this sense of self-satisfaction did not endure for long. As her pale eyes inadvertently scanned the surroundings, her figure involuntarily jolted. The seemingly impenetrable and loyal Fog Shinobi squad revealed their true colors, as 8 ninjas simultaneously exhibited grotesque and terrifying visages, an aberration from the norm. They were all White Zetsu. They were all the eyes of Uchiha Madara. At the same time, they represented a sharp blade, a blade poised to eliminate any who dared to interfere with Uchiha Madara's plans. Kaguya Naoki tightly grasped his ribs, ever prepared for battle. Although the White Zetsu were predominantly weak cannon fodder, mostly at the level of a Nin, there existed formidable entities among them. Powerful White Zetsu, like Akatsuki Zetsu, wielded the ability to manipulate would release and possessed considerable combat prowess. Historically, Uchiha Obito effortlessly decimated a mist village team using the would release abilities of White Zetsu Akatsuki. The strength of these powerful White Zetsu should not be underestimated. Thus, vigilance must be maintained. Fortunately, I possess the Byakugan. With the enemy in the light and myself in the shadows, they remain unaware of their exposure. This will provide an advantageous edge in battle. Coupled with my Kekai Genkai and the perceptive capabilities of the Byakugan, the probability of victory remains significantly high. Swallowing the saliva in his mouth, Kaguya Naoki regained his confidence. Approaching Nohara Lin, he delved into his robes to tighten the seal on the scroll containing the 3 tails before hoisting Nohara Lin onto his shoulder. At that moment, a voice of dissent abruptly emerged. Through the lens of the Byakugan, Kaguya Naoki identified the source of the voice. It belonged to one of the White Zetsu that had just revealed a grotesque visage. Lord Kaguya Naoki, according to the mission directives, we must promptly infuse the 3 tails. It is absolutely impossible to infuse the 3 tails now, Kaguya Naoki immediately rejected in his heart. Nohara Lin had not yet been substituted with my bone clone. Infusing the 3 tails into Nohara Lin's body at this moment would likely leave her with no options but death. I must continue to delay. Only when the White Zetsu make their move, or as we approach Konoha, can I execute the substitution with Nohara Lin. Kaguya's expression turned icy, her voice grew indifferent, imparting an air of undeniable authority. Oh. As her words lingered in the air, the hidden mist ninjas braced themselves for an enthralling spectacle. The Kaguya clan members, like Kaguya Shinsui, lack intellect and resort solely to violence. They are likely to strike down any ninja who dares to voice an opinion. However, what they did not anticipate was that Kaguya Shinsui, despite his cold demeanor, began to expound on reason. 1,000 miles away, circumstances are ever-changing. How could the third Hokage have made the most prudent decision merely days ago? Currently, the 3 tails within the sealing scroll remain stable. Why then must it be sealed into Rin Nohara as a vessel? Initiating the infusion of the tailed beast now entails too many uncertainties, and we must remember, we are still some distance from Konoha. Having spoken thus, Kaguya Naoki elicited surprise among the multitude of ninjas, who were astonished that a member of the Kaguya clan possessed such insight, yet they could not help but nod in tacit agreement. In order to enhance the probability of success for their mission, it appeared prudent to prioritize the sealing within the scroll. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Yamashita Toru, who had originally appeared in the capacity of a sealing team member, promptly interjected. Lord Naoki, I wish to remind you that the sealing scrolls are subject to time constraints. Kaguya Naoki let out a cold, derisive laugh. The time limit of the sealing scroll was nothing short of a jest. Initially, it was anticipated that there would be Konoha ninjas to impede their progress, requiring a full 8 days of travel. Yet now, they would arrive in merely 2 days. Kaguya Naoki leaned closer to Tatsuya Yamashita, her voice icy as she inquired, is time of the essence? After an extended silence, Tatsuya, rigid with tension, shook his head and retreated back into the ranks. With no dissenting voices, they resumed their journey. With a command from Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mist shinobi cast aside their extraneous thoughts and dispersed into the depths of the forest, racing towards their destination, Konoha village. In the distance, within the dim and profound recesses of a cave, an eerie silence prevailed. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the stillness. Following the source, one finds an elderly figure with white hair and crimson eyes, who had just crushed a stone bench beside him. He is none other than Uchiha Madara. The voice of Uchiha Madara, unusually tinged with anger, resonated with a chilling intensity. Although he was perplexed by Kaguya Otsutsuki, a loyal hound who had always obeyed orders, suddenly exhibiting independent thought and disregarding the commands he had meticulously laid down, he recognized that such matters were of little consequence now. Uchiha Madara had resolved to eliminate him. However, he would not rely solely on the ordinary white Zetsu. Madara had prepared other contingencies. He had embedded a ninja who possessed a transplanted Sharingan within the ranks of the Mist Shinobi. Initially intended as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, this measure had inadvertently proven prescient. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, as the previously agitated rhythm of his heart gradually subsided into stillness. The Kaguya clan has long been renowned in the ninja world for their unparalleled physical prowess and unmatched intelligence. However, even this seemingly impeccable family possesses its own unique shortcomings. They are utterly defenseless against the onslaught of genjutsu. Faced with illusions, the Kaguya clan becomes little more than lambs to the slaughter. This fact is well understood by Uchiha Madara, who has manipulated the Mizukage and effectively ruled over the hidden mist for many years. Thus, it ends here, Madara silently mused. Chapter 8. The Blooming Boneflower, the replaced Nohara Lin. Still not making a move? Kaguya Shinsuke, who had been racing for an entire day and night, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Throughout this time, he remained vigilant against the threat of white Zetsu, his taut nerves reminding him that it was time to rest. Yet, he hesitated to lower his guard. One could never know when or where those white Zetsu would strike. With his Byakugan scanning the surroundings, he observed that the white Zetsu continued to gallop about, utterly indifferent. Why is that? Kaguya Naoki harbored a lingering sense of doubt within. Should they truly approach the vicinity of Konohagakure, any interference from the village would undoubtedly complicate Uchiha Madara's plans, potentially leading to failure. Logically speaking, it seemed implausible that they would allow me to escape unscathed. Kaguya Narukami suddenly felt a chill, contemplating another possibility. Could it be that Uchiha Madara was approaching? Just as this thought surfaced, Kaguya Narukami became acutely alert to the subtle shifts in the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yamashita Tetsuya, who had been lingering at the rear of the group, silently quickened his pace. He was drawing ever closer. Was he preparing to strike? Kaguya Naoki remained silent, firmly pressing down on Nohara Lin with his left hand, while his right hand, concealed beneath the ample fabric of his attire, stealthily approached his chest, poised to extract his own rib at any moment. However, to his astonishment, Yamashita Tetsuya, standing 6 or 7 meters behind him, took the initiative to speak. Lord Naoki, I come to apologize for my previous rudeness. Upon hearing this, Naoki immediately sensed that the previously vigilant gaze directed towards Yamashita had entirely vanished. Thus, was this statement intended to ease Mai and the other ninja's wariness? Was he preparing to make his move? Kaguya Najiki, invigorated, turned to say, there is no need for such formality. It is all for the village. Yamashita Tetsuya nodded gently, quickening his pace, until he trailed only a single step behind Kaguya. In an instant, Kaguya's senses were heightened to their utmost, his wide eyes firmly fixed on Tetsuya's form, ever ready for confrontation. In that case, Master Najiki, I shall refrain from further intruding. With those words, Tetsuya slowly withdrew, disappearing gradually into the depths of the forest, all while Kaguya's slightly anxious gaze remained upon him. The tension that had once gripped him abruptly dissipated. Kaguya Naoki turned his head, instinctively gazing towards the distant, shimmering light. There, he beheld a streak of crimson. It was the rotating 3-tomo of the Sharingan. In the fleeting moment when Kaguya Otsutsuki's nerves had just begun to relax, he was met with the gaze of the Sharingan. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, and a chill ran through his heart, yet he found himself powerless. The illusion had been cast. In the dim cavern, Uchiha Madara's expression remained utterly unchanged. A stoic visage devoid of any ripple of emotion. Such was to be expected. This entire script had been meticulously orchestrated years prior, and today it was merely the manifestation of long-held conjectures into reality. What followed would be the infusion of the 3 tales, allowing Uchiha Obito to witness the death of Rin Nohara with his own eyes. Then, there would be naught but waiting. Decades hence, this world would attain true peace under the aegis of Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, I shall prove that I am right. The mere thought of that name stirred a tempest within Madara's heart. the rhythmic pounding escalating in intensity and resonance. Yet, in the next heartbeat, it ceased abruptly. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Madara's eyes. Had he escaped the illusion? Indeed, Kaguya Otsutsuki had only momentarily succumbed to the genjutsu before promptly lifting his gaze. A tearing sound echoed, the sound of bones rending the air, each fragment hurtling towards the source of that crimson Sharingan. This sudden turn of events sent a tremor through the remaining white Zetsu, yet it quickly regained composure. With terrifying swiftness, it darted to Kaguya Otsutsuki's side, launching a self-destructive assault. In the face of these onslaughts, Kaguya Otsutsuki remained unfazed, even allowing a smile to grace his lips. He murmured softly, "Corpse bone path, early fern dance." Kaguya Otsutsuki raised his head, gazing into the dense forest. He was aware that countless white Zetsu lurked within. "Uchiha Madara, are you watching?" "Alas, it is of no consequence. The history of the ninja world is about to undergo a profound transformation before your very eyes." The skeletal forest, with Kaguya Otsutsuki at its core, expanded infinitely in all directions, overturning the rivers and mountains, blossoming upon this land with an unstoppable momentum. Mountains, rivers, and mists. No matter how numerous the white Zetsu or how many eyes were cast, could not pinpoint Kaguya Otsutsuki's location at this moment. Similarly, amidst the chaotic interference of chakra in this skeletal jungle, they were rendered incapable of any discernment. In that instant, Uchiha Madara's vision was obscured. At the heart of the forest, Kaguya Otsutsuki swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, two bone clones emerged. Rin Nohara, agile and swift, donned the attire of the slumbering Rin Nohara and leaped onto Kaguya Otsutsuki's shoulder, falling into a deep sleep. The other clone embraced the sleeping Rin Nohara, melding into a massive bone structure. Such a maneuver transpired in the blink of an eye. Kaguya Naoki took a deep breath, alleviating her tension. Gripping the bone clone that had transformed into Nohara Rin, she leaped into the air, soaring beyond the confines of the bone forest. Almost there. Almost there. As long as there were no unexpected reactions from here on, she could ascertain her complete success. What a jest. The scattered mist ninja, who had just sensed an attack directed at Kaguya Naoki and were about to respond, were met with the sight of that skeletal flower. What kind of technique was that? It had directly pierced the heavens. Indeed, was it the corpse vein? How could it possess such formidable power? The mist ninjas lurking in the underbrush swallowed their fear, no longer daring to harbor any discontent towards Kaguya Naoki. A monster, indeed. Such a terrifying technique could rival even the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju. Some even contemplated the impending war. Would those renowned ninjas truly be able to withstand such a technique? For this behemoth, war was merely a grander stage. Kaguya Otsutsuki is destined to become the most radiant star of the Mist Village. The spirits of the Mist Ninjas waver, and Zabuza is no exception. He grips his long blade tightly, his blood surging, his heart in turmoil. Previously, he believed that by biding his time, one day he could, through his own strength, alter the fate of the Mist Village. Yet, as he beheld Kaguya Otsutsuki's technique, he found himself momentarily ensnared in silence. Can this great sword truly bear the weight of the Mist Village? His proud head could not help but bow. It seems impossible. Such a terrifying technique, no matter how formidable the swordplay, cannot achieve that. The future of the Mizukage. It shall be his. Just as a tinge of melancholy washed over Zabuza's heart, a surge of fervor quickly followed. No matter the disparity for one such as Zabuza, it can be bridged. He must not allow the position of Mizukage to fall into the hands of those foolish members of the Kaguya clan. Otherwise, the future of the village will plunge into deeper darkness. Zabuza gritted his teeth, resolved, and a roar shattered the silence. This was the voice of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Mist Ninjas, assemble. He rose, leaping forth, landing before Kaguya Otsutsuki, lifting his gaze to meet the piercing stare. Kaguya Otsutsuki followed the gaze and clearly discerned the visage of no more decapitation, before swiftly scanning the others. It was only when he noticed a peculiar expression concealed beneath a mask, one that was surreptitiously observing Nohara Rin, that he felt a sense of reassurance and clenched his fists. White Zetsu had gone unnoticed. At this moment, the fate of the hidden Mist Village was entirely in his hands. Simultaneously, the historical narrative of the ninja world underwent a profound transformation. The trajectory of shinobi history had significantly altered, favoring the hidden Mist Village, granting it double the exchange opportunities. An unexpected boon? Chapter 9, The Dance of Uchiha Madara and the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Nohara Rin. This little brat must not be allowed to run rampant any longer. Deep within the dim and shadowy cave, Uchiha Madara slowly rose, his eyes igniting with a long-lost sharpness. The Sharingan had faltered, White Zetsu's assassination had failed, and he, Uchiha Madara, had lost control over Nohara Rin. If, under Kaguya Otsutsuki's stubbornness, they truly approached the vicinity of Konoha, his plans would face substantial hindrance. The aura of killing intent surged within the cave. It was unexpected that a plan years in the making could be disrupted by a seemingly insignificant insect. Uchiha Madara had never truly regarded Kaguya Otsutsuki, even though he was of the Kaguya clan, and possessed the so-called early fern dance. Yet, for someone as near divine as Uchiha Madara, it was nothing of consequence. Though he was a dying man, his withered body having long evaded the blade, eliminating a mere brat posed little challenge. Uchiha Madara placed a hand, riddled with wrinkles and veins, upon the conduit connected to his spine. With a soft sound, A tube fell limply, further diminishing his already scant vitality. His aged white hair cascaded down, and the bluish veins became all the more pronounced. Despite his trembling and frail hand, it did not cease its movement. With another soft sound, his once merely aged body suddenly appeared gaunt and desiccated. Yet, the master of this frail form displayed no flicker of emotion in his eyes. Uchiha Madara was indifferent to the loss of vitality, even in his weakened state. He was more than capable of slaying Kaguya Jukutsu. A series of strange sounds echoed throughout the cavern. Suddenly, these sounds dissipated abruptly as Uchiha Madara halted his actions. A ripple of disturbance surfaced in his calm eyes. 1,000 miles away, Kaguya Jukutsu had commenced the ritual to seal the three tails, compelling Uchiha Madara to cease his movements. Kaguya's direct actions have, quite fortuitously, crossed my threshold, invoking the power of the Jinchuriki. Is this mere coincidence, or does he possess some hidden knowledge? Uchiha Madara shook his head with a faint smile. How could this be possible? Neither White Zetsu nor Black Zetsu would ever betray their own. How did Kaguya Otsutsuki come to know of my plans? Dismissing such thoughts, Uchiha Madara reconnected the conduit to his body, his expression relaxed and filled with anticipation. Uchiha Obito, let me witness the extent of your growth. Kaguya Otsutsuki, your might is insignificant in the face of the Manjiki Sharingan and would release. Outside the bone forest. Kaguya Otsutsuki glared with her wide eyes, speaking coldly. Just moments ago, an Uchiha attacked me using the Sharingan. Under the chaos of the Genjutsu and the disruption of chakra, I was compelled to unleash such a formidable secret technique. Now, the fate of that Uchiha remains uncertain. Therefore, I have resolved to seal the Three Tails Jinchuriki as a precaution. Upon hearing this, the Mist Ninja felt a surge of alarm within. Although they had noticed several members of the Mist Umbu suddenly going berserk to attack Kaguya Otsutsuki, they were unaware that the Uchiha was the true source of it all. How had the village hidden in the mist become so negligent, permeated like a sieve without anyone noticing? Furthermore, Kaguya Otsutsuki, a member of the Kaguya clan, known for their weakness in Genjutsu, managed to break free from it. Their gazes grew increasingly complex and filled with reverence. In their hearts, Kaguya Otsutsuki had shed her last shortcoming. The Third Shinobi World War is destined to be her stage. The voice of Kaguya Nara resonated once more, instilling a sense of gravity within all present. Sealing team, are you prepared? The creation of the Jinchuriki cannot be delayed. He continued, Uchiha may not be dead. If Konoha were to learn of this news, the consequences would be dire. As his words echoed, Kaguya Nara observed 3 or 4 ninjas, interspersed among various squads, step forward. Among them was Yamashita To, who had refrained from launching an attack on Kaguya Nara moments earlier. Master Nara, please provide me with the sealing scroll. Kaguya Najiki tightened his grip on the scroll, his voice devoid of emotion. Oh, it was you, Tetsuya Yamashita, who captured my attention just now, nearly leading me into the illusion of the Uchiha. At this moment, I trust no one. Allow me to take charge of the sealing ceremony for the Three Tails. Upon hearing these words, the Mist Ninja were struck by a sense of absurdity and disbelief, instinctively doubting his assertion. However, after several battles, Kaguya Najiki had amassed a formidable reputation, prompting many among them to genuinely reconsider the gravity of the situation. When will the Kaguya clan be able to utilize sealing techniques? While they could reluctantly accept that Kaguya Shinsuke possesses remarkable physical prowess and a formidable bloodline that even withstands the Genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the revelation that he has mastered sealing techniques left them astounded, embarrassed, envious, and filled with jealousy. Sealing techniques, having gradually faded from global renown since the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, are still recognized by any respectable ninja for their terrifying power and the hellish difficulty of their study. Among the Mist Ninjas present, many had attempted to learn these techniques, only to meet with failure. They possess a deeper understanding of the esoteric nature of sealing techniques than the average individual. Yet now, the seemingly inept members of the Kaguya clan witness their younger counterpart, Kaguya Shinsuke, mastering sealing techniques. A primal instinct within them birthed a feeling known as jealousy. They hoped that Shinsuke would falter in his upcoming sealing endeavor, providing them with some solace. However, a blunder could jeopardize the mission. To ensure its success, it would be prudent to refrain from having him undertake the sealing. The Mist Ninjas found themselves in a quandary, yet were too intimidated by Shinsuke's formidable and cold demeanor to voice their concerns. It was then that Yamashita Tetsuya stepped forward, becoming the brave voice of dissent. However, Lord Shinsuke, Kaguya Naoki directly extracted his own vertebra, his words imbued with an unshakable chill. I do not wish for anyone to defy my orders. Should that occur, they will be dealt with as spies. Yamashita Tetsuya lowered his head and continued, Then, Lord Kaguya, may I be permitted to observe from a distance? If any issues arise, we shall address them promptly. Kaguya Neji nodded, allowing the previously breathless fog ninjas to exhale with a hint of relief. Simultaneously, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. They yearned to discover whether Kaguya Neji could truly accomplish the sealing. Under their focused gaze, Kaguya Neji reached into his bosom and retrieved the sealing scroll. Following the recollections in his mind, he clapped his hands, and the vessel containing the three-tailed beast materialized before the assembly. Swiftly, he formed the hand seals, and chakra surged forth. Kaguya Naoki meticulously dismantled the seals upon the vessel. Upon reaching a pivotal moment, his eyes narrowed, and he successfully extracted the three tails. Subsequently, with a rather brutal method, he forcibly integrated it into his clone. The young girl known as Nohara Lin, observing the intricate sealing techniques encircling them, and the gradually stabilizing Jinchuriki of the three tails. The hidden mist ninja felt a tumult of emotions. Indeed, it was truly happening. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. With the creation of the three tails Jinchuriki for consumption now completed, strategic considerations for the next steps were imperative. The ensuing task was to implant this potential ticking time bomb as a disposable asset deep within the hollow heart of Konohagakure. This would herald the resurgence of the hidden mist village's glory during the Third Great Ninja War. Ignoring the intensifying fervor of the atmosphere, Kaguya Naoki cast his gaze towards the slumbering Kakashi Hitaki. Preparations concerning Uchiha Obito were already in place. Thus, it was now Kakashi's turn. I shall make every effort to involve you in the hidden mist. Chapter 10, The Peaceful Ninja, Kaguya Naoki and Uchiha Obito deploy. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, diverting Kaguya Naoki's attention from Kakashi to Nohara Lin. She contorted in agony, her body twisting into grotesque positions, occasionally emitting cries of distress under the onslaught of the rampant chakra. This was the inevitable consequence of the three-tailed seal. However, this was my clone. When she eventually returns, would not the anguish of these memories also be transferred upon me? Kaguya Naoki's expression grew solemn, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. In stark contrast, the other mist ninjas exhibited a sense of exhilaration, with some even eagerly licking their lips. Why not make use of the trash? I am quick. One of the mist ninjas remarked in a rather lewd tone. If it were just Lin from the wild fields, it would be one thing. But that is my doppelganger. Kaguya Naoki felt an overwhelming chill in his heart and immediately reprimanded those around him. The completion of the mission was paramount. If I were to witness you being governed by your baser instincts once more, it would be prudent for you to depart from the Umbu, henceforth. You shall reap what you sow. The mist ninja offered an awkward smile, falling silent as he attempted to suppress the unusual reaction elicited by that call. Yet, under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, it was laid bare for all to see. Apart from a few ninjas who resembled White Zetsu and the red-eyed Zabuza, the rest exhibited a vague and inscrutable demeanor. Some even cast furtive glances at Nohara Lin, clearly lost in thought. Although time was of the essence, our forces had already expended considerable energy and required a moment to recuperate. Otherwise, it would be challenging to sustain our efforts. Let us take a brief respite here. Kaguya Otsutsuki, with a sullen expression, pretentiously retrieved several military rations and consumed them as he strode towards Kakashi Hitaki. The endeavor to persuade Kakashi to join the hidden mist village posed considerable challenges, yet it was not insurmountable. The implications of enlisting someone as formidable as Kakashi, a prime candidate for Hokage, into the mist village were profound and far-reaching. Thus, every obstacle must be surmounted with utmost effort. Numerous strategies existed, however, at this very moment. Tarnishing the reputation of Konoha and forging bonds seemed too distant and imprudent to initiate. The paramount objective was to first gain Kakashi's trust. Without that, all efforts would be futile. What could be more effective in earning his confidence than allowing Kakashi to escape with Lin Nohara, providing him with continuous support and intelligence? Once Obito Uchiha arrived, Kakashi could then eliminate his own shadow clone with his Chidori, bringing this elaborate performance to a flawless conclusion. Approaching Kakashi's side, Kaguya seated himself discreetly, ensuring that no one was paying him heed or daring to pry into his actions. In that moment of solitude, he silently invoked the system within his mind. Consuming one exchange token, he redeemed 10 doses of the blood elixir, a potion beloved by Kaguya for its ability to restore vitality and chakra. The emerald liquid materialized within the confines of his consciousness, and as he prepared to take it, he hesitated momentarily. Kaguya Chiki pondered for a moment, then retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom, stained with Kakashi's blood, to compose a letter. He then carefully extracted the potion and gently applied it to the man's lips. The effect was immediate. Kakashi's eyelashes began to flutter softly, unmistakably indicating signs of awakening. Do not move. Do not open your eyes. Kaguya Naoki lowered his voice, and indeed, Kakashi remained motionless. I am Kaguya Naoki, the leader of this team. Driven by the demands of the mission, I find myself compelled to act, yet in truth, I cherish peace and abhor violence. Therefore, I wish to assist you in your escape. Kakashi's body remained still, but his heart began to race violently. You, listen to me. Kaguya Shinsuke fixed his Byakugan on the movements of the mist ninjas while continuously analyzing the escape routes for Kakashi. After a full minute, he slowly rose, returning to the team as if nothing had occurred. Kakashi quietly tightened his grip on a kunai, chakra surging within him. The dimly lit cave echoed with sounds akin to a countdown. Thud. Exhausted, Uchiha Obito could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Sweat dripped from his lowered head into his eyes, the stinging sensation forcing him to lift his gaze. No, I must rise again. I must adapt to this body quickly to reunite with you, Kakashi. Rin, wait for me. Uchiha Obito propped himself up. 1001, 1002. The limits of his body were not easily surpassed, and Uchiha Obito fell back down, surrendering to the sweat that soaked the ground. So tiring, so exhausting. Approaching his limits, Uchiha Obito's consciousness blurred, revealing a vision. A cold-faced Kakashi stood before him, with a helpless Rin by his side. Obito, why are you late again? Uchiha Obito wished to explain, but Kakashi coldly interjected, you're trailing behind. With that, the illusion shattered, and Uchiha Obito fell forward, to the very spot where Kakashi and Rin had just been. Rin. And that scoundrel Kakashi. Uchiha Obito smirked, straining against the burdensome weight of his body. If I just push a little harder, I will soon see you again. At that moment, a pure white figure suddenly emerged from the ground before him, startling him greatly. White Setsu displayed an unusual urgency, abandoning his usual playful demeanor. Hey, Obito, that idiot Kakashi and Rin appear to be in grave danger. Rin, Kakashi? Uchiha Obito sprang up from the ground, wrapping his arms around White Zetsu, panic etched across his face. You clarify the situation. They have been captured by the Mist Ninjas. The leader is a scoundrel named Kaguya Shinsuke. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's expression changed dramatically. He leaped over White Zetsu and struck the tightly shut stone door with a powerful punch. Ugh! Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his left arm felt as if it might break, yet he summoned the strength for another blow. Boom! The stone door remained steadfast, unyielding, while his arm, crafted from Hashirama's cells, shattered. The voice of White Zetsu resonated behind him. Obito, your current body cannot save them. Allow me to assist you. Where my body? Are you one of Uchiha Madara's subordinates? White Zetsu's form gradually morphed into a vortex, his voice echoing in the cavern. This child is truly remarkable. Don't you wish to save Rin and Kakashi? Thank you. Uchiha Obito clenched his fist and swung it forward. Boom. The seemingly impenetrable stone door shattered in an instant. Outside, Uchiha Madara's eyes glimmered. Obito, are you leaving? Uchiha Obito, with his back to Madara, stated resolutely, I appreciate your help, but I must leave. I must. Uchiha Madara lowered his gaze, revealing no discernible emotion. You were too hasty. It may be too soon to thank me. Uchiha Obito, upon hearing this, turned to face the aged Madara, still unwavering. I doubt I will return. In any case, I've expressed my gratitude. I shall take my leave now. Uchiha Madara raised his gaze, coldly asserting, you will certainly return, Obito. At that time, I will accept your true gratitude. Uchiha Obito, hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. Overwhelmed with urgency, he turned and dashed toward the cave's exit. He aimed to rescue Rin and Kakashi, return to the village, and become Hokage. He would never return here. Observing Uchiha Obito's departing figure, Madara straightened, recalling the visage of Shinja Hashirama. The wars of this world would soon vanish by my hand. Hashirama, in the end, you have lost. Chapter 11, Kakashi, Shinsuke is a good person to me. Upon returning to the team, Kaguya Shinsuke pointed casually, selecting the weakest-looking Mist Ninja, facilitating Kakashi's efforts to seize him. I am severely injured. You take on the Three Tails and head to Konoha as swiftly as possible. The Mist Ninja promptly obeyed, lifting Rin onto his shoulder. Zabuza, witnessing this, turned back to Kakashi, whom he had cast aside, and without hesitation, walked towards him. Kaguya Naoki was poised to intervene, seeking to substitute a weaker individual to assist Kakashi in their escape. However, through the lens of his Byakugan, it was evident that Zabuza Momochi's current prowess was rather mediocre among the present Mist Ninjas, rendering him an average presence within the team. Perhaps it was best to allow him to proceed. Zabuza had already engaged Kakashi, leaving one to wonder just how significant the disparity in their abilities had become. Kaguya Nijiki's gaze was firmly fixed on the figure of Zabuza Momochi, seeking an elusive answer, oblivious to Nijiki's disdain. Zabuza was preoccupied with contemplating how to leverage his ninja sword to counter Nijiki's early fern dance. His favored weapon, the decapitating blade among his 7 swords, felt inadequate. No matter how he pondered, Zabuza could not convince himself that he could triumph over Nijiki solely with that sword. No, that scoundrel must possess a way to overcome him. I shall not be defeated. In a surge of excitement, Zabuza's veins swelled as he leaned forward, intending to lift Kakashi. Yet, despite his current weakness, Zabuza's latent talent was gradually revealing itself. He keenly sensed a shift in Kakashi's chakra, which no longer resembled slumber but suggested awakening. With a swift motion, he prepared to wield his long knife. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Kakashi sprang into action. Earth style, earth flow river technique. Chakra surged, transforming the landscape into a torrent of mud. Zabuza, momentarily unsteady, brandished his greatsword, slicing through the air towards Kakashi's head. Die. The crimson Sharingan flared open, and Kakashi, unfazed, sidestepped the oncoming blade. Chakra continued to flow, the muddy waters ensnaring the ankles of the Mist Ninjas, destabilizing them and forcing them to retreat, Zabuza included. Fortuitously, thanks to the potion provided by Nijiki, Kakashi felt a surge of chakra and silently expressed his gratitude. Simultaneously, he quickly formed hand signs. Earth style, earth flow wall. Clang. The kunai launched by the attacking Mist Ninjas were all blocked by the rising earthen wall. However, Zabuza had already re-engaged, his veins bulging with rage. He cursed loudly as he swung his mighty sword, cleaving through the wall. Behind it stood a panting Kakashi, clearly low on chakra. A cold glint flashed in Zabuza's eyes as he plunged the blade into the ground. He refused to believe that someone capable of executing such a grand ninjutsu could be out of chakra. The blade met no resistance as it sank into the earth. Yet Kakashi before him dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Not here? A chill ran down Zabuza's spine as he released his long knife and pulled out a kunai to defend himself. Just as he suspected, Kakashi emerged from the ground behind him. Whoosh! The mist ninjas did not remain passive. They surged forward to attack, unleashing a barrage of kunai at Zabuz's figure. Bang! Once again, there was only a flash of white smoke. A clone? The onlookers gasped, halting their rapid movements and scanning their surroundings. Where was Kakashi? There. With a furious roar, Zabuza's eyes blazed crimson as he realized Kakashi had reached the outskirts of the mist ninjas, near Rin. Strangely, at that moment, only one mist ninja guarded her. Clang! Sparks flew as the guard, driven mad with determination, lunged forward. Die, leaf scum. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck his neck, plunging him into darkness. The last image before closing his eyes was that of dissipating white smoke. So it was yet another clone. Kakashi had hoisted Rin onto his back, causing a stir among the surrounding mist ninjas. This dazzling display of utilizing clones in conjunction with earth techniques left them all in awe. Truly a remarkable genius. Stop him. Kaguya Naoki pointed at Kakashi Hitaki, who had already hoisted Lin Nohara upon his shoulders. Observing his demeanor, it appeared as if he wished to extricate his very bones. Yet, it seemed that due to the considerable exertion he had just endured, he found himself unable to do so at this moment. Water style, grand waterfall technique. Kakashi Hitaki unleashed a torrent from his mouth, causing the previously startled mist shinobi to lose their footing. Kaguya Otsutsuki seethed with rage. Pursue. The fury that surpasses even Kaguya Otsutsuki is now unleashed. Cursed wretches, daring to mock me, I shall surely sever your head from your shoulders. Whoosh. The mist ninjas transformed into streaks of light, relentlessly chasing after the already weary Kakashi Hitaki. Among them were the white Zetsu as well. At this moment, the gaze of the entire world was fixated upon Kakashi. No one would spare a thought for the forest of bones. Kaguya Naoki's clone enveloped the true Nohara Lin, cautiously navigating through the skeletal forest. Their destination, the land of water. Once this matter was resolved, he could begin persuading Nohara Lin to join the hidden mist village. With his thoughts collected, Kaguya Naoki trailed behind the hidden mist umbu, indulging in reckless idleness. Before them, Hitaki Kakashi sprinted with all his might. Accelerate, accelerate. Beads of sweat continually formed on Kakashi's brow. He was physically exhausted, his chakra reserves depleted, and his body bore wounds from his earlier battle with Kaguya Naoki. Not far behind him, the relentless pursuit of the hidden mist ninjas drew closer. The distance was diminishing rapidly. At this rate, death was inevitable. His chakra was scant. Even at peak recovery, little remained, as he had already expended a significant amount to rescue Nohara Lin. Now, this reckless sprint, disregarding both stamina and chakra, brought him perilously close to depletion. As his chakra waned, Kakashi's cards dwindled as well. Although Kaguya Naoki had aided his escape, Kakashi could not fully trust a ninja of the hidden mist. Yet now, he found himself in a dire predicament. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi resolved to take a gamble. He placed the green potion entrusted to him by Kaguya Naoki against his chest, a kunai pressed against Nohara Lin's heart. What if, just what if, this vial of restorative potion was a deception? Then Kakashi would have no choice but to eliminate his own comrade to prevent her from falling into the hands of the hidden mist and enduring unspeakable torment. Forgive me. Obito, Rin. I have no choice but to gamble. With a gulp, the potion entered his system, a surge of vitality and chakra flooding through him once more. He had not been deceived. Kakashi silently expressed gratitude to Kaguya Naoki. Suddenly, he accelerated, determined to outpace the already weary hidden mist ninjas. Hope flickered within him. As he perceived the growing distance, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Seizing the moment, Kakashi fished out a bloodstained letter. It bore the inscription, to Hitaki Kakashi. From the skeletal path, Kaguya Naoki. Lowering his gaze, he read intently. I am Kaguya Naoki. If you are reading this, it means you have successfully escaped the encirclement of the hidden mist. Time is of the essence. I cannot congratulate you just yet. The hidden mist umbu are ruthless and numerous. I can only inform you that the Leaf Village lies to the west. I hope you can utilize my potion to recover more stamina to continue running. If these umbu remain vigorous, they will catch up to you. And I will have no recourse. At that point, all I can say is that I am truly sorry. Kakashi swiftly absorbed the words, completing the reading in no time. Kaguya Najiki, is he truly a guardian of peace? In Kakashi's heart, a faint whisper of doubt lingered. Yet, assessing actions rather than intentions, Kaguya Najiki undeniably appeared to be a commendable individual in Kakashi's eyes. The skepticism began to dissipate, while trust steadily took root. Kakashi gazed upward at the moon, confirming his orientation. The path he traversed led him directly westward. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he noticed the mist ninjas receding further into the distance. With a long sigh of relief, he refrained from loosening his bowstring, persisting in his flight. Perhaps, with Najiki's assistance, he might truly escape this predicament? Kakashi Hitaki's fate line had shifted, detected as non-mist ninja, with a countdown to defection from the mist village 110. Chapter 12, Kakashi, is it you, Obito? As Kakashi distanced himself from them, the mist ninjas were not only consumed by rage but also gripped by an undercurrent of fear. If Lord Mizukage were to discover that they had been outmaneuvered by a mere captive, leading to their mission's failure, what favorable outcome could they expect? In that moment, many felt the cold sweat trickle down their backs, their throats parched, helplessness enveloping them. At this juncture, Kaguya Najiki stepped forward. Esteemed colleagues, I possess a rare family elixir that can restore chakra and vitality. Today, I shall offer it for the sake of our mission. The mist ninjas, akin to drowning souls, grasped fervently at this lifeline, no matter how slender. In unison, they turned their gazes towards Kaguya Naoki, all mouths agape. Kaguya Naoki extracted a vial of reagent from within his embrace. With the art of water release, liquid manipulation, droplets of emerald liquid soared into the ninja's throat, dissipating fatigue and restoring chakra to its fullest. Press on. Kaguya Naoki spoke coldly, silencing the words of gratitude from the hidden mist ninjas. Their former prejudice against him dissipated, transformed into a genuine respect that transcended mere acknowledgement of his strength. As he sensed the hidden mist ninjas drawing closer, Kakashi's heart sank further. Outnumbered, with ninjutsu, taijutsu, and the Sharingan proving futile against them, he found himself at a disadvantage. The only edge he had, the vitality and chakra bestowed upon him by Kaguya Naoki, had been nearly exhausted. Despair loomed large. Hatake Kakashi was unwilling to concede defeat, desperately ruminating on his options. Kakashi, the voice of Lin Nohara, perched upon his shoulder, broke through softly. Rin. Kakashi suppressed the turmoil within him, opening his mouth only to fall silent once more. The earlier despondency he felt was rekindled by Rin's call, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Though the chances were slim, he resolved to give his all for Rin. Kakashi, they have infused the three tails into my body. Rin's voice trembled with sorrow. Kakashi felt as though struck by lightning, his composure shattered. His calm thoughts crumbled, replaced by a tumult of anxiety. The three tails, he understood all too well what that entailed. The hidden mist ninjas had chosen to make Rin the Jinchuriki of the three tails. A plan all too evident. Their intention was to use Rin as a weapon against Konoha. The chosen vessel, Rin, had little hope of survival. Even if the three tails were sealed, Rin would still meet her end, for the war would inevitably conclude. Rin, even if she lived, would be handed over to the hidden mist. Rin was doomed. Rin. Kakashi's heart twisted in anguish as her pain cry echoed once more. Kakashi, kill me for the village, please. His hands trembled violently as he continued to flee. As long as a sliver of hope remained, he, Kakashi, would never abandon his comrades. His mind hazy, he recalled his father, Ataki Tsukumo, who had chosen to end his own life. Surely, his father had felt the same despair. Moreover, he remembered what Obito had said, those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless, but those who abandon their comrades are beneath even that. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. If he did not kill Rin. Suddenly, a kunai pierced his thigh, jolting him back to awareness as he collapsed to the ground. Feeling the last remnants of chakra fading, Kakashi's mind raced. This was the final moment. He had to make a decision immediately. Kakashi, kill me. Chidori. Obito's face materialized before him, momentarily stalling the chakra surging in his hand. Rin, I entrust you to this. But the pause was fleeting. Kakashi gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Obito, you need not forgive me, but this is the best choice for Rin in the village. Rin, farewell. Obito. I'm sorry I couldn't protect Rin. Chidori. With a sudden motion, Kakashi placed Rin before him. The lightning surged, piercing her chest. The hidden mist ninjas leapt forward, helplessly witnessing the scene unfold. Their mission had failed. The hearts of the hidden mist ninjas plummeted. Fear rendered them silent. All eyes turned to Kaguya Naoki, the commander of this operation, hoping he would offer some words of solace. Ignoring the weight of their collective gaze, Kaguya Naoki activated his Byakugan once more. Gazing into the distance, what came into view was not just the dense thicket of trees, but also a child with a swirling mask, shouting fervently from afar. The cruel irony of historical revisionism was palpable. Once again, this very scene unfolded. Kakashi, Rin, Obito. Kakashi's act of killing Rin was witnessed by Obito, who screamed in despair. Yet, everything had altered. The fates of these three had diverged, all thanks to my orchestration. Kaguya Naoki, suddenly struck by a profound thought, swiftly leapt into action just as the bone clone was on the verge of erupting into a skeletal form. Fire style, great fireball technique. Beneath the searing flames, the traces of Nohara Rin were utterly obliterated, leaving only a grim array of white bones. Noticing that Yamashita Taka had not exhibited any signs of distress but instead wore a peculiar smile, Kaguya Naoki felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then turned his gaze to the fallen Kakashi Hatake. Mere trust in me is insufficient, Kakashi Hatake. You must harbor sufficient rifts with Konoha, otherwise, how can you join our hidden mist village? Sleep cannot yet claim you, Kakashi. Kaguya Otsutsuki effortlessly lifted Kakashi Hatake with a single kick, a vial of verdant elixir materializing in her hand. She pried open his mouth and administered the potion. Under the revitalizing surge of life force and chakra, Kakashi, who had fainted from the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan, gradually opened his eyes. Kakashi, I am Kaguya Otsutsuki. Open your eyes. Kaguya's voice suddenly rose in pitch, causing even the seemingly despondent Kakashi Hatake to perk up his ears. From afar, a haunting scream filled with sorrow and rage echoed, difficult to believe. Rin. No. Athe. You wretched beings, perish at once. Kakashi's eyes widened as he strained to see into the distance. A figure clad in tattered black robes, revealing only a single crimson eye, charged toward him with a ferocious roar. Hearing that familiar voice and witnessing the recognizable silhouette, Kakashi's body began to tremble violently. Obito. Obito. He has not perished. Is this an illusion? I shall become your eyes, aiding you in discerning the future. With my Sharingan, how could I possibly be ensnared in a Genjutsu? Kakashi struggled to steady himself, yearning to unmask the man. Yet, the consumption of chakra and vitality by the Manjiki Sharingan remained unrelenting. His vision gradually blurred, and his body grew increasingly heavy. Kaguya Otsutsuki once again retrieved a vial of elixir and poured it into Kakashi's mouth. Is this truly sufficient, Kakashi? The Sharingan. Obito, how could that possibly suffice? You must also witness the wood release. Otherwise, how could you harbor doubts about your steadfast village? After all, from a common-sense perspective, which other nation in the world possesses the potential to develop wood release besides Konoha? Kaguya Naoki laughed, reminiscent of a villain, and then suddenly shouted, Zabuza, retreat with him. Do not kill him. He holds great value. Observing Zabuza casually toss Kakashi to an umbu, Kaguya Naoki took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the approaching Uchiha youth. The final battle has commenced. Chapter 13, The Battle Unfolds, The Swinging of Bones. Kaguya Naoki slowly withdrew his own spine, as if faced with a formidable adversary. However, the mist Nin behind him clearly held a different perspective. Confronted with such an eccentric and seemingly feeble ninja, they, eager to evade the repercussions from the third Hokage, charged forward. Halt. Kaguya Naoki's furious shout halted the fleeing ninjas in their tracks. However, they had already ventured into the range of the enraged child's assault. Wood release, cutting technique. The surging and frenzied wooden spikes erupted chaotically, piercing through the several mist ninjas with alarming precision. Blood splattered, instilling terror in the hearts of all. Wood release. All the mist ninjas came to a standstill, trembling in fear. Among the 5 great ninja villages, every individual with formal training understood the immense power of the first Hokage of Konohagakure. With 4 ninja villages and tens of thousands of troops, none dared to make a move, solely due to the presence of the Konohagakure and its first Hokage. The 9-tailed beasts, the ultimate weapons of each village, were effortlessly captured and bestowed by the first Hokage. The 4 founding Kaguya, who wielded authority over their nations, never dared to covet Konohagakure, again due to the first Hokage. Mastering wood release, he suppressed the world for decades, etching an indelible mark of invincibility in everyone's minds. The mist ninjas, like rootless weeds, trembled in fear. As they beheld the enraged child charging towards them, they yearned to retreat. Yet soon, the mist ninjas, having their strength partially siphoned away by the wood release, found renewed resolve. The bloodline clan, Kaguya Naoki, the most exceptional prodigy of the mist village. More importantly, the recently emerged bone forest was ample evidence of Kaguya Naoki's might. Perhaps he could withstand the wood release? Clinging to a sliver of hope, they gathered around Kaguya Naoki. Lord Kaguya, Tetsuya has been slain. Lord Kaguya, please unleash that jutsu once more. We cannot withstand this. The voices, filled with panic yet intertwined with hope, reverberated around Kaguya Naoki, igniting a flicker of enlightenment within him. Prejudice is akin to a towering mountain. Yet, when faced with a hero endowed with absolute power, who has repeatedly rescued them from the abyss, even the tallest peaks can be leveled to the ground. As long as I can prevail over Uchiha Obito before me and rescue this group of umbu from their dire straits, no matter the prejudices they once held against me, they will dissipate like mist. The Third Shinobi World War will be the opportunity, my opportunity. Kaguya Otsutsuki's gaze burned with intensity as she fixed her eyes upon Uchiha Obito. With his defeat, the possibilities would be limitless. Kaguya Otsutsuki raised her alabaster skeletal hand, addressing Obito Uchiha. You all, step back. Upon hearing this, the already faltering mist ninjas retreated in unison, creating space. Only Zabuza Momochi stood resolutely beside Kaguya, his long blade raised, his heart tumultuous. I aspire to become the shadow and transform that nation. How could I possibly retreat? He swallowed his trepidation and bellowed, You scoundrel, I am Zabuza Momochi. How could I allow you to cover for me? Kaguya Chikage observed as Uchiha Obito cradled the skeletal form of Lin Nohara, before coldly asserting, I alone am sufficient. That is wood release. How can you manage it alone? Zabuza, his eyes bloodshot, was about to utter more, but the anguished cries of sorrow and rage reverberated once again. You bastards, how dare you take Rin? Not a single one shall survive. Uchiha Obito gently set the skeletal remains aside, then rose to his feet, striding purposefully towards Kaguya Chikage and Zabuza. Beneath the mask of the whirlpool, a pair of eerie blood-red eyes spun rapidly, plunging the hearts of the mist ninjas, which had barely steadied due to Kaguya Chikage, back into turmoil. The Sharingan. Moreover, it was not the familiar Tomo form known to the mist ninjas. It seemed the earlier wood release had provided these shinobi with a crucial hint, and they swiftly recalled the legends from the era of the first Hokage. Uchiha Madara. The eyes that were said to belong to Uchiha Madara. Upon reaching this realization, tremors began to seize their bodies. The eyes of Uchiha Madara. Along with the wood release of the first Hokage, no matter how one looked at it, they seemed insurmountable. Although they were bloodthirsty, mad, and arrogantly proud mist ninjas, confronting a being wielding both the Manjiki Sharingan and wood release, they could not muster an ounce of resistance. When had Konoha acquired such a monstrosity? As long as a village possessed such a being, with both the sage's eyes and wood release, could they possibly face defeat in war? Was our conflict not doomed to failure? An atmosphere of anxiety and panic spread across the battlefield, while Zabuza's form gradually steadied, ready at any moment to draw his blade. Kaguya Naoki remained untouched by the surrounding atmosphere, calmly extracting his alabaster bones. In the dance of the skeletal veins, the dance of the willow. He faced the bloodied wooden spikes that were recklessly swung towards him. Like willow catkins swaying in the breeze, Kaguya Naoki danced gracefully, with a sharp blade in hand. He slashed and twirled with the wind. Crack, crack, crack. Every one of those wild, soaring branches was severed without exception, reduced to fragments. Kaguya Naoki rose to his feet, his body unscathed. Moreover, the dance of the Tang Song of the Bone and Marrow commenced. Kaguya Shinsuke had no intention of halting his advance. His iron-hard bones erupted from his body, piercing outward in all directions. At that precise moment, Uchiha Obito's open technique once again surged toward him, only to be shattered by the chaotic protrusions of bone. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Uchiha Obito's face, which was contorted in a pained, anguished roar. If the initial disruption of his technique had stemmed from his preparedness in the face of his comrade's demise, then the subsequent, flawless defense against his second assault transcended mere fortune or readiness. It was evident that the leader of the Hidden Mist Village possessed the capability to counter a technique that Uchiha Obito deemed formidable. "You scoundrel, let's see you withstand this," Uchiha Obito proclaimed, raising the shuriken in his hand, forming seals with both hands, while gathering his breath. Those familiar with the Uchiha clan understood that this was an omen of an impending fireball technique or some form of fire release. By the side of Kaguya Naoki, Zabuza held a similar belief. Although he found himself utterly powerless against the terrifying wooden spikes, he challenged, "You Uchiha scoundrel, let us see the prowess of my lord Zabuza." Water style, great waterfall technique. From Zabuza's mouth, a light blue stream of water gradually spread and transformed into a mighty torrent. What of its style? "I am swifter than you." A glimmer of pride flickered in Zabuza's eyes. Since the commencement of this mission, he had yet to demonstrate his worth before Kaguya Naoki. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the mask, Uchiha Obito wore a sinister smile. Concealed by the waterfall, he swiftly submerged into the soft earth. "Kakashi. This technique, you taught me. I shall use your own skills to vanquish them. Perish, you mist-dwelling scoundrels." Chapter 14, Kamui, Wood Style. Drought Fern Dance. Uchiha Obito raised his hands, breaking through the sand, reaching out to grasp Kaguya Naoki's ankle. Simultaneously, countless wooden branches extended from his hands. However, this seemingly covert ambush, which appeared flawless to Uchiha Obito, was laid bare under the Byakugan's gaze. Thus, Kaguya Naoki, having anticipated the attack, displayed no hint of panic but instead, as if prepared, drew forth his own spinal bone and thrust downward. The bone pierced through Uchiha Obito's right hand, erupting with blood that stained the earth. The frenzied wooden branches, instead of piercing through the enemy's body as usual, were entirely intercepted by the bone membrane unfurled from Kaguya Naoki's form. In this moment where everything seemed transparent and he himself had sustained grave injuries, Uchiha Obito let out a howl, his senses regaining clarity from the pain. The power surging from his bloodline erupted, as a torrent of information from countless Sharingan flooded his mind. Kamui, vortex, space, teleportation. Everything became clear as day. Uchiha Obito's countenance twisted into a maniacal grin. What style? Insertion technique? The expanding wooden spikes soared upward, compelling even Kaguya Naoki to evade. "You scoundrels of the mist, behold the might of the Uchiha." Uchiha Obito revealed a bloodthirsty smile. With a crash, he erupted from the sand, brandishing a kunai and charging recklessly toward Kaguya Naoki. Seizing the moment, Zabuza swung his greatsword. This strike, an absolute surprise, was immensely powerful and razor-sharp. Infused with unparalleled killing intent, it hurtled toward Uchiha Obito. "You ant, time and again." Uchiha Obito roared, the vortex illuminating as his entire body became ethereal. The sword swipe passed through entirely, missing its mark. As Zabuza's heart trembled in shock, a peculiar vortex reappeared. Die. Uchiha Obito, wielding the kunai, slashed toward Zabuza's throat. Yet Zabuza, a master of taijutsu, managed to raise an arm just in time, intercepting the kunai with his limb. However, the kunai still pierced through his arm with relentless force, aiming for his throat. "I am doomed." Zabuza's veins bulged. But he felt utterly helpless, having reached his limit. A coward kneels to live, while a warrior stands to die. Zabuza lamented his inability to change the fate of his village, yet in this moment, he felt no fear. With a flick of his fingers, under the Byakugan's scrutiny, Kaguya Naoki's 10 finger bones propelled toward Uchiha Obito, targeting his absolute blind spot. Just as Uchiha Obito had recently grasped Kamui, he was still unpracticed. Instinctively, he raised the kunai to block against the sudden ranged attack. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the finger bones inevitably pierced through his body. Thud, thud, thud. The bones embedded themselves into his flesh. Clang. The kunai intended to slice Zabuza's throat was knocked from his grasp. Uchiha Obito collapsed in agony. Ignoring the injury to his hand, Zabuza seized the opportunity to strike at his head. Again, he faded into the vortex. Uchiha Obito instinctively retreated into the vortex space, causing Zabuza's strike to miss. Simultaneously, a white substance enveloped Uchiha Obito's body. What style? Insertion technique? The swirling wooden spikes, like chaotic fangs, lunged towards Zabuza. Helpless, Zabuza raised his long sword, but found himself incapable of countering the scene before him. At this level, even with the executioner's blade, it would be futile. Dance of the Larch. A monstrous being adorned with white bones surged into Zabuza's sight, shattering the wooden spikes with overwhelming force. With no other choice, Zabuza retreated. The battle before him was beyond his participation. If he continued, he would only hinder Kaguya Nariku's performance. He cast a complex gaze toward Kaguya Nariku, akin to many other mist shinobi behind him, silently praying. You must win, Lord Kaguya Nariku. Cursed scoundrels of the mist. Kaguya Najikiri roared. You are truly insufferable. I am of the Kaguya clan. After Zabuza retreated, a crimson light ignited in Kaguya Najikiri's eyes as the memories embedded in his bloodline were completely awakened. Dance of the Tank Song. Uchiha Obito's form became ethereal, evading the assault, only to suddenly materialize again, unleashing a torrent of wood release. Dance of the Corpse Bone Path. Iron Thread Flower. Kaguya Otsutsuki disregarded the soaring branches of the wooden technique, forcefully lashing her spine like a whip in the hope of ensnaring Uchiha Obito. However, it was evident that, possessing the Kamui and having gained a modicum of proficiency, Uchiha Obito would not fall prey to her attempt. Once more, he evaded her strike, the vortex swirling as Uchiha Obito vanished from sight. Kaguya Shinsuke felt no overwhelming disappointment. Seizing the moment, he formed a hand seal, summoning a bone clone to his side, while he himself vanished into the ground in an instant. A vortex reappeared, and Uchiha Obito's lips curled into a smile as his hands reached out toward Kaguya Shinsuke. He had grasped him. You bastard, come with me. Dance of the Pines. Within the swirling vortex, a peculiar smile spread across Kaguya Shinsuke's face. Kamui, when absorbing other entities, requires the user to be a physical presence. This was his singular opportunity. With a series of piercing sounds, the Dance of the Pines erupted, as skeletal protrusions erupted from Kaguya Shinsuke's body, piercing through Uchiha Obito. Yet, that was not all. Since the evolution of the corpse pulse, Kaguya Shinsuke's skeletal structure had transcended the limits of an ordinary human. At this moment, his bones were adorned with fine protrusions, akin to bone spikes. In a normal state, Kaguya Shinsuke could utilize such skeletal enhancements to perform feats that ordinary ninjas would find exceedingly difficult. However, in the midst of battle, these spikes penetrating the human body inflicted far greater damage than mere punctures could achieve. Each bone spike, upon entry and exit, wrought devastation far surpassing simple impalement. With a series of gruesome sounds, the bone spikes retracted, pulling forth a torrent of blood and flesh. Uchiha Obito swayed unsteadily, as a white substance continued to swell and fill his body. Uchiha Obito howled madly, his flesh nearly ravaged clean by the bone spikes. White Zetsu frantically filled Uchiha Obito's body with the white substance. This strike nearly claimed Uchiha Obito's life. Yet, at that very moment, Kaguya Shinsuke, in the form of his bone clone, was pulled into the Kamui dimension by Uchiha Obito. Consequently, the recovering Uchiha Obito erupted into maniacal laughter. Bang! The bone clone formed hand seals and dissipated on its own, causing Uchiha Obito to halt his laughter, only to be engulfed by a fury of mockery. On the battlefield, there was no time to rejoice over the bone clone's ability to withstand the probing of the Sharingan. Kaguya Shinsuke's heart raced wildly. If he were truly able to slay Uchiha Obito, then Uchiha Madara would surely rise from the shadows. Dealing with Uchiha Obito, a mere nin with a knowledge base limited to that rank and combat experience nearly non-existent compared to Kaguya Shinsuke, was certainly manageable. However, Uchiha Madara, a man who now likely stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, could undoubtedly vanquish him with ease. Kaguya Otsutsuki gazed at Uchiha Obito, her expression tinged with complexity. After so long preparing for an adversary, is this all he amounts to? Even with Kamui, he proves to be so utterly inadequate. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Obito, fully restored under White Zetsu's healing, leaped forth from the realm of Kamui. He roared, clasping his hands together, forsaking the feudal technique that was destined to be of no use against Kaguya. Let us see this. A wild madness gleamed in Obito's eyes. And in the very next instant, Kaguya could only perceive a rumbling emanating from beneath the ground. Through her Byakugan, she witnessed chaotic chakra converging beneath her feet in an instant. Kaguya Otsutsuki made a swift decision. Retreat. Retreat. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped into the sky. However, he clearly underestimated the formidable wood release that had once subdued an entire era. Several robust trees, adorned with thorns, erupted from the ground beneath Kaguya's feet, swiftly engulfing vast tracts of land within their attacking range, akin to the onset of a furious hurricane. At that moment, Kaguya had no time to flee. The thorny trees converged towards the center, as if intent on completely devouring him. You wretched mist dweller, this time, you are doomed. The crimson eyes of Obito Uchiha brimmed with exhilarating anticipation. In his gaze, Kaguya, entirely encased by the menacing wood release, could not possibly escape using merely the bones of the Otsutsuki clan. This was a crushing display of sheer power. Kaguya Otsutsuki, meet your demise. Amidst Uchiha Obito's frenzied outburst, Kaguya Otsutsuki remained utterly unperturbed. With a calm demeanor, he made a decisive gesture and uttered softly, Dance of the Early Ferns. In the midst of Uchiha Obito's wild gaze, skeletal forms extricated themselves from Kaguya's body. Subsequently, an entire forest of bones, centered around his being, surged forth with an overwhelming grandeur, expanding in all directions. The towering trees that seemed to touch the heavens, the seemingly invincible would release techniques, and the inescapable prison they created all became mere gestures in the face of this skeletal onslaught. The violently proliferating white bones shattered the pitiful trees, reducing them to a flurry of splintered wood, accompanied by heaps of earth that crumbled in their wake. How is this possible? Uchiha Obito exclaimed in shock, as his form flickered, narrowly evading the piercing skeletal thrust that erupted towards him. Gazing at the bone spikes that pierced the sky, a rare sense of panic flickered within him. This cannot be happening. I cannot truly be losing. He touched his eyes, sensing the potent would release power coursing through him. With both of these formidable powers at my disposal, how could I possibly be defeated by such a foe? Impossible. As Uchiha Obito's eyes whirled, he prepared to formulate his next course of action, but the sharp sound of rushing wind cut through the air behind him. It was Kaguya Otsutsuki. In an instant, he had moved behind Uchiha Obito. Indeed, Kaguya Otsutsuki could effortlessly navigate and swiftly traverse through this forest of white bones. In other words, within this realm of skeletal remains, he was the absolute master. Suddenly, a white bone pierced through Obito Uchiha's body. This time, he was unable to evade it. Again and again, the bone struck. A twinge of fear gripped Obito Uchiha's heart. Kamui, once more, failed to activate. The kaleidoscopic technique, previously regarded by Obito Uchiha as invulnerable in defense, appeared so fragile before Kaguya Otsutsuki. With a wavering gaze, Obito looked at the extending bone tips, his body gradually becoming ethereal. Kaguya Otsutsuki retracted her skeletal appendages, leaving behind a trail of crimson. Uchiha Obito re-emerged from the vortex, launching an assault from behind Kaguya. Yet, his triumphant smirk quickly froze upon his visage as Kaguya vanished amidst the bones, rendering his strike utterly futile. In a fleeting moment, Kaguya reappeared, aiming directly at Obito. This time, however, Obito activated Kamui just in time, disappearing into the swirling void. Within the realm of Kamui, the madness that once adorned Obito's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment. He possessed such formidable power. Why, then, did he find himself in this predicament? No, there was still Kakashi. Obito abruptly recalled that Kakashi remained in the clutches of the Mist Shinobi. He had to rescue that fool at the very least. Obito materialized outside the space. Suddenly, the skeletal appendages surged forth once again. The erratic branches barely impeded their advance before they were poised to sweep across Obito's arm. Kamui, his form dissipated into the fabric of reality. The figure of Kaguya Otsutsuki likewise dissipated amidst the skeletal remains, as the forest of bones blossomed. This battle had transformed from its former brutal confrontation, marked by visceral blows and the spattering of blood. Kaguya Otsutsuki was able to move freely amidst the forest of bones, while Obito Uchiha, with his current power, was utterly incapable of tracking him in time or inflicting any harm. Although Kaguya had acquired the ability to move swiftly, granting him the opportunity to launch covert attacks on Obito, the formidable defense of Kamui rendered any such efforts futile. This tedious confrontation persisted for an extended duration. And even as Obito grappled with sorrow and irrationality, he came to the grim realization that he could not triumph over this tenacious adversary. The Forest of Bones was indeed a formidable and seemingly invincible entity. Obito's heart roared in despair. He truly felt he could not win. As the anguish of impending defeat swept over him, Obito gradually regained his composure, understanding that victory was unattainable. He sought to employ the power of Kamui to rescue Kakashi. However, in the very instant this thought crossed his mind, he discovered that the anew from the hidden mist had already concealed themselves within the Forest of Bones. Kakashi was meticulously protected, leaving no opportunity for rescue. Could he not even save Kakashi? The pain in Obito's heart was excruciating. No. He could not allow Kakashi to fall into that fiend's hands. Obito roared, striving to awaken a more potent force deep within his bloodline, an embodiment of the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. Blood tears streamed down his face as he fervently poured chakra into his eyes, determined to retrieve that foolish companion. He had to. The power inherited from his bloodline erupted in a fervent blaze, yearning to summon a certain giant. Yet, the shackles of the Sharingan proved insurmountable, and he was unable to conjure the final force capable of vanquishing Kaguya. Obito closed his blood-soaked eyes, a tumult of resentment, confusion, and agony swirling within him. This night, he was destined to lose all attachments. Rin, Kakashi, none would remain in this world. Obito. The playful voice of Zetsu broke through at the opportune moment. Let us return to Madara-sama, to learn more powerful ninjutsu, and then, revenge. Revenge? Obito gazed at Kaguya's silhouette, surveying the devastation surrounding him. Mere vengeance would not suffice. Remaining in this world could not fill the void. I shall create a realm where Rin and Kakashi exist. I shall put an end to this world's absurd darkness and warfare, forging a better world. As if sensing Obito's innermost thoughts, Zetsu once more enticed him. Rin and Kakashi can return. Madara-sama will provide you with the answers. Obito, with tear-stained eyes, stared at the white substance. I will return with you. Do not deceive me. Kakashi, Rin, wait for me. After his fervent declaration, Obito was engulfed by a vortex, hurtling away from the Forest of Bones. In that moment, a whirlwind of sorrow, resentment, pain, and hope began to swirl within the heart of this young man. In the final instant of departing the battlefield, his naked hatred was cast upon Kaguya Otsutsuki. The Forest of Bones of the Hidden Mist, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. After Obito's fervent cry, the vortex twisted, and his form completely dissipated from the battleground. Kill me? Kaguya Shinkai contemplated the hidden presence of Lin Nohara in the Land of Fire, along with Kakashi, who was about to endure the trials of verbal conflict. Obito, will you kill me or follow me? In your current state, such a certainty is beyond your grasp. Kaguya Naoki chuckled softly as he extricated himself from the skeletal thicket, only to spit forth blood. Once Nozomi could no longer sustain his position in the fray, the Mist Ninjas realized with clarity that they would play no significant role in such a formidable conflict. They sprinted several hundred meters away in a frenzy, fearful that the previously unleashed skeletal forest might inadvertently harm them this time. Master Naoki, you must prevail, otherwise we shall all perish. The white bones danced upon the battlefield, while the soaring green branches were completely subdued, with the droplets of blood erupting from Uchiha Obito serving as undeniable evidence. The ninjas of the Mist Village could not help but feel invigorated. In this moment, the terrifying physical prowess of the Hyuga clan is displayed in all its glory. What a jest this is, such astonishing regenerative abilities. Witnessing the explosive emergence of bones from Hyuga Najiki as they perforate the body of that would release ninja, the Mist Ninjas, who once believed they were on the verge of victory, are now met with an unforeseen turn of events. A mysterious white substance envelopes the would release ninja, restoring him to his former state in an instant. At this juncture, trepidation begins to creep into the hearts of some, giving rise to a sense of insurmountable dread. As the massive thorny trees encase Hyuga Najiki completely, disappointment and despair permeate the atmosphere among the ranks. The Umbu exchange glances, their thoughts diverging. They yearn to escape. Like a dam breaking, the morale of the troops cascades into disarray, and the Mist Ninjas silently begin to retreat. Just then, the bone forest erupts in brilliance. All thoughts, all intentions are severed. Such a formidable technique ought to conquer both would release and the Sharingan, should it not? The Mist Ninjas gaze fervently at Hyuga Najiki as he demonstrates his might, until the appearance of Najiki's bone clone brings an end to their fervor, transforming it into profound admiration. They even revere a mere clone. Lord Najiki's command, take refuge in the bone forest. With that, the bone clone dissipates, and the Mist Ninjas hastily escort Kakashi toward the bone forest. Amidst this encirclement, Hatake Kakashi strives to recollect all he has witnessed in the past. It is indeed Obito. That form, that voice, and the call for Rin, there is no mistaking it. Kakashi feels a mix of joy and anxiety. How can he face Obito when he has failed to protect Rin? Yet, as he recalls Obito's use of wood release, a shiver courses through him. Wood release could never manifest from Uchiha Obito. Kakashi knows all too well the lineage of Obito, whose parents were both members of the Uchiha clan. How could he possess the blood of Senju? This notion is utterly impossible. Then, does his wood release stem from the village? Kakashi, in anguish, closes his eyes, desperately attempting to extricate this thought from his mind. However, the more he strives to suppress it, the more it proliferates like wild grass, escalating into a tempest within his heart. At this very moment, it only requires a spark to ignite the inferno. Lord Najiki! A tumultuous cry arises from the side, compelling Hatake Kakashi to open his eyes and behold the man slowly manifesting from the bones. Even in the pursuit of truth, survival must take precedence. The strain of maintaining his Mangekyo Sharingan finally overwhelms him, and he succumbs to slumber. Just then, Hyuga Najiki descends. Chapter 16. Kakashi, you have witnessed the leaf in darkness. Only when a figure adorned in tattered clothing and still wearing a mask came into their view did the air erupt with cheers that soared to the heavens. Lord Najiki! Lord Najiki! The Mist Ninjas, bloodthirsty, cold, and ruthless, simultaneously harbor an unparalleled reverence for strength. Gazing upon the silhouette of Hyuga Najiki, they fervently shout, what of the sage's eye? What of the wood release body? Did not this esteemed member of the Hyuga clan effortlessly subdue adversaries possessing both of these extraordinary bloodlines? This individual, merely 14 years of age, someone murmurs, their words echoing in the ears of other ninjas, momentarily halting the cheers. Indeed, such formidable achievements render them forgetful of one critical detail. This individual is only 14. Some bloodthirsty Umbu scream with wild enthusiasm, while others, with more perceptive minds, begin to ponder the future. Kaguya Naoki, this most resplendent genius, is destined to become yet another luminous benchmark on the battlefield. Much like the legendary Sannin of the Second Shinobi World War, or the illustrious Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, at the zenith of his prowess. Prior to this moment, they harbored concerns regarding formidable individuals akin to Minato within the Hidden Leaf. However, after witnessing Kaguya Naoki's absolute power, their anticipation for the day when the two would clash grew palpable. The beleaguered Hidden Leaf now awaited domination by the Hidden Mist. While they indulged in these fantasies, another Mist Ninja hesitantly spoke up. If memory serves correctly, Lord Kaguya Naoki, is there still room in your team? The utterance plunged the room into an immediate silence. Was it truly so? They lowered their heads, their fervor now tinged with an array of other meanings. Although the political acumen of the Mist Ninjas was notably lacking, they swiftly gauged the political ramifications of standing before a figure of such strength. The Mizukage, the unquestionable sovereign of the Hidden Mist. The political implications of such a powerful ninja would undoubtedly resonate deeply within their village. The notion that there might still be vacancies in Kaguya's team left no room for unworthy thoughts, joining his ranks. But before the seed of this thought could flourish, one among them furrowed his brow and cautioned, do not forget, he hails from the Kaguya clan, and you. Who are you? With those words, the impulse dissipated, and their gazes turned complex. As common ninjas, they were fated never to join Kaguya's team. Any deviation would signify the gravest betrayal for the commoners, incurring harsh repercussions, even if they were to endure such discrimination. What would it matter if this esteemed figure ascended to the position of Mizukage? The Kaguya clan's Mizukage would only exacerbate the village's turmoil. A coup was inevitable. At that juncture, what significance would it hold to follow this esteemed individual? They indulged in the inertia of their thoughts, envisioning a future where the Kaguya clan reigned as Mizukage. Yet, before anyone could intervene, they instinctively dismissed such notions from their hearts. That was Lord Naoki. How could any other member of the Kaguya clan compare to him? Through their recent interactions, they had come to understand that he was unlike the other Kaguya clan members. On the contrary, he seemed to possess insights and perspectives that surpassed those of the Mist Ninjas. Should he ascend to the position of Mizukage, perhaps the future would not be as bleak as they had anticipated, but rather herald a new era for the village. The Mist Ninjas exchanged furtive glances, silently burying this thought deep within. No one would believe such sentiments if voiced aloud. Yet, with this esteemed figure emerging on the battlefield, perhaps he could indeed alter entrenched perceptions. The hidden mist truly stood in need of transformation. Kaguya Shinjiki endeavored to straighten his posture, casting a glance at the fervent Mist Ninja surrounding him, as a peculiar sentiment began to swell within his heart, gradually nurturing a sense of ambition. Yet, this lofty aspiration was swiftly doused in a chill of despair. Would such a scene of fervor ever be replicated? Previously, Kaguya Shinjiki had intended to rely on the merits he accrued during the Third Shinobi World War to garner prestige and followers, ultimately seizing the position of Mizukage. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. His performance against Uchiha Obito had been so valorous that it now posed a significant question. Would Uchiha Madara even permit him to tread upon the battlefield? Kaguya Chikage let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the inherent flaw of the Kaguya bloodline. Once a battle commenced, he could not help but unleash his full power uncontrollably. Initially, this did not appear to be a significant concern in his plans, for Uchiha Obito possessed the formidable Meijiki Sharingan and would release techniques. In his earlier estimations, Kaguya Chikage believed that merely preserving his own safety would be an impressive feat. However, to his surprise, Uchiha Obito now seemed exceedingly weak. Under the influence of the Kaguya bloodline, the battle-hungry Kaguya Chikage fought with all his might, nearly killing Uchiha Obito on multiple occasions. With the diecast, he could only await answers upon returning to the Land of Water. He hoped to at least attain the rank of a squad leader. Once, owing to his Kaguya lineage, he had been labeled a mindless individual and had even dared to dream of being appointed as the commander of the Mist Village under Uchiha Madara's arrangement. Now, in retrospect, such aspirations seemed utterly unattainable. Kaguya Naoki reigned in his wandering thoughts, casting a complex gaze upon the inhabitants of the hidden Mist Village. Evacuate the Land of Fire. A chime resonated. Mission concluded. Commencing settlement. Capture of Nohara Lin successful. Attempting to implant the Three Tails Jinchuriki within Nohara Lin failure. The Three Tails Jinchuriki was released in Konoha, failure. Capture of Kakashi and Nohara Lin, both possessing significant potential, awarded additional rewards. Exchange opportunities increased by 1. Notably, it has been detected that the perception of you by the Mist Ninjas and the legendary ninja Zabuza has greatly improved, granting further rewards. Exchange opportunities increased by 1. An unexpected delight awaits. Before undertaking the mission, Kaguya Naoki was already aware that the generous rewards of this task were not destined for him. He was fated to complete only the first phase. Therefore, witnessing the 2 opportunities for rewards slip through his fingers did not evoke any negative emotions within him. However, what Kaguya Naoki did not anticipate was an unexpected twist that would allow him to obtain the rewards after all. Alas, Kaguya Naoki felt the weight of his own body and couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. After recklessly indulging in the remnants of his lineage for over a decade, he finally began to exhibit signs of bloodline disease. However, he was not inclined to expend his precious chances for redemption at this moment to acquire a means to delay the affliction. Kaguya Naoki sought to further test the limits of his own body, aiming to make the most of this opportunity to delay the onset of his bloodline disease. After all, during the impending Third Great Ninja War, the instances of overexerting the Shikatsu Myaku would only increase. If he failed to accumulate enough exchange opportunities, it would spell disaster for him. Kaguya Shinsuke took over the unconscious Kakashi from a Mist Ninja's back and turned to the silent Zabuza, saying, "Let us proceed." The Mist Ninjas collectively gathered their thoughts and nodded in unison, dispersing into the depths of the forest. On the journey back, devoid of White Zetsu's assistance, the number of Konoha ninjas surged significantly. Fortunately, Kaguya Shinsuke possessed the Byakugan of the main family, which, apart from one instance where he inadvertently caught the attention of the Hyuga branch due to their Byakugan's field of vision, posed no danger. Upon reaching the coastline, the Mist Ninjas once again split into smaller teams. Beside Kaguya Shinsuke stood no one other than the solitary Zabuza and the slumbering Kakashi. He casually retrieved a vial of emerald green potion and, under Zabuza's somewhat regretful gaze, poured its entirety into Kakashi's mouth. Observing the quivering eyelashes, Kaguya Shinsuke spoke leisurely, "Ataki Kakashi. Let us converse. I am Kaguya Shinsuke, and I trust you would be willing to share a few words with me." Kakashi opened his eyes, gazing at Kaguya Shinsuke. His face ashen. He disregarded Zabuza's astonishment at Kakashi's compliance. Kaguya Naoki spoke first with a smile. "Kakashi, Why didn't you reveal the existence of the Mangeki Sharingan and would release such formidable powers earlier? Kakashi Hatake fell into silence as Kaguya Naoki relentlessly bombarded him with questions, akin to a rapid-fire barrage, striking at the stronghold of Kakashi's mental defenses. Moreover, he is still your comrade? Might you disclose his name? If you are willing, I shall share pertinent intelligence. Deep within, Kakashi desired to reject Kaguya's proposal, yet the allure of the information proved irresistible. A mere name, after all, would be but a simple reach for these mist shinobi. After much hesitation, Kakashi finally spoke in a hoarse voice, Uchiha Obito. Thus, the Sharingan you possess originates from Uchiha Obito? Kakashi hesitated briefly but nodded, following his initial response to Kaguya's inquiry. The seemingly impregnable fortress of his mental defenses had already begun to waver. Yet, he remained oblivious to this shift. But was Obito already deceased on the battlefield of the Land of Earth? Why then does he resurface today? Kakashi's heart twitched. He too yearned for the answer to that question. And does a member of the Uchiha clan truly wield the ability of would release? Kakashi clenched his fists, reluctant to delve deeper into these troubling thoughts. Having witnessed a portion of the darkness within the village, Kakashi felt a twinge of fear. He was unwilling to unveil the entire truth. However, Kaguya would not grant him such an escape. With a derisive laugh, he uttered words that pierced the heart. When did the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan reach such harmony that intermarriage became possible? So, is it true that Konoha has been conducting experiments with would release? They must have a successful specimen. Kakashi's teammate, Uchiha Obito? As his words fell, a mechanical voice echoed. Kakashi Hatake, your fate line has diverged. Detection indicates you are not a mist shinobi. Countdown to defection to the Mist Village, 110. Chapter 17, Kakashi, Konoha has forsaken you. Just as they did your father. Kakashi Hatake tightened his fists, gritted his teeth, and closed his eyes. Kaguya Otsutsuki's demonic whispers coiled around his ears, igniting a torrent of conjectures and thoughts within Kakashi Hatake's mind. No. Kakashi abruptly opened his eyes. This venom, potent enough to shake his very faith, was something he vehemently sought to evade, striving to expel those thoughts from his consciousness. Yet Kaguya, who was relentless in her pursuit to forge an intimate bond with Kakashi, would undoubtedly not permit such a thing to transpire. Kakashi-kun, I too am loath to entertain such malevolent speculations before a ninja of Konoha like yourself. Kaguya Otsutsuki sighed and shook his head, as if expressing regret over the situation. Yet, that was would release, the very ability possessed by the first Hokage. One must wonder. During that era, who could possibly inflict harm upon the first Hokage? Kakashi, unable to block out the words, silently listened, while an inner force compelled him to continue. Faced with Kaguya's probing questions, he remained silent. Indeed, it was inconceivable. The first Hokage was an invincible entity. The history recorded in all the academies across the 5 great ninja villages clearly states that the first Hokage, with his would release, was unparalleled. No one could have harmed him, except for Uchiha Madara, who had long since been slain by the first Hokage himself. Moreover, is it not true that the remains of the first Hokage are meticulously safeguarded by your village of Konoha? Is it possible that we, from the other ninja villages, still have a chance to seize his remains? Kaguya's figure leaned forward, her increasingly elevated tone entwining itself around Kakashi Hatake's ears. This experiment was destined to unfold solely within the confines of Konoha, and the would release emanating from Obito Uchiha could only be a testament to Konoha's prowess. A battle hero long deceased, a champion who had never disclosed his survival to you. How could he re-emerge? Moreover, he appeared precisely at the moment you chose to take Rin's life? Kakashi's heart trembled violently, nearly exploding with emotion. Bonds, the village, his father, images and conjectures flooded his mind in rapid succession. Kakashi Hatake closed his eyes once more. He was reluctant to admit that he truly harbored doubts about the village for which he would sacrifice everything. Kakashi Hatake's fate line had diverged, indicating that he was no longer a mist ninja, and the countdown to his defection to the mist village began, 210. Kaguya's eyes shimmered with a subtle excitement as she prepared to relentlessly strike at Kakashi's gradually vulnerable spirit. At that moment, however, Kakashi, who should have been shattered by the assault on his heart, suddenly opened his crimson eyes. Despite his evident distress, he suppressed all emotions surging within him and turned to Kaguya, this ambiguous ally and adversary, and forced himself to inquire with a semblance of calm. So, what is your objective, Kaguya? What do you aim to achieve with these actions? A flicker of determination ignited in Kakashi's gaze. If you expect me to betray my village and join you in the hidden mist, you might as well abandon that hope. I, Kakashi Hatake, will never forsake my village. Kaguya Naoki let out a derisive laugh, shaking his head. I have never harbored the expectation of causing you, Kakashi, to betray today. With a shift in tone, Naoki grew serious. Hatake Kakashi, a kaleidoscope of hatred towards the hidden mist and a master of would release. Does he not warrant my efforts? Once more, Hatake Kakashi fell silent. For the sake of the village? Momochi Zabuza's gaze revealed a complex array of emotions. The character Kaguya Shinji, along with Momochi Zabuza, experiences a shift in destiny. Identified as a mist ninja and acquires one exchange fragment. Kaguya Otsutsuki, heedless of her surroundings, continued to gaze at Kakashi as she spoke plainly. I desire peace. Yet I cannot bear the thought of such a being, endowed with absolute power, constantly watching over our village. Kakashi Hitaki nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely declared, if you seek to exchange intelligence with me, that is utterly out of the question. It is a fundamental principle of the Leaf Ninja. Kakashi sighed inwardly. To engage in an exchange of information with a mist ninja like Kaguya Otsutsuki would inevitably lead to defection, merely a matter of time. Kaguya Shizuki chuckled softly, remarking on Kakashi's astuteness. Indeed, I wish to engage in an exchange of intelligence, albeit solely concerning Uchiha Obito. What say you? Hitaki Kakashi shook his head, remaining non-committal. Kaguya Natsuki let out a soft sigh. Initially, she wished to preserve a glimmer of hope for Kakashi regarding the village of Konoha. However, it has now become evident that she must unveil the truth behind it all. A bead of cold sweat instantly trickled down Kakashi's forehead. Is there more evidence? Kakashi instinctively recoiled from the reality presented before him. Yet, reason urged him to listen further. If he wished to escape further manipulation and salvage Obito's fate, he must heed her words. Hitaki Kakashi opened his ears wide. Upon witnessing this, Kaguya Nara's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned towards the somewhat distracted Zaibujan. Touty Zaibujan retrieved the mission scroll. In the past, he might have felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards the cold demeanor of Kaguya Naru, perhaps even cursing him for his sluggishness. However, today, he straightforwardly produced the mission scroll from his backpack. This transformation went unnoticed by anyone, yet it undeniably occurred. Kaguya Naoki received the mission scroll and casually handed it over to Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi-kun, please take a look. Here's the mission scroll, followed by the mission log. Kakashi Hitaki accepted it in silence and meticulously perused its contents. Kaguya Naoki's gaze fell upon the scroll, meticulously elucidating the details for Kakashi, page by page. The first page outlined the route through which the Third Mizukage orchestrated our incursion into the Land of Fire. Just as Hitaki Kakashi was about to casually flip to the next page, Kaguya Naoki spoke with earnest intent. Not a single member of the Umbu was lost, nor was a leaf ninja detected during this operation. Kakashi's hand trembled slightly, a flicker of indignation igniting in his eyes. Had there been some forewarning, he and Rin would not have met such a fate. The second page revealed the route provided by the Mizukage for our assault on your encampment. Again, not a single Umbu was lost, nor was a leaf ninja discovered. Kakashi's hand became utterly rigid in the air, for the astute ninja had already inferred the remaining implications. They had invaded what should have been a heavily fortified stronghold, effortlessly capturing both Nohara Rin and himself, Kakashi. As expected, Kaguya Naoki smiled as he spoke. A place that ought to have been fiercely defended offered virtually no resistance, allowing us to easily seize Nohara Rin and you, Kakashi-kun. Kaguya Naoki settled down, leaning forward as if continuing a conversation with Kakashi as though they were the closest of friends. After several days of traversing the heart of the Land of Fire without encountering any Konoha ninja, they effortlessly breached a camp that should have been under tight security. Kakashi felt a growing weight in his heart. Kaguya Naoki was the very gravity pulling him into despair. You might even consider that these mission scrolls and logs were meticulously fabricated for your sake. Kaguya Shiraki's voice suddenly rose in pitch as she addressed the ever-moving Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, cease your self-deception. Your intelligence has surely led you to the truth. Our covert incursion into the Land of Fire has been completely unveiled to Konoha. Thus, our journey has faced no resistance whatsoever. Even upon breaching your fortified encampment, your resistance was but a mere token gesture. Konoha has forsaken you, Kakashi Hitaki, and has abandoned Rin Nohara. Kaguya Otsutsuki slightly moderated his tone, mocking as he did so, just as they once abandoned the White Fang of Konoha. Every action taken was ostensibly for the sake of securing a brighter future for the village. Kakashi paused, swaying slightly, his eyes devoid of focus. All conjectures were not without foundation. Rather, they were grounded in discernible evidence. Perhaps, in a certain sense, this was the truth. Two visages simultaneously surfaced in Kakashi's mind, one shrouded in bandages, the other adorned with a smoking pipe and a vibrant red hat. Was it you? Kakashi murmured within himself. Noticing Kakashi's distraction, Kaguya felt a surge of delight, gritting his teeth as if restraining a tempest of rage. Kakashi, he began. If I were to question the malice behind Konoha's actions, it would be rather naive. I merely seek to strike a bargain with you, to obtain information regarding the Mangeki Sharingan. This time, Kakashi did not immediately refuse. He began to ponder earnestly. Should he acquiesce? No. There are still those I wish to protect within the village. He lifted his gaze, speaking with solemnity. I cannot guarantee that you would persuade Obito to launch an assault on the village as effortlessly as you have convinced me today. Thus, I must decline. Kaguya Otsutsuki let out a derisive laugh. Pray tell, if it were not for your own eyes witnessing the entirety of the events, how could you possibly place your trust in me? Merely based on the scroll? Kakashi Hitaki instinctively shook his head. Indeed, had he not personally observed the various anomalies, he would never have believed Kaguya Otsutsuki's words. Seeing is believing, while hearing is mere illusion. Even if I were to divulge my intentions, you would find it hard to believe, for our relationship is merely one of mutual exploitation. Kakashi, do not hesitate. After all, the once heroic Uchiha Obito now scurries like a rat in the shadows. Kaguya Naoki leaned closer to Kakashi's earlobe, whispering softly. Creatures like mice are ill-suited for Konoha. Think of your father, and ponder, am I not correct? Kakashi Hitaki remained silent, his fist clenched tightly. As for Uchiha Obito's fate, whether he lives or dies, is a matter that requires no further elaboration for the future of the village. Allowing comrades and one's father to perish under the schemes of certain high-ranking officials, is this your ninja way? Kakashi's breath became heavy, clearly shaken. The trajectory of Kakashi's fate had shifted. It was detected that he was a non-mist ninja, with a countdown to his defection to the Mist Village, 310. Chapter 18. If I do not sever ties, this shall be my path. I have made my decision, Kakashi rasped, struggling to suppress a torrent of emotion. The usually composed and unfeeling Kakashi could no longer mask the tumult within. Mist, Kaguya Naoki. As his words lingered in the air, a gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves of Konoha to flutter down. Unlike the warm visage of the third Hokage that once filled his vision, he now saw Kaguya Naoki. Yes, I am here. Naoki responded, placing his hand upon a jagged stone, concealing his own tension. Receiving an answer, Kakashi pressed on, his voice rough as though rasped by sandpaper. Information exchange is permissible. However, it is limited to Obito. With that, he immediately shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the two figures from the mist, allowing bitterness to wash over him. Yet, he had made a decision to betray his village. The wind continued to blow, and on either side of the falling leaves lay contrasting emotions. Kaguya's lips slowly curled into a smile. Beside him, Tao Zai Bujan widened his eyes in astonishment. Kakashi, that brilliant genius of Konoha, had truly defected from the village in such a tangible manner? Kaguya Naoki, this fellow, has truly accomplished it. Zabuza gazed at Kaguya Naoki with a hint of admiration, seemingly resolved as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. Kakashi, slightly masking his own lapse in composure, finally opened his eyes and continued to speak. Should I require any actions for probing? I trust you from the Mist Village to execute them. The course of history in the shinobi world has shifted dramatically in favor of the Mist Village, granting one additional opportunity for exchange. Ignoring the mechanical voice, Kaguya Naoki nodded without the slightest hesitation. As for intelligence, he remained indifferent. The information on Uchiha Obito was notoriously difficult to acquire, and Kakashi's pursuit was destined to be in vain. From the very beginning, Kaguya Naoki desired nothing more than the presence of Kakashi himself. The prospect of the sixth Hokage joining the Mist Village elicited a nearly uncontrollable urge to laugh from Kaguya Naoki at the thought of such a possible future. However, alas, Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh within his heart. Although Hatake Kakashi had agreed to exchange intelligence, he remained a defector from the village. However, the progress of Kakashi's betrayal of Konohagakure had not changed. This subtly indicated that Kakashi still harbored a glimmer of hope for the village. To shatter this hope, one would need to witness even greater unforeseen events. Gathering his thoughts, Kaguya Naoki turned his gaze back to Hatake Kakashi, who appeared relieved after making his decision. Kakashi, then what shall be the method of our intelligence exchange? Kakashi immediately responded, as if he had already contemplated the matter. I have several ninja hounds at my disposal for summoning. They possess the ability to articulate human speech and can carry intelligence scrolls. As for your identity, I will arrange everything in advance, so there is no need for you to worry. Kaguya Naoki nodded, and a warm smile emerged from behind the mask. So be it. Kakashi-kun, upon returning to the village, be sure to investigate thoroughly, and do your utmost to survive. The war is far from over. Kakashi's tone was somewhat indifferent in response to the concern expressed by the Mist Shinobi. Furthermore, Kaguya Shinsuke abruptly halted his words, swallowing the phrases that lingered on the tip of his tongue. He had initially intended to reveal to Kakashi the fact that Lin Nohara was still alive. However, one must truly experience the depths of despair to appreciate the rarity of light. Observing Kakashi gradually consumed by sorrow and darkness, Kaguya silently offered an apology within his heart. Kakashi, I am truly sorry. For the sake of maximizing my own interests, I must sacrifice you once more. Yet, trust me, that day is not far off. Once Lin Nohara safely reaches the land of water, I will arrange for a moment of intimate conversation between you two. I wonder what choices you will make regarding Konoha. Lin Nohara, and me at that time? Noticing Kaguya's silence and the unspoken words left unvoiced, Kakashi tentatively inquired, Can I leave now? Kaguya Naoki nodded slightly. Kakashi immediately turned and dashed into the depths of the forest, swiftly vanishing from sight. As he observed the disappearing figure, the smile that had graced Kaguya Naoki's lips gradually faded, and contemplations of the future returned to his mind. What lay ahead was a return to the village, where he would await Uchiha Obito's judgment. As long as that fellow Uchiha Obito was willing to grant him a position worthy of the battlefield, he would be able to establish his renown. Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh. Uchiha Madara was not one to possess a magnanimous spirit. This impending battle was destined to be fraught with countless obstacles. One could only hope for a smooth resolution. After all, should I slay the Mizukage without a reputation to back it, it would not only appear excessively audacious and treasonous on my part, but it would also lead to the village's immediate descent into ruin. The time required for reconstruction is far too lengthy. I cannot afford to wait. Observing Kaguya Naoki's silent figure, Zabuza Momochi felt an involuntary flutter in his heart. The terrifyingly formidable power and the effortless persuasion that emanated from Naoki made Zabuza glimpse the flowing robes of the Mizukage draped over Naoki's form. Contemplating Naoki's past words that had the power to transform the village, Zabuza clenched his teeth and broke the silence. Naoki, what are your thoughts on the village? Kaguya Naoki paused his thoughts and turned to gaze at Zabuza, whose eyes were filled with countless icy emotions interspersed with a hint of hope. His heart raced. Realizing that this was a pivotal moment, he spoke up. The village will inevitably face destruction. The third Hokage's perspective is far too narrow-minded. Kaguya Naoki paused momentarily, calmly adjusting his collar. I believe it is time for a new leader to guide the village. Suddenly, the previously tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves, crashing towards the shore and obscuring the last rays of the setting sun, plunging the area into darkness. In the shadows, the breathing of Momochi-Sandaya quickened, even becoming somewhat labored. It was not due to fear of the unexpectedly rising waves, but rather the profound impact of Kaguya Naru's seemingly casual words, which were truly astonishing. Momochi-Sandaya felt a genuine sense of tension. Why do you think this way? Kaguya Naoki chuckled softly, a sound that stretched endlessly with the receding tide, stirring ripples of vibrant hues. Zabuza Momochi, you already know the answer, do you not? When I graduated from school, those fellows demanded that I pierce the chest of what should have been a comrade. It was then that I realized this village needed transformation. Zabuza lifted his gaze to Kaguya Naoki, yet his eyes suddenly grew remarkably tranquil. If it were merely this, then how would it differ from my own existence? He spoke with a hint of detachment. Is that all there is? Naoki sighed, continuing to articulate words that defied the common understanding of the villagers of Kirigakure. There is more than just this. Under such policies, the number of available ninjas in the village will dwindle, ultimately leading to its fall from the ranks of the 5 great nations, descending into a state of utter insignificance, vulnerable to oppression. You have witnessed it, have you not? That would release in the Sharingan. Zabuza nodded, momentarily lost in thought. Pray tell, who in the entire village could withstand such a monstrosity? Zabuza questioned uncertainly. The third Hokage? Kaguya Naoki inclined his head slightly, as if in acknowledgement. The third Hokage, a figure who had not taken action since ascending to his position. Could he truly possess the strength to confront one of the world's formidable powers? The legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, the Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Danzo. Could the third Hokage, who initiated the war, withstand the onslaught of these 2 formidable adversaries simultaneously? Zabuza Momochi shook his head. Despite his audacious and reckless demeanor, a shadow loomed over his heart. Would the impending war truly unfold so smoothly? Was the future of the village genuinely so bleak? His gaze gradually ascended to Kaguya Naoki. And with a tone laden with complexity, he inquired, if the path of the third Hokage is misguided, then what course will you pursue? Kaguya Naoki calmly articulated the concept that had been initially conceived in the past, the abolition of the blood mist policy, the encouragement of procreation, and the increase in the number of ninjas. As the saying goes, to increase the number of seats. He envisioned reforms in the economy and people's livelihoods, the reduction of prejudices within the village, and the creation of a peaceful atmosphere to foster bonds. As the saying goes, to improve the quality of the soil. Superior seeds flourish into towering trees within fertile soil. Then, suddenly, a metallic clang resonated, accompanied by a rumbling thunder, interrupting this discourse. Naoki turned around, observing the thick clouds obscuring the sky, while dense lightning ruptured the clouds, illuminating Zabuza's great sword with a radiant gleam. Zabuza's voice, deep yet resolute, echoed amid the thunderous roar. Then allow me, Zabuza, to assist you in ascending to the position of Mizukage. Should you fail, I, Zabuza, will devote my life to ensuring your demise. Toby Zabuza's fate shifted, detected as a mist ninja, earning 50 exchange fragments. Chapter 19, Commander of the Mist, Kaguya Naoki. Please continue reading. Why has T.E. returned yet? The crimson-haired female ninja leaned against the entrance of the hidden mist village, her face etched with worry as she gazed into the distance. Following her line of sight, she found it devoid of presence, despite the return of others. Naoki's team remained absent. Terumi May sighed, her concerns extending far beyond this delay. Although several individuals who undertook that mission had returned, most were swiftly taken away by the Umbu upon entering the village, leaving not a whisper of news behind. This had never occurred before. Such irregularities escaped the notice of others, but how could they elude Terumi May, who had always been vigilant? Naoki, you must be safe. Terumi May silently prayed as she awaited his return. However, as time passed, Naoki's absence weighed increasingly heavily on her heart. Based on the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days, her deductions only deepened her unease. Firstly, this mission was undoubtedly of great significance, hence the Mizukage forbidding any information from leaking. Secondly, the likelihood of success for this mission appeared slim. From the information disclosed by Kaguya Naoki, it seemed this mission was a military operation specifically authorized by the Mizukage against the Hidden Leaf Village. It was well understood that war was imminent. Special operations conducted before the onset of war, if yielding substantial results, would surely be heralded. Yet, from the current perspective, it seemed that this mission had likely failed. With the mission's failure, the commander, Kaguya Naoki, had yet to return. Among all these deductions, one possibility sent chills down Terumi May's spine. If he did not return, it could indeed mean. Leaning against the wall in solitude, Terumi May's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Since her childhood, as a wielder of a bloodline limit, she had only a handful of friends. Among them, Naoki stood out, handsome, radiant, gentle, strong, and seemingly possessing a slight affection for her. Naturally, their bond deepened over time. After graduation, these 2 bloodline ninjas became inseparable, supporting one another. In this desolate, bloody world rife with discrimination, misunderstanding, and betrayal, they found a sanctuary of warmth. The deeper the memories, the more turbulent the ripples they stirred, resonating within the ocean of her soul. Soon, overwhelming worry consumed Terumi Mei's thoughts like a black hole. Her gaze, momentarily vacant, scanned the horizon until a silhouette leaped into view, rekindling the light in her eyes. Is it Naoki? It is Naoki. Terumi Mei sprang to her feet, exhilarated. She hastened forward, ready to leap. Just then, two Umbu approached Kaguya Naoki, causing her to abandon her intentions. Those two rascals. She thought. I'll speak with Naoki later. Kaguya Naoki, the third Hokage requests your presence, the two mist Umbu stated in a gravelly tone. Lead the way. Kaguya Naoki turned a blind eye to the overtly malicious gazes of the two individuals and instead directed his attention towards the Mizukage Tower. A solemn expression crossed his face. Uchiha Madara was no mere saint. During his lifetime, he had tormented the hidden mist village for decades, and at the brink of death. He found himself at a pivotal moment of war. Surely he would not allow the hidden mist village to thrive easily. Kaguya Naoki sighed, influenced by the Kaguya bloodline. He had exerted himself to the fullest in his battle against Uchiha Obito. Given the ease with which he triumphed over Obito, Uchiha Madara's assessment of his own strength must have undergone a significant transformation. In such circumstances, whether Naoki would be permitted to participate in the conflict in Konoha remained uncertain. War, after all, serves as a stage. The most straightforward means for an individual to achieve renown is to establish a formidable reputation through martial exploits. Naoki, who harbored ambitions for a coup at the conclusion of the war, understood well that failing to gain merit and prestige during the conflict would result in repercussions he could not bear. Uchiha Madara, do not be so petty. At the very least, grant me a separate squad. Or, allow me to take part in the battle? Kaguya Naoki pondered silently as he approached the Water Shadow building. Suppressing all emotions, he stepped into the edifice, entered the room, and pushed open the door to the Water Shadow's office. Lord Third, he intoned. Concealing his visage within the shadows, let us discuss this mission, Kaguya Naoki. Kaguya Naoki immediately bowed his head and slowly recounted in detail all the events of the past few days, including the unfortunate incident that allowed Hatake Kakashi to escape his grasp. Having finished his account, he fell silent, patiently awaiting the Third Mizukage's decision regarding the aftermath. Thus, as a member of the Kaguya clan, how could you possibly break free from the Uchiha's Genjutsu? Upon learning of the mission's failure, the infiltration of the mists Umbu by numerous unidentified spies, and the prolonged cooling period of the Three Tails Isabu, the Third Mizukage displayed little emotional response. Instead, he inquired about a matter that was neither critical nor particularly private. Uchiha Madara. Kaguya Shinsuke understood that such inquiries could only emanate from Uchiha Madara, who sought to uncover the truth behind his resistance to Genjutsu. Fortunately, he had long been prepared for this moment. Kaguya Chiki extended her tongue, revealing a distinct groove upon its surface where one could faintly discern a considerable amount of flesh and blood. The Uchiha's illusion was executed with an unsettling slowness. Affording me the opportunity to react, I bit down on my own tongue, successfully rousing myself from the trance. Kaguya Chiku displayed a look of resignation. After all, as a member of the Kaguya clan, it is exceedingly difficult to wield any means of countering illusions. It is only in this manner that one can break free. The Third Mizukage nodded thoughtfully, then spoke in a grave tone. Now, there is another matter of great significance. Is it true that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and would release can coexist within one individual? Indeed, it is unequivocally true. Kaguya Naoki promptly responded. From the inquiries posed, it was evident that Uchiha Madara had partially restored the consciousness of the Third Hokage. This unfortunate leader, a formidable figure of the shinobi world, devoted this fleeting moment of clarity to the diligent governance of the village, while the rest of the time he remained entirely under the manipulation of Uchiha Madara, wantonly wreaking havoc upon everything within the village. This situation indeed poses a significant disadvantage to our combat prospects. The Third Hokage's tone wavered as he lamented. Such a powerful adversary, it seems our entire village possesses scarcely a handful of capable individuals who could withstand him. Upon hearing this, Kaguya Naoki silently scoffed. In the current situation where both Koyomi Mei and Kisame have yet to mature, it is evident that neither of them possesses any strength. The Third Hokage. You truly exhibit an unwavering confidence in your governance over the hidden mist. Naturally, the Mizukage remained oblivious to Kaguya Naoki's thoughts, and with a tone imbued with gravity, he remarked, the sudden emergence of such a formidable force from the Leaf Village could very well alter the tides of battle, leaving our hidden mist village with naught. After expressing his lament, the Third Mizukage was about to continue when he suddenly paused. An insidious gaze swirled within the depths of his mind, and after a prolonged moment, he raised his head to speak in a somewhat mechanical tone. Given that you have triumphed over both the Manjiki and would release ninjas in direct confrontation, Kaguya Naoki, do you possess the confidence to assume the role of a commander? Kaguya Naoki's heart skipped a beat, immediately followed by a surge of exhilaration. The commander? Not only allowing me to partake in the war, but also to ascend as the leader of the mist? Is this the decision of Uchiha Madara? Kaguya Naoki sensed the ominous aura of conspiracy. However, the significance embodied in the title of Mist Hidden Commander inevitably stirred his heart. Chapter 20. You witnessed the transformation of fate. What does the title of commander truly signify? Kaguya Shinjiki is acutely aware that it signifies unparalleled prestige, a potential ascent to the coveted position of Mizukage. Furthermore, what of conspiracy? Even if rejected, Uchiha Obito could effortlessly secure himself a position detached from the battlefield. Yet he too would find it challenging to amass the renown necessary to ascend to the esteemed rank of the third Hokage. Kaguya Naoki raised his head, his eyes ablaze with a fervent ambition. Acceptance, no matter how many conspiracies arise, holds no significance. In the Hidden Mist Village, strength reigned supreme, based on his achievements. He could silence all dissent. The moment Uchiha Madara proposed his ascension to the position of the Hidden Mist leader, the title was effectively his. I choose to accept. As his words resonated, before the third Mizukage could respond, a series of chimes enveloped Kaguya Naoki, plunging his ears into a temporary silence. The fate shift of Pipa Shizuku was detected as a Hidden Mist ninja, earning him an exchange fragment. The fate shift of Suigetsu was likewise detected, awarding another exchange fragment. The same occurred for Akatsuki, Yuzu, Terumime, and several others, each receiving their respective fragments upon detection as Hidden Mist ninjas. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. The transparent frames illuminated the modest confines of the room, gradually extending beyond the windows, akin to a vast ocean, engulfing the entire Mizukage building. This, indeed, signifies a transformation of fate. Kaguya's gaze became slightly vacant, her heart ensnared in a profound shock. Her shoulders felt as though they had suddenly grown heavy. A single decision bore the weight of thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of lives. When did it come to this? Could I truly possess such capability? Kaguya Naoki could not help but sway, reminiscing about his past life from over a decade ago. In his youth, filled with ambition, he faced the disappointment of failing the college entrance examination and found himself in a world worse than that of beasts. Ultimately, he ended up in this realm, where his fate was irrevocably altered. Now, it is their turn. When will I have the power to change the destinies of so many others? Kaguya Naoki clenched his fist, grasping not only the future and destiny but also the weight of responsibility. If that is the case, then I shall undoubtedly alter the fate of each and every one of you. The Hidden Mist should not be a feeble nation, languishing amidst countless misladen islands. Ding. The course of history in the ninja world has significantly shifted, favoring the Hidden Mist Village, granting an additional exchange opportunity. The final mechanical sound resonated, suppressing the excitement within Kaguya Naoki's eyes as he regained his composure and turned his gaze once more to the third Mizukage on the viewing platform. Lord Mizukage, I am fully confident in my ability to lead the Hidden Mist. The third Mizukage nodded mechanically, emitting a sound akin to laughter. Indeed, the youth are fearless in the face of adversity. I, on the other hand, feel quite aged. After a brief pause, the Mizukage continued, 3 days hence, prior to the official commencement of war, I shall announce this decision at the Jonin Conference. Kaguya Naoki felt a faint smile of bitterness at his heart. Yet the joy on his face remained unblemished. The Jonin Conference, indeed, was within the realm of expectation. I fear that after the announcement of this decision at the meeting, those old-timers will erupt in opposition, and then you will effortlessly arrange a logistical position for me. However, such trivial matters are hardly a challenge for me, Uchiha Madara. My accomplishments are. Just as Kaguya Naoki was contemplating using his achievements to sway those Hidden Mist ninjas, the third Mizukage smirked, as if he had seen through it all. As for the reason behind this mission's failure, I shall publicly state that you encountered the Yellow Flash. Being defeated by such a figure shall not tarnish your reputation. Step back and rest. Prepare well. Observing the faint mockery on the third Mizukage's face, Kaguya Naoki had no intention of retorting. There was no rationale to be articulated in the face of a scoundrel like Uchiha Madara. He silently clenched his fists. Yet a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Madara, you truly hold grudges. Turning away, Kaguya Naoki remained in good spirits, anticipating this outcome. He was not disheartened by Uchiha Madara's erasure of his soul means to persuade the other ninjas. The Jonin Conference, the bloodline clans, the civilian ninjas, and the various power brokers gathered together. The ascent of Kaguya Naoki, an inconspicuous individual, to the position of leader of the Mist, is bound to stir considerable commotion. Nevertheless, despite the loss of victories over the Sharingan and Wood Release, I still possess the ability to earn their respect. Uchiha Madara, brace yourself. However, convincing that group may inevitably lead to the exposure of my crucial strategies. Even before the battle commences, I find myself disheartened, as our own has revealed the trump cards intended for surprising triumph to Konoha. Contemplating this, Kaguya Naoki's mood soured significantly, and a sense of resentment began to brew. Uchiha Madara, you truly are a scoundrel. It appears that merely enlisting Uchiha Obito into my ranks may not suffice to balance the scales. The legacy you have left will eventually be mine. Kaguya Nara inwardly berated Uchiha Madara with fervent disdain before pushing open the door to the Hidden Mist's office. At that moment, he abruptly halted, a smirk involuntarily forming at the corner of his mouth. Yukihara Rin has finally arrived. He discreetly activated his Byakugan, casting a covert glance at Uchiha Madara, who bore a peculiar smile. Uchiha Madara, it seems your Eye of the Moon plan has encountered a slight flaw. Kaguya Naoki smiled softly, closed her pale eyes, and continued onward. Although she was slightly behind schedule, she had managed to evade detection by both Black Zetsu and the Mist Village ninjas. Now that she had safely arrived in the land of water, she would be at my disposal. Nohara Lin, possessing the pivotal piece of Uchiha Obito's plan, also served as the fulcrum to sway Kakashi. Her significance is self-evident. Within Kaguya Naoki's strategy, it was imperative for Nohara Lin to infiltrate the Mist Village. The challenge of persuading her, however, should not be underestimated. Kaguya Naoki, beset by his troubles, decided it would be prudent to ponder such matters only after the head coach position was firmly established. He closed the door behind him and strolled forward, glancing through the doorframe to behold the gentle patter of rain. As he approached the entrance, he navigated through the thick mist and faintly discerned a woman with crimson hair, silently waiting beneath her umbrella in the rain. Kaguya Naoki did not hesitate. Despite his aversion to getting drenched, he strode boldly into the rain, making his way towards Terumi-Mei. "Naru, over here," Terumi-Mei exclaimed upon spotting Kaguya Naoki. Quickly waving her hand and rushing towards him, she promptly opened her umbrella over his head, a hint of reproach in her voice as she chided. "Aren't you the one who despises getting wet? Did you not see me?" Kaguya Naoki smiled gently. "I truly did not see anything." Terumi-Mei cast a skeptical glance. "Is that so? With your perceptive abilities spanning such vast distances, how dare you deceive me?" She initially raised her fist in protest. But upon recalling the matter she intended to discuss with Kaguya Naoki, her spirits dampened, and her playful intentions faded away. Observing the gradual decline in Terumi-Mei's demeanor, Kaguya Naoki felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding as she softly spoke. "Naoki, there is something I wish to share with you." Chapter 21. Terumi-Mei, the fog will inevitably meet its downfall. "Naoki, abandon your aspirations of glory in this war, and retreat with me into the shadows. There are numerous advantages to this course of action." Terumi-Mei poured forth her thoughts, a palpable anxiety in her gaze as she awaited Kaguya Naoki's response. "And what are your reasons?" Although Kaguya Chikage was acutely aware of the improbability of persuading her, he refrained from immediately refuting her decision. Since their childhood, the two had shared their lives and supported each other through thick and thin. The choice made by Kaguya Mei must have been the result of her thorough analysis and contemplation based on the existing circumstances, representing her optimal solution. Who is Kaguya Mei? The future Fifth Mizukage, endowed with both exceptional strength and wisdom. Her analytical resolutions warrant careful consideration. Kaguya Mei paused momentarily, feeling a twinge of guilt as she prepared to unveil the persuasive words she had long contemplated, hoping to sway Chikage to her perspective. "Please, don't do this, Mei." Chikage's expression betrayed a hint of resignation. After all, they had been friends who had lived and died together for over a decade. "Your demeanor has already revealed your intent to deceive me, rather than attempting to persuade me with meticulously crafted lies and clichés. It would be far better for you to lay your thoughts bare." Kaguya Mei sighed. "Indeed, I cannot hide the truth from you." She opened her mouth to speak, her expression torn, pausing momentarily before adopting a serious demeanor. "Chikage, if I speak the truth, I fear it may weigh heavily on your heart." Kaguya Naoki shook his head and said, "The fact that you have deceived me is what truly saddens me." "Speak, Terumi-Mei. Perhaps you might convince me." Terumi-Mei let out a long sigh. "Naoki, do you believe that our village will emerge victorious in this war?" Kaguya Naoki cast a surprised glance at Terumi-Mei. Truly. As the fifth Hokage, she maintained her own discernment amidst the fervent atmosphere where others believed that Konoha was weakened and that the Mist Village was destined to prevail. No. She would not falter. Kaguya Naoki stated unequivocally, "Konoha is too vast and too powerful. We shall not emerge victorious." Terumi-Mei gazed at Naoki, offering a brief smile before her expression shifted to one of profound sorrow. "Indeed, Naoki, the village shall not prevail. Yet I find myself even more pessimistic than you." An unmistakable sadness lingered on Terumi-Mei's countenance. "This war of ours is not only destined to fail, but it is also unlikely to yield any spoils. The ultimate outcome may very well be our expulsion from the land of fire, dragging a multitude of corpses back to our village." Terumi-Mei exhaled a deep sigh. With military expenditures slashed, the populace suffers, the land grows increasingly barren, and the nation continues its descent into decay. A village in decline, coupled with an ever bloodier talent cultivation policy. Our future, truly, appears exceedingly bleak. Listening to the words, Kaguya's heart gradually sank with sorrow. Tsukuyami's judgment was entirely accurate. Throughout the annals of the ninja world, the fate of the hidden mist village indeed culminated in such an outcome. Having spent over a decade there, the village had already become his second home, and he was loath to witness such a conclusion. However, this time I am present, though still a solitary force. It should not result in a defeat of such catastrophic proportions. Yet, with the likes of Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and other shadow-level powerhouses in Konoha, even if one were to seek a dignified defeat, it appears exceedingly challenging. Kaguya Hiragi, gathering her somewhat heavy heart, continued to inquire, "What other reasons do you have for wanting me to make such a choice? Surely it cannot merely be due to the potential demise that accompanies the failure of war." Kaguya Naoki shook his head, harboring disbelief. Meanwhile, Kaguya Mei secretly observed Naoki's expression, ready to divert the conversation at the slightest hint of discord. "You are a member of the Kaguya clan. When war breaks out, you will likely be dispatched to the front lines by the battlefield commander, serving as the sharpest spear." Kaguya Naoki remained somewhat indifferent, having long anticipated the injustices and discrimination within the village. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara's unexpected intervention, he might never have had the opportunity to ascend as the leader of the Hidden Mist. His treatment, akin to that of the Kaguya clan, was hardly surprising. However, the circumstances had now shifted. As long as he could convincingly sway the hearts and minds of all at the upcoming conference in 3 days, the fate of the battlefield would rest solely in his hands. Whether to engage in battle, seek peace, retreat, advance, or strike, Kaguya Naoki held the power to determine it all. This, indeed, epitomized authority. Aware that he could command his destiny on the battlefield, Naoki could not help but wear a rather placid expression. Was he truly so nonchalant? Terumi Mei felt a pang of injustice on Naoki's behalf, soon followed by a sense of sorrow. Could it be that Naoki had grown accustomed to such a fate? Filled with sympathy, Terumi Mei became earnest. In the face of such a crushing defeat, how could one survive when thrust forth as the sharpest spear by those pests? With a tone of disillusionment, she expressed, "You are perhaps the most likely to perish on the battlefield." Continuing, she articulated her most vital counsel for Naoki to retreat into the shadows. "If you die, you will never become the Mizukage and change this village. Thus, Naoki, let us retreat together into the background." Terumi Mei, fearing Naoki's stubbornness, hurriedly added, "Moreover, Naoki, most commanders do not regard you, the Kaguya blade, with fairness. The moment you gain fame, it is quite possible that you will unwittingly fall into the traps laid by Konoha in a seemingly justifiable manner." With a sigh, she lamented the lack of faith she felt towards the character of certain individuals within the village, casting a worried glance at Kaguya Naoki. "Therefore, Naoki, for the sake of your life and the village's future, I implore you to set aside your thoughts of venturing to the battlefield, at least for now." Kaguya Najiki was on the verge of revealing that he was about to be nominated as the commander of the Mist Village by the Third Hokage. Yet, as the words lingered at the threshold of his throat, he swallowed them back. If Terumi Mei were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly sacrifice her dignity to implore the elders of the Terumi clan. Thus, it would be wiser to withhold this information from her for now. Indeed, a flicker of hope ignited in Terumi Mei's eyes. "I cannot afford to forfeit this opportunity." Alas, disappointment clouded her gaze as the word impossible hung in the air. For someone as resolute as Kaguya Najiki, it seemed there was no room for negotiation. As for the reasoning behind this, you shall come to understand in due time. Kaguya Naoshi shook his head, unwilling to squander words on explanations. After all, in 3 days, everything would become clear. Knowing this, Kimi sighed. "Then I shall join the battlefield as well, alongside your squad." Kimi emphasized her point and promptly turned around, leaving no chance for Kaguya Naoshi to object. Kaguya Chikuto extended his hand, and in an instant, the vibrant crimson hair hastened away, swiftly vanishing at the end of the street, leaving Kaguya Chikuto no opportunity to speak. How truly remarkable this is. A gentle warmth blossomed within Shinya Kaguya's heart. In this cold, unfeeling, iron-willed village, Terumi Mei stood as his sole refuge. Perhaps, in the future, things may change. Wait for me as I endeavor to transform this village. Kaguya Najiki silently contemplated, his thoughts inevitably drifting to the heroes of Konohagakure, which instilled within him a sense of urgency. He unfurled his umbrella and made his way towards the clan's territory, soon returning to his chamber. Ignoring his exhaustion, Kaguya Najiki promptly activated the system. With battle imminent, merely relying on the Shikatsumi Octa might not suffice against the likes of Minato Namikaze. He required additional techniques. Ice release was one of the strategies Kaguya Najiki intended to employ against Minato, marking the commencement of his bloodline limit endeavors. The first step must be taken. Kaguya Najiki took a deep breath, observing that the exchange count had reached a remarkable 9 times. Without hesitation, he promptly chose to proceed with the exchange. Exchange. Ice Release Bloodline Limit. Chapter 22. The Ice Release Bloodline Limit. Replicating Ice Release Secret Techniques. The mechanical voice echoed, announcing the successful exchange. A pale blue fruit materialized unexpectedly in Kaguya Najiki's hand, catching him off guard. Having never fused with another bloodline limit within the system, he gazed at the peculiar fruit in contemplation. This was a form he had never envisioned. To his astonishment, the Ice Release Bloodline could be encapsulated within a vessel reminiscent of a devil fruit. Kaguya Naoki reined in his restless emotions, took a deep breath, and suddenly bit into the Ice Release fruit. The crisp sweetness resonated with a satisfying crunch. Noticing no adverse reactions, Kaguya Naoki swiftly consumed the remaining fruit in one go. As the coolness began to settle in his stomach, an inexplicable force inscribed certain abilities onto his very genes. Under the influence of this power, the water release chakra and wind release chakra unexpectedly underwent a mutation, intertwining and swelling in a harmonious blend. After a considerable time, this transformation finally subsided, and the 2 types of chakra returned to a tranquil state. Kaguya Shinjiki opened her eyes, sensing the transformation within her body, while simultaneously channeling her chakra. A chilling aura manifested in her hand. Is this the power of ice release? Kaguya Najiki, filled with unease rather than joy, unleashed several attempts, each producing only a frigid aura. Recalling the hand seals of the Mizuki ninja, Kaguya Najiki's hands danced gracefully before he uttered a low incantation. Ice release, ice mirror technique. As his words echoed, the chilling aura intensified, yet it still failed to materialize. Why could it not take form? Kaguya Naoki couldn't shake off a slight sense of foreboding. His gaze fell upon the system, and indeed, the ice-release secret technique materialized before him. Was it truly lying in wait? Was this a sheer waste of exchange opportunities? Kaguya Naoki furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling an old acquaintance he had just bid farewell to. The copy ninja Kakashi. With his pair of Sharingan, could replicate ninjutsu effortlessly. Yet, possessing the even more formidable Byakugan, he should, in theory, find the act of imitation even simpler. Kaguya Otsutsuki began to reminisce, pondering how Kakashi managed to replicate it. The hand seals, along with the flow of chakra, indeed. Hyuga Kaguya's eyes gleamed with intensity as she observed the chakra's movement patterns. By mastering the intricacies of chakra flow and the corresponding hand seals, along with possessing the requisite chakra affinity, one could replicate ninjutsu. The reason why the secret techniques of bloodline ninjas remain unreplicable is due to the unique fusion of chakra properties within their bodies. Now, endowed with the ice-release bloodline, Hyuga Kaguya need not concern herself with such limitations. Kaguya Otsutsuki's brow relaxed, and understanding dawned upon her. Thus, by merely observing with a disdainful eye how Mizuki's ninja performed the hand seals, as well as the corresponding chakra flow under those techniques, she could significantly increase her chances of mastering the ice-release ninjutsu. Theoretically, it was entirely feasible, which invigorated Kaguya Otsutsuki. However, it was somewhat challenging to observe such matters outside the context of war. Kaguya Naoki's good mood dissipated significantly as he let out a sigh. Unless fortune smiled upon him and he encountered those seasoned Mizuki Jonin imparting their wisdom to their disciples, the most prudent course of action would be to engage them in a fierce battle. There could be no further delays. War was on the horizon. Even if he were to master the art of ice release, he would still need to allow himself ample time for refinement. Kaguya Otsutsuki, no longer hesitant, promptly pushed open the door and vanished into the darkness, advancing towards the territory of the Mizunatsuki clan. The moon shone dimly amidst sparse stars, perfectly coinciding with the eve of war. The density of ninjas within the village was undeniably increasing, complicating Kaguya Otsutsuki's mission. Fortunately, she possessed the Byakugan. Kaguya Naoki gently caressed the contours of his eye sockets. With such keen eyesight, he could swiftly evade detection by the ninjas of the village and make a timely escape. Utilizing his Byakugan to deftly navigate past the probing eyes of the mist ninjas, he soon arrived at the outskirts of the Mizunokuni clan's territory. Kaguya Naoki concealed himself within the shadows at a considerable distance from the Mizuki clan territory, pausing to survey his surroundings with his Byakugan. Below his gaze, aside from the presence of several J-nin-level chakras within the clan's domain, the nearby populace comprised only a scattering of lowly Jinin, with not a single Chunin in sight. This realization brought a sigh of relief from Kaguya Naoki. He had initially anticipated a laborious endeavor to seize an opportunity. To his surprise, the chasm between the villagers and the bloodline clan served an unexpected purpose. The vicinity surrounding the Mizuki clan was replete with vast uninhabited areas, providing ample space for his maneuvers. The next step was to select an unfortunate soul, bind them, and transport them to a secluded location for a proper confrontation. Although he was unable to utilize the corpse bone path or the ghost lantern techniques, relying on his Byakugan and martial prowess, he believed it would pose no issue to close the distance and confront a Mizuki J-nin adept in long-range attacks. Kaguya Otsutsuki opened her wide eyes, silently observing the territory of the Mizuki clan. After a prolonged wait with no sign of life, as the sky began to brighten, her patience wore thin. Perhaps it was futile to continue waiting like this. Kaguya Naoki formed hand seals, and a skeletal clone materialized beside him. Put on the Umbu uniform and summon a Jonin named Shua from the Mizuki clan. The skeletal clone nodded blankly, donned a mist Umbu uniform, and leaped directly to the vicinity of the Mizuki clan. Knock, knock, knock. The skeletal clone rapped on the door, and a Mizuki clansman peered out. What is it? A distinguished individual wishes to meet Jonin Shua. Elder Shua? The clansman frowned, regarding the skeletal clone with suspicion. Which distinguished individual? The skeletal clone let out a scoff. That is not for you to inquire, Chunin. Do you truly believe that amidst the outbreak of war, when powerhouses gather, anyone would dare to attack two Jonin without provocation? The Mizuki clansman nodded slightly, somewhat convinced by this reasoning. Wait here. I shall report to Elder Shua. All of this transpired under Kaguya Naoki's watchful gaze. Seeing the skeletal clone progress smoothly, he first donned a Konoha Umbu mask and affixed the Konoha forehead protector. After a moment's contemplation, he formed hand seals once more, summoning several skeletal clones that mirrored the appearance of Konoha ninjas. Put them on. With that, the skeletal clones mechanically nodded and donned the Umbu masks and forehead protectors. Although the notion of a large contingent of Konoha Umbu infiltrating the Mist Village and inexplicably assaulting the Mizuki clansmen seemed somewhat far-fetched, as long as the suspicion did not fall upon him, it sufficed. Kaguya Naoki murmured softly, his wide eyes constantly observing the bone clones and the figure of Mizuki Shaka behind him. After they had entered a deserted area, he whispered, let us proceed. The bone clones darted forward. Kaguya Naoki, brandishing a kunai, stood resolutely opposite Mizuki Sho and his bone clone. Konoha ninja. Mizuki Sho exclaimed in surprise, immediately forming hand seals in an attempt to distance himself from this enigmatic member of the Mist Umbu. Lord Sho, cover me. The bone clone suddenly interjected, dispelling any doubts that had just arisen. Sho halted, turning to the Konoha ninjas while forming hand seals, inquiring of the bone clone, "What technique do you intend to unleash?" At that moment, a gust of wind swept in, startling him. It must be that Umbu. Something is definitely amiss. As a seasoned jonin, Mizuki Sho raised his hand to block, his eyes wide with intent to eliminate this suspicious Umbu before turning to face his foes. Just then, a sound like tearing air resonated behind him. How could the distance close so swiftly? This thought was his last. Bang! Mizuki Sho collapsed to the ground. Having been struck down before he could even release his family's secret technique, the assailant was, of course, Kaguya Naoki, with the target in hand. The next step was to ascertain whether he could indeed learn the ice release technique through such means. One could only hope. Chapter 23, The Train in the Sky. A rocket soaring towards the heavens. In a dense forest outside the hidden mist village in the land of water, Kaguya Naoki had meticulously prepared a battlefield conducive to ice release. Mizuki Sho, with eyes tightly shut, focused intently on capturing the sounds around him. Indeed, he had awakened half an hour prior, refraining from any reckless actions to avoid drawing the attention of Konoha ninjas. There were 10 encircling him, one of whom was a formidable taijutsu user, likely rivaling the prowess of the Kaguya clan's bone techniques. The capabilities of the others were entirely unknown. Feeling the remnants of his chakra sealed, Mizuki Sho's heart sank. In his current state, even employing his family's secret techniques would scarcely allow him to triumph over them. He needed to bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment. Sho gradually stilled his breath, his ears attuned to the rustle of the wind through the trees. At that moment, the hushed voices of Konoha ninjas reached his ears. The Mist Village is about to declare war on us. Why has Lord Danzo sent us to capture this inconsequential jonin? He is of the ice release. Perhaps Lord Danzo has some grand design. Listening to the faint voices of the two Konoha ninjas, Mizuki Sho clenched his fists. Danzo, the shadow of Konoha, it is he. And the target is my ice release? Mizuki Sho exhaled slowly, unable to conceal his tension. He had to devise a means of escape, if they sought his ice release. It would be futile to seek refuge with Danzo. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he pondered a way out. Just then, a distant shout pierced the air, quickening his heartbeat. You too, take this ice release back to Konoha. We shall return to monitor the Mist Village. Understood. The exchange sounded like heavenly music to Mizuki Sho. The two ninjas appeared somewhat flustered, one of them stammering, "Can we really transport him back?" "Of course. He is merely an unconscious ice release jonin. We are two chunin. If we cannot subdue him while awake, what is there to fear from him in slumber?" "True," the other ninja responded, though his tone betrayed a lack of confidence. "Are you not certain?" "Just two chunin. They are but prey." Mizuki Sho's confidence surged, excitement flickering in his eyes. "Then, after tearing you both apart, I shall return to the village and unearth those wretched Konoha spies. You all shall be the stepping stones to my ascension." Time passed. And sensing that the Konoha ninjas would not return, Mizuki Sho stealthily opened his eyes, swiftly forming hand seals. Ice release. Crystal mirror. Oh no, he has awakened. What should we do? The chaos in the voices of the two Konoha ninjas was palpable. Mizuki Sho's gaze darkened with cruelty. "Let us test the might of the ice release techniques, Konoha scum." Meanwhile, in a forest a kilometer away, Kaguya Naoki, hands flying through intricate seals, fully replicated the chakra flow pattern of Mizuki Sho. Countless ice mirrors, larger than those of Sho's yet moving sluggishly, formed a circular barrier around him. Viewed from above, it resembled an immense ice dome, imposing in its grandeur. The mirrors rotated slowly, their intricate movements creating slight openings to ensnare the enemy. Kaguya Naoki shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind. Based on his experience in mastering ninjutsu, he surmised that the current performance was likely a matter of proficiency, easily improved through practice. He had not anticipated that such a simple endeavor would allow him to learn the secret technique without squandering his exchange opportunities. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, he resolved to refrain from making exchanges lightly. Kaguya Naoki contemplated, dispersing the icy mirror, his wide eyes fixated intently upon Mizuki Sho. The two bone clones were crafted with nearly a third of his chakra. They were not so feeble. Hence, with your strength diminished to that of a mere chunin post-seal, I urge you to swiftly employ your new ninjutsu, for time is of the essence. Through the clarity of his Byakugan, he perceived that a kilometer away, Mizuki Sho's formerly arrogant demeanor had evaporated entirely. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, regarding the two rather flustered ninjas before him. Surely, these two were not merely performing a charade. Why was it always just a fraction too late? Mizuki Sho vigorously shook his head, expelling such distracting thoughts. He had no choice but to eliminate them immediately. The alternative was unthinkable. Should he fall into the hands of Danzo, life would be worse than death. As Mizuki Sho engaged in a tactical retreat with the two Konoha ninjas, upon reaching a waterlogged expanse, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He planted a foot firmly and declared, "Water release. 1,000 killing water feathers." Instantly, the water surging from the ground transformed into sharp, needle-like projectiles, hurtling towards Naoki's two bone clones with ferocity. Is it possible to wield such power? Kaguya Naoki clasped her hands, forming intricate seals as slender, needle-like objects materialized beside her, emanating an aura of piercing cold. Unlike the techniques of Mizuki Shaku, this maneuver appeared distinct. In comparison to the water style, my technique resembled more of an ice release. Kaguya Naoki furrowed his brow and waved his hands. In an instant, countless shimmering, needle-like objects tore through the gentle breeze, shredding a robust tree before him into splinters. Naoki's brow unfurled. Although different, the power he wielded far surpassed that of Mizuki Shaka's 1,000-kill water flight. Naoki harbored a vague suspicion regarding this transformation. The Mizuki clan, while primarily intermarrying within their own lineage, inevitably experienced the mingling of bloodlines, leading to a dilution of their blood purity and a corresponding decrease in the potency of their ice release techniques. However, Naoki was distinct. Having exchanged for the ice release bloodline through the system, his lineage remained untainted, enabling him to wield ice ninjutsu with a prowess that eclipsed even the seasoned Mizuki Jonin. Yet, he pondered, this secret technique seemed somewhat ineffective. Kaguya Naoki sighed after several attempts at experimentation. These secret techniques, it seems, hold little efficacy against ninjas with formidable defenses. Alas, it is best to continue the process of replication. This secret art appears to possess limited potential. Kaguya Naoki activated his Byakugan, poised to continue observing Mizuki's show. When suddenly he halted, reaching towards his eye sockets. The Byakugan, could it unleash the ice release chakra of his ice Saban? Perhaps it held other potential applications as well? Kaguya Najiki waved his hands, causing countless needle-like objects to float before him. Opposite him stood a skeletal clone. Through the lens of his Byakugan, the flow of chakra and the intricate network of meridians were laid bare before his eyes. Kaguya Otsutsuki let out a low exclamation as the numerous kunai imbued with ice chakra swiftly pierced into the meridians of the bone clone. Inheriting the lineage of the Shikatsu Miyaku, the bone clone possessed formidable defense. Despite the overwhelming potency of the ice-infused kunai, they were utterly incapable of breaching the resilient bone membrane. The bone clone initially wore a scornful smile, but suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. Within his perception, the ice kunai had slightly penetrated his skin, injecting streams of ice chakra into his body. This ice chakra obstructed the flow of chakra within him, freezing the rhythmic pulsation of his meridians. And even his internal organs suffered damage, causing him to violently expel a mouthful of blood. Moreover, the stagnated meridians rendered his blood incapable of circulating freely, leaving his entire body tingling with numbness, immobilized. In that fleeting moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki skillfully drove the kunai infused with ice chakra into the acupoints of the bone clone, stripping it of all combat capability, leaving it to await its inevitable demise. Kaguya Otsutsuki's gaze flickered with excitement. With minimal chakra expenditure, he achieved maximum results. This technique could serve as a formidable weapon in battle. Perhaps, the ice release, demonic ice crystal could possess alternative applications? A sudden inspiration struck Kaguya Otsutsuki, prompting him to form hand seals and unleash the technique. Ice release, demonic ice crystal. With the aid of his Byakugan, the originally semicircular ice dome gradually unfurled, extending into a long line that reached into the distance. The chakra consumption was quite significant. No wonder the Mizunoto clan members refrained from utilizing ninjutsu in such a manner. After Kaguya Naoki's exclamation, his entire body leapt into the ice mirror. Move. As the words left his lips, the ice mirrors continually dissipated and reformed, allowing Naoki's body, concealed within the ice mirrors, to swiftly advance forward. Above the forest, in the lofty sky, the shifting ice mirrors resembled high-speed trains racing through the air, soaring far beyond the speed of birds and surpassing terrestrial creatures. It was akin to a high-speed rail in the skies. Kaguya Naoki curled his lips into a smile, dispersing the icy mirrors. His hands continued to move swiftly, forming intricate seals as numerous ice mirrors stretched from the ground towards the heavens. Kaguya Najiki leapt into the shimmering ice mirror, spinning swiftly towards the heavens. At this moment, the vanishing and reconstituting ice mirrors resembled rockets igniting and soaring into the sky. However, the moisture near the ground was denser than that in the air, thus this rocket barely ascended to mid-air before Kaguya Najiki, unable to manipulate the vapors to form new ice mirrors, faltered. As he descended gently, Kaguya Najiki wore a radiant smile, undeterred by the setback. With the enhancement of his proficiency, his altitude would only increase, though limits were inevitable. What of it? In the entire shinobi world, how many ninjas could soar through the skies? Dominating from above conferred significant advantages, thus augmenting his combat prowess. Although Minato Namikaze could not match your speed on the ground, he could no longer linger in the air. The yellow flash finally provided an alternative to counter your might, aside from the dance of the dry fern. Therefore, let us persist in training. Time flew by, and soon the day of the Jainin conference arrived. Chapter 24. What? He is the commander? On the morning of the third day, Kaguya Najiki paused, reflecting on the training of the past few days, and a contented smile graced his face. The operation of the ice mirrors had become less obscure, the movement of the mid-air train was swifter, and the extension upwards had increased by several meters. Over time, the flight speed of the ice mirror train could escalate, and the altitude of the ice mirror rockets could continually surpass limits. Nevertheless, these techniques consumed chakra at an alarming rate. Kaguya Otsutsuki reflected on the rapidly depleting chakra, feeling a sense of unease within. Had it not been for his ample chakra reserves, he might have faltered mid-air and plummeted to the ground. How might he replenish his chakra? Kaguya Chikuro's mind was immediately filled with two words: tailed beasts. As this thought emerged, it swiftly proliferated within him like wild grass. If he could obtain a tailed beast, He would no longer need to fret over the consumption of chakra when unleashing various ninjutsu, undoubtedly propelling his strength to new heights. With determination, he set forth towards the hidden mist village, continuously contemplating the matter of the tailed beasts. In this world, the chakra of tailed beast caliber was predominantly possessed by others, making it difficult to seize. Moreover, the scattered chakra, such as that of dragon veins and specters, was far too volatile to withstand. Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh, only to immediately display a look of excitement. Indeed, the village is home to two-tailed beasts, the three-tails and the six-tails, both currently without a master. If he were to become the Mizukage, he could effortlessly wield the authority to manage these two-tailed beasts. Furthermore, it appears that the six-tails, the Saikin, possesses the ability of dissolution. Kaguya Naru raised her head, her gaze piercing and intense. So, is it true that by becoming the Mizukage, one can possess all of this? An upgraded system, the ability to command tailed beasts at will, the support of an entire nation, and the power to transform this country. How utterly enticing. Kaguya Naoki's gaze turned towards the distant Mizukage building. To become the Mizukage, the first step would be to secure the position of commander of the war there. Although the stubborn elders of the hidden mist village may not accept someone as inexperienced, unaccomplished, and youthful as me, a member of the Kaguya clan, perhaps revealing my true capabilities and persuading them could be surprisingly simple. With a focused mind and a swift body, Naoki darted across numerous rooftops, swiftly arriving before the Mizukage building. As he touched down, a fervent cheer erupted around him. Brother Naoki! Brother Naoki! Kaguya Naoki lifted his head, gazing at a Kaguya clansman outside the Shuing building who was persistently waving. A hint of distress crossed his features. Kaguya Ryota, the second prodigy of the Kaguya clan, is an undeniably formidable warrior. Yet, simultaneously, he has inherited all the flaws inherent to the Kaguya lineage. He venerates the strong, is belligerent, bloodthirsty, and lacks discernment. Had it not been for the emergence of Kaguya Naoki, Ryota might have claimed the title of the foremost prodigy, ultimately leading the clan. With such a leader, it would not be surprising in the least if the Kaguya clan were to face annihilation in the future. Ryota. Kaguya Naoki gave a slight nod, acknowledging the gesture. He then turned his head and bowed to several seasoned Kaguya shinobi in turn. Slightly impatient, Ryota tugged at Naoki's sleeve as soon as the formalities were completed. Come on. Naoki brother. Once we select the new leader, we can finally deal with those leaf scoundrels. Kaguya Ryota was flushed with fervor and excitement, occasionally tugging at Kaguya Naru's sleeve, causing him to instinctively distance himself. The group hastened forward and pushed open the door. With a creak, the sound reverberated, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Under Naru's discerning gaze, every expression was laid bare: mockery, disdain, murderous intent, and contempt. Yet, there was one pair of friendly eyes. He turned his head to find Kaguya Mei, hidden within the Terumi clan. Accustomed to such scrutiny, Naru paid it no mind and, alongside the other Kaguya Jainin, seated himself at the edge of the room. Apart from Naru, the other Jainin immediately began to scan the room with their eyes, exuding a palpable sense of provocation. Kaguya Naoki let out a faint sigh. Although he was a genius, he was not the clan leader, and thus felt unqualified to criticize the current situation, when one's identity does not align with their understanding. All he could do was to sigh. However, once he stepped out of this house and obtained the position of the mist-hidden commander, everything would change. Within Kaguya's heart, a flame burns fervently. The fate of the Kaguya clan, the hidden mist village, the land of water, and indeed the entire world, shall gradually be grasped within my hands. I close my eyes, suppressing the tumult within my heart. What follows is merely the anticipation of the third Mizukage arrival to proclaim my appointment as commander, after which we shall turn the tide in our dire circumstances. Time passed, and one by one, civilian ninjas entered the room, culminating in the entrance of the third Mizukage, flanked by a retinue of ninjas bearing 7 formidable swords. Upon witnessing the figure of the third, the mocking smirks vanished, replaced by an atmosphere of solemnity. It is imminent. All held their breath, their gazes unwaveringly fixed upon the third Mizukage's form. The ultimate decision loomed, one that would determine the fates of 5 nations and countless lives. The appointment of the commander of the Hidden Mist was about to be established. An undeniable surge of greed and excitement coursed through the hearts of all present. The weakened Leaf Village, a seemingly effortless victory. The position of the Hidden Mist commander signified immense military achievement, potentially granting the chosen leader a glimpse into the role of Mizukage itself. Therefore, it must be me. The fervent cried out in madness. The calm, though harboring a pessimistic view of war, were likewise consumed by the desire for the commander's position. With a competent commander, surely we would not suffer a devastating defeat. Amidst the hopeful and expectant gazes, the third Mizukage slowly parted his lips, his voice mechanical. I hereby declare war on the village hidden in the leaves. The peculiar intonation was familiar to all, yet it did not weigh heavily on their minds. Only Kaguya Najiki sighed in resignation. Uchiha Madara, once again, must he witness my complete disassociation from command and glory before he feels at ease? Hence, for the ultimate victory in war, today we must confirm the selection of the commander. Breath became heavy, and the atmosphere in the room stilled abruptly. The commander is Kaguya Najiki, the third Mizukage proclaimed. Returning to his seat, a subtle and enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. After years of bloody rule, the third who had never showcased his strength since ascending to power, had ceased to concern some. What? The leader of the Hozuki clan's eyes narrowed, his voice breaking the silence. He could hardly accept such an unfathomable decision. The Kaguya clan stands as the mortal enemy of the Oboro clan. Should their commander fall into the hands of the Kaguya, it would pose an immense threat to them. It is simply inconceivable. The Oboro clan cleared a vast array of white papers before them, and amidst the fluttering sheets, gasps of astonishment echoed. Among the few individuals they had anticipated, the figure of Kaguya Naoki had never been present. By any measure, it should not have been possible for Naruki to be considered. Within the Oboro clan, Mei Oboro gazed upon Naruki's silhouette, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Under such circumstances, Naruki, you should not and cannot assume the role of commander. With a hint of foreboding, her gaze shifted to the third Hokage seated upon the dais. Her teeth clenched in determination. Why have you chosen this path? If that is the case, I refuse to participate in this battle. The clan leader of Mizunozuki scoffed derisively, casting a glance at the third Hokage devoid of any respect. What a foolish decision. How could someone like Kaguya Naoki serve as the commander of the Hidden Mist? What? Do you find this unacceptable? Kaguya Ryota and the several Kaguya Jonin were initially taken aback and astonished. However, their expressions soon transformed into fervor as they brandished their own spinal bones, recklessly swinging them at others. Should anyone dare to voice a challenge, they would truly resort to violence. Silence, commanded Suiga Kuzenfugu, slamming his palm onto the table with a cold demeanor. The cacophony within the room showed no signs of abating until the remaining 6 unsheathed their respective ninja blades. Instantly, the clamor dissipated. The 7 ninja swordsmen were not merely a figurehead supported by the Mizukage. Their infamous reputation had been forged in blood. In the esteemed village of Kirigakure, where strength reigned supreme, the simultaneous action of these 7 instilled fear in the hearts of the present Jonin, silencing any reckless intent. As the noise faded, the other 6 took their seats, leaving only Suiga Kuzenfugu standing, his gaze fixed on the third Mizukage. A rigid smile contorted his face, marred by numerous gruesome scars. Mizukage, perhaps you have alternative plans? For instance, is Kaguya Naoki merely a ruse to mislead Konoha? The third shook his head, asserting, Kaguya Naoki is the commander I have chosen. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 7 grew icy. Suiga Kuzenfugu reined in his smile. Since this was the decision of the Mizukage, so be it. Beneath his frigid tone lay a deeper implication. Let the chaos continue. That young boy must not ascend to the position of commander. Even the Mizukage should not act so recklessly. Soon, a tumult far more boisterous than before erupted. Just as this farce was about to unfold further, Kaguya Naoki took the initiative to speak. Is this village still to be governed by the strong? If I can't present a more formidable achievement than the esteemed 7, does that not imply that I am worthy of the title of commander of Kirigakure? Chapter 25, Terrifying Achievements, a Confirmed Commander. As the voice of Kaguya Naoki faded, the previously overwhelming clamor dissipated like a receding tide. Before the other high-ranking shinobi in the hall could react, the figure seated on the elevated platform, the Mizukage, seized the moment to speak. If Kaguya Naoki's achievements could garner the respect of others, then who else could possibly lay claim to the position of commander? His voice paused momentarily. However, Naoki, do not forget our agreement. Certain matters must remain confidential. With that, the Mizukage resumed his seat, gazing at Kaguya Naoki with unwavering confidence. Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Hidden Mist Village shall be obliterated in this war. Who are you, insignificant insects, to jeopardize my meticulously crafted plans? Of course, Lord Mizukage. My accomplishments bear no relation to the secrets you have entrusted me to keep. The expression of the third Mizukage momentarily stiffened. Thousands of miles away, Uchiha Madara, who orchestrated the actions of the third Mizukage, experienced a rare moment of disturbance. His fingers lightly tapped against the stone bench as he fell into contemplation. Every mission was reported to the Mizukage. It was inconceivable that Kaguya Otsutsuki could have vanquished a stronger opponent without any documentation. What then could be the source of his unwavering confidence? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, pondering the improbability of Kaguya Otsutsuki's potential resurgence. Kaguya Otsutsuki undoubtedly possesses a hidden trump card, one that has the potential to subdue all. Thus, is it possible for the insect to extricate itself from the web this time? Uchiha Madara could not help but feel a chill. Over the past several decades, he has deceived and toyed with countless individuals, shinobi, the 7 ninja swordsmen, Nagato, Obito, and even Hashirama. Each of them, whether nearly invincible, of high status, or possessing extraordinary talents, are remarkable figures, yet they have all been manipulated at his whim. But now, a seemingly ordinary clan of the dead has begun to exhibit signs of breaking free from his control. A murderous intent surfaced within Uchiha Madara. Such a thing must not be permitted. White Zetsu, summon Obito. A white figure responded and melded into the wall. Moments later, a cold, indifferent youth radiating a fierce aura of killing intent entered. He raised his gaze to the frail, aged Uchiha Madara and bluntly inquired, "What do you need?" Uchiha Madara seemed oblivious to the disrespect in Obito's tone, maintaining his usual placid demeanor. Kaguya Otsutsuki, that clan of the dead, is about to become the commander of the mist, and it is highly likely that he will become the future Mizukage. Upon hearing the name Kaguya Otsutsuki, Obito's dark expression twisted into one of icy rage. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly, as if about to burst forth. The mere Mizukage is nothing. He can simply be killed. Obito suppressed a howl, seemingly to affirm his resolve to eliminate Kaguya Otsutsuki, and an eerie vortex materialized in the dim cavern. Kid. Everything is for the eye of the moon. Obito quickly interrupted. No, before creating a world with Rin and Kakashi, he must be eliminated, without fail. Uchiha Madara shook his head, somewhat exasperated. Child, how can I place my hopes upon you when you act this way? He paused, sensing that this alone would not suffice to convince the obsessively twisted youth, and continued. The most ruthless method to deal with Kaguya Otsutsuki is to manipulate his body with genjutsu. Let him personally witness the annihilation of his clan, the tragic death of his beloved, and the destruction of his village. In the end, waking up to confront all of this would be far more poignant, would it not? Uchiha Madara softly articulated the true intention. Moreover, you would gain the support of the 5 great shinobi countries, facilitating the continuation of the Eye of the Moon plan. The kaleidoscopic pattern in Obito's eye spun rapidly, and after a brief contemplation amidst his bloodthirsty rage and suppressed fury, he managed to squeeze out a single word. Fine. With that, he turned and clenched his fists. To one day kill him, he must strive even harder. Obito crossed the stone gate, heading into the dense forest. Observing Obito's fervent training, Uchiha Madara's eyes reflected a trace of pity and absolute confidence. Kaguya Naoki, the audacious insect daring to break free from the web, continue your performance. In 6 months, a year, or at most 2, you shall come to understand the essence of despair. Uchiha Madara raised his gaze once more towards the figure of Kaguya Naoki beyond the hall. At that moment, Naoki, heedless of the scrutinizing eyes of the assembly, strode confidently to the elevated platform. He gradually placed his hand upon his mask, gently removing it to reveal a pair of eyes as pure and white as jade. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. The leader of the Mizuki clan froze in place, cautiously resuming his seat. The leader of the Ghost Lantern clan clenched his fist in disbelief. Even the contorted visage of Suiga Mahana displayed rare astonishment. The third Mizukage, embodying the puppet, could not help but shudder. 1,000 miles away, Uchiha Madara tightened his grip on the stone bench once more. The insect has indeed seized the Byakugan? Yet he quickly scoffed, exuding absolute confidence. The fate of those eyes is that of a caged bird. Kaguya Naoki, prepare to witness the formidable power of the Uchiha. The events transpiring within the dimly lit cavern remain shrouded in secrecy. At this very moment, a multitude of ninjas within the hall are fervently shouting in their hearts, Byakugan. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. They swiftly recall a recent, earth-shattering incident that stirred the world into chaos, the theft of the Byakugan, or rather, it could be deemed as a forceful acquisition, in the presence of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, along with numerous elite Jonin and Chunin, and a significant contingent of the Hyuga branch family. A mysterious and powerful figure employed an unknown technique to assault the camp, seizing the Byakugan in less than 5 minutes. Subsequently, this enigmatic assailant repelled the frenzied pursuit of Orochimaru and vanished from the world, bearing the coveted Byakugan. This occurrence sent tremors throughout the entire realm. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, renowned for over a decade, is immensely powerful, while the Hyuga clan, a lineage of ninjas spanning a millennium, has never encountered such a profound humiliation. As speculation swirls regarding the identity of this mysterious figure, the Mist Ninjas are fortunate enough to be the first to uncover the truth. It is he. Kaguya Naoki possesses such formidable strength? It became evident that everyone in the grand hall was ensnared by a tumult of emotions, shock, resentment, envy, and fervor provoked by his striking white pupils. Kaguya Naoki refrained from further indulgence, softly articulating his thoughts. With these eyes present, I trust my words are unnecessary. If anyone wishes to overshadow me with past achievements, they must at least possess the qualifications to surpass those of shadows. The grand hall remained enveloped in silence, save for the voice of Tachikawa Juzu, whose tone was inscrutable, neither sorrowful nor joyful. There is no need for further discourse. Within this chamber, none can claim a record that rivals yours. Kaguya Naoki nodded slightly and continued. If I fail to demonstrate the requisite strength on the battlefield, then the position of the Mist Village's leader is up for grabs, should any of you desire it. With that, Kaguya Naoki disregarded the third Mizukage and issued a solemn command. The war has commenced. Everyone. Now is the time to cast aside prejudices for the sake of our futures and lives, and initiate the assault. Hizashi Dakuza rose to his feet, leading the applause and showing his support. Unnoticed by others, a contemplative expression emerged on his face, marred by numerous delicate wounds. Kaguya Shinomiya, the leader of the mist. The future water shadow. What heights can you possibly reach? Applause erupted in a continuous, thunderous wave, faced with such an overwhelming presence that decisively eclipsed their achievements. They understood that they had lost their claim to competition. What purpose do their myriad emotions, objections, and resentment serve? Kaguya Naoki's position is now unassailable. Amidst the intricate emotions of the multitude, silent applause resonates, dreams of the future taking flight. Let us, alongside this fellow Kaguya Naoki, pierce through Konoha. Should he falter? Countless souls licked their parched lips, revealing glimmers of yearning in their eyes. They would cast him aside, treading upon him, in search of a stronger presence amidst the chaos of war. The battlefield is, after all, the most forthright arena for demonstrating one's might. Upon the elevated platform, beneath the cover of his flowing sleeves, Kaguya Naoki clenches his fists. Commander Mizukage, from this day forth, my destiny is irrevocably in my hands. Next, I shall swiftly deal with Nohara Lin. Then, let my name echo across the battlefield. Chapter 26. Nohara Lin, Kakashi will reveal everything to you. The commander has been established, and the war machine spins rapidly. Yet, at this moment, as the commander, Kaguya Naoki is absent from the village's preparations for battle. He has quietly departed, heading straight towards a concealed thicket, the very location where the bone clone has sought out Nohara Lin's hiding place. Indeed, Naoki does not intend for Rin to languish and rot within that stone cave. After all, it is only by allowing Nohara Lin to bask in the sunlight of the hidden mist village for an ample duration that he can effortlessly manipulate the 6th Hokage and Uchiha Obito in the future. Kaguya Naoki revealed a faint smile. When Nohara Lin realized that the air of the hidden mist village was the sweetest, perhaps one day in the future, she would proactively urge Kakashi and Obito to remain in the mist. In the dimly lit cave, Nohara Lin stared blankly at the fire, lost in thought. Just a few days ago, upon awakening, she had harbored a desire to escape. Now, however, that longing had dissipated like smoke with the harsh acknowledgement of reality. She was ensnared by a dark, inky seal that rendered her nearly incapable of utilizing ninjutsu or chakra. Opposite her sat the formidable masked man. After several meticulously planned attacks had ended in failure, she no longer dared to hope for an escape from his clutches. A flicker of death's presence shone in her vacant eyes. Perhaps it was time to embrace death, Rin mused. Yet, what if Kakashi still lived? Could she truly succumb to the void? With such thoughts, she buried her head between her legs, fixating on some scattered stones, her heart heavy with despair. Obito. Can you see him? Kakashi, are you with him? If you are, I will come to be with you both. If he still draws breath, I too shall strive to survive, to find him, to live alongside Kakashi, to carry on your dreams. As these thoughts coursed through her, the mingling of longing for her comrades and the desolation of her reality compelled tears to spill from her eyes, saturating the earth beneath her. Do not let the tears flow before understanding the situation, Nohara Lin. Suddenly, she lifted her head, struggling to discern the identity of the man through her tear-blurred vision, Ketsubuku's, the one who had triumphed over Kakashi. So, that enigmatic masked figure is merely a subordinate of Ketsubuku's. Thus, I am indeed still within the grasp of the hidden mist? Her expression shifted to one of vigilance, her trembling legs barely supporting her as she assumed a combat stance. At this moment, her spirit felt utterly extinguished. You scoundrels of the hidden mist, do hurry and end my life. If you seek information about the village from my lips, it is but a futile dream. Hokage Naoki gazed at the resolute and vigilant Nohara Lin, shaking his head in disbelief. Nohara Lin, I have never sought to extract information about Konoha from you. Nohara Lin's expression grew increasingly wary. Those scoundrels from the Mist Village cannot be trusted in the slightest. What I desire, Nohara Lin, is for you to join the Mist Village. Impossible. Nohara Lin scoffed with a slightly hoarse voice, her gaze fixed on Hokage Naoki's figure. Contemplating the infamous reputation of the Hokage clan, she suddenly understood. No wonder he harbored such an unrealistic notion. How could I, Nohara Lin, ever consider joining the Mist Village? Do not regard me with such condescending eyes, Nohara Lin. Kaguya Naoki lamented, everything must be observed with one's own eyes. If you are willing to undertake a task, then you shall uncover Kakashi's whereabouts. And thereafter, perhaps. Kaguya Chitos fell silent, merely observing Nohara Lin, awaiting her decision. Nohara Lin stifled her voice. Her heart a tumult of emotions as she gazed at Kaguya Chitos, gritting her teeth and resolving herself. The scoundrels of the hidden mist village. Do they seek to exploit me once more? I shall not be swayed by your deceit. Go ahead and end my life. Kaguya Najiki smiled. In that case, Nohara Lin, I suggest you observe an object before deciding whether to grant my request. Please don this mask and robe, and watch quietly. As Rin gazed at the proffered mask and cloak, her initial response was one of complete rejection. Yet, thinking of Kakashi, her emotions shifted abruptly, and she tremulously accepted them. It was merely a mask and a robe. As long as there was news of Kakashi, even a glimmer of hope warranted the attempt. Observing Rin as she quietly donned the garments, Kaguya Najiki spoke softly. Rin, allow me to remind you one last time. Should your identity be revealed in the forthcoming moments, I cannot ensure your safety or that of Kakashi. Everyone must learn to take responsibility for themselves. Having uttered these words, Kaguya Naoki turned away and retrieved 5 or 6 vials from his pocket, releasing their contents into the air. After this, he quietly commanded, striking the ground with one hand. As intricate sealing techniques adorned the earth beneath him, with a resounding bang, amidst the billowing white smoke, the ninja dog Pakin sat quietly on the ground. Inhaling the myriad of scents that permeated the atmosphere, he furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone, is this one of Kakashi's companions? Next time, do not summon me in such an environment. Kaguya Naoki lowered his voice, expressing, I apologize, but this matter is of great significance. Thus all information must be handled with utmost caution, including olfactory senses. Parker lifted his head, casting a curious glance at Kaguya Naoki's figure. He then scrutinized the trembling female ninja beside him, only to succumb to the unbearable cacophony of information in the air, placing a claw upon his nose. In that case, please expedite the delivery of the items intended for Kakashi. Kaguya Naoki nodded slightly, producing the pre-prepared sealing scroll. He turned and gazed at Nohara Lin, who trembled incessantly due to the presence of the ninja dog, Pakin. How about it? Just inscribe your name upon this scroll. and you shall uncover the whereabouts of that person, as well as the future. I shall not deceive you. All the information will be for you to discern." Nohara Lin wished to speak but hesitated. She recalled the man's warning and struggled to suppress her voice. The sound she emitted, distorted by her extreme restraint, manifested as a whimper, a testament to the turmoil within her. The ninja dog Pakin was indeed Kakashi's summoning beast, which implied that Kakashi was still alive. The Bone Burial clan did not mislead me. With a heart heavy with conflicting emotions, Nohara Lin unfurled the scroll, which bore a single phrase: "Reveal to Nohara Lin the future you perceive, Kakashi. Whether it be as a rat in the sewers or a being basking in sunlight. The choice lay with you." Yet, would this declaration bear no consequences? To inscribe my name? A sense of foreboding washed over Nohara Lin as she scrutinized the scroll's contents. However, at least this message was genuinely meant for Kakashi, wasn't it? At the very least, he must know that I am alive, here in the Bone Burial clan. A resolute glimmer shone in Nohara Lin's eyes as she inscribed her name upon the scroll. Upon completion, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. What would the future hold? Kaguya Naoki, disregarding Nohara Lin's sorrow, took the scroll, sealed it effortlessly, and handed it to the ninja dog, Pakin. "This is what I wish to deliver to Kakashi-kun. I appreciate your assistance." Pakin, in silence, grasped the scroll in his mouth. Although he sensed the unusual presence of the ninja in this place, Kakashi had long been prepared. And thus, he remained unconcerned, vanishing with the intelligence in hand. Kaguya Naoki turned around to gaze at Nohara Lin. While awaiting Kakashi, he introduced himself: "I am Kaguya Naoki, your future companion." Meanwhile, far away at the Konoha cemetery, Kakashi stood silently before Rin's gravestone. Chapter 27. Rin. Rin? Rin. He murmured softly amidst the gentle breeze. "You are unaware, but Obito is still alive." Kakashi's voice trailed off, revealing a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "Yet, I do not know where he is." He lifted his gaze to the Hokage rock, once held in the highest regard, his expression tinged with pain. "But I can affirm one truth, Rin. Perhaps you may find it hard to believe, yet it is the reality. I have discovered that every year, orphans mysteriously go missing. Thus, it is indeed possible that the village is conducting human experiments, and Obito may very well have been subjected to such trials." As he spoke, a ray of light fell upon the face of the third Hokage, refracting into Kakashi's eyes, prompting him to blink. When he opened his eyes again, a chill crept into his gaze. "Third Hokage, even if it was Danzo's doing, as Hokage, could you truly remain oblivious?" Kakashi shook his head. Having chosen to seek the truth, he deemed it unnecessary to waste time on speculation. Lowering his head, he avoided the refracted light. Peering through the swirling dust to gaze once more at the gravestone. "Rin, rest assured, this time, I shall trust only myself. One day, I will find Obito. I will ensure he lives well. Rin, you must too." Kakashi's eyes fell upon the black and white photograph on the gravestone, and a sudden lump formed in his throat, rendering him speechless. "It is only you, Rin. Only you have departed to that world." Kakashi closed his eyes tightly, gripping the flowers in his hand until droplets of juice emerged. He remembered the bittersweet smile Rin wore before her tragic end, longing to escape the shadow of Obito's death and live fully. Yet now, she would neither see Obito nor have another chance to behold this world. Kakashi clenched his fist, his heart roaring within him. "Rin, I am sorry. I failed to protect you." Kakashi opened his eyes, determination radiating from him as he regarded Nohara Lin's gravestone. "Rin, I shall avenge you." He turned, catching a glimpse of the Hokage building through the treetops. "Your death was likely tolerated by certain high-ranking officials in the village. Obito too is hidden away, subjected to unspeakable experiments. Fear not." Kakashi's breath grew heavier, his perpetually expressionless visage now revealing traces of anger. "Whoever it may be it the third Hokage, Danzo, or Orochimaru, I will find them all. I will rescue Obito and avenge you." Kakashi's eyes pierced through the present, gazing into the past. That fateful night, his father, Hatake Tsukumo, had plunged a blade into his own chest. The hero of Konoha, the pillar of the Second Great Ninja War, had succumbed to despair in the confines of their home. Kakashi, still a child, had learned from the scorn of many that a ninja must adhere to the rules. Otherwise, one deserved death. Thus, he had held that tenet as his guiding principle, viewing it as his nindo, until that day when Obito turned to him, revealing, a ninja who cannot follow the rules is worthless, but one who does not cherish their comrades is even less. With those words, Kakashi's long-held belief shattered, his heart convulsed. In that moment, he confronted his true self. Rules held no value. Comrades were what mattered most. His father had died, and he had been powerless to prevent it. Now, possessing strength, he could not remain a bystander while Obito faced death. That was not his nindo. Therefore, he must save his comrades. Rin's death must be avenged. Kakashi tightened his grip on the long blade at his waist, a terrifying aura of killing intent and pride emanating from him. Anyone familiar with him would undoubtedly remark that the confident Kakashi they once knew had returned. Suppressing all emotions, he spoke softly, "Rin, farewell. I shall fulfill my promise." After laying a somewhat crushed bouquet upon the gravestone, Kakashi was about to turn away when he abruptly halted, suppressing all killing intent and other emotions, reverting to his usual indifference as he stood silently. Soon, a member of the Umbu appeared at the edge of his vision. As the Umbu approached, Kakashi seemed to have just noticed, turning his head downwards. Without a moment's delay, the Umbu uttered, urgency palpable in his tone, Kakashi, in 3 hours. Their essay meeting at the Hokage building. Do not be late. Without waiting for a response, the Umbu ninja swiftly departed the cemetery, leaping into the distance. Observing the Umbu's hasty retreat, Kakashi felt a sense of foreboding. In these times, only war could rattle the village's nerves. Therefore, with other battlefronts stabilizing, only one possibility remained. The Mist Village had entered the fray. Kakashi's heart sank slightly, yet his expression turned contemplative. If that were the case, this meeting would likely be of paramount importance for intelligence analysis and tactical planning ahead of the war. Traditionally, only the Sannin, advisors, and figures like Minato-sensei were permitted to attend, so why was he allowed? Synthesizing the available information, Kakashi quickly formulated a conjecture. Kaguya Naoki. As one who has witnessed Kaguya Naoki's formidable prowess, Kakashi is undoubtedly aware that he is more than deserving of scrutiny from the Leaf Village ninjas. However, based solely on the intelligence he had previously submitted to the Third Hokage, Naoki does not seem worthy of such considerable attention. So, Naoki, have you accomplished something extraordinary? Yet, if it were you, undergoing such examination would indeed be perilous. Kakashi felt a flicker of unusual emotion stirred by Naoki, yet he swiftly suppressed it. A chill coursed through him. When had he begun to harbor such feelings towards a Mist Ninja? He quickly sought solace in the notion that it must stem from Obito. Drawing a breath, Kakashi expelled these thoughts from his mind. Regardless, in 3 hours, all would be revealed. He set forth, heading towards the vicinity of the Hokage building, intending to pass the time before the meeting began. Just a few steps in, Kakashi suddenly halted. He sensed a faint tremor in the summoning contract. Is it Pakin? A note of uncertainty flickered in Kakashi's mind. Kaguya Naoki, do you have intelligence to convey at this moment? Just a few days have passed, and already there is information regarding Obito? Could it be due to the war? Kakashi suppressed his speculations, scanning his surroundings with keen awareness. Although he did not perceive any prying eyes, it was exceedingly imprudent to openly receive intelligence from Kirigakure within the village. Kakashi turned swiftly and returned home, firmly shutting the door behind him. He then lightly bit his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to emerge before striking his palm with a single hand. With a puff of white smoke, the beleaguered ninja dog, Pakin, materialized before him. Pakin surveyed the area before speaking in a weary tone, Kakashi, you're home. Kakashi nodded slightly, his gaze drawn to the scroll on Pakin's back. He approached and took it in hand, offering a subdued acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts. After uttering this, he scrutinized the contents of the scroll and immediately turned away. Unbeknownst to him, Pakin, upon hearing Kakashi's words, transformed his previously somber expression into one of indignation. What do you mean by thank you? Such words devoid of gratitude invite retribution. Kakashi, did you hear me? Pakin peered at Kakashi's turned back, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. What is the matter with him? Pakin, I heard you. Please wait a moment. Kakashi's voice was somewhat distorted, as if he were desperately suppressing a tumult of emotions. Sensing Kakashi's unease, Pakin wiped away his discontent and abandoned his playful intentions, watching Kakashi's retreating figure with growing concern. Bang! The door slammed shut as Kakashi entered the confines of his bedroom. He clutched the scroll tightly, his eyes, now bloodshot, swept repeatedly over the name Yahiko Rin, as if he sought to etch those 3 characters into the very fabric of his soul. Rin's writing? Rin? Is she still alive? Chapter 28. Kakashi's decision. Rin's future. This handwriting, it truly belongs to her. Upon confirming Rin's identity, a torrent of emotion surged within Kakashi, crashing against the barriers of his rationality like a relentless tide. He was on the brink of shattering, of succumbing. Yet, he was Kakashi. In the critical moment, reason prevailed. Clenching his fists, he suppressed all his emotions, unveiling his mask to reveal his eerily mesmerizing Sharingan. His crimson gaze fixated intently on the 3 characters spelling out Rin's name. Indeed, it was her handwriting. However, mere handwriting was insufficient. As Kakashi regained his composure and began to entertain alternative hypotheses, his Sharingan detected an intriguing detail, dispelling any lingering doubts. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner, there was a faint inscription written with a unique substance, delicate and subtle, exuding a distinct fragrance. Had it not been for the Sharingan, Kakashi might have entirely overlooked it. His gaze shifted to the minuscule script, and he read it softly. If you do not believe, you may come to Kirigakure and meet Rin. Furthermore, Kakashi, contemplate the words above and make your choice. Rin's future lies in your hands. To meet Rin, Kaguya Otsutsuki exuded an undeniable confidence, suggesting the truth of her words. Rin truly lived on. Kakashi raised his gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, careful to prevent them from falling onto the scroll. Thus, Kaguya Otsutsuki, do you wish for me to make a choice? He tilted his head back, allowing the tears to flow upwards, and once he had collected himself, he inclined slightly, letting the gentle breeze evaporate the tears from the corners of his eyes. Only then did he lower his head to behold the ink-darkened lines, softly reading them aloud. Tell Nohara Rin, what future do you see, Kakashi? Will you be a rat in the sewers, or will you live beneath the sun? The choice is yours. As he finished, the room was engulfed in an absolute silence. His palm instinctively clenched tightly. Rin is alive. Did Otsutsuki save him? Just as I was saved long ago. Kakashi fell into silence, contemplating the scroll before him. So, is this scroll meant to threaten me? He shook his head, recalling Kaguya Otsutsuki's fervent discourse on the darkness of Konoha. Surely, it was more of an invitation. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. As the future sixth Hokage, Kakashi could readily decipher the implications behind Kaguya Otsutsuki's scroll. Rin is a pawn. A means to entice Kakashi into the village of Kirigakure. Kaguya Naoki is indeed a person with a remarkably strong sense of purpose. Yet, what is his objective? And how does it unfold? A glint of determination flickered in Kakashi's eyes. At the very least, he saved Rin. At the very least. He rescued me and granted me the opportunity to retrieve Obito. If that is the case, why should I not place my trust in him and allow Rin to temporarily remain in the hidden mist? After all, Rin is but a mouse, one that perished in the web of conspiracy, unable to bask in the sunlight of Konoha unless prepared for death. Kakashi gazed at the inky script before him. Rin, stay in the hidden mist. Stay there and witness the sunlight filtering through. Live well. Should I fail to rescue Obito? We shall meet again in another world. Yet, if one day I can bring Obito back, then we can journey together. Kakashi suddenly swayed. A look of confusion washing over him. Konoha, the hidden mist, or some other realm? Where should we go? This haze of uncertainty flitted through his mind, only to vanish swiftly. We shall speak of that day when it arrives. For now, I must tell Rin to live well. Additionally, I must inform Naoki to protect her. In the future, I shall make amends. After writing fervently for an extended period, filling an entire sealing scroll, Kakashi finally set down his pen. He rolled the scroll, sealed it, rose, and opened the door. Parker, could you make another trip for me? Parker rubbed his eyes and glanced at Kakashi, sensing a subtle change in his usually gloomy demeanor. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and took the scroll, dissipating in a puff of white smoke within the room. Kakashi glanced at the clock, hastily gathering his belongings. The Hokage summit was about to commence. If it pertains to Kaguya Naoki, it is essential to remain vigilant and analyze the situation thoroughly. Since I have entrusted Rin's fate to him to a certain extent, I must take action, mustn't I? Kakashi pulled up his eye mask and silently walked outside. As he pushed open the door, the weather appeared slightly overcast, blocking the sunlight. I wonder if the weather in the hidden mist is similarly dreary? Kakashi sighed, feeling a sense of anticipation. I seem to genuinely enjoy cloudy days. Hello. My name is Nohara Lin. Suppressing the tumult of complicated emotions within, Rin finally acknowledged that her future life would hinge on this man, prompting her to speak up. In her heart, she sighed. I cannot die in front of Kakashi. Rin, just call me Naoki. Hiroyusuke Naoki responded with a hint of indifference. Naoki's demeanor left Nohara Lin feeling somewhat out of her depth. Typically, she reserved such an address for close companions like Kakashi and Obito. However, prior to encountering Kakashi, she thought it best not to allow this man to form any unfavorable impressions of her over trivial matters. Hesitating, she finally mustered the courage to inquire. Might I ask what transpired between you and Kakashi later on? Nothing of significance, he replied. Kaguya Naoki shook his head. As I have stated, your fates lie within your own hands. Therefore, whether or not to inform you of everything that transpired during your unconsciousness is a matter for Kakashi to decide. Rin Nohara nodded, suddenly realizing that Kaguya Naoki was not as difficult to converse with as she had initially thought. Her courage began to swell. So, if Kakashi makes a decision on my behalf, will you truly act in accordance with what is stated in the scroll? Certainly. Kaguya Naoki nodded slightly. The corners of Nohara Rin's mouth curved into a fleeting smile, which she quickly concealed. If Kakashi were to make a decision, he would soon return to the village. However, would Kaguya Naoki, the bearer of the Shikatsu Myaku, truly acquiesce to such an extreme resolution? A sense of unease settled in Nohara Rin's heart, prompting her to seek further reassurance through probing conversation. Just as she was about to speak, Kaguya Naoki interrupted. Let's stop here for now. He paused momentarily. Parker, it's time. Parker? Nohara Rin exclaimed in surprise, unable to contain her excitement. Is it Kakashi then? Hikaru Naoki nodded and gestured towards the mask and robe. The latter understood immediately, without hesitation, and promptly donned the attire. Amidst the flickering flames of the campfire, the two awaited Parker's arrival in silence. Rin, I must remind you that although Parker and Kakashi are comrades, they do not share the same allegiance. Your identity must remain concealed. Nohara Rin nodded, recognizing that as long as her fate lay in Hikaru Naoki's hands, she had no choice but to comply. Kakashi Hitaki's destiny had shifted. He was detected as a non-mist ninja, and the countdown to his defection to the Mist Village began. For 10, Kakashi Hitaki's destiny had shifted. He was detected as a non-mist ninja, and the countdown to his defection to the Mist Village began. 510, two consecutive mechanical beeps resonated, followed shortly by a loud bang. A plume of white smoke dissipated, revealing the figure of a ninja dog. In the next moment, Parker expertly placed his paw, filled with meatballs, to his nose, and raised his head to display the scroll in his mouth. Kid, this scroll is for you from Kakashi. Kaguya Naoki nodded and calmly replied, Parker, I appreciate your efforts. Parker lowered his hand from his nose and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, You truly are reminiscent of Kakashi. I cannot discern a shred of gratitude in your words. However, young one, if you have no further matters to attend to, allowing me to return swiftly and escape this olfactory ordeal would be the greatest token of appreciation. Kaguya Naoki smiled gently. Parker, you may return now. There should be no further developments. Upon hearing this, Parker did not linger for a moment, instantly transforming into a wisp of smoke that vanished within the confines of the cave. Kaguya Naoki turned around and handed the scroll to Nohara Lin. Behold, this is the choice Kakashi has made for you based on his judgment. Whether you choose to accept it is entirely your own affair. Nohara Lin extended her hand to receive the sealed scroll. Gazing at the familiar sealing techniques inscribed upon it, she gritted her teeth and began to unravel it. Chapter 29. Is this an illusion? The first defector. Is this truly written by Kakashi? The words on the scroll reflected in her slightly teary eyes, filling her heart with disbelief. Kakashi actually suggested that he remain in the hidden mist village and not return? If it weren't for her steady chakra, she would have thought herself ensnared in a jinjutsu. Feeling uneasy, she formed hand seals, confirming that she had indeed not fallen victim to an illusion. Sweat began to beat on her forehead. How could this be possible? Staying in the mist is tantamount to defection. How could Kakashi possibly persuade me to defect? This notion seemed utterly implausible. Nohara Lin raised an eyebrow, her pupils widening, her face tense as she sought any signs of deception. However, after meticulously examining the scroll under the flickering light of the vibrant fire, she let out a resigned sigh. Alas, it is indeed Kakashi's handwriting and tone. The secrets written here are known only to the three of us, and there is also the summoning beast, Pakin. Considering these clues, Kakashi is undoubtedly collaborating with this Kaguya Naoki, and this letter is undeniably authored by him. But how could this be? That was Konoha. There resided his teacher, his comrades, and everything he wished to protect. How could he make such a decision, prompting me to defect? Moreover, by conveying such information, Kakashi himself would also be considered a defector. A sense of absurdity immediately arose in her heart, taking root deeply within. How could the world change so drastically in just a few days of unconsciousness? What on earth had transpired? Overwhelmed with frustration, a whirlwind of conjecture surged through her mind, yet she steeled herself to continue reading. Upon reaching the end of the scroll, Nohara Lin was almost driven to tear apart the still damp ink of the sealing scroll. Rin, trust in my decision. And in the days to come in the hidden mist village, trust in Naoki. Of course I trust you, Kakashi. But why should I trust this fellow from the mist? Nohara Lin slightly raised her gaze, stealing a glance at Kaguya Naoki's figure from the corner of her eye, her heart quietly stirring with doubt. Could it be that this man had done something to Kakashi? Otherwise, how could such a letter have been pinned? In the dimly lit cave, even the slightest glimmer would draw attention, and naturally, Nohara Lin's eyes were caught by Kaguya Naoki's peripheral vision. So, you are doubting me once again, are you? Kaguya Naoki shook his head and could not help but sigh. Kakashi, even through letters, could undoubtedly find myriad ways to persuade Nohara Lin. Thus, he still intended to meet Nohara Lin in person, didn't he? Kaguya Otsutsuki straightened her posture, unwilling to squander any more time. In the grand scheme, Yahiko Rin was merely a tool to persuade Obito and Kakashi. Judging by the frenzied countdown to betrayal, it was evident that upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi, having discovered the truth, was thoroughly deceived. It was likely that he no longer trusted the higher echelons of Konoha, and thus would not permit Yahiko Rin to return to the village. Given this circumstance, there was no need to further waste words in convincing Yahiko Rin. It would be best to indulge Kakashi's desire for a meeting with her and let him undertake the persuasion. Once he succeeded, she could be sent back to the hidden mist, savoring the sweet air of the village, which would not be too late after all. After all, Obito's emergence from his training would likely still be several months away. With this thought, Kaguya Otsutsuki felt a wave of relief wash over her, accompanied by an anticipation for the battlefield. Engaging in the act of killing would undoubtedly bring far more pleasure than the current situation. Turning around, through the smoke rising from the flames, the tension that had gripped her finally gave way to a sense of humor. Yahiko Rin, if you still harbor doubts, then perhaps a meeting with Kakashi will clarify things. After all, we are soon to head to Konoha. To Konoha? To meet Kakashi? The light sparked in Yahiko Rin's eyes as her lips curled into a smile. However, a sudden realization struck her, causing her expression to stiffen instantly. Cautiously, Yahiko Rin probed. How do we go? Kaguya Naoki sighed. His spirits lifted as he began to jest. The outcome now rests upon the decisions of Konoha. Should the third Hokage, with a benevolent heart, choose to surrender, we may proceed without hesitation. However, given the third's historical disposition, it seems increasingly likely that we must resort to force. Kaguya Naoki lowered his voice, a hint of murderous intent lacing his playful tone. From the borders of the land of fire, he would slaughter his way to Konoha. His calm yet menacing voice reverberated throughout the room, extinguishing the anticipation from Nohara Lin's face, replacing it with an overwhelming bitterness. The Mist Village, indeed, was preparing for war, launching an assault against Konoha. In that fleeting moment, as she beheld Kaguya Naoki's aura of malevolence, Nohara Lin suddenly conceived a possibility. If Naoki was here, how could Kakashi utter such foolish words as to suggest her return to Konoha? That would be akin to inviting suffering upon herself. Thus, she resolved to bide her time. If she were truly to encounter Kakashi, all would be well. Kakashi would never allow her to betray Konoha. With this realization, a newfound light ignited in her eyes, and she promptly spoke, I trust Kakashi, and I trust you. Yes. Then put those on. following the direction of Kaguya Naoki's finger. She observed a mist headband and a standard umbu uniform lying quietly in the depths of the cave. Very well. Nohara Lin turned her back, removing the Konoha headband from her forehead. After a moment of hesitation, she gently marked it with a kunai and carefully tucked it away. Sensing no objection from Kaguya Naoki, she let out a small sigh of relief, approached, changed into the attire, and donned the mask. So this is mist? As Nohara Lin's murmurs faded, a mechanical voice resonated sharply in Kaguya Naoki's ear. Nohara Lin's fate line has been altered. She has defected to the Mist Village. Defector. Nohara Lin. Rating. SS. Exchange opportunities. 2. Kaguya Naoki meticulously examined the translucent box that appeared before him. Nohara Lin? A defector? Thus, even if one does not possess genuine intentions, any substantial actions taken to join the village could still be considered an act of defection, correct? In the depths of Kaguya's eyes, a flicker of new thoughts ignited. It appeared that, in the future, gathering bloodlines or formidable figures would no longer require such arduous effort. His gaze briefly drifted towards the exchange count, where the number boldly displayed had transformed into 6. To his astonishment, he had amassed enough exchanges to delay the manifestation of the bloodline before even stepping onto the battlefield, a fortuitous surprise indeed. Let us go, Lin Nohara. Back to the hidden mist village. Kakashi-kun. This way, please. Kakashi nodded gently and traversed a lengthy corridor. As he pushed open the door, he was taken aback by the orderly assembly within the room, a foreboding sense stirring in his heart. Present were the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage advisors, Kohara Utatane and Hamura Midokado, the nefarious Danzo Shimura of the shinobi world, the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, and his own teacher, Minato Namikaze. The gathering of such a formidable assembly amidst the dire circumstances of war underscored the significance of this meeting. Kakashi has arrived. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke first amidst the swirling smoke, shattering the oppressive silence. Now, let us discuss Kaguya's situation. Kakashi raised his head, his eyes remaining indifferent, yet his heart raced with fervor. Chapter 30. The Heroes of Konoha. The hunt for Kaguya. What I encountered with Kaguya was all laid bare before them. Kakashi slowly recounted the fabricated details of the battles he had devised, thoroughly elucidating them in the presence of most of the village's elite shinobi. All present wore solemn expressions, absorbing the information, striving to extract strategies against Kaguya from Kakashi's intelligence. Naturally, no one doubted Kakashi's narrative, nor did anyone question his loyalty. After the analysis, a palpable sense of futility lingered. Indeed, all the battles were mere fabrications. After a moment's contemplation, Hiruzen Sarutobi set aside his still-smoking pipe, lifting his gaze to the grim-faced Orochimaru. Orochimaru, please recount your encounter with Kaguya. Kakashi's eyes involuntarily shifted, a strange feeling stirring within him. Orochimaru? Kaguya Otsutsuki, could she truly defeat the legendary Sannin? Orochimaru? Kakashi's eyes reflected a complexity of emotions. It was no wonder that such a cautious meeting was convened. The presence of a formidable opponent at the weakly defended borders warranted serious consideration. Kakashi lowered his gaze, curiosity stirring within him. Thus, where exactly lies your limit? Orochimaru, his expression dark and brooding, took several deliberate steps forward before hoarsely recounting his fabricated narrative once more, as though his throat had been rasped by sandpaper, with a barely perceptible hint of resentment lingering within. The genin from the Mist Village, for the mere position of commander, is willing to expose the Byakugan and the secrets of the Hozuki clan? A smoldering anger at being toyed with flared within Orochimaru. Must I concoct a reason for being bested by this mere child? How ludicrous. With just a glance, you would scarcely dare to move. Is that all, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on his beloved disciple, while his peripheral vision occasionally flicked towards Danzo at his side. Although Orochimaru's explanations were impeccable, leaving no room for doubt, how could a teacher fail to understand his own student? The Byakugan had been so effortlessly seized by a practitioner of the Hozuki techniques. At that moment, he harbored suspicions that his disciple had conspired with an old friend. Yet, in order to prevent unnecessary conflicts from arising in the village, he chose not to voice his thoughts. Just a pair of eyes. I have finished speaking, sensei. Orochimaru lowered his head, casting a gaze filled with mockery and venom upon the floor. When he raised it again, his expression had become utterly neutral. Sarutobi nodded, preparing to speak when Danzo suddenly stood up, coldly interjecting, Orochimaru, can an ordinary Hozuki technique truly best you without even employing the corpse bone technique? Do not lie. Orochimaru's eyes darkened as he prepared to respond, but Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, stating, Danzo, with a formidable enemy at hand, now is not the time for such quarrels. Danzo scoffed, ready to retort, but upon realizing that the two Hokage advisors beside him remained silent, he clenched his staff tightly and jabbed it forcefully into the wooden floor. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Hiruzen, with a hint of resignation, glanced at his old friend before silently donning his Hokage hat. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Our priority now is to discuss strategies against Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Mist Village. Danzo refrained from further argument, yet a fire of frustration burned within him. Hokage. I must become Hokage. Only I am worthy of that title. Noticing Danzo's sudden quietude, Orochimaru allowed a barely perceptible smirk to grace his features. Danzo, do you truly believe you can become Hokage? Only those like the old man, who appear righteous and noble, can ascend to that position. I cannot. And you certainly cannot either. While he may not care for the title of Hokage, losing the chance to compete simply because of that missed Jinin was an outcome he could not accept. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at Orochimaru's unexpected initiative. Do you have something to say? Yes, sensei. Orochimaru moistened his parched lips, exuding an aura of coldness and lethal intent. Allow me to be the commander against Kaguya Otsutsuki. I assure you, I will not disappoint the village. My previous failure was due to my carelessness, an old injury resurfacing. This time, I will emerge victorious. The third Hokage nodded in apparent agreement, yet his gaze shifted towards Minato Namikaze, deepening the malice hidden in the depths of Orochimaru's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he paused and turned to his two friends, Koharu, Hamura. What do you think? Koharu responded promptly, in my view. Aside from Kaguya Otsutsuki, who has previously defeated Orochimaru, the Mist Village poses little threat. Hamura nodded in agreement. Seeing Danzo reluctant to speak, Sarutobi pressed on, indeed. That is the case. Given the new variables on the battlefield in the mist, we must take them into account. He turned to Minato, smiling warmly. Minato, how goes the battle in the Land of Lightning? Minato's expression turned serious as he shook his head. I cannot guarantee whether A and his forces will return, so I cannot leave the battlefield for an extended period. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sarutobi's features, but was quickly masked as he straightened up, his voice resonating with authority. I am resolute. Orochimaru will be the commander on the battlefield in the mist, while Minato cannot act freely. He can create disturbances to afford Orochimaru the time needed to gather forces and reach the front lines. Minato promptly stepped forward, nodding in agreement. Sarutobi swiftly established the battle plan. Minato, I will have several teams of ninjas transport your flying thunder god Kunai to the mist via the sea. Simply use explosive tags to intercept their vessels, slowing their troop transport without engaging in full-scale conflict. The ocean is their domain. Minato's seriousness dissipated, replaced by his usual warm demeanor. Upon hearing the third Hokage's plan, he replied, Hokage-sama, I will remember this. Sarutobi, pleased, smiled and returned the pipe to his mouth. Then it is settled. Organize the forces swiftly and crush the Mist Village. Yes. With that, Orochimaru and Danzo exited, followed closely by the others, leaving Kakashi behind. Sarutobi observed Kakashi lingering, curiosity peeking within him. Kakashi, what troubles you? Kakashi clenched his fists, a hint of sorrow in his demeanor. Hokage-sama. I wish to go to the battlefield in the mist and eliminate Kaguya Otsutsuki. Poof. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice tinged with regret. Kakashi, I permit you to go. But remember, only by forgetting the darkness can you live the life your comrades wish for you. Yes, third Hokage. Kakashi lowered his head. Darkness. Is my father's world shrouded in darkness? And what of Obito? Even if he still lives, he likely endures a life darker than anyone else. Kakashi raised his head, turning towards the exit of the Hokage building, determination glimmering in his eyes. Thus, for Obito, Kaguya Otsutsuki, you cannot die. Orochimaru. Danzo's sharp command halted Orochimaru in his tracks, who turned with an expression that danced between mockery and a smile. What is it, Danzo? Lord? Danzo's tone shifted, losing its earlier urgency, adopting a slow cadence to assert his superiority. Orochimaru, once you defeat that Kaguya Otsutsuki, ensure that his body and those eyes are meticulously safeguarded. Orochimaru's smile grew more pronounced, yet it bore fewer traces of insincerity. Danzo, are you once again fixated on acquiring new materials? It seems you will be able to secure additional funding. Chapter 31. The inevitable doubt and the prestige that must be established. Lord Chizuru. We have arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. This is the intelligence we have just gathered. Kaguya Naoki accepted the scroll handed over by the Umbu ninja, simultaneously comparing it with the map spread out on the table. After a thorough examination, he nodded and addressed the ninja beside him. In that case, let us await my signal to commence the assault. Upon hearing this, the ninja appeared momentarily taken aback and cautiously inquired, Master Naoki, what are the operational plans for the other battalions? Kaguya Naoki, without lifting his head, promptly responded, clearly indicating that this thought was not a mere whim but rather something he had long contemplated. You all may follow accordingly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the ninjas were tinged with slight astonishment. Their bodies swayed momentarily, yet they ultimately refrained from moving, instead solemnly reiterating the information from the scroll, hoping to sway the commander's decision. Lord Naoki, at the border of the Land of Fire, there are 2 elite jonin stationed, along with many skilled chunin and jinin. This stronghold serves as Konoha's primary defense against our village. Moreover, the area surrounding the stronghold is flat and open, leaving little room for a surprise attack, which may hinder any attempts at a solitary assassination. I understand. Kaguya Naoki responded calmly, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. He had triumphed over Orochimaru and seized the Byakugan. This achievement, although easily discerned by the ninjas of Konoha, remained unknown to the ordinary mist ninjas due to the stringent vigilance of the Third Mizukage. Consequently, Naoki was regarded as merely a favored individual by the majority of the lower-ranking ninjas in the mist, lacking any semblance of authority. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It is precisely your current demeanor that compels me to choose to make a solitary appearance during the first ambush battle, in order to instill fear in you. These arrogant and fierce warriors. Listening to Naoki's indifference, the Mist Ninjas couldn't help but cautiously voice their doubts, their words laden with palpable mistrust. Furthermore, Lord Naoki. Even if a lone assassination succeeds, the ninjas within the Konoha stronghold would not lose their fighting spirit. They are elite. Had another person assumed command and dared to repeatedly question in such a manner, they would have likely met a swift and fatal end. Yet, Naoki understood the underlying reasons for this behavior, which is why he chose to be magnanimous time and again. Indeed, I am aware. I do not intend to execute a decapitation. Kaguya Naoki paused momentarily. I alone shall eradicate them all. Huh? The hidden mist ninja could not help but exclaim, only to quickly realize the hierarchical structure and bow his head, though inwardly he could not suppress his resentment. What is the meaning of this? This is the most sudden attack on the land of water. The objective is annihilation, a massacre, rather than a mere beheading. With such numbers, even capturing pigs would take several days. Not to mention that these are the elite ninjas of Konohagakure gathered at the border. Even the esteemed 7 ninja swordsmen would find such a stronghold somewhat daunting, necessitating the mobilization of forces. However, that is the commander. Thus, after confirming that there was truly no changing of minds, the hidden mist ninja reluctantly turned away and announced Kaguya Naoki's decision. Almost at the very moment he turned, a flurry of chimes resounded, accompanied by a plethora of translucent frames appearing before his eyes. The fate of Oda Kaijin shifted, identified as a hidden mist ninja. And he obtained exchange fragments 1. Kaguya Naoki looked up and counted carefully, nearly 100 individuals. Thus, this time, the offensive I undertook has saved the lives of so many hidden mist ninjas. Kaguya Naoki sighed inwardly, promptly activating his Byakugan to gaze towards the distant border. However, there was no need to exert himself so strenuously next time. Once this massacre performance concluded, he would at least be able to recruit some individuals to serve as loyal subordinates for this unfortunate commander. Suppressing his playful thoughts, he scanned the surroundings with his Byakugan. Within the forest lay concealed chakra, likely belonging to a reconnaissance unit from the Mist Village, swifter than his own vanguard. Beyond that, amidst the sparse underbrush and flat terrain, at the very limit of his Byakugan's vision, should be the main camp of Konoha. After all, he was a formidable presence, born from the lineage of the Bone Clan. Standing at the threshold of the shadow level, it was said that in his ailing days, Kinshiki could effortlessly eliminate 500 clones of Naruto. Thus, for him, dispatching a few lackeys did not pose a significant challenge. As for the 2 elite Jonin, in the realm of shadows, they were merely larger minions. Kaguya Naoshi quietly touched his spine, preparing himself for the performance that awaited him. He withdrew his gaze. Naoshi, do you require my assistance? Is it not a tad too ambitious to undertake this alone? Terumi Mei closed the door and turned back, her expression now filled with concern as she looked at Kaguya Naoshi. Kaguya Naoki responded directly, do not be so lacking in confidence, Terumi Mei. Moreover, you are aware that I intend to establish my reputation through this mission, thus there can only be one presence on the battlefield of me. However, there are so many of them. Terumi Mei expressed her concerns, her voice trailing off with a sigh. Forget it, I concede. You, who were able to seize the Byakugan from Orochimaru, likely do not regard those individuals as a threat at all. It seems they will have little impact on you. Kaguya Naofumi nodded thoughtfully. So, Naofumi, what are your intentions? Allow me to assist you in analyzing the strategies. Kaguya Mei's hand rested firmly on the table adorned with a map, causing the thick paper to crease. As for strategies, Kaguya Shinjiki pondered for a moment. Perhaps the approach was to charge headlong into the fray and eliminate everyone in sight. What a jest. Terumi Mei couldn't help but sigh, shaking her head. Must one resort to such extreme violence in battle? It seems so. Kaguya Otsutsuki's fingers traced the map. Orochimaru was approaching. When he arrived near this border, given his formidable strength and extensive experience, it would be exceedingly difficult for any moment of glory to present itself. If, by that time, I had not yet won the unwavering loyalty of the Mist Shinobi, how could I avert the dire fate of being repelled back to the village immediately upon landing? Thus, only the most extreme displays of power could captivate the hearts of men. Kaguya Mei nodded. Yet her brow furrowed as she swiftly unrolled the intelligence scroll beside Kaguya Otsutsuki. After a brief moment, Kaguya Mei inquired with a hint of curiosity, is it truly Orochimaru? Without a doubt, came the assured reply. Kaguya Naoki gently touched the information scroll sent by Kakashi at his waist, a smile gracing his lips. Orochimaru was about to proceed to the front lines at the border of the Land of Fire, overseeing the battlefield of the Hidden Mist. Minato Namikaze was tasked with intercepting forces at sea, aimed at temporarily delaying the movements of the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. This was also the reason why Kaguya Naoki led an elite force from the Hidden Mist to directly breach the enemy lines. By securing a foothold on land, they would be able to methodically transport reinforcements at their leisure. The impact caused by Minato Namikaze would be significantly diminished. Upon receiving such news earlier, Kaguya Naoki let out a long sigh of relief. If it were merely Orochimaru, then the situation would be manageable. Kaguya Otsutsuki harbors a profound fear of Minato Namikaze. Although, Considering Minato's formidable offensive prowess, it is exceedingly challenging for him to genuinely eliminate Kaguya in a direct confrontation. However, one must not overlook Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, a skill of unparalleled intensity. While Kaguya finds herself compelled to rely on various other means to tenuously defend against such forbidden techniques, should Minato take her on a tour through the Four Nations, occasionally leading Kaguya into traps laden with explosive tags, or into perilous locations like the Cloud Hidden Tower, where her life could be at stake, what recourse would Kaguya have? Presently, she need not contend with Minato directly. Merely listening to Orochimaru should yield some commendable outcomes in the early stages. It is quite surprising that you possess spies infiltrated within Konoha, something the third Hokage could not accomplish. Kurotsuchi let out a sigh and added, rather resignedly, that your Byakugan is likely already known throughout the entirety of Konoha. The disparity between the villages is insurmountable. Therefore, Kaguya, as long as you do not suffer a humiliating defeat this time, you shall be regarded as a hero of the mist. Kaguya Nara nodded. I will do my utmost. Perhaps, I shall not face defeat. All right, Terumi-me, we are approaching the shore. Chapter 32. The strategy is to eliminate all adversaries single-handedly. The vessel has docked. A throng of misty ninjas gathered on the deck, their bloodthirsty expressions evident. However, as Kaguya and Naru emerged from the cabin, an odd look immediately manifested among them. It was clear that a certain decision made by their commander left them profoundly bewildered. Kaguya Naruki sensed the urgency and shook his head, opting to respond with a display of ferocious prowess. Stay close to me. We are about to make our move. No sooner had he spoken than Kaguya Naruki leaped down, with the Kaguya clan members closely following suit. The remaining mist shinobi exchanged glances, yet ultimately gritted their teeth and trailed behind. After all, he was their commander. No matter how reckless the situation, they could not allow him to meet his demise heedlessly. Soon, the mist shinobi arrived alongside Kaguya Naruki at the heavily fortified gates of the Leaf Village, where they beheld a scene they would find unforgettable for the rest of their lives, a barren forest, a gentle terrain, and a multitude of heads bobbing in the distance. Kaguya Naruki did not employ the hidden mist technique, he simply strode forward. Indeed, he advanced. Was he a fool? The ninjas of Konoha stood agape, their eyes fixed on the dense cluster of ninjas behind Kaguya Naruki, feeling a sense of despair while simultaneously casting glances at this solitary fool charging ahead. Eliminate him. Two Jonin exchanged glances, fully aware that the ninjas of the hidden mist were far from mindless brutes. This individual before them must undoubtedly be an exceptionally formidable warrior. Yet, no matter how powerful, how could one person possibly overwhelm them with ease? A flurry of shurikens and kunai soared through the air, tracing elegant arcs against the backdrop of the setting sun, evoking a sense of impending doom. In the face of this onslaught, Kaguya Naruki unfurled the bone membrane enveloping him. As a precaution, he also manipulated the moisture in the air, condensing it into ice saban, which he scattered using his Byakugan to mitigate the impact. He allowed the diminished force of the shurikens to strike against his resilient white bone membrane. Clang! Sparks flew. Observing that some kunai shattered upon impact with the unyielding membrane, Kaguya Naruki, destined to assume leadership in the future, extracted his spine to prevent the shurikens and kunai from causing wear and tear upon him. It seemed prudent to eliminate all of you first. Whoosh! Kaguya Otsutsuki surged forth like a tailed beast, bursting through the encirclement of shurikens with an astonishing velocity, racing towards the city wall. Meanwhile, the Leaf Ninjas remained engrossed in devising strategies to overcome Kaguya. What a farce! Such impenetrable defense, such blinding speed. Two elite shinobi exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness, yet they soon revealed the fierce resolve and bloodlust characteristic of their kind. Let us overwhelm him with sheer numbers. After all, he is but one. Water release, water flow wall, water shield, great waterfall technique, wind release, great breakthrough, fire release, great fireball technique. One after another, an array of intricate jutsu illuminated the dimming twilight, painting the sky in hues of vibrant color. A monster, indeed. What a monstrous being. Kaguya Shinsuke charged through the terrifying and formidable ninjutsu as if he were an absolute monster. Observing the panicked and horrified expressions of the ninjas, Kaguya let out a sigh. I apologize, but this is the world of Hokage. A shadow-level powerhouse can truly act with impunity, though he could not yet compare to the terrifying might of the Third Raikage, who had battled against 30,000. The mere presence of these ninjas was more than sufficient for him. With a flourish, he swung the spine in his hand. The sound of flesh and bone colliding, slicing, and splitting echoed ominously. Then came the splattering blood and the deafening screams. Kill him. A formidable Jonin rallied an elite team of Chunin, intent on eliminating Kaguya Shinsuke. Yet, within this densely populated stronghold of Konoha ninjas, they were left with no choice but to engage in close combat. To confront Kaguya Shinsuke in such a manner was undoubtedly a path to demise. As the Jonin's long blade emitted a shrill cry, slicing through the air, Kaguya could no longer act with the same reckless abandon as before. He unleashed his first technique, Bone Pulse, Dance of the Large. Whispering softly, a surge of white jade bones erupted from his upper body. Not good. A Jonin barely managed to halt his advance, but could not save one of his comrades. Helplessly watching as 5 or 6 Chunin, like moths drawn to a flame, brandished their pitiful shuriken and charged forward, only to be impaled by the protruding bone spikes. The wind swept through, raising a cloud of blood mist, causing the lifeless bodies to sway gently upon the skeletal protrusions. Was this the origin of the Dance of the Large? The sanguine surge, stemming from the bloodline of Kaguya, surged through the mind, eliciting a sinister laughter reminiscent of a villain. Enemies danced upon my very bones, their blood swirling in the wind. This is the essence of the Shikatsu Miyako. Cursed fiend. Do not be so brazen. The J-nin's eyes glowed crimson as he swiftly formed hand seals, seemingly brewing an immensely potent ninjutsu. Suddenly, a whip far surpassing the prior range of attack pierced through the J-nin's body, the chakra within him pulsating and causing blood to erupt forth in an even more expansive torrent. It flowed, pooling into a vivid crimson sea. Shikatsu Miyako, Dance of the Iron Wire Flower. Kaguya Shinsuke casually added a remark, and in an instant, a bone erupted from his wrist, effortlessly severing a head behind him. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, smearing his already tattered garments, transforming him into a harbinger of blood. Yet, the struggle was far from over. He pressed on, employing ninjutsu. The tactical effectiveness of the suicidal assault by a Jonin and several Chunin was astounding. Seizing this fleeting moment, the other ninjas unleashed a frenzied assault with their relatively meager chakra compared to Kaguya Shinsuke. A barrage of concentrated ninjutsu surged forth once more. Buildings soared, walls crumbled, and countless fiery craters marred the landscape. Amidst the devastation lay shattered stones. These terrifying techniques had the power to alter the very geography of this world. Yet they could not pierce Kaguya Shinsuke's formidable bone membrane, nor could they capture his elusive form. Thus, the slender, barbed whip of bone danced through the air. Man soared upon bone. Blood surged upon bone. Accompanied by the cacophony of piercing screams, the morale of the Konoha ninjas waned. Flee. The first to retreat was the remaining Jonin. Witnessing the white bones harvesting the heads of countless Konoha ninjas like reaping wheat, fear finally gripped him. Find Lord Orochimaru. This became his singular desire. Observing that figure, Kaguya Shinsuke sighed, summoning a dozen ice mirrors and diving into them, immediately dashing forth with the swiftness of lightnings. Whispering into the ear of the Jonin, "Why do you not show me respect? I promised the ninjas of the village that I would annihilate you all." The Jonin trembled, a glimmer of resolute determination igniting in his eyes. The madman of the Kaguya clan. Taste this. Naruto's technique. The elite shinobi, exhausting his final opportunity, endeavored to ensnare the Shikatsu Miyako within an elaborate illusion constructed from his overwhelming chakra, hoping to ensnare it within the confines of his genjutsu. Yet, he was mistaken. A single fist of Kaguya Naoki shattered his throat, penetrating through to crash down onto the tree. Turning around, he gazed at the somewhat bewildered Konoha ninja standing in a pool of blood, wiping the blood from his face to reveal a gentle smile. Why not join the hidden mist? Chapter 33, arriving only to face defeat? What is this? Just walking past like that? As they stood behind Kaguya Naoki, witnessing his utter lack of intent to utilize ninjutsu, some ninjas could no longer restrain themselves and began to mockingly shout in a tone that belittled the intelligence of the Kaguya clan. You will die? One to you? Even a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen shouldn't act so recklessly. Then, as they observed the dense clouds of shurikens hurtling towards Kaguya Naoki, they silently grasped their blades, straightened their legs, and prepared to rescue their commander before he was pierced like a hedgehog. Yet it seemed, it was already too late. The shurikens, too swift indeed. Even with their numbers, it was difficult to conceive how they could deal with such a barrage. Could this truly be failure? Just as this sentiment began to permeate the air, a cacophony shattered the silence. The ringing of metal echoed across the battlefield, sparks flying, dazzling their eyes. The hidden mist ninjas widened their eyes in disbelief, witnessing the white bone membrane dispersing the entire cloud of shurikens. What kind of monster is this? Is it possible to counter an attack like this? The hidden mist ninjas, known for their fragility and high attack power, adept at assassination, had never encountered such a bold and powerful approach. How could it be so swift? They watched as a white figure, akin to a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, swiftly descended beneath the Konoha walls, then erupted in a crimson bloom. This is slaughter, isn't it? The hidden mist ninjas swallowed hard, overwhelmed by shock. They beheld Kaguya Naoki amidst the dense crowd of Konoha shinobi, dancing like a tempest, tearing apart anyone daring to obstruct him into shreds. The splattering blood and torn flesh formed a scene that even these bloodthirsty ninjas found astonishing. Lord Naoki, be careful. Just as some felt a sense of relief at Naoki's effortless dispatch of an elite J-nin's desperate attack, keen observers sensed the Konoha ninjas strategically retreating, regrouping for a more formidable assault. It's over. The hidden mist ninjas gasped at the sight of dense ninjutsu and flickering lights. That is far more terrifying than a mere barrage of shurikens. Go save Lord Naoki. As they began to spring into action, another voice rang out. Stop. The hidden mist ninja, who had previously reluctantly relayed Naoki's orders, now raised his hand to halt his comrades. Because that monster, Kaguya Naoki, had blocked all ninjutsu and resumed his deadly dance, the monotonous slaughter began anew. It was not until much later that an incredulous shout broke through the chaos. Is that ice release? Initially believing that the slaughter would remain unremarkable, with only a few insignificant ninjas escaping, they were taken aback when Kaguya Naoki unexpectedly employed a technique both strange and familiar. It was indeed ice release. The hidden mist ninjas, who had found solace in the demise of the fleeing elite J-nin, began to question uncertainly. Is it? A member of the Mizunokuni clan pushed to the front, gazing at the shimmering, extending ice mirrors, exclaiming in astonishment. Why have we never seen you utilize ice release like this? Several hidden mist ninjas looked curiously at the Mizuno Kuni clan member, whose complexion turned a deep shade of red, unable to suppress his shock. Indeed. Why can he wield such powerful ice release? That Kaguya Naoki could use ice release, undoubtedly a trait of the Kaguya and Mizuno Kuni clans. However, it was equally true that Naoki had never encountered the secret techniques of the Mizuno Kuni clan. In such circumstances, Naoki not only manifested a technique akin to the crystal ice mirrors but also improved it, rendering it a highly mobile ninjutsu. Is this what genius looks like? The Mizuno Kuni clan member couldn't help but reflect, suddenly feeling less distressed. The disparity between their abilities sparked no jealousy within him. The flush on his face faded, and he retorted to the ninjas, "We all trained in the same ninja academy. Why don't you possess Lord Naoki's formidable physical prowess?" The smiles on the faces of the hidden mist ninjas abruptly froze, and they silently turned away, falling into silence. Their disparity in physical prowess was not negligible. They too were mere seconds away from being slaughtered. I ask you, will you not surrender and join my hidden mist village? Is this the end? The hidden mist ninjas, unable to remain still any longer, hastily rose to surround the Konoha ninjas, now stained with blood and reduced in number. They fervently shouted Kaguya Naoki's name. Caught in a fervent tide. Amidst this fervor, the Konoha ninjas trembled, unable to draw their blades. Faced with the unstoppable Kaguya Naoki and the densely packed hidden mist ninjas, they understood that no amount of effort could suffice. Yet they were Konoha shinobi. Thus, as one ninja raised his long blade, the others followed suit, driving the blade that had yet to taste enemy blood through their own necks. How tragically heroic. Kaguya Naoki furrowed his brow once more as he wiped away the splattered blood. There was too much blood, impossible to cleanse entirely. Mizuki's fate shifted, identified as a mist ninja, earning him a fragment of exchange. Ignoring the barrage of notifications, Kaguya Naoki observed the previously hostile mist ninjas now gazing at him with fervent expressions. Still slightly intoxicated by the bloodshed, an unsettling restlessness stirred within him. After a moment of forced restraint, he replied with a calm demeanor, "Very well. Let us fortify the camp, secure the port, and await the gradual arrival of the main forces." "Indeed, Lord Kaguya," resounded the synchronized cheers, echoing through the stifled heavens. Kaguya Chiki stood tall, then turned her back and calmly walked into the commanding general's grand tent. Just 10 minutes prior, this place belonged to Konoha. "Chiki, your position is finally secure," she thought. Kaguya Otsutsuki closed the door, her lips curling in an uncontrollable smile, and her flowing hair mirrored the joy that emanated from her heart. However, she quickly adopted a serious demeanor, her expression stern as she examined the map and intelligence reports, diligently strategizing for Kaguya Chiki's future plans. The immediate strategy was to solidify this stronghold, awaiting the full assembly of the Mist Ninja forces to compel Orochimaru to retreat through sheer numerical superiority. This would allow them to infiltrate deep into Konoha, engaging in a prolonged tug-of-war with Orochimaru, who would receive the last vestiges of support from Konoha. "Indeed," Kaguya Shinji replied softly. This was, after all, a strategic assessment made by Kaguya Shinji upon receiving the intelligence regarding Kakashi. Although Minato Namikaze possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, during the Night of the Nine Tails, he could only use it 7 or 8 times before his chakra would be nearly exhausted, especially compared to the growth he has achieved since then. Thus, Kaguya Shinji resolved to divide all the fleets into smaller units, approaching in batches across the vast ocean. Based on Minato's chakra reserves, they could attack at most 7 or 8 transport teams, striving to draw him into the endless sea with minimal losses. Once the Mist Ninjas received substantial reinforcements, how could Orochimaru, who had not yet amassed sufficient forces, hope to resist? He could only delay and retreat, quietly awaiting the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements, ultimately managing to establish a makeshift camp in the heart of the Land of Fire to mount a defense. This represented the fleeting strategic advantage that the Mist Village had gained from observing the conflict for many years. Kaguya Natsuki was deep in contemplation, pondering how to extract greater benefits from the protracted struggle, when her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. A series of urgent and vigorous knocks resonated at the door. Terumi promptly rose and opened it. A hidden mist ninja eagerly squeezed through the gap, clutching an intelligence scroll in hand. Upon sighting Kaguya Natsuki, the ninja exclaimed in a state of distress, "My lord, the vessels transporting our forces have been decisively sunk by Minato Namikaze. Although the majority of our troops remain unharmed, they are now congregated on the island." Kaguya Najiki's expression froze. He could scarcely attend to who had taken it upon themselves to alter orders, placing the hidden mist village on the brink of being expelled back to the Land of Water, despite their intent to seize a considerable portion of the Land of Fire. Instead, he immediately inquired, "Are there any ships available?" The hidden mist ninja lowered his head, unable to meet Kaguya Najiki's gaze. The third Hokage had requisitioned all vessels, entrusting them to this fleet. Thus, it was presumed that the Land of Water possessed no surplus ships to ensure the timely arrival of reinforcements. Terumi painfully closed her eyes. Kaguya's body swayed slightly before stabilizing instantly. A certain technique came to his mind, and his eyes gleamed with realization. Chapter 34. Behold. The Frozen Sea. I understand now. Have a guide wait by the shore. Furthermore, summon the leaders of each division within the camp to meet with me. Kaguya Naoki coldly declared, immediately commencing the measurement of the distance to the nearest border of the Land of Fire. It seemed feasible, yet further calculations were required. Beside him, Terumi May had lost her former grace and composure, striking a wooden pillar with a clenched fist, her entire being radiating fury. Those damn pests. One day, they would all pay for their transgressions. Terumi May's visage twisted in anguish, for she had glimpsed the glimmer of early victory, only to witness it utterly extinguished. If only they had heeded Naoki's counsel and fragmented their forces, they could have transported the majority of their troops. Why? Why must they concentrate their strength? Allowing Minato Namikaze to seize the opportunity? No matter who it was, they must perish. Terumi May's brow furrowed, a chilling murderous intent emanating from her as she gazed at Kaguya Naoki, who was deeply engrossed in thought, striving to salvage the dire situation. A pang of sympathy stirred within her. This wretched, corrupt, discriminatory, and blood-soaked village truly did not deserve someone of Naoki's caliber. Had he been in Konoha, he would likely have achieved renown on various battlefields, much like the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, rather than being hindered by the incessant undermining of the village's pests. How could the third Hokage differ so vastly? Terumi May sighed inwardly, for even she could not conceive a solution. Perhaps it was best to concede defeat. Awaiting Naoki's ascension to the position of Mizukage, where he could eradicate those pests and reclaim the rightful standing of Kirigakure. A thought struck her. Ah? Terumi May initially expressed skepticism, but swiftly suppressed it, her tone turning serious. Naoki, what do you require of me? A warm current surged within Kaguya's heart. Shinomiya. With the captain outside, please guard this place well. I shall go to meet them. Shinomiya's expression momentarily faltered as her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the map. How will you manage such a vast distance? Yet, she refrained from voicing her concerns. In this critical moment, every second was invaluable and must not be squandered. Shinomiya nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Kaguya, I will certainly hold this position. Kaguya Najiki gazed at the resolute Terumi. A hint of concern etched upon his features as he whispered, if Orochimaru arrives here before my return, you must flee. May nodded, albeit with some reluctance. However, the turning of Kaguya Najiki meant he would never witness the exchange. After entrusting command entirely to May, he swiftly leaped out of the encampment and made his way to the coastline, where a somewhat peculiar yet youthful ninja awaited him. Sensing Najiki's approach, the ninja stepped forward respectfully and spoke, Lord Najiki, I am Kisame Hashigaki, and I shall guide you. Very well. Let us proceed. Kisame paused momentarily, despite his usual composure, and inquired, Lord Najiki, we possess only a few boats. No need for boats. Kaguya Naruki, without a backward glance, hastened toward the coast, devoid of any intention to provide an explanation. Time is indeed a precious commodity. Kisame Hashigaki clenched his teeth, observing Kaguya Naruki's silhouette against the vast, boundless sea, inevitably succumbing to a sense of despondency in the entirety of the hidden mist, who was unaware that merely stepping onto the land of the Fire Nation would allow for an immediate advance. Yet, such an expansive ocean lay before them, one that no ninja could traverse without the aid of vessels. The hidden mist was destined to falter. Then, he beheld Kaguya Naruki stride upon the water, witnessing crystalline ice, pale and azure, manifest around his feet, gradually forming a bridge wide enough for three. Kisame Hashigaki paused momentarily, then surged forward, spurred by a glimmer of hope. There remained a chance for victory. Kisame's fate shifted, identifying him as a ninja of the hidden mist, and he acquired 10 fragment pieces. Yet all was for naught. Across numerous distant islands, far from the Fire Nation, countless ninjas from the hidden mist gazed vacantly at the pale blue sky. Without ships, the ocean remained an insurmountable barrier. They were condemned to languish upon this barren land, anxiously awaiting news of the front line's collapse. They watched as Konoha prepared to launch their final cohort of ninjas to establish a new defensive line. Even if the hidden mist ninjas managed to leverage their numerical superiority for an advance, they would inevitably suffer tremendous losses against the well-prepared defenses of Konoha. What purpose would such an assault serve? The numbers of the hidden mist were not abundant. Thus, someone must bear the responsibility. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, one whose face was clouded with anger wielded the twin blades known as Hiramakirai. His distrust in Kaguya Naruki's orders led him to act independently, resulting in a grievous calamity. Now, in the aftermath of the battle, he would surely be among the first to face retribution. A change of strategy was imperative. Perhaps they could take a small boat to Konoha to salvage some semblance of victory, balancing the scales of merit and demerit. Alternatively, they could unify their narrative, attributing the defeat solely to Kaguya Naruki. The wielder of Hiramakirai articulated this notion, only to be met with the darkened expressions and icy glares of his compatriots, prompting him to lower his gaze. Was it truly Kaguya Naruki who bore the brunt of responsibility for the defeat? TZ Kiba scoffed, his massive blade faintly exuding the scent of blood. Indeed, it was so. Suigetsu Zuki chuckled coldly, his own great sword swaying, betraying the murderous intent brewing within. Such pests had led the village to its current state of decay, as 6 pairs of blood-red eyes swept across the necks of their adversaries. A sudden shout drew their attention. Look, what is that? The 7 ninja swordsmen, upon hearing the call, rose and turned their gazes toward the vast expanse of the sea. The sun was setting, casting dim rays that glimmered across the water's surface. Every individual understood the ocean's vastness, its enormity, and its terror. Yet, at the very limit of the ninja's vision, where the light shone the brightest, two figures appeared, walking serenely upon the water. Was someone truly walking on the sea? There were no islands ahead. The ninja stood, captivated by the distant figures. What immense chakra must one possess to traverse such a wide expanse of ocean? As they drew nearer, many among them recognized the silhouette. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the leader of the Mist Village, witnessed some individuals resuming their seats. Even though the commander had arrived here with formidable chakra, what could that possibly change? Would he utter some inspiring yet vacuous words? Only to accept the grim reality of defeat? Despondency continued to loom over the Mist Ninjas, shrouding them like a somber sky. Look. The voice trembled with excitement and disbelief. Then look. The tone shifted to one of fervor and madness. This abrupt emotional transition caused everyone's hearts to flutter as the crowd, which had just moments ago slumped like waves of wheat, instantly re-established itself like resilient pines. They then beheld something they would never forget, the vast ocean. At the horizon of this ocean lay a shimmering path of ice, or perhaps something that could be termed a bridge. Ultimately, these details mattered little. As more individuals comprehended the significance of what lay beneath Kaguya Otsutsuki's feet, all that could be heard was the roaring cacophony of voices. Lord Otsutsuki. Lord Otsutsuki. The fervent chants surged like waves whipped up by a tempest, akin to the reverberating thunderclap. The transition from despair to ecstasy occurred in but a fleeting moment, enough to elevate the spirits of thousands from the depths to the pinnacle. Truly, what a terrifying young man he is. Suigetsu of the Watermelon Mountain, attempting to mask his quivering voice, which bore the tremors of miracles, resorted to some nonsensical chatter. Indeed, the tension was palpable. Miwako tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed on the distant land of fire. What had once seemed an insurmountable battle now appeared to harbor a glimmer of hope. As the fervor surged, a Mist Ninja posed a thought-provoking question. Do you think Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could achieve such a feat? Silence fell, a momentary hush enveloping the crowd. They gazed at the figure approaching with measured steps, recalling the two monumental figures that loomed large throughout history. This was the second occasion on which these two were compared. First, as demigods of the ninja world, Hanzo, and second, as the Mist Ninja, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Soon, a roar even more fervent than before erupted, for they had glimpsed a new hope. Kaguya Otsutsuki approached, ascending the island. Casually discarding the empty chakra replenishing potions into the sea, forcefully suppressing the chaos within. The Mist Shinobi await your command, he uttered softly. In that instant, the once tumultuous waves, capable of shaking mountains, fell eerily silent. Advance. As the words echoed, the Mist Shinobi surged forth, akin to the crashing sea, or a mountain descending with formidable weight. Kaguya Naoki found himself amidst the currents, gazing at the sunset that gradually sank into the sea while still radiating its brilliant light. The Leaf Village was embroiled in war. Chapter 35, The Frantic Escape of Orochimaru. The powers of Melt Release and Boil Release? The containers of these two bloodline abilities make the Hidden Mist Village truly a treasure trove. A man of sinister beauty, with serpent-like pupils, surveyed the distant camp of the Hidden Mist, his eyes filled with longing and fervor. One could not help but wonder if I should thank you, Minato Namikaze, for bestowing upon me such a perfect opportunity. Alas, it is regrettable. Orochimaru's gaze subtly shifted, focusing on the intelligence gathered by Hinata Hayashi through his Byakugan. A hint of regret mixed with excitement emerged in his serpentine eyes. He had arrived a tad too late, allowing that Kaguya Naoki to slip away by boat. Otherwise, he could have secured two valuable specimens simultaneously. As for now, Orochimaru retracted the fervor from his visage, reclaiming the chilling aura characteristic of serpents. Engaging in a battle where one merely picks up the wisdom of others is utterly tedious. You all, advance and eliminate this stronghold. Yes, unlike Orochimaru's relaxed demeanor, the Leaf Ninjas behind him stood resolute, heeding his command as they swiftly descended from the trees like fallen leaves, rushing towards the recently captured outpost of the Hidden Mist Village. Their intentions, laid bare, inevitably drew the attention of several Hidden Mist Ninjas. The Hyuga clan. There is no need to deploy the mist techniques any longer. As the defensive vanguard, the Hidden Mist Ninjas, armed with kunai and prepared to defend to the death, shouted loudly to alert their comrades. The mist techniques held no effect on the Hyuga clan and would rather serve as shackles binding the Hidden Mist Ninjas. And Orochimaru. Thud. The blade pierced flesh. Ignoring the long knife embedded in his body, a Hidden Mist Ninja gazed at the white-haired figure with crimson eyes, struggling to relay vital information back to the main camp. And Kakashi Hatake. The moment the voice fell, his body slumped weakly upon the blade, as countless Leaf Ninjas surged past his corpse, charging towards the Hidden Mist camp. Boil Release, Mist Technique. Terumi Mei, observing the dense army of ninjas outside, wore a grave and resolute expression, channeling her chakra to unleash a massive volume of white mist produced by Boil Release. Ah, my eyes. Within the enveloping mist, a cacophony of anguish cries erupted. While other Hidden Mist Ninjas reveled in their brief victories, Terumi Mei furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with bitterness. This is too forced. Even with this nearly depleting chakra expenditure of Boil Release, the results have been minimal. Terumi Mei clenched her fists, All those possessing Byakugan immediately halted the majority of the leaf forces upon sensing the chakra of boil release, thereby preserving a significant portion of their strength. Were it not for that, at least half of them would have been rendered combat ineffective. We're going to lose. Terumi may chuckle bitterly, her thoughts drifting to the ice bridge. Since victory is unattainable, I must at least delay them. Raising her head, determination flickered in her eyes. I must hold them back, to allow the hidden mist forces to return. I must. Naoki, I will kill you all. Kill. From the thinning white mist emerged the bloodthirsty and ruthless ninjas of the leaf, launching themselves at the hidden mist ninjas. The clanging of kunai echoed as various jutsu clashed in rapid succession. Terumi Mei's adversary was Orochimaru. Just as she gathered her chakra, intending to use melt release to eliminate the few brazen leaf ninjas before her, a serpentine figure appeared silently behind her. Not good. The chilling aura reached Terumi Mei's proximity before she sensed it, releasing a torrent of melt release while retreating swiftly. Turning around, she beheld numerous large venomous snakes slithering from Orochimaru's sleeves, some of their venom brushing against her hair, corroding the dark strands. Barely escaping, Terumi Mei exhaled in relief, her gaze fixed intently on the acidic solution she had expelled. I must injure him. Sizzle. Under the coverage of melt release, the snakes poised to attack Terumi Mei disintegrated into liquid in an instant. As the solution receded, it revealed Orochimaru, still wearing a smile, his tongue extending in an unearthly manner. He chuckled coldly, his eyes scrutinizing Terumi Mei. The melt release bloodline is indeed powerful. Boil release and melt release both possess corrosive properties. If they were in my hands, Orochimaru revealed a hint of a sinister smile. Such experiments, unfit for the light of day in the leaf, are best left unspoken in public. Do not disregard me, Orochimaru. In their initial encounter, Terumi Mei felt the stark difference in strength, yet she did not relent. Armed with a kunai, she appeared poised to engage Orochimaru in close combat. But her body suddenly halted. Melt release, dissolving monster technique. This long-prepared, larger-scale acidic solution erupted from her mouth, turning the stone fortress walls into gray liquid, pouring into the ground. This devastating strike, capable of instilling despair in countless ninjas, was effortlessly evaded by Orochimaru, who slipped away with ease. The technique missed its mark. Feeling her chakra nearly depleted, Terumi Mei forced a smile of despair. The defeat is utterly complete. What about the others? Her attention slightly scattered. The cries and screams from all directions flooded her ears. Die. Kill him quickly. Hold on. Even with strategies laid out, is it not possible to delay this leaf force even a little? A sense of desolation filled Terumi Mei's heart. Indeed, with Kakashi, Orochimaru, and the elite ninjas from the Hyuga branch among the leaf forces, how could their regular hidden mist unit hope to withstand such might? But Naoki is still here. We must at least hold them back. Thus, let us continue to fight with all our might. Terumi Mei raised her kunai, charging towards the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked the blood splattered on his lips. This truly is a familiar scene. There are always those willing to give everything for their village under the command of that radiant old man. Truly, they are loathsome creatures. Lord Orochimaru. Hinata Hayashi stood before Orochimaru, engaging in fierce combat with Terumi Mei, who was easily repelled due to her youth and lack of strength. It was the 7 ninja swordsmen and Kaguya Naoki. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Is that so? It appears they have brought some of the strongest individuals here using the limited vessels available. However, the disparity in quality cannot be compensated for by mere numbers. Orochimaru chuckled softly, a hint of icy malice surfacing. Although their arrival was quicker than anticipated, since they are here, let us allow a few of them to remain behind. No. Hyuga Hazashi barely maintained the composure of the Hyuga clan, yet cold sweat unbidden trickled down his forehead. Lord Orochimaru. In the distance, a continuous wave of mist ninja surged forth. Gritting his teeth, Hyuga Hazashi forced himself to speak. It must be the main force. Lord Minato's intelligence must be flawed. The main force of the mist has indeed arrived. Orochimaru's tongue paused, a contemplative expression flickering in his serpent-like eyes before he rasped. Let us withdraw, before they arrive. Organize the troops, follow me. Before his words could fully escape, a hearty laughter echoed from above. Orochimaru, would you care to stay as my guest? Orochimaru lifted his gaze to the figure concealed within the icy mirror high above, a hint of exasperation creeping into his heart as he spoke through gritted teeth. That little brat Kaguya Otsutsuki. He suppressed his rising irritation and addressed Hyuga Hazashi. Today, it truly seems perilous. No need to gather. We should all flee. With that, Orochimaru bit into his finger and slammed it against the ground, coldly commanding, Arise, 10,000 snakes. I have prepared many splendid offerings for you. With a resounding crash, amidst the rising white mist, the chilling yet exhilarated voice of 10,000 snakes reverberated across the battlefield. Orochimaru, have you truly amassed such abundant sacrifices? Such chakra and flesh are simply exhilarating. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal serpent emerged upon the battlefield, its serpentine eyes scanning for prey. In that very moment, a soft murmur resonated above it. Bone pulse, dance of the iron flower. A massive, hardened bone spear extended from the heavens, piercing directly through the enormous head of 10,000 snakes, embedding itself within its scales. The hunter transformed into prey in an instant. How could it be in the sky? That damn bastard! Ah! In a howl of agony, 10,000 snakes desperately attempted to pull down the figure brandishing the bone in the air, but the serpent, accustomed to overwhelming the weak, had no experience dealing with aerial foes. Orochimaru, you scoundrel! I will certainly kill you. The gigantic bone pierced through its body, anchoring it to the ground, rendering 10,000 snakes immobile while enduring excruciating pain. Concealed behind the body of 10,000 snakes, Orochimaru, who had silently glided several hundred meters away, listened to the roar, his expression equally grim. Chapter 36. Slaughtering the Grey Bones. Request for continued reading. Capture Orochimaru. Detain him. Thousands of ninjas soared through the dense forests on the outskirts of the Land of Fire, ruthlessly slaughtering isolated Leaf Ninjas while frantically searching for the whereabouts of the Leaf Ninjas, including Orochimaru. Not a single one concealed their traces, because, truly, there was no need for concealment. With the last elite squad led by Orochimaru utterly annihilated, the distance from the border to the Leaf Village now harbored almost no defensive force from the Leaf. Just as in the original history of the ninja world, the village hidden in the mist had indeed cornered the Leaf into a dire situation, compelling them to dispatch lower-ranking ninja fodder to intercept. Without might do way, the historically powerful Mist Village might have truly reached the last line of defense of the Leaf Village. Amidst the fervor and turmoil, Kaguya Otsutsuki remained composed, for the strength of the Leaf was still formidable enough to once again suppress the Mist Village. He issued the order to eradicate every Leaf Ninja on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. Those frail, sheep-like Mist Ninjas were devoid of any motivation. They only wished to eliminate one individual, Orochimaru. If they could slay him and diminish a shadow-level powerhouse, the scales of victory would surely tilt in favor of the Mist. Upon realizing this, the cruel and bloodthirsty ninjas of the Mist became utterly frenzied. Capture Orochimaru. We are all mere bait. But, so what? As long as we can send a message, we can summon Lord Kaguya Otsutsuki to arrive, detain Orochimaru, and slay the infamous Leaf 3 ninjas. Victory. That is all that matters. The chaotic jungle, in the hidden dark corners, Orochimaru's silhouette gradually emerged, his mood far from pleasant. Truly, that detestable little brat. The 10,000 snakes he had originally intended to use to delay Kaguya Otsutsuki was instantly annihilated upon its appearance. As one adept in evasion, he should not have had to worry about being discovered. Yet Kaguya Otsutsuki's technique was simply too swift, and combined with the Byakugan, it had repeatedly plunged him into dire straits, from which he barely escaped. Now, he should be temporarily safe. Orochimaru eased his long-absent heavy breathing, recalling Kaguya Otsutsuki's terrifying ability to soar through the skies. Was that ice release? A look of curiosity crossed Orochimaru's face. Kaguya Naoki. Is he a creature born from the fusion of two bloodlines? A product of the intermarriage between the Mizuno Uzuki family and the Shikatsu Miyaka clan? No, that is not correct. Orochimaru immediately dismissed his previous thought. Subsequently, an even greater excitement illuminated his countenance. Kaguya Naoki, with the bloodline of ice release, the bone pulse, and the secret techniques of the ghost lantern. Perhaps this is not mere coincidence? Is that little devil also delving into something? The ability to amalgamate such diverse elements within oneself without a hint of anomaly signifies a successful and mature experiment. Orochimaru instinctively licked his lips, a flicker of desire stirring within him, as he pondered Kaguya Naoki's age and status, marveling at the remarkable mastery exhibited at such a tender age. There lies a potential for him to become the Mizukage. Perhaps, in the future, an alliance with this young prodigy may indeed be on the horizon. Yet, just as Orochimaru mused, his expression abruptly shifted. His demeanor darkened, and he transformed into a serpent, slithering away into the distance. At that moment, the forest glimmered with brilliant ice release. Orochimaru, let us converse, Kaguya Naoki declared, his gaze sharp and unyielding. I possess the Byakugan and have completely locked on to your position. Should you continue to flee, I shall summon all the Mist Shinobi. It is said that the Third Raikage possesses the capability to engage 30,000 warriors. I wonder, can you match that, Orochimaru? The voice of Kaguya Shinsui lingered in the air, causing Orochimaru to halt in his tracks and gaze at the young spirit who had nearly driven him to the brink of despair. He never anticipated being cornered to such an extent by this youth. Orochimaru regarded the figure with a tangle of emotions. A sensation he had not experienced in ages, perhaps the last time was with that fellow Hanzo. Suppressing his intricate feelings, he turned his attention back to Kaguya Shinsui and smirked coldly. What is there to discuss? Kaguya Shinsui. Surely you are not contemplating the act of generously bestowing those eyes upon me, are you? Kaguya Najiki took a deep breath. Let us discuss the possibility of your future joining the Hidden Mist Village. Orochimaru swayed slightly, casting his gaze upon Kaguya Najiki's figure, his tone somewhat frigid. You little brat, I am a person of Konoha. Kaguya Chikyu gently descended upon the towering canopy, gazing down at Orochimaru. So will you, alongside the decayed Third Hokage, become your nourishment for Konoha? Orochimaru, you should not be one of such nature. Observing Kaguya Chikyu's silhouette stirred a tempest within Orochimaru, causing him to clench his fist slightly. Orochimaru, there is no need for you to disguise your true self. From the moment we conspired to seize the Byakugan, I have known that you are destined to transcend the shackles of the shinobi way or the will of fire that bind the souls of others. Since we both aspire to carve out new paths, why not choose to come to our village? As he regarded the still screen, Kaguya Otsutsuki exhaled slowly, choosing not to continue his incessant rambling, but instead, he opened his palm, revealing a small segment of bone, faintly tinged with gray. He gently pierced this verdant, flourishing canopy. In an instant, a reality that made Orochimaru's pupils dilate unfolded before him. The colossal tree seemed to have its life force drained in an instant. The lush green leaves withered and shattered, and the sturdy, massive trunk collapsed into dust. Kaguya's Nezumi stood upon the ground, still brandishing the skeletal relic in hand. The bone, a pale shade of gray, had undergone a singular evolution, allowing it to coalesce into its current form. Moreover, it was evident that with further evolution, it would inevitably replicate the legendary Otsutsuki Kaguya's fabled bone. What is this? Orochimaru's pupils were fixated intently upon that fragment of bone. This is the result of our Shikatsu Myaku, an evolution of the bloodline. Kaguya Tsukuyami replied softly, further igniting Orochimaru's curiosity. His eyes could not help but scrutinize the bone that emanated an irresistible allure to him. And he could not refrain from asking, this has never appeared in the history of the Kaguya clan, has it? Indeed. Kaguya Naoki paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. Reminiscent of the elusive Manjiki Sharingan rarely seen within the Uchiha clan, or perhaps the legendary First Hokage, a rare gem born once in a millennium from the Shinja lineage. Orochimaru's body stiffened as comprehension dawned upon him. Instantly, his eyes, ablaze with fervor and madness, fixated upon that bone. So, is this the allure you wield to tempt me? Kaguya Naoki? Indeed, it is. Kaguya Naoki smiled as he drew forth a pale arm from his bosom, the arm belonging to White Setsu. I have more, he declared. Then, Orochimaru, before you join the Hidden Mist Village, let us first engage in an equitable exchange, shall we? Orochimaru's fate line had shifted, detected as a non-Hidden Mist ninja. With a countdown to his defection to the village, 210. Chapter 37, talent nearly equal to 0, a promising future. Orochimaru donned a sinister smile, his voice taking on a dismissive tone. So, Naoki-kun, let us discuss the terms of the trade. What is it that you desire? With that, Orochimaru's gaze fixated on the smile gracing Kaguya Naoki's face. The excitement he had felt moments ago was suddenly replaced by a deep sense of foreboding. An aged, sallow visage, wrapped in bandages, surfaced from the depths of his mind. Danzo. Orochimaru's expression darkened. The abrupt shift in his mood and the recollection of Danzo was straightforward. In similar transactions of the past, it was Orochimaru who played the role of Kaguya Naoki. Back then, a mere flick of his hand to discard some experimental remnants would have had Danzo, that fool, wagging his tail and willingly offering up his riches, leaving Orochimaru to manipulate him effortlessly. But now, he had assumed Danzo's role. Gazing at the pale arm and the faintly gray bones, Orochimaru felt an ominous premonition. Perhaps, like Danzo, he would find himself toyed with and exploited in his desire to extract something from that young boy. No, Orochimaru cast aside this untimely thought, a glimmer of confidence surging within him. Danzo was merely an arrogant fool, he was Orochimaru. Gathering his thoughts, he focused entirely on Kaguya Naoki, whose gentle voice reached Orochimaru's ears. What I seek is the Flying Thunder God technique. A mocking grin swiftly spread across Orochimaru's face. The Flying Thunder God, you say? How audacious, little boy. He chuckled derisively, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. Though reluctant to concede, it was undeniable that Minato Namikaze was an unequivocal genius. While you may be a rare talent among the Kaguya clan, your kin have never exhibited any aptitude for the Flying Thunder God technique. You will not learn it. Upon hearing this, Kaguya Naoki merely smiled. Lord Orochimaru, whether I learn it or not is of no concern to you. All you need to do is provide me with the scroll of the Flying Thunder God. Such confidence, little boy, Orochimaru replied. That technique, even I have yet to master. He chuckled again, casting a scrutinizing glance at Kaguya Naoki's bones and arm. So, Naoki-kun, what shall you offer in exchange? Is it that bone, or perhaps that arm? For all things unknown, particularly those intertwined with the essence of life, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable fervor. As anticipation surged within him, he could not resist the urge to lick his lips. Is life not enough? The words of Kaguya Naoki reached Orochimaru's ears, causing him to immediately withdraw the smile from his face. Thus, let us prepare for battle. Orochimaru calmed his mind, analyzing the possibility of retreat. With Byakugan locking onto him and the threat of flying ice release, along with the encirclement by thousands of ninjas, he felt a tremor within himself. However, after losing a pair of Byakugan, to expend the Flying Thunder God Scroll without securing experimental materials seemed no different from what Danzo would do. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, dispelling any thoughts of retreat that had briefly surfaced. If he continued to yield time and again, what standing would he have in any potential collaboration with this young boy in the future? Let us see, young one. Orochimaru licked his parched lips, preparing to unleash his technique. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, Kaguya Naoki took the initiative to smile and speak. Lord Orochimaru, I certainly won't let you leave empty-handed. In that case, allow me to offer you a finger. Hikage Naoki hesitated momentarily, speaking in a voice imbued with seduction. Trust me, Lord Orochimaru, this arm, which possesses the potential to unveil certain mysteries, holds far greater value than a jutsu that is of no use to you. With that, Orochimaru relinquished his hand, dissipating the chilling aura of malice, and opened his mouth, from which a scroll was expelled. With a flick of his tongue, he deftly tossed it to Kaguya Naoki. The latter formed a hand seal with one hand, summoning a bone clone that swiftly emerged to receive the scroll, still glistening with a trace of fluid. The scroll contained a recorded secret technique, the Flying Thunder God technique, capable of detecting flaws and automatically completing them, given the high level of difficulty in learning it. The assessed value was set at 15 times the exchange rate. Note: should relevant talents be enhanced in the future, the exchange count may be reduced. A flawed technique, indeed. Orochimaru's methods are unmistakably familiar. Moreover, the number of exchanges required for the Flying Thunder God technique even surpasses that needed for the evolution of the corpse bone path. Does it not? As expected, the Kaguya clan indeed lacks any innate talent for space-time ninjutsu. Consequently, the number of required exchanges is rather excessive. Kaguya Naoki sighed deeply. If he could master the Flying Thunder God technique, although he might not wield it with the same finesse as the Fourth Hokage, it would nonetheless represent a significant enhancement for him. After all, the increase in bloodline abilities could diversify his tactics. Yet it was challenging to achieve a qualitative leap in overall strength. Only the evolution of the Bone Pulse and the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique could elevate him from a conventional shadow level to a formidable shadow. However, the limited number of exchanges available for the Flying Thunder God technique made Kaguya Naoki hesitate. He decided it would be prudent to await a surplus of exchange opportunities or to discover a special physique before considering the exchange again. Kaguya Otsutsuki pondered as she gazed at the pale, white arm in her hand, furrowing her brow. Although she had relinquished merely a finger to Orochimaru in exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique, the arduous nature of mastering it, coupled with the fact that she had allowed him a chance at survival, made her feel somewhat disadvantaged. Contemplating this, she candidly addressed Orochimaru. I have one more request. A rather simple one. The smirk on Orochimaru's face froze. Such a domineering and greedy little imp. How infuriating, he thought. Nevertheless, he mused. The Flying Thunder God technique I provided is also meticulously crafted, my dear. A sly smile crept across his lips. Let this serve as compensation. Kaguya Naoki appeared oblivious to the peculiarity in Orochimaru's expression, continuing to speak earnestly. Lord Orochimaru, the technique of the explosive tag, which allows for mutual detonations, should not be considered excessive as a gift, should it? Ordinary. Orochimaru's brow twitched. The mutual detonative technique, a forbidden jutsu of the second Hokage, could summon explosive tags perpetually, triggering a series of concentrated detonations at specific points. This was a technique potent enough to annihilate tailed beasts. This little brat, however, I shall grant him a flawed version. Orochimaru's mood lightened, yet he feigned discomfort, rasping in a strained voice. Very well. Yet, I require more of that powder from the bone. After all, this finger is not something of already established value. Powder, you say? Very well. Kaguya Shinsuke retrieved a kunai and casually wiped it, producing a fine powder, and promptly completed the exchange with Orochimaru. Secret technique acquired, the art of mutual detonating seals, capable of detecting deficiencies and automatically completing them. Given the relatively low difficulty of learning, its assessed value stands at exchange count 1. P.S. Self-study is recommended. My lord Orochimaru. The transaction is complete. Allow me to escort you. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, yet malice lingered in his gaze. Little imp, we shall meet on the battlefield. Next time, you will learn what it means to show respect. Chapter 38. The Aftermath of Battle, the Imminent Counterattack. This technique is truly a stroke of genius. Amidst the icy domain and high above, soaring like a bird, Orochimaru could not suppress his admiration. As he brushed against the clouds, his eyes scrutinized the ground below, fervor and agitation flickering within their depths. Perhaps ice manipulation could serve as an alternative vessel? While Orochimaru was still lost in contemplation, Kaguya Shinsuke spoke up. My lord Orochimaru, we have arrived. Gathering his thoughts and gazing at the distant Konoha, Orochimaru chuckled softly. Then, until we meet again, Kaguya Shinsuke. He then emerged from the ice mirror, gracefully ascending to the treetops, akin to a serpent alighting upon the earth. Without a trace of reluctance, he vanished into the forest in the blink of an eye. Behind him, Kaguya Shinsuke exited the ice mirror, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Observing Orochimaru's figure retreating into Konoha, Shinsuke's smile deepened. In the current landscape of Konoha's shadowy figures, only Orochimaru could be deemed a certain victor. Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique left no trace. Though engaged in close combat, he could still traverse the heavens and seas with Kaguya Shinsuke, plunging into perilous territories. Hiruzen Sarutobi, in his prime, a master of ninjutsu, still possessed strength surpassing Orochimaru's. Unless the dance of the dry fern was invoked, within that realm, Shinsuke did not believe he could best him. Kikuna, after her explosive evolution, was unmatched, requiring no further elaboration. Thus, the optimal outcome would be for Orochimaru to maintain the defense of Konoha. In this way, regardless of any significant upheaval in Konoha's future, it would provide the Mist Village with an opportunity to continue their offensive. Alternatively, when Konoha mustered its forces for a counteroffensive against the Mist, It would allow him to bolster his reputation once more, facilitating a composed negotiation. Hence, Orochimaru, true to your character, would undoubtedly continue to occupy the position of commander to preserve some semblance of equality before your future partners. You must. If it were anyone else, I might reconsider the necessity of enhancing my reputation again. After all, only you possess the absolute assurance of victory. Orochimaru, is this the entirety of your report? Amidst the swirling smoke, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, set down the hastily pinned scroll by Orochimaru, suppressing the urge to sigh as he placed it upon the table. Indeed. Third Hokage, Orochimaru's voice carried a chilling tone. Sensing his disciple's underlying discontent, the third Hokage cleared his throat and began to defend Minato Namikaze. Minato did seize the opportunity. He gathered all vessels in the land of water and struck decisively. The failure does not lie with him. According to our intelligence, Kaguya Shinsuke constructed an immense ice bridge, allowing all mist ninjas to reach you at lightning speed, effectively trapping you. Aside from you, every other member, Hiruzen, Kakashi, and the rest, fell into the clutches of the mist. The third Hokage's voice bore an aged timbre, the smoke failing to conceal the weariness etched upon his face. This battle incurred devastating losses, not only of considerable elite forces but also Konoha's future, all buried in this conflict. What a terrifying little imp. Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim, while Mito Minion nodded in agreement. A previously obscure child had brought Konoha to its knees, annihilating a significant portion of its living strength. The manner of reversing the tide of battle left these formidable figures in disbelief. Who could have foreseen that he would construct such an ice bridge? When the murmurs subsided, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke once more, his voice slightly frail, yet still resonant. Orochimaru, do you still have faith in guarding our last line of defense? I will send Kukuna to assist you. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Thud, thud. Within the stillness, Orochimaru could keenly discern the rapid beating of many hearts. Kukuna, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Orochimaru's expression morphed into one of intrigue. Kaguya Naruki, be cautious. I shall show mercy and spare your life. However, the Jinchuriki or the rampaging Nine-Tails will not. Orochimaru stepped back, concealing his entire expression behind his long hair. Sensei, I am naturally confident. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, poised to conclude the meeting, when a man nearby, exuding an aura of coldness, spoke in a condescending tone. I have a proposal. Given our military deficiency, we should enlist the Uchiha into the battlefield. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. A trace of barely perceptible mockery appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, only to vanish almost immediately. It is also time for some freshly graduated genin to gain experience on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly sharpened. Absolutely not. They are the future of the village. Danzo's voice grew cold. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Without adequate military strength, how can we withstand the forces of the mist? And the sand as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze became fierce, imbued with an unspoken ruthlessness. Since we are to form an alliance, let them contribute some forces. The rest is up to you, Danzo. Danzo's voice abruptly ceased, and his eyes glinted with a chilling ferocity. The sand, you say? For the future of Konoha, you must deploy troops. If you refuse, you shall taste my wrath. Very well, let us conclude this matter. With the forces gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled in relief, gesturing for his companions to exit. Bang. The door slammed shut, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the office, where silence enveloped the room. Come in. Bring Uzuki Yukaina to me. Inumbu swiftly complied, darting from the Hokage's office. Shortly thereafter, a woman with fiery red hair entered the office, her voice bold as she addressed the seated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen inclined his head slightly, a warm smile gracing his face as his tone softened. Yukaina, hold on to the kunai that Minato entrusted to you. If the battle takes an unpredictable turn, do not hastily unleash the power of the Nine-Tails. Let Minato handle Kaguya Naruki. Yukaina nodded, gripping the flying thunder god kunai tightly, a fire igniting in her eyes. Naruki-sama. Where is Kakashi? Take me to see him. Yes, sir. The eyes of the mist ninja still radiated fervor as he willingly opened the prison door. Click. A sliver of light streamed in. Kakashi sat quietly among the straw until he spotted a familiar figure, shaking as he stood. Rin, go and have a good talk. Kaguya Chiki spoke softly to the woman behind him, who was weeping uncontrollably. I will go see Lord Hinata Izashi. In Chapter 39, Rin. Please help me look into another world. In the dark, profound dungeon, only the hurried breaths of two individuals remained. Rin removed her mask, revealing short hair and eyes brimming with tears. The tears cascaded down her cheeks. After holding strong for so long, Rin could no longer conceal her emotions. Kakashi. You are alive, and I am alive. How wonderful. As Kakashi witnessed Rin's relentless tears, his own body trembled. He stood up, yearning to embrace the girl before him. At that moment, a face partially concealed by a mask emerged from the depths of his heart. Obito. Kakashi halted, gazing at the fragile Rin, gritting his teeth. Rin. I am sorry. Obito, he is still waiting for me. I must bring him back. Therefore, you must learn to be strong. The path ahead is one you must traverse alone. Kakashi. Rin let her outstretched hands droop, already sensing something ominous in her familiar friend's tone. Kakashi, do you want me to become strong? So, I must remain in Kirigakure and cannot return to the village? Rin's heart sank. Yet, a faint glimmer of hope urged her to inquire further. She wiped away her tears, erasing the sorrow from her face, and looked at Kakashi, who seemed to possess newfound hope, no longer as despondent as before. Kakashi, I have but one question. Am I truly not allowed to return to Konoha and must stay in Kirigakure? Kakashi's expression grew serious. He knew that in order to quell Rin's thoughts and ensure her stay in Kirigakure, he needed to find Obito's whereabouts without worry. Just stay in Kirigakure and wait for me. Do not delve further into this matter. He paused, allowing his typically cold demeanor to soften slightly. And also, please observe life in Kirigakure. If it pleases you, we shall live there in the future. Moreover, I will bring you a gift that you will undoubtedly cherish. Oh. Rin nodded, agreeing to Kakashi's request, deliberately lifting the corners of her mouth in a feigned display of nonchalance. Then it settled, Kakashi. She raised her fist, exuding a long-lost youthful energy, and playfully threatened, if you dare not return to find me, you will regret it. Obito will never allow such a thing to happen. Upon hearing Obito's name, Kakashi's heart jolted, pounding vigorously. His gaze fixated on Rin's smile, causing his heart to race even more. Rin, Obito, rest assured. I will eventually restore the life you once had. Kakashi, why are you like this again? Rin furrowed her brow, as if all the sorrow within her had evaporated. Having only just reunited, she was uncertain when they would meet again. Why must you remain so indifferent? Kakashi struggled to form a smile, one that appeared more pained than joyful. Rin, Just as she was about to speak further, the sight of Kakashi's face reminded her of Obito, and the sorrow surged once more. Unable to contain her tears, she turned abruptly to leave. Kakashi extended his arm, yet it fell powerless. Not until her figure was nearly out of sight did he call out, Rin, in Kirigakure, trust Kaguya Chiki. Rin waved her hand, turning right and disappearing completely from Kakashi's view. Rin, live well? Kakashi murmured softly, leaning back against the wall. As his anger gradually dissipated, shadows became the sole hue on his face. I'm sorry, Kakashi. In the dim corner where she had turned, Rin could no longer hold back her tears, soaking her garments. I couldn't restrain myself. I ruined his farewell. I will listen to you and live well in Kirigakure. You must return. Are you all right? Rin stifled her sobs, hurriedly wiping away her tears, and stood to face a stunning young woman with flowing red hair. She recognized her Kaguya Chiki's woman, Terumi. I'm fine. Rin forced a smile. Kakashi would not deceive me. Thus, I must trust Kaguya Chiki. This woman of his deserves my trust as well. Terumi cast a concerned glance, but was at a loss for words. Put this on. It is a new mask. After all, your identity must remain concealed from others. Rin stared blankly, nodding as she looked at the metallic mask in Terumi's hand, reflecting the grass and river. She took it, running her fingers over it, reminiscing about the Konoha forehead protector she once wore, feeling hesitant and reluctant. Yet, she had promised Kakashi she must see it through. Rin took a deep breath and pressed the mask against her face. From now on, I shall be a Kirigakure ninja. With mixed emotions, Rin lifted her gaze once more. Terumi observed the mask, understanding that Rin had made her decision. Then follow me. We have much to attend to. The fiery-haired girl turned without waiting to see if Rin would follow, striding ahead. Rin, still somewhat dazed, quickly caught up. After a short while, they emerged into the sunlight, inhaling the fragrant air of the mountains, only to be met with an odd, acrid scent. It was the mingling of charred flesh and some antiseptic. Is this a hospital? Piercing screams echoed continuously. This is a hospital, Rin confirmed. Is this the Kirigakure hospital? Why is it so shabby? Pushing open the wooden door, she beheld rows of beds occupied by dozens, if not hundreds, of patients with vacant eyes, their bodies marked by festering wounds and charred skin. They're on the brink of death. A glimmer of softness flickered in Rin's eyes. They must be my comrades. I must save them. Rin. Terumi turned, her voice trembling, and Rin could see glistening tears in her eyes. Can you help us? Save them. Rin touched the mask on her face, gazing at the patients, and resolutely replied, all right. But what about the other doctors? Terumi's expression turned awkward. Only you. Only me? Rin looked at the multitude of patients, feeling overwhelmed. There are some assistants. Rin sighed in relief. Terumi beckoned, and several lightly injured patients stood up, their faces breaking into simple smiles that contrasted with those of typical Kirigakure ninjas. They will be your assistants. Please, Rin. I will do my best. Nohara Rin gently touched her mask and turned to observe the abundant medical resources, exhaling deeply. You can do it, Nohara Rin. At that moment, in the depths of the underground, Kaguya Naoki revealed a gentle smile. Lord Hinata, it's been a while. Chapter 40, The Dread of Hinata, The Scorching Escape of Leaf Warehouse. Hinata turned his head, his expression grave, completely disregarding Kaguya Naoki's greeting. Lord Hinata, Kaguya Natsuki sighed. If memory serves me right, our Kaguya clan has maintained a 1,000-year relationship with the Hyuga clan. In my childhood, there were even members from the branch family who visited our ancestral grounds. How is it that you now seem so devoid of humanity? Hyuga Hazashi endeavored to uphold the dignity of the Hyuga family, yet his voice inevitably grew colder. So, Kaguya Natsuki, from whence do the eyes in your sockets originate? Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh. It was indeed procured from the main family. However, had it not been for the dire circumstances, I would never have troubled the esteemed figures of the clan. Kaguya Naoki curled his lips and gazed at Hyuga Hisashi. After all, acquiring the Byakugan is a rather simple endeavor. Hyuga Hisashi's eyes shifted slightly, revealing an expression of curiosity. If one were to capture a member of the Hyuga branch family and return them to the land of water, breed them, and produce offspring, wouldn't the Byakugan eventually manifest? After all, a caged bird is bound by its limitations, is it not? Instantly, Hyuga Hisashi's expression stiffened and then grew solemn. It seemed that, indeed, it was so. As for me, a captive in this situation, Hisashi's hand involuntarily clenched his clothing. Lord Hisashi, while acquiring the Byakugan may be straightforward, my desires extend far beyond merely obtaining the Byakugan. Kaguya Najiki chuckled as he spoke, and all the texts, the entirety of the history. The secret arts of the Hyuga clan, along with a multitude of Hyuga individuals capable of swiftly manifesting combat prowess. How could this be possible? Hinata Hisashi could not help but interrupt, a hint of derision evident in his expression. Kaguya Najiki, this seems rather far-fetched, does it not? Perhaps not, my Lord Hisashi. Kaguya Naoki rose, poised to continue his persuasion, when suddenly a mist-hidden ninja rushed in from outside. Lord Naoki, urgent intelligence. Kaguya Naoki cast a deep glance at Hinata Nisha. Lord Nisha, I have never favored the art of persuasion through mere words. I prefer to rely on facts. Therefore, I ask you to await in silence. The fate of the caged bird is due for a transformation. Nisha's gaze sharpened, and his heart began to race. Soon, he regained his composure. The caged bird, bound by the shackles of fate, is beyond anyone's ability to liberate. Feeling dejected, he extended his hand and quietly sipped a cup of hot tea, maintaining the dignified demeanor characteristic of the Hinata family. Meanwhile, beyond the gates, Kaguya Naoki pored over a scroll of intelligence, lost in contemplation. The Sand Village has joined the fray? What a loyal hound. He slowly tucked away the scroll, a surge of fervor coursing through his veins, unable to conquer Konoha. And yet you think to challenge me? Lord Ryo, there is a contingent of sand ninjas ahead. What course of action shall we take? The mist ninja turned to see Kaguya Ryo, whose face was smeared with blood, clearly exhilarated. He delicately licked the blood from his lips. Of course. We shall eliminate them all. With that declaration, he unsheathed his bloodied weapon and transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging forward, while the remaining mist ninjas could only grit their teeth and hastily follow. Damn it. We can't keep up. They cursed inwardly. Kaguya Ryota, consumed by a relentless thirst for blood, rampaged from the east to the west, leaving no survivors among either the leaf ninjas or the sand ninjas, all of whom fell victim to his solitary onslaught. Naturally, they garnered no accolades for their efforts. In the aftermath of the battle, they found themselves devoid of any spoils. Upon finally catching up to Kaguya Ryota, they were met once more with the grim sight of a battlefield strewn with lifeless bodies, prompting a deep sigh of despair. Alas, how disheartening. Kaguya Ryota spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to suppress a few curses. The shinobi from Sunagakure are exceedingly weak. After dispatching 7 or 8 squads, it is rather pathetic to see such a mere child of 6 or 7 years step up to fill the ranks. Kaguya Ryota furrowed his brow and turned around to face the hastily approaching mist ninjas, immediately raising his voice. You lot, dig a grave and bury this child. Do you hear me? Upon hearing this, 2 mist ninjas reluctantly nodded, hoisted the corpse, and made their way into the nearby thicket, hurriedly excavating the earth. Observing the ninjas dutifully complying, Kaguya Ryota nodded in satisfaction. Turning back, he cast his gaze downward at the lifeless body at his feet, disdainfully kicking it twice. The sand ninjas are truly obedient dogs. Why should we concern ourselves with their quarrels with Konoha? Just as he was about to unleash another round of vitriol, 2 anguished cries echoed from the depths of the forest. Kaguya Ryota turned swiftly, instinctively drawing his weapon as he charged forward, pushing aside the dense foliage. He beheld the lifeless bodies of 2 Mist Village ninjas alongside a Sand Village squad. With a resounding cry, infused with fervor, he surged ahead. Yet, within a mere minute, the shattered remnants of the Sand Ninjas littered the ground. Before he could catch his breath, a voice erupted ominously in his ear. Damn it, those Mist Brats. Before the words could fully escape, a barrage of crimson fireballs, propelled by an unstoppable force, hurtled toward Kaguya Ryota. Fireballs, you say? Kaguya Ryota licked his lips nonchalantly, not paying much heed, and charged straight towards the female ninja. At that moment, the hastily arriving Mist Ninja's expression changed drastically, and he urgently shouted at the reckless Ryota. My Lord Ryota, that is the Scorch Release, Leaf Storehouse. Do not let that fireball touch you, or you shall be instantaneously vaporized. Vaporized? Kaguya Ryota momentarily faltered. But with a sudden burst of speed, he effortlessly broke free from the encirclement. The fireball, unhesitant, surged towards the concealed Mist Ninja behind him. After a few anguished cries, the sight of the withered corpses of the Mist Ninjas twisted Ryota's expression into one of horror. You wretched fiend. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 or 8 spinning fireballs darted past Ryota's side, yet he, the second heir of the Kaguya clan, under the relentless training of Kaguya Naoki, had honed his physical prowess to rival that of the mist. His bones intertwined with his martial skills, forming a barrier that the fireballs could not breach. Too slow. For too slow. Die. A bone, pure and white as jade, surged forward with an unstoppable force, slamming directly towards Ikura. The latter stood resolute, calmly summoning back all the fireballs, his hands swirling as if conjuring a blazing orb akin to a fervent sun. Initially, a piercing radiance erupted, followed by a thunderous roar. As the rising smoke dissipated, the ground bore deep craters, scattered splinters of wood, and half-shattered peaks around the edges of the pit. In a single strike, the terrain was irrevocably altered. What of the human form? At the epicenter of the explosion, Yukura's expression was far from favorable. Surveying the desolate surroundings, he couldn't help but mutter a few curses under his breath. Damn it, that skeletal pulse has escaped. A mile away from this place. Cough, cough, cough. Kaguya Ryota coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, wiping his hand to feel the sharp pain in his back. As he extended his hand, he noticed a sickly yellow hue, with chunks of flesh mysteriously vanished. Cursed Sand Village Ninja. He raised his gaze, filled with murderous intent. I must relay this information to Brother Naoki. The Sand-Hidden Leaf Warehouse deserves to perish. Chapter 41. The First Hospital of the Mist Village. Where's Ryota? Kaguya Naoki, bearing several vials of chakra potions, made his way into the hospital, already filled to capacity with injured individuals. Lord Naoki, over there. It was I who brought Lord Ryota back. Kaguya Naoki turned around and cast a few fleeting glances at the fervent face of the Mist Ninja before proceeding in the direction indicated by the ninja's finger towards Kaguya Ryota. As he approached, his eyes incessantly roamed over Ryota's form, and his heart gradually sank. On the bed, Kaguya Ryota lay with his eyes tightly shut, his lips already soaked in blood, and his arms limply dangling over the edge. When an assistant turned his body, a gaping expanse of missing flesh was revealed, unmistakably the result of an explosion. Is there still hope? Kaguya Naoki could hardly bear to look, turning his gaze towards Nohara Lin. It was a daunting situation. Nohara Lin sighed, harboring a sense of admiration for Kaguya Ryota. Surviving such extensive injuries from a catastrophic explosion was nothing short of miraculous, let alone the prospect of treatment. Upon hearing Rin's sigh, Kaguya Naoki's expression shifted slightly. Nonetheless, he resolved to act as though there was still hope. He bent down and poured the verdant elixir, which could only restore vitality and chakra, into Ryota's mouth. There was no visible regeneration of flesh or improvement in complexion, however. The previously absent bones began to gradually reconstitute under the influence of the chakra. The skeletal pulse? In the depths of Kaguya's eyes, a flicker of excitement emerged. As a formidable wielder of the Shikatsumiyaku, how could he remain unaware of the rapid recovery facilitated by this unique lineage? Previously, Kaguya Ryota's chakra and vitality may have been entirely depleted, rendering the Shikatsumiyaku's capabilities ineffective. However, under the influence of the verdant elixir, he was poised for swift rejuvenation. There was still hope, albeit requiring a bit more effort. Without hesitation, Naoki promptly poured another vial. And it was evident to the naked eye that the speed of bone regeneration had notably accelerated, with flesh beginning to grow at a gradual pace. One more vial would suffice. Excellent. Kaguya Naoshi revealed a smile, while beside him, beneath the mask, Nohara Rin's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the potion held in Kaguya's hand, displaying an expression of incredulity. What manner of elixir is this? It is truly extraordinary. The grievous wound that was once deemed fatal. No. Nohara Rin quickly discerned the underlying issue. Perhaps it is the synergistic effect of the potion and his constitution? Now then, Rin. What next? Nohara Rin snapped back to reality, hastily moving closer to meticulously examine the body of Kaguya Ryota, rising with a sense of urgency, nodding vigorously. Now. All is well. Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh of relief, about to leave when he paused, placing the remaining 3 vials of potions down gently. Lin observed him closely. After speaking, Kaguya Naoki turned his head, intending to exit, only to be met by a throng of injured soldiers rising to their feet, filling the space where his gaze had just lingered. Kaguya Naoki paused momentarily, initially mistaking the scene for yet another instance of the fervent admiration often directed towards the powerful. However, as he lifted his gaze, he discerned a sentiment far removed from the usual fervor. Instead, he was met with a genuine expression of gratitude reflected in the eyes of the onlookers. One among them, his voice trembling with emotion, called out, "Thank you, Lord Naoki, for establishing the hospital that has allowed us to survive." As the words hung in the air, the speaker, a ninja, bowed deeply, prompting the others in the vicinity to lower their heads in a collective gesture of respect. This was not a matter of achievements or strength, but rather an outpouring of heartfelt appreciation. Witnessing this scene, Naoki responded softly, "It was my duty." Yet, a bittersweet feeling welled up within him. A hospital, commonplace in other ninja villages, staffed by but a single barely competent doctor, could evoke such sincere gratitude from so many ninjas. Hidden Mist, how disappointing indeed. Kaguya Nara let out a sigh, feeling no joy in easily winning the hearts of so many. Instead, a sense of heaviness weighed upon her spirit. Therefore, it is imperative to change all of this. She yearned for a day when such occurrences would become commonplace in the Hidden Mist village, where heartfelt gratitude would not be evoked solely by the existence of a single hospital. Change will come, I assure you. Kaguya Naoki silently resolved within his heart, contemplating the impending conflict. Only then did he gather his thoughts, traversing the already cleared pathway as he strolled towards the exit. Now was not the time for such musings. The situation of war appeared to be rather dire. The sudden assault on Sunagakure cast a shadow over what had initially been a favorable battlefield scenario. The grievous injury sustained by Kaguya Reito is but a mere reflection of the tragedy, as numerous mist ninjas perished during this assault. Although Sunagakure is weak, it still poses a considerable threat. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly eliminate Sunagakure from the conflict before Konohagakure can react. Contemplating this, he arrived at the doorway, turned back to close it, and intended to seek out Kirigakure to devise a strategy. With a resounding thud, the door shut, and Kaguya Naoki departed from the hospital. Meanwhile, within the hospital, a pair of eyes filled with complexity turned towards the entrance. Kaguya Naoki truly is. Nohara Lin hesitated before she could barely conjure an appropriate title from her thoughts. He is indeed a divinely favored individual of the mist. In such a backward, exhausted village, devoid of medical ninjas, where most ninjas can only rely on sheer endurance to recover, no one would think to focus on establishing a hospital. Yet, it is Kaguya Naoki who, through his unwavering determination, has managed to create a hospital staffed by a single doctor amidst this war-torn encampment. Reflecting on this, as a participant, Nohara Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. Such a laughable persistence has indeed saved many, hasn't it? Raising her head, she surveyed the seemingly bloodthirsty, yet inherently kind-hearted mist ninjas around her. If he were to ascend to the position of Mizukage, would things improve? For instance, saving even more lives. Kirigakure. Is this the intelligence regarding Sunagakure? Kaguya Nara pointed at the data in disbelief. Is this military strength for real? Koyomi Mei shook her head, her fiery red hair swirling in the air, her eyes fixed intently on Kaguya Nara's face, casually remarking, I am quite astonished as well. How can Sunagakure be so weak? Indeed, the only village that could be deemed weak enough to elicit such remarks from our village is none other than Sunagakure. Kaguya Naoshi replied with a slight smile, retracting the scroll as he prepared to step outside. However, the wandering gaze of Akemi turned steady, prompting her to rise immediately, expressing a hint of exasperation. Naoshi. The strategy has yet to be determined. Kaguya Naoki raised the intelligence report in his hand and could not help but smile. With such a meager force, what tactics were necessary? Taking advantage of Konoha's lack of response, I shall swiftly eliminate them with a few companions. Kaguya Naoki waved his hand, preparing to vanish from the doorway, but Kahakume hurriedly called out, Naoki, be cautious of Sunagakure's Shikaku. Her voice carried the weight of concern, her scorching ninjutsu. If not handled with care, I am aware, do not forget my ice ninjutsu, Naoki replied nonchalantly, his tone dismissive. Kahakume detected his indifference and wished to emphasize her warning further, yet Naoki had already slipped out of sight, compelling her to return to her seat. Strategy relies solely on your ability to eliminate the foes. What purpose do we serve then? She propped her chin on her hand and sighed. However, the most effective course of action is indeed to send you forth. With your ability to soar through the skies using ice ninjutsu, your immense chakra reserves, and your formidable resilience that crushes ordinary ninjas, only a creature of your caliber can swiftly repel the vast forces of Sunagakure. Naoki, you must act swiftly. Konoha may soon be compelled to intervene. Chapter 42. The objective, forcing Sunagakure to surrender within 3 days. Understood, Lord Naoki, said Kiba Shizuku, placing his executioner's blade at his side, his eyes glimmering with a faint aura of menace. Before you vanquish Sunagakure and return to the main camp, no one shall be permitted to disrupt our stronghold. He paused, his words carrying an unspoken implication, including the 7 ninja swordsmen. Listening intently, Suigetsu's eyes flickered, and he too positioned his sword before him, breaking into a sly grin. Naturally. Then, I entrust this task to you both. After Kaguya Naoki uttered those words, he turned away, unable to suppress a sigh within his heart. The most fundamental requirement of refraining from internal conflict necessitated the use of blades for resolution. The forcibly amalgamated battle group of the Hidden Mist Village truly proves to be fragile. No wonder, in the original timeline, even as the ambushing side, the Hidden Mist could only boast a record of defeats. Kaguya Najiki gently touched his spine. Thus, the task was straightforward. Swiftly eliminate the Sand Village's scum and return to subdue these individuals. Zabuza Momochi, let us proceed. The two exchanged silent nods. However, Zabuza's gaze involuntarily flickered towards Kisame, his heart racing with anticipation. Finally, the moment for my grand entrance has arrived. I must swiftly eliminate more of the sand's trash. Moreover, I cannot allow myself to be outdone by this shark-headed man. Turning his gaze back, he addressed Kaguya Najiki. Let us hasten, Lord Najiki. I can hardly wait to slay those worthless foes. Sensing Zabuza's intent, Kaguya Najiki spoke up. Very well, since we are in a hurry, let us not be stingy with our chakra. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a series of ice mirrors that materialized before them, reflecting in their eyes. Is this the ice release capable of soaring through the skies? A subtle ripple of intrigue flickered in Kisame's shark-like pupils as he followed orders, placing his hand on Kaguya Najiki's shoulder. Soon, a faint chakra emanated from the surface. Ice release chakra, Kisame pondered thoughtfully. How does Lord Najiki achieve this? Is he truly a hybrid of the Kaguya and Mizuki clans? As he contemplated, Kaguya Najiki's voice resonated in their ears. Steady yourself. At his command, a multitude of ice mirrors formed before the trio, extending and piercing into the cloud-laden heavens. It is upon us. Kaguya Naoki wore a light-hearted smile as the three figures swiftly traversed through the icy mirror. How astonishingly swift and elevated they were. Momochi no Zan firmly grasped his blade with one hand while clutching Kaguya Naoki's shoulder with the other, unable to resist the urge to gaze downward. Indeed, only Master Naoki held the hope of the hidden mist. The techniques that those water moon brats had failed to conceive for a millennium were effortlessly conjured by Master Naoki. It was evident. Kaguya Narakami murmured softly, while Daibutsu Nozomi found himself momentarily entranced, unable to react. Suddenly, slender blue needles materialized from thin air, cascading down from the heights above. Following the trajectory of the icy projectiles, he beheld the swaying treetops and several figures crashing to the ground. A chill coursed through Daibutsu Nozomi, and he could not help but gaze into the wide eyes blooming within Kaguya Narakami's pupils. This strike, even for one of my stature, would likely be insurmountable. The gaze of the wide eyes leaves no avenue for escape. The ice needles descending from the sky cannot be evaded in time. Moreover, judging by the shattered treetops, even from a considerable distance, the power of these needles is formidable indeed. Here they come again. After Kaguya spoke, several corpses lay scattered. In Momoshiki's heart, a sense of foreboding began to arise. No, it cannot be my turn to take the stage. Alas, I am burdened by two inept companions. Kaguya Naoki effortlessly dispatched a squad of Sunagakure ninjas, unable to suppress his astonishment. Originally, he had intended to leverage the formidable mobility of his ice release to locate the Sunagakure ninjas and strike them from above, relying on close combat to secure his kills. However, he had grossly underestimated the ninjas' disregard for threats from the skies. Faced with the sudden descent of his immensely powerful and cleverly angled Isobon, many did not even perceive its approach before meeting their demise. Within mere hours, the Sunagakure had left behind a significant number of corpses. Although it paled in comparison to the legendary feat of the Fourth Hokage, who had single-handedly eliminated 50 ninjas in one fell swoop. Naoki's efficiency in dealing with the foot soldiers was arguably unrivaled across the entire shinobi world. It became evident that plans had to be altered. The previously established timeline was no longer applicable. Thus, within 3 days, he aimed to render Sunagakure devoid of operable forces. Trouble arises, Lord Yakura. Another small team has inexplicably vanished within the forest, reported a flustered Sunagakure ninja. Yakura's expression darkened as he slammed his fist upon the table. The 12th team. Damn Kirigakure. It must be that Kaguya Naoki, it is impossible for it to happen so swiftly otherwise. Raising his gaze, Yakura addressed the visibly anxious Sunagakure ninja. Inform everyone to consolidate our forces. There is no need to pursue Kirigakure any longer. Understood, Lord Yakura. Just as the Sunagakure ninja nodded, Yakura's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning several fireballs that hovered ominously above him. Sizzle. The ice needles collided with the fireballs, evaporating upon contact. Bang, bang, bang. As Yakura turned, he witnessed a relentless cascade of blue ice needles raining down from the sky, shattering robust trees into fragments while unerringly piercing through the bodies of the Sunagakure ninjas. Silence enveloped the scene. The ninjas could not even utter a warning before their bloodied forms fell lifelessly to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Yakura raised his fireball and gazed up at the soaring Kaguya Naoki. Come down here, you scoundrel. Yet, a realization struck him. He was still of the Kaguya clan. Yakura clenched his fists, a bitter pang of despair consuming him. It is impossible to counter him from the air. On the ground, any tactics aimed at Kaguya Ryota are unlikely to be effective against him, and should I approach, it would merely lead to my demise. Yakura exhaled sharply, though it did little to alleviate the tension within. In her mind, she could hardly conceive of a way to overcome Kaguya Naoki. Are we merely targets for slaughter? She mused, a shiver coursing down her spine. Reluctant to initiate war due to the pressure from Konohagakure, a thought soon emerged within her. For the future of Sunagakure, reconciliation must be pursued swiftly. Return to the village immediately. Persuade the fourth to negotiate. Only then can we save more of our comrades. Lord Naoki, shall I slay her? Muttered Momochi Zabuza, brandishing his blade with eager anticipation. Kaguya Naoki gazed upon that figure, initially poised to respond, yet swiftly swallowed his words. He recalled a scene from the tumultuous past of the ninja world. The fourth Kazekage had exploited Sabaku no Yoko as a bargaining chip to negotiate peace with the Mist Village, luring him into a trap where he met his demise at the hands of Mist ninjas wielding shuriken. Kaguya Naoki curled her lips in a smirk. Since the scorching power was offered to her without any cost, how could she possibly refuse? As for avenging Ryota, confronting the darkness of the village, with a heart twisted in anguish, perhaps that could be considered a form of retribution? However, to so openly recruit from the hidden Mist Village, does it not seem rather improper? Chapter 43. The intent to kill of Rasha, the anticipation of Kisame. Hurry, faster. Beads of sweat formed on Yakura's forehead as he sprinted desperately towards the direction of Sunagakure, occasionally glancing up with a hint of panic at the ice mirror that still stretched across the sky. He could not allow that fiend to continue the slaughter. Reconciliation was imperative, and it must happen immediately. Kaguya Shinsuke, cease your actions at once. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Yet, Kaguya Shinsuke remains oblivious to her inner turmoil. The icy mirror shifts direction abruptly, its refracted light piercing into Yakura's eyes, prompting her to close them involuntarily, feeling a wave of weakness wash over her. She realizes that yet another squad from Sunagakure is on the brink of catastrophe. Lady Yukura. Behind her, the Sunagakure ninjas she summoned with signaling flares stand in disarray. Their faces etched with panic and fear, some trembling as they speak. Must we battle such a monster? No, we shall not. Yukura exhales, a smile breaking through her anxiety. I will return to the village at once and implore Lord Fourth to seek reconciliation with Kirigakure. The Sunagakure ninjas stir with a flicker of excitement at Yukura's proposal for peace, albeit with an undercurrent of skepticism. As Yukura's gaze turns toward them, they lower their heads. These fellows, truly, sigh. Yukura laments, a tinge of melancholy creeping in. The disappearance of the strongest Kazekage, the third, had halted the momentum of Sunagakure's resurgence. Soon after, the Shinobi War erupted, leaving the village leaderless, and much of their military strength was squandered before they could achieve any victories. Just as they managed to stabilize the situation and sign a treaty with Konoha. The emergence of Lord Raza as the fourth Kazekage was marred by the absence of military accomplishments, leading to unrest within the village. After painstakingly quelling the discord and launching an offensive, they had hoped to gain some advantage and subsequently withdraw for a truce. Yet, the appearance of a monster like Kaguya Shinsuke has rendered any prospect of victory futile, placing numerous ninjas in peril. The weight of this realization deepens in Yukura's heart. The fourth Kazekage's tenure begins amid such turmoil. The village's stability is surely at stake, even with a significant cost to restore peace. Considerable effort will be required to quell dissent within the village. Turmoil and strife are poised to resurface. Yukura gently rubs her forehead protector, her eyes glistening with resolve. I must assist the fourth Kazekage in restoring order to the village. Once peace reigns in the shinobi world, all shall be well. At last, we have returned. Listening to the jubilant voices behind her, Yukura gathers her thoughts, a smile gracing her lips as she gazes up at the towering cliffs of Sunagakure, releasing a deep breath. Though they suffered significant losses due to the ambush by Kaguya Shinsuke, swift reaction saved many lives, preserving the last vestiges of vitality. As she steps into the oasis near Sunagakure, Yukura no longer accommodates the throng of ninjas trailing her but hastens toward the Kazekage's office. Thus concludes my reasoning for the urgent need for reconciliation with Kirigakure. Yukura states, anxiety coursing through her as she awaits the Kazekage's response, her heart pounding. After a long pause, a sigh escapes, heightening Yukura's apprehension. Yukura, you must understand. To seek peace so soon after the onset of conflict will not only be rejected by Konoha, but also incite considerable opposition within our own village. Lord Raza. The fourth Kazekage sits with a somber expression, his eyes tinged with bloodshot weariness, devoid of the composure expected of one in his position. But, Lord Kazekage, Kaguya Shinsuke is far too powerful. We may not withstand her might. Yukura raises her head, imploring him earnestly, seeing the bitterness etched on his face. As though he still hesitates towards peace, Yukura prepares to speak again, but Raza raises a hand, forcing a strained smile that silences her. In that case, I trust you. Tomorrow, we shall formally pursue peace. However, I must ask you to formally meet with the commander of Kirigakure and deliver the scroll. Yukura's heart leaps with joy. But she quickly interjects, Lord Kazekage, matters of peace should be pursued promptly. Since the day is still young, why not go today? Raza exhales deeply, revealing his inner torment. I still need time to persuade others. Yukura nods in understanding and sympathy. Lord Kazekage, the pressure must be immense. And Yukura, do not disclose any information regarding this operation until it is completed. We must avoid any interference from nefarious individuals. Yukura solemnly acknowledges his command, and upon sensing Raza's dismissal, she withdraws. Shortly after Yukura's departure, Raza retrieves a scroll he had prepared beforehand, addressing the Umbu outside in a hushed tone. Gather a squad and expedite this scroll to the Kirigakure camp. If you encounter Kaguya Shinsuke, deliver the scroll to her. With that command given, the Umbu disperse. The office window, pushed ajar by the wind, allows a cool breeze to waft in, providing slight relief to Raza's anxious heart. Yukura, do not hold it against me. You are the only competitor for the Kazekage position. If I do not eliminate you, the village will never find true stability. Moreover, should this war conclude hastily, I would bear the burden of its failure while you, Yukura, become the hero leading Sunagakure back to glory. If this continues unchecked, the Kazekage position will inevitably fall to you. Only your demise in battle against Kirigakure can provide me with sufficient justification for peace and suppress the ambitions of others. Having seemingly convinced himself, Raza's gaze hardens. The village can no longer endure further upheaval. Thus, for the sake of the village, I implore you to meet your end swiftly. With a fierce expression, Kazekage Raza lifts his head. Simultaneously, a squad of Umbu tasked with delivering the scroll to Kirigakure steps beyond the gates of Sunagakure. As the sun begins to set, Kaguya Shinsuke intercepts this small team, discovering the scroll in the process. Momochi Zabuza crouches, rummaging through the remains, retrieving the scroll. His eyes flicker with intensity as his veins bulge. Kazekage, what a despicable scoundrel. How could such a wretch be worthy of the title of leader? Kisame Hashigaki glances sideways. Intrigued, yet refrains from acting until Kaguya Shinsuke gives further orders. All is as it should be. Kaguya Naoki rose gracefully, accepting the scroll from Zabuza's hands, and gently addressed the two who had yet to make a move. You may return on your own accord. The matter concerning Sunagakure shall be resolved by tomorrow. With those words, Kaguya conjured an ice mirror, providing no further opportunity for discourse, and soared into the distance. Is it truly possible to resolve everything by tomorrow? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Kisame Hashigaki as he gazed upwards at the ethereal blue figure within the ice mirror. His thoughts wandered, captivated by the vision of the azure and white water-like cloak fluttering around the man. In just 3 days, can one eliminate Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages? Commander, you certainly have a knack for creating miracles. I wonder if, as the finest ninja from the hidden mist, you might evoke even the slightest change in this village known only for its deceit and betrayal? Hey, you strange fellow. Kisame turned to see Zabuza Momochi. His face etched with impatience. It's time to go. Stay well behind me, or you'll find yourself without a savior if you perish. Kisame paused, pondering, as he observed Zabuza's exposed neck with a sense of reassurance. Is this what it means to have a comrade? While Kisame mused, high above, Kaguya Naoki unfurled the Wind Shadow scroll. How can the Wind Shadow allow us of the hidden mist to slay Yakura ourselves? Only by having Sunagakure take action can we plunge him into utter despair. Chapter 44. A meeting with the Wind Shadow. The collapse of Yakura. Is this truly Sunagakure? It appears to be fortified quite securely. Yet, what significance does that hold? Without the support of a strong force, they are but ants. Thus, Kaguya Naoki reflected, allowing himself a moment of audacity as he gazed upon the fortress-like Sunagakure from the shadows. However, before meeting the Wind Shadow, it would be prudent not to create too much commotion. With this thought, Kaguya formed hand seals, and as the white smoke dissipated, an array of skeletal figures materialized in the vast desert. Following his memory, he swiftly constructed the form of a messenger among the Sunagakure shinobi. Bone Clone, go forth. Inform the Wind Shadow that Yakura must resolve his own fate. The Bone Clone nodded and promptly slipped through a narrow crevice into Sunagakure, encountering the Wind Shadow, Raza. Raza remained seated with a weary demeanor, his eyes red-rimmed. Upon seeing the Bone Clone, he spoke in a deep voice. So soon? Have you encountered Kaguya Naoki? After a brief pause, Raza's tone became more urgent. Did you deliver the scroll? Did he agree? The Bone Clone raised its head, a cold smirk gracing its visage. Raza's expression shifted, a tightening in his chest, as he summoned a kunai with a surge of chakra, launching it forth, dodging the attack. Just before being engulfed by a torrent of sand, the Bone Clone spoke with a smile. Wind Shadow, I am Kaguya Naoki of the Hidden Mist. Should you continue to provoke me, I will commence an assault on Sunagakure. You arrogant fool. What do you mean by provoke? Raza's face contorted with rage, the swirling sand in his hands revealing his indecision about whether to eliminate Kaguya's clone. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us discuss serious matters. The war shall conclude tonight. Eliminate Yakura, and in return, secure peace, solidifying your position. This should not require concealment before me, a ninja of the hidden mist. Raza's face turned ashen. Yet he gradually regained his composure, fixing a serious gaze upon Kaguya Naoki. I never expected a remarkable individual to emerge from the Kaguya clan. Naturally, if the scroll has been explicitly stated, why then do you come here? Kaguya Naoki sighed. Naturally, he feared an ambush from Sunagakure. Rasha clenched his fists, feeling a sense of absurdity. An ambush? What could possibly conceal an attack against a ninja endowed with Byakugan and the ability to fly? His tone grew cold. Kaguya Naoki, speak plainly, what exactly do you intend to achieve? The Bone Clone chuckled softly. There is but one matter at hand. You of Sunagakure must eliminate the blazing escape Yetsong. We of Kirigakure shall only be responsible for collecting the remains. That is utterly impossible, Rasha immediately retorted. His tenure as Kazekage was still brief, and he had yet to establish absolute loyalty within his ranks. He could not acquiesce to such a request. Is that so? The Bone Clone smiled, patiently elucidating. The blazing escape is formidable. A reckless intervention by Kirigakure is likely to incur losses. As for the matter of loyalty, Lord Kazekage need not be concerned. We of Kirigakure will take care of those Sunagakure shinobi tasked with eliminating Yetsong. Absolutely not. Rasha's voice turned frigid, intent on arguing his point, yet the Bone Clone scoffed, offering no opportunity for the Kazekage to continue. I am of the Kaguya clan and possess little patience for your quibbling. Should I find your response unsatisfactory, that scroll will swiftly find its way into certain hands. Your position as Kazekage may soon be precarious. Rasha fell silent, shaking his hand to gather all the sand gold into his possession, and spoke in a low voice. So be it. Kaguya Naoki, I hope that when you ascend to the position of Mizukage, your methods will not remain so crude. Perhaps. Kaguya's Bone Clone waved its hand and exited, leaving only the ever-changing expression of Fengying Luosha behind. Kaguya Najiki, such an arrogant and reckless individual as yourself, if you were to ascend to the position of Mizukage, would inevitably lead the Hidden Mist Village to further decline. The following day, at the border of the Land of Fire, wearing a mask, Kaguya Najiki gazed intently at the overcast sky, silently waiting and caressing his mask, while contemplating his plans. He intended to appoint himself as the leader of a certain organization, subsequently placing this entity under the jurisdiction of the Hidden Mist Village. By utilizing this organization to recruit rogue ninjas and bloodline users, it would be a significant advantage if they could be deemed as defectors to the Hidden Mist Village. They have arrived. Kaguya Naoki softly murmured to himself, rising immediately to cast his Byakugan upon the distant battlefield. It is time for my performance. I shall adopt the guise of a rogue ninja from the Mizuki clan, Merely a common member of this organization. With this thought, Kaguya Naoki stood up and delved into the dense thicket. Kill. Not far from Naoki, on the mountains above, countless sand-hidden ninjas lay in wait. Once Yetsong appeared within their line of sight and reached the designated spot, their leader issued a command, and a flurry of kunai was promptly hurled forth. At that moment, beneath the mountains, Yetsong stood alone, bearing a scroll, quietly contemplating the ensuing agreement while yearning for the prosperous future of the sand-hidden village. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of kunai slicing through the air erupted above Yetsong's head. She looked up to see a dense cloud of black kunai looming ominously overhead. And despair washed over her. Too many, too dense. There is no escape. Damn those mist-dwelling bastards. War is upon us once more. In the depths of her despair, a wall of ice, imbued with a faint chill, suddenly materialized from the air, intercepting the onslaught of the black cloud. Clang! The icy barrier collided with the multitude of kunai, momentarily holding its ground, successfully blocking them all. Mizuki? Ice release? Yetsong, momentarily distracted, bit her lip and swiftly formed hand seals, launching several crimson orbs skyward, aimed at the mountains above. Let us go. Hearing that hoarse voice, Yetsong hesitated briefly before following closely behind, charging towards the mountains. Kill them. The sand-hidden ninjas bared their fangs, shouting coldly. Several razor-sharp wind blades cascaded down the mountainside, shredding rocks and foliage in their path, striking directly at the ice wall. Amidst the slight obstruction, Kaguya Naoki leapt into the air, evading the wind blades. Yetsong's expression shifted slightly as she sidestepped. As she gazed at the sand-hidden headbands gradually revealing themselves upon the mountains, she suddenly halted. Sand-hidden? Impossible. It cannot be. Yetsong's demeanor transformed with steely resolve as she accelerated towards the mountains. No matter who you are, if you dare masquerade as sand-hidden ninjas in Sao Discord, I shall ensure your demise. Ice release, ice thousand trees. Kaguya Naoki paid no heed to the changes in Yukura, engrossed in her own actions as she formed intricate seals. Simultaneously, delicate ice needles shot forth, piercing through several sand shinobi with ease. They were undeniably feeble, were it not for Yukura's lack of proficiency in defensive kunai. How could such sand shinobi possibly hope to vanquish a formidable opponent comparable to a Kaga-level warrior? In the depths of Kaguya's heart, an inevitable thought surged forth. It was imperative to demonstrate a different kind of power, to instill a sense of dread in Yukura, thereby preventing any unnecessary thoughts from taking root. With this contemplation, Kaguya swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release, ice thousand rain. Ominous clouds began to gather, gradually coalescing into a dense rainfall. As the droplets descended from the sky, they transformed into sharp, white, icy needles under the influence of the ice release chakra. The shinobi from Sunagakure gazed upwards in confusion, their hearts beset by uncertainty. The sky seemed to descend upon them. No, that was not the sky. As the echo of their words lingered, the sound of flesh-piercing flesh resonated ominously. Pft, pft, pft. The long needles pierced foreheads, shoulders, and necks, dragging large swathes of flesh down to the ground. In a single strike, the Sunagakure shinobi met their gruesome demise. Yukura halted, staring wide-eyed at the fallen sky. Chapter 45, A Lesson. One must exercise caution with words. Regaining his composure, Yukura observed Kaguya still standing silently. Gritting his teeth, he propelled himself upwards with long strides. Leaning down, he gazed upon the familiar faces, and a shudder coursed through him, causing him to retreat several steps. Indeed, it was Sunagakure. Indeed, it was the Kazekage. How could this be? The gentle breeze carried fine raindrops, piercing his cheeks like steel needles, inflicting pain that burrowed into his mind and sent his heart into spasms. This cannot be, Yukura thought. How could this be happening? You are a ninja. Why are you so frail? He touched his cheek, muttering, I'm not crying, which means I do not care for them, right? It must be so. Suddenly, her expression settled into a calm acceptance of reality. Yet, moments later, her demeanor shifted to one of monstrous rage. Grasping her forehead protector, she retrieved a kunai and forcefully carved a nearly penetrating arc through it. Kazekage, Raza, the higher-ups. Yukura clenched his teeth, desperately stifling the roar that threatened to escape. His fist pounding the ground with fervor. Smash! Reduce them to dust. I must kill you all. With every ounce of strength, I will kill you. The stone shattered, and two bloodied hands rose, brushing aside her hair as she stood, hurling the forehead protector to the ground with force. Breathing heavily, she advanced a few paces, her expression oscillating between calm and furrowed brows as she regarded her bloodied hands, still dripping crimson. She felt nothing. Is the heart in such pain? Am I truly this weak? How then can I seek vengeance? Yukura struggled to project a visage of iron resolve, striving to appear less vulnerable. She lifted her head and staggered forward a few steps. At that moment, a gentle voice floated in, mingling with the sound of the rain. Would you like to join our organization? We can assist you in your quest for revenge. Yukura paused, turning to the masked figure. Revenge. Will you help me kill the Kazekage? Kaguya Naoki smiled softly. Of course. Just a mere wind shadow. Just a mere? Yukura murmured, slightly nodding. The terrifying ice release. That fool Rasha truly could not triumph over this ice ninjutsu user before him. However, when faced with the entirety of Sunagakure, you may not be sufficient. Yukura's voice began to grow frigid. We, indeed, are not sufficient. Kaguya Naoki adjusted his mask and spoke slowly. Within the organization, there are many individuals like myself. Many? Yukura scoffed several times, clearly skeptical. The elite ninjas from the major villages are limited. Where could so many rogue ninjas possibly come from? Your disbelief is inconsequential, Naoki replied. In due time, when you witness it with your own eyes, you shall come to believe. After all, in a world rife with treachery and deceit, there are bound to be numerous disheartened ninjas like yourself. Kaguya Shirogane seemed devoid of any intention to persuade Yatsukura, merely stating his thoughts in a detached manner. Yatsukura reined in the sarcasm that had adorned his visage and regarded Kaguya Shirogane with earnestness, then let out a soft chuckle. Perhaps. However, I possess no interest in discerning the true strength of your organization. As for vengeance, I shall pursue it myself. There is no need for intervention from you esteemed individuals. With those words, Yatsukura turned as if to depart. Where else could you possibly go? Kaguya's voice rose in pitch, piercing into Yagura's ear. Upon discovering that Yagura, who should have perished here, had vanished, what would be his reaction? It is feared that his immediate response would be to exert every ounce of effort to tarnish your reputation, branding you a traitor in the eyes of the entire hidden sand. Yagura halted in his tracks, refraining from turning back. Kaguya Naoki could discern from her slightly trembling smooth back that her heart was not as tranquil as her exterior suggested. Indeed, he was fully aware that scoundrel would undoubtedly do so. Yet, with a world so vast, why must one confine oneself to joining your organization? As these words reached his ears, Kaguya Naoki felt a heaviness settle in his heart. His initial plans had been shattered. He had believed that the drive for revenge stemming from betrayal would compel someone like Yukura to immediately align with their group. However, he was mistaken. Perhaps this thirst for vengeance was potent enough, but the direction of such impetus was entirely misguided. Yukura might not desire the involvement of more formidable ninjas in this quest for retribution, as it could render the entire endeavor uncontrollable. Such uncontrollable elements could potentially bring about catastrophic consequences for Sunagakure. Furthermore, Yukura's intended targets for vengeance were merely the high-ranking officials, akin to Raza, who had made pivotal decisions. Thoughts raced through Kaguya Naoki's mind like a whirlwind. He understood that the opportunity for the blazing release lay before him, should he let this chance slip away. Acquiring this bloodline limit again would prove to be an arduous endeavor. Thus, whether through threats or enticements, he must exert every effort for the sake of this bloodline limit. Kaguya Shinjiki lifted his head and let out a cold laugh. Is that so? I initially intended to annihilate Sunagakure while simultaneously avenging ninjas like you. But now, that thought no longer occupies my mind. Yukura's body came to a halt once more, slowly turning around, a subtle hint of panic flickering across his face. His voice remained icy as he addressed Kaguya Shinjiki. Annihilate Sunagakure? I find myself rather curious about your organization's true objectives. Objectives, you ask? In the depths of Kaguya's heart, she mused upon the necessity of engaging in clandestine endeavors for the future of the shinobi world. Such actions included plundering, ambushing, coercing, assassinating, fabricating, and kidnapping, all in the name of world peace. Kaguya's tone grew grave and earnest as she spoke. Yukura couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as Kaguya continued. Eradicating several ninja villages to bring the world under a single nation's dominion, reforming the system, and seeking alternatives to war for the shinobi, all to establish a new order. Surely, this would lead to a period of peace, wouldn't it? How audacious, Yukura retorted immediately. A figure materialized in her mind, one that manipulated ice mirrors across the sky. For the sake of the village, it was imperative to dissuade these lunatics from their delusions. Yukura shook her head, speaking earnestly. Unless someone could replicate the prowess of the god of shinobi, the unification of the ninja realm remained but a fantasy. Without a sufficient number of lower and mid-tier shinobi to support such an endeavor, the establishment of a new order would be futile. You should abandon these illusions, your organization. Kaguya Chicken's lips curled into a slight smile, tinged with excitement. We have yet to begin. Who can say whether we will succeed? The path must be traversed step by step. First, we shall eradicate the source of war, the hidden villages, before contemplating the establishment of a new order. What is amiss with this plan? Originally, we intended to proceed with caution. However, this war has severely depleted the vitality of each village, particularly Sunagakure, which has fallen into a state of disrepair that is hard to bear. To eliminate it first and proclaim the might of our organization, what could be more fitting? Yekon furrowed his brow as he regarded this ice-release ninja, his fists clenched tightly. These extremists must not be allowed to prevail. Sunagakure, even with the likes of Raza, the pestilence, remains my home. His tone turned icy. How could I not be involved in the destruction of Sunagakure? I choose to join you. Chapter 46, Yekon's Aspirations. The inexorable struggle ahead. Yekon's fate line has shifted. Detected as a non-mist ninja, countdown to defection to the Hidden Mist Village, 110. Yekon's fate line has shifted. Defecting to the Hidden Mist Village. Defector. Yekon, rank. SS, awarded exchange opportunities too. The Blaze Release bloodline has also been added to the exchange list. As he scrutinized the translucent frames, Kaguya Chicken exhaled deeply. Regardless, the outcome is favorable. The inclusion of the Blaze Release bloodline will assist me in achieving the gathering of bloodlines. That is sufficient. As for whether Yekon can be subsequently subdued, that shall be left to fate. Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh, silently ringing the alarm for himself. Furthermore, from this moment onward, he must exercise caution. The so-called ninjas are indeed formidable figures. A mere exchange of words or a single act of salvation will not compel them to dedicate their lives to your cause. Such notions are mere illusions. Orochimaru, for instance, values the gray bone of common slaughter in my possession, the arm of white Zetsu, and the immense funding for research. The same holds true for Yakura. To recruit ninjas from other villages, one must rely on tangible benefits and the promise of a desired future to make it feasible. Kaguya Naoki sighed, pondering the pair of pure white eyes from the dungeon, Hinata Hizashi. If he could not provide Hizashi with the future he desired, then all the preparations made would surely be in vain. Thus, only one option remained, to resolve the plight of the caged bird. If the caged bird could be liberated, a significant portion of the Hinata branch's defection would not be in vain. An abundance of white eyes capable of forming immediate combat power would greatly enhance the strength of the Mist Village. Furthermore, it would enable the white eyes to become one of the village's inherent bloodline traits. However, should the plight of the caged bird remain unresolved, he would have no choice but to resort to the clumsy method of capturing several branch members for breeding. Yet, that would mean waiting a considerable length of time for the white eyes to mature and develop into combat power. Kaguya Naoki pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Such matters should be left for consideration once the conflict has subsided. Rising to his feet, he addressed the quietly standing Yakura beside him. Let us proceed. To your organization's base, then? Indeed. Kaguya Naoki nodded. Recently, amidst the vast ocean where the land of fire meets the land of water, Kaguya Naoki selected a picturesque island as the base for the Rainbow Organization. However, prior to officially becoming a member through selection, one cannot meet the leader or other members. Oh, is there a task to be executed during the selection process? Yakura appeared somewhat perplexed. No. Kaguya Naoki spoke coldly. Enhancing your strength is your task. At present, you are far too weak. I am too weak? Yutsong furrowed his brow. Even the current Kazekage, Raza, of Sunagakure could not assuredly triumph over her. How could this individual make such audacious claims? Is it possible that this organization is comprised entirely of shadow-level powerhouses? Are ninjas who can be dispatched by thrown shuriken not considered weak? Kaguya Naoki's words extinguished the fiery spirit of Yutsong, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It appeared that there remained room for improvement in his abilities. He realized that he had spent the entirety of his time engaged in tasks, and it had indeed been quite a while since he last trained. With this thought in mind, Yutsong slowly relaxed his furrowed brow. To thwart this group of individuals, he must dedicate himself wholeheartedly to training. Thus, he responded in a subdued tone. Kaguya Naoki nodded slightly and gestured with his hand. A figure, donning a mask of the Rainbow Organization and seemingly appearing from nowhere, approached Yakura. Yakura, you shall accompany him. However, refrain from instigating conflict or striking without cause. Otherwise, we will not spare you. Understood, Yakura replied, turning her gaze once more to the slender figure before her, adorned with a mask. It appeared he was not even a jonin. This led her to ponder whether this organization was merely a group of rogue ninjas. A sense of dread began to swell within her, accompanied by an unfamiliar emotion that stirred in her heart. If they were more than just a band of renegades, perhaps realizing their aspirations could truly be within reach. To suppress the 5 nations, unify the realm, and establish a new order of their own, was such a vision feasible? Yakura's heart raced at the thought. If such a future could indeed be forged, devoid of bloodshed, massacre, and betrayal, merely a stable tomorrow. Her eyes flickered with intrigue. Under those circumstances, annihilating Sunagakure might not be an entirely unacceptable proposition. If it were indeed viable, what harm would there be in aligning with you? Yakura's fate line had shifted, now identified as a non-mist ninja, with a countdown to her defection to the village hidden in the mist, 310. In the distance, Kaguya Naoki turned his head, a hint of confusion evident. What has transpired? Is it certain that it is Orochimaru? Kahakume inquired. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the map, her demeanor grave. Indeed, Lord Kahaku, it is undoubtedly Orochimaru. Moreover, the trio of Inoshi Kicho is also involved. One among them, named Kukana, a previously unremarkable leaf ninja, possesses formidable strength. At this moment, they each commanded their respective teams of ninjas, purging the area surrounding Konoha. Intelligence suggests that a counterattack may soon be imminent. Understood, you may leave. As she observed the slowly closing door, Kahaku let out a sigh. She had hoped to have the 7 ninja swordsmen lead the mist ninjas in re-establishing an intelligence outpost, so they wouldn't be rendered blind by the appearance of those leaf ninjas. Yet, she lamented. She was acutely aware that her own qualifications and strength fell short of commanding such powerful figures. All she could do now was wait for Naoki. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Kahaku sighed in silence, contemplating the disparity in strength between mist and leaf, which only served to induce a headache. Konoha was simply too formidable. Orochimaru was dispatching the strongest of the mist village, Kaguya Naoki, to confront them. Additionally, there were the trio of Inoshi Kicho and the newly emerged Kukana. Not to mention the ever-looming threat of the Yellow Flash, who could join the fray at any moment. Who could possibly be sacrificed in this grim exchange? Knock, knock, knock. The door echoed once more. Come in. Lord Kahaku. A mist ninja rushed in, his voice unrelenting. According to our intelligence, numerous members of the Uchiha clan have joined the battlefield. The Uchiha? A flicker of shock crossed Kahaku's face, quickly suppressed as she regained her composure. You may leave now. Once the door shut, she turned her attention back to the map on the table, her heart heavy with concern. Had Konoha finally decided to fight with all their might upon realizing that the mist possessed the strength to turn the tables? Thousands of troops against those foes. What were the odds? Kahaku's anxiety deepened. Naoki-sama. Naoki-sama. The calls echoed, prompting Kahaku's expression to shift to one of solemnity. She could not afford to retreat in the face of adversity. For Naoki to ascend to that position, she must give her all and devise a plan. Naoki-sama. Has Tsunagakure truly surrendered? Kaguya Naoki's gaze shifted as he immediately turned his attention to Momochi Zabuza, who was unabashedly extolling his achievements amidst the crowd. This fellow, even if he desires to elevate me to the position of Hokage, need not resort to such crude tactics. It appears that everyone who has pledged their allegiance to me, aside from Terumi-mei, bears a striking resemblance to the Kaguya clan. After a moment of internal musings, Kaguya Naoki spoke in a solemn tone. Indeed. He paused briefly. Tsunagakure has fully surrendered. Truly worthy of Lord Naoki. Indeed, Lord Naoki. Voices of admiration erupted around him, with one individual exclaiming, 3 days. It took merely 3 days to subdue a ninja village, who, aside from the god of shinobi, could accomplish such a feat. The tumultuous applause surged once more, and the accustomed Kaguya Naoki prepared to depart. At that moment, a hurried mist ninja arrived, bearing an intelligence scroll, and upon spotting Kaguya Naoki, his face lit up with joy. Lord Naoki, this is for you. Kaguya Naoki took the scroll, his eyes flickering with surprise. Is this Orochimaru? Why would he directly hand this scroll to the hidden mist ninja? Moreover, what does he want from me? Chapter 47. Orochimaru. I shall grant you the position of Mizukage. After a moment of contemplation, Kaguya Naoki casually tucked the scroll into his pouch, refraining from further speculation. Orochimaru's methods are intricate, and his strength formidable. Yet he possesses no means to subdue Kaguya Naoki. When the enemy approaches, one must defend. When water comes, one must conceal the earth, such is the way of things. In due time, everything will become clear. With this thought, Kaguya Naoki resumed his performance, gesturing, rallying, and celebrating. After responding to the fervent hidden mist ninjas, he made his way directly into his commanding tent, casting his gaze upon the girl with fiery red hair. Mei. Kaguya Naoki closed the door behind him and, infused with excitement, called out to Terumi-mei, who was slumped over the desk. Though they had been apart for merely 3 days, he found the warmth of this place far more appealing than the gruesome scenes of battle. All right, Naoki. I know you dealt with Tsunagakure. Terumi-mei replied with a resigned shake of her head, suppressing the flicker of joy that had surfaced. Soon. Her brow furrowed once more as she held up a yellowed sheet of paper, densely populated with black tadpole-like markings. Take a look at this. Kaguya Naoki withdrew his smile, leaning forward to grasp the piece of paper in his hand. After glancing at it a few times, his expression immediately turned serious, and he began to scrutinize it closely. Kujusukuna, Orochimaru, and Izuka, and the Uchiha clan. Though their numbers were few, they were exceptionally elite, far from being ordinary. Kaguya Naoki murmured, her expression turning grim. The disparity in advanced combat power was stark. This exemplified the profound heritage of the hidden leaf village, far beyond what the hidden sand could ever hope to match. Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh. He, Kaguya Naoki, could recklessly hunt outside the hidden sand village and provoke the Kazekage, forcing him into defeat within 3 days. Yet, when faced with Konoha, he could only silently defend. At this moment, even defense seemed to be a formidable challenge. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kai-Ka, alongside the formidable Ino-Shikacho trio, the numerous elite Jonin from the Uchiha clan, and the legendary Sandine Orochimaru posed an overwhelming threat. Furthermore, with the ever-watchful Minato Namikaze, who could swiftly return from the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, the tide of this war had decidedly shifted towards defeat. It is essential to note that Kaguya Naoki could at most hold off a single Kaga-level opponent. What troubles you, Naoki? Koyuki-mei initially intended to use her solemn expression to temper Kaguya Naoki's overconfidence, to prevent him from becoming complacent and ultimately facing defeat. However, now, her eyes scanned the surroundings, and through years of companionship, she subtly sensed that Naoki was indeed enveloped in a melancholic mood at this very moment. Nothing, he replied. Kaguya Naoki sighed. It was time to retreat, if one wished to conclude with a posture of victory. This war, it seemed, was nearing its end. Why? Terumi-mei immediately sat up, her face etched with disbelief. Although there was a slight disparity in high-tier combat power, our forces were nonetheless ample, surely. We need not retreat at this juncture. Reflecting on the soaring tails of the Nine Tails, Orochimaru's formidable 8-headed serpent, the Uchiha clan's Crimson Sharingan, and the staggering feats of Minato Namikaze, who could eliminate 40 enemies in a mere second, Kaguya Naoki shook his head bitterly. Sometimes, quality truly surpasses quantity by a considerable margin. How can this be? Terumi-mei persisted, eager to argue further. You can confront Orochimaru, while the 7 ninja swordsmen can defend against Kukunai and Ino-Shikacho, leaving the Uchiha clan and other forces to our overwhelming numbers. Terumi-mei continued to ramble, attempting to persuade Kaguya Naoki to abandon the idea of retreat. After all, This battle marked the greatest achievement and most bountiful victory for the Hidden Mist Village since its inception. It was also the most impressive and seamlessly executed conflict. The profound admiration that all Mist Shinobi harbored for Kaguya Najiki was evident, revealing glimpses of their unwavering respect. To end matters so abruptly would leave not just her, but all the Mist Shinobi unsatisfied. How could this be possible? Kaguya Naoki smiled softly, gazing into Terumi Mei's earnest eyes, and suddenly, a realization struck him as he inquired. What do you perceive Uzumaki Kushina as? Terumi Mei responded with a hint of confusion, and then, with one hand, she reached onto the table, swiftly retrieving the dossier on Uzumaki Kushina from the towering pile of documents. The wife of Namikaze Minato, an elite jonin, seldom engages in combat, and has few notable achievements. Terumi Mei furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the information closely, yet she discerned no anomalies. Listening to Terumi Mei's murmurs, Kaguya Naoki let out a resigned sigh. Mei, read her surname. Surname? Terumi Mei echoed, still somewhat perplexed, before reading aloud, Uzumaki. Terumi Mei initially appeared to grasp the significance, only to be followed by a wave of disbelief as she queried, a Jinchuriki? Presumably, it is highly likely 99%, in fact, considering the previous Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, was indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan. If that is the case, Terumi Mei's expression darkened, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the damp dossier in her hand. Against a being like the Ninetales, even thousands of troops would prove futile. Though reluctant to accept it, Terumi Mei sighed. Then, let us proceed as you suggest, Naoki. I shall manage the other matters for you. All right. Kaguya Naoki nodded faintly. However, there is no need to inform others just yet. Before we retreat, I must first locate Orochimaru alone and enhance my reputation once more. Orochimaru? Terumi Mei regained her focus and sighed. A ninja as formidable and astute as Orochimaru. As she spoke, observing Kaguya Naoki's unwavering confidence, Terumi Mei despondently shook her head, relinquishing her attempt to caution him. After all, she was completely unaware of the limits of Kaguya Naoki's abilities. He was likely among the stronger ninjas at the shadow level. Beneath the cascade of fiery red hair, Terumi Mei cast a sideways glance and gently pushed Kaguya Naoki away. You may proceed with your plans. I have other matters to attend to. Very well. Kaguya Naoki's gaze shifted as he casually grasped a cup of water, channeling his chakra to freeze it before placing it before Kaguya Mei. Mei, do remember to drink more warm water. With that, Naoki had already vanished out the door. It was still early. Perhaps a visit to Orochimaru would be in order? An hour later, amidst the lush foliage of the Land of Fire, a figure clad entirely in white leisurely strolled. Naoki-kun, have you been waiting for me long? Perhaps, Orochimaru. Kun, my time is precious now, let us get straight to the point. A rustling sound of leaves broke the tranquility as a silhouette stealthily approached from the shadows, silent and undetected. Yet, it was not beyond Kaguya Naoki's keen perception. He swiftly turned his head to look. Naoki-kun. Within his field of vision, Orochimaru wore his signature enigmatic smile. I wish to offer you the position of Mizukage. In exchange, I require certain experimental materials. Chapter 48, Kaguya Naoki, I wish to engage you in a draw. Is that so? Kaguya Naoki's heart quickened for a fleeting moment. Yet he immediately feigned nonchalance, secretly heightening his vigilance as he cast a glance toward Orochimaru. After all, this individual had not been particularly earnest with his trading partner, Danzo. Orochimaru took a few steps forward, allowing the sunlight to wash over his face, seemingly seeking to cleanse himself of some lingering shadows. If my conjecture is not mistaken, should Naoki-kun manage to lead the Mist Ninjas out of the Land of Fire in triumphant fashion, this conflict could indeed be deemed a success. In this battle, you, Kaguya Naoki, have shown brightly and repeatedly influenced the course of events. Thus, it is only fitting that you would garner the highest acclaim. Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he could not help but lick his lips, thoroughly pleased with this particular arrangement. By driving back the mist, alleviating the village's pressures, and simultaneously acquiring some precious materials, he felt quite satisfied. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Orochimaru continued, at that point. It is likely that no one within the entire Mist Village could surpass Naoki-kun in prestige. Indeed, Kaguya Naoki nodded. Which was also the reason for his urgent preparations to withdraw the troops. Should such a large army suffer a rout here, no matter the previous illustrious achievements in battle, it would be impossible to conceal the reality of his defeat. Orochimaru swallowed hard, a cold glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Were it not for this young boy's possession of the ice-release bloodline limit, he would not be so uncertain of his ability to subdue him. Otherwise, why go through such elaborate measures? Pausing for a moment, Orochimaru continued with a smile, if prestige can overshadow others, then the position of Mizukage will inevitably be yours in due time. Isn't that so, Kaguya Naoki? Indeed, or perhaps not. Kaguya Naoki smiled, seemingly indifferent to Orochimaru's expression. Surely, Orochimaru should deeply resonate with this sentiment, for after all, the fourth Hokage appears rather distant from an individual of your illustrious military achievements. As the words reached his ears, Orochimaru's gaze turned icy, his countenance darkening, and a rare flicker of indignation stirred within his usually composed heart. This insufferable little brat. His fists clenched slightly, the murderous intent intensifying. Yet soon, A smirk graced his lips, transforming his prior indignation and hostility into derision. Old man, it seems you have truly aged. The future you envisioned has long been unraveled by this young lad. I eagerly anticipate the moment this fellow ascends to the position of Mizukage. I wonder if, at that time, you and Minato Namikaze will still be able to restrain this genius hailing from the hidden mist. With such thoughts, Orochimaru's mood improved significantly. And he let out a few cold chuckles, resuming his rehearsed rhetoric. Naoki-kun, we are both intelligent individuals. And I trust we need not dwell on these trivial matters any longer. You are fully aware that you must withdraw in a manner that signifies victory. In exchange, I require merely some materials, nothing more. Upon mentioning those materials, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly gleamed with fervor, barely concealing the excitement within. A handful of white limbs and skeletal powder could easily turn the tide of war. How could that not be enticing? Orochimaru-kun. Kaguya Naoki promptly took over the conversation. Those materials can be provided to you. However, how can you ensure that our Mist Village will depart with our heads held high? Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Naoki-kun, I am the commander of Konoha. During our battle, I shall intentionally draw it to a stalemate, allowing your Mist Village to retreat from the battlefield. What do you say? Upon saying this, Orochimaru fixed his gaze intently on Kaguya Naoki, who remained silent. He clenched his sleeves tightly, a smile almost escaping his lips. Observing the seriousness in Orochimaru's eyes, Naoki felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Truly, it was fitting that Orochimaru possessed such confidence, believing he could easily triumph over Uchiha Itachi. He approached me with the same level of self-assurance. With a smile, Naoki replied, No, Orochimaru, why not lose to me once more? After all, you will never ascend to the position of Hokage. It is simply impossible. Orochimaru's expression turned cold, and he flatly refused. No matter how many materials you offer, I cannot agree to such a request. To feign defeat to this brat once again would lead to being permanently labeled by those fools, a fate I cannot endure. Kaguya Naoki paused for a moment, silently reflecting. If you are unwilling to feign defeat, then let us embrace true defeat. After regaining his composure, he continued in a gentle tone. Lord Orochimaru, I have one more request. Our troop movements must be coordinated with your forces in Konoha. Following our stalemate, this will facilitate our orderly retreat. Once our objectives are achieved, we shall negotiate peace and refrain from further involvement in the conflict. What say you? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru fell into a brief silence. Kaguya Naoki awaited his response with great confidence. Even now, Orochimaru had not entirely relinquished his feelings for Konoha. There remained a place for it in his heart. He would never engage in actions that severely undermined Konoha's interests. However, allowing the Mist Village to withdraw smoothly would align perfectly with Konoha's current interests. At this juncture, Konoha had no desire for a protracted war with the Mist Village. They simply wished to negotiate peace swiftly to free up forces for the defense against other hidden villages. With no significant harm to Konoha's interests and the prospect of acquiring coveted materials, how could Orochimaru refuse? Sure enough, after a brief moment, Orochimaru nodded slowly. Naturally. As his words settled, a weight lifted from Kaguya Naoki's heart, and waves of joy surged within him. With this unexpected transaction initiated by Orochimaru, the course of the war had become distinctly clearer. Kaguya Naoki now had the prospect of engaging Orochimaru on his own terms. Furthermore, the fourth Hokage would not be present in this conflict. Simultaneously, the Mist forces would be able to withdraw from the battlefield. This signified a visibly promising future. After Kaguya Naoki decisively wielded the power of the Shikatsumiaka to defeat Orochimaru, the Mist Village could promptly retreat, indeed, in the manner of victors. Such immense prestige was on the verge of being grasped. Upon returning to the village, he could swiftly instigate a coup, reform, and bolster national strength with the aim of annihilating the four nations to the west in the future. Concurrently, he would engage in the trafficking of bloodline abilities, amassing secret techniques to assist him in the pursuit of ultimate power to become a sage of six paths. Such a bright future filled him with delight. As for you, Lord Orochimaru, I shall grant you 2 fingers. The remainder of the materials will be discussed post-war. Orochimaru smiled. Naoki-kun, I hope that after this transaction, you will trust me more and refrain from employing trivial methods to safeguard your interests. With that, Orochimaru vanished into the thicket, while Kaguya Naoki turned with hope, quietly awaiting the war's arrival. This is my complete plan. How does it resonate with you all? Orochimaru, seated in a position of authority, awaited the responses of those present. Narashikaka was the first to rise, followed closely by the others. Lord Orochimaru's plan is undoubtedly sound, this time. We should be able to inflict considerable damage on these Mist Ninjas. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, consolidating his meticulously prepared plan, devoid of any apparent flaws. Now, everyone, prepare accordingly. As his words concluded, the assembled individuals exited the chamber. Upon reaching a secluded area, Narashikaku approached the fiery-haired Kukina. For now, let us refrain from revealing the power of the Ninetales. Kukina initially appeared perplexed. But how can we truly inflict harm on so many Mist Ninjas without exposing the Ninetales' power? After a moment, realization dawned upon her, and she inquired with excitement, Is it Minato? Narashikaka nodded slightly, then added, It remains merely a possibility. Whether Lord Minato can return in time is still uncertain. Therefore, Lady Kukina, it would be prudent to keep the power of the Nine Tails concealed for now. When the time comes to utilize it, I shall ensure that Hachi informs you. Upon hearing this, Kukina nodded earnestly. Chapter 49, The Significance of the Mist Village. A war that captivates the world. Just half a day later, in the Mist Village. Having returned to report on the battle conditions, Zabuza Momochi looked at the mist rising over his hometown and involuntarily slowed his pace. How could he elevate Naoki's reputation to win over the village's misguided folk? Such a bother. With a swift strike of his blade against a nearby rock, the clang of metal echoed as Zabuza sighed deeply. Could even he, the great Zabuza, find no solution? If only killing someone could secure fame. Shaking his head in resignation, he took a few steps forward, gazing at the bright sun in the distance with a look of confusion. On a sunny day, why was there such dense mist? Lost in thought, Zabuza soon abandoned his musings, racing onward to deliver the crucial information to the village. Those troublesome matters could wait. However, just as he moved forward, he halted, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape in disbelief. He strained to comprehend what lay before him. That was not mist, it was the breath of countless people. Peering through the thin veil of white, he swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. Before and above the walls surrounding the village, he could only see a dense crowd of heads. What was happening? Thoughts, ideas, and speculations flooded his mind, leaving him breathless with anxiety. Yet, as Zabuza directed his gaze toward the village, the eyes of the multitude, drawn by the sunlight, met his. Thus, as Zabuza found himself unable to move, he witnessed an unimaginable sight. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him. The mountains had shifted. Indeed, the mountains had shifted. The throng of people, the cacophony of voices, the slow, weaving flow of humanity. Gazing at this scene, Zabuza felt parched, his hands trembling slightly. It was as if he had come to a profound understanding of it all. Since the third Hokage took power, this village had been steeped in bloodshed, oppression, and stifled existence, devoid of any vitality or spirit. Yet, this war, which pierced the very heart of Konoha, had granted these people a rare glimpse of light amidst the darkness and betrayal. They gathered here, drawn by the promise of a brighter future. What folly it was to seek fame. Zabuza's veins pulsed with fervor as he raised the enormity of the scroll in his hand. This is what it means to achieve renown. This is prestige. Suppressing all his thoughts, Zabuza Momochi charged forward, wielding the scroll that represented the first surge of vitality for the hidden mist village in many years. Closer, closer he drew. Observing the faces around him, animated and fervent, unlike their usual stoic expressions, Zabuza felt a lump in his throat. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, falling drop by drop to the ground. It seemed he had truly glimpsed a flicker of hope that this village could indeed transform. Still running, watching, and calling out in his heart, Lord Naoki. Lord Naoki, we must prevail. We absolutely must prevail. The village truly needs this victory. Truly, truly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Konoha and the Hidden Cloud had long fallen silent, a wild yet resonant cheer erupted from within the Hidden Cloud's camp. Killer Bee, come here. The voice of the fourth Raikage echoed throughout the entire Hidden Cloud encampment, causing countless cloud ninjas to exchange bewildered glances. Suddenly, a peculiar voice responded, yeah. Big bro is calling me. I'm on my way. Yeah. Mimicking gestures, Killer Bee pushed open the door to find us standing beside a table, flushed with excitement. Even upon noticing Killer Bee's odd gestures, A remained unfazed, still smiling. Killer Bee's playful demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He understood that something significant was about to unfold. Big bro, what is it? A raised the scroll in his hand and laughed heartily. Killer Bee, take a look at this. I never expected the opportunity to fulfill our father's legacy would present itself so soon. Killer Bee stepped forward to take the scroll from the Raikage's hands, examining it closely. What is this? Is it merely the record of a mere genin from the Hidden Mist? Kaguya Nara. Kurabi suddenly realized, having perused a considerable amount of intelligence. He was certainly familiar with this name. The commander of the Mist, Kaguya Nara, was indeed an individual not to be underestimated. He continued to read on. Kaguya Shinomiya, a member of the Kaguya clan, possesses the Bone Pulse and the Ice Release bloodline, enabling him to soar through the skies with the aid of his ice manipulation. This information was already firmly etched in Killer Bee's mind. However, as he read it again, it still elicited an involuntary gasp of astonishment from him. A formidable opponent of the shadow level, capable of leveraging flight to gain the upper hand in close combat. Truly a challenging adversary. As he continued to peruse the text, he adjusted his glasses earnestly, striving to discern the details more clearly. 3 days, Sunagakure, Yakura? This little brat. Sensing that Killer Bee had reached the conclusion, I could no longer contain his laughter. He had initially thought Kaguya Shinomiya was merely a thorn in Konoha's side. Yet he was astonished by the strength of his combat prowess. In my estimation, Orochimaru might not be defeated by this fellow, but he certainly would not be able to halt the advance of the mist. Therefore, dear brother, Killer Bee felt a sudden tension rise within him. Vaguely aware of AI's intentions, he could not help but inquire, what shall we do? Naturally, AI's voice turned suddenly cold, tinged with indignation, as he raised his fist and slammed it forcefully onto the table. We simply need to hold off that Minato Namikaze fellow. Let Kaguya Shinomiya charge in. AI's veins throbbed with excitement. The scoundrels of the mist have but a few thousand troops. They cannot last much longer. Once they have exhausted Konoha's strength, we shall march south and dominate the entirety of Konoha. Lord Tsuchikage. In the office of the Tsuchikage, a member of the Umbu knelt respectfully on the ground before a diminutive ninja, whose graying temples marked him as a figure of authority. Were it not for the ceremonial attire symbolizing the Tsuchikage, none would believe him to be the village leader. Relay the orders. Anoki's voice resonated with a calm yet resolute tone. The various divisions must maintain their combat formations and press forward, entangling the remaining defensive forces of Konoha. The Umbu, slightly taken aback, nevertheless bowed their heads in affirmation. Acknowledged. I shall take my leave, and soon the office was left with only one person, breathing heavily. Anoki gazed at the densely arranged map of troop deployments, a smile flickering across his face. The wretches of the mist, continue your assault, attack with fervor. Only by exhausting Konoha's vitality can we find our peace. Lord Wind Shadow, the sealing array has been completed. Indeed. Raza nodded gently, picking up a kunai inscribed with a unique seal. The Flying Thunder God kunai of Minato. He stared into space momentarily. Were it not for this kunai, he would not have decided to breach the treaty and re-enter the fray of war. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, the most terrifying figure in the entire shinobi conflict. To eliminate Kaguya Shinomiya would be more than sufficient. Furthermore, Raza lifted his gaze, surveying the intricate sealing techniques before him. A genuine smile igniting from the depths of his heart. Kaguya Naoki, the audacious spirit of the mist, dares to threaten me. The position of the Shadow of Water no longer belongs to you, for you are about to meet your demise. Chapter 50. The Outbreak of War. I shall stand at the pinnacle. Lord Naoki, here is the intelligence from the village of the cloud. Lord Naoki, this is the intelligence from the village of the rock. Lord Naoki, the village of the sand has once again sealed the roads, and our intelligence personnel have suffered losses. The situation remains unclear. Kaguya Naoki meticulously reviewed all the scrolls before him. Mist Hidden's little ghost, Wave Wind Minato, I have held them at bay for you. Mist Hidden's little ghost, charge in. I, Noki, will entangle Konoha's forces. Upon reading the words of Wave Wind Minato, the last remnant of worry in Kaguya Naoki's heart dissipated. Though Orochimaru had vehemently insisted that Minato would never appear on the battlefield, what if he did? Now, gazing at the missive from the Cloud Village, he finally felt a sense of relief. As Naoki's gaze shifted away from the scroll, Terumi Mei spoke up. Naoki, your decision is indeed remarkably prescient. She then looked at the densely packed scrolls, took a deep breath, and expressed her admiration. Cloud and Rock, these fellows harbor ill intentions, seeking to exploit our efforts to deplete Konoha's strength. However, now that we can extricate ourselves from the quagmire of war, such concerns need not trouble us any longer. Indeed. Hui Naoki rolled up the scroll and said lightly, Ming, please continue to examine the intelligence and conduct some analysis. The war must proceed. Koji Mei Ming immediately straightened up, a look of confusion on her face. Naoki, could you please repeat that? I believe I did not hear you clearly. You heard me clearly. Kaguya Naoki casually placed a useless scroll of information beside him and called out to the shadowy figures outside. Please summon the seven. Yes. Came a fervent reply from beyond the door, followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. Naoki called Akemi with a hint of melancholy. After much effort, I managed to persuade the esteemed members of the Seven to gather their subordinates after your departure yesterday, and now you wish to change this so abruptly. Akemi. Kaguya Naoshi sighed softly, one hand grasping Terumi Mei's delicate fingers, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue, her heart racing wildly, rendering her unable to discern the words flowing from Naoshi's lips. All she could perceive were murmurs, and after a considerable interval, she finally managed to grasp a few phrases. In essence, the war was set to persist. Terumi Mei, awakening from her reverie, nodded absently, cautiously withdrawing her hand and exhaling a deep breath. Turning back, she resumed her focus on the intelligence reports, her mind quietly contemplating. Since a continuation had already been declared, the reasons had become inconsequential. Assisting him was all that mattered. She retrieved several meticulously prepared battle plans, suppressing her pounding heart, and handed them over. Naoshi, take a look. Mei. Kaguya Naoki took it and, after glancing at it a few times, immediately stated, this time, I shall handle it myself. Naoki. In matters of such gravity, Terumi Mei earnestly advised. It is not that I doubt your brilliant intellect, but rather that this war is of utmost significance. Indeed. Kaguya Naoki sighed, contemplating whether to speak in persuasion, yet found himself lacking any compelling reasons. Ultimately, he resignedly stated, you must trust me. Very well, responded Terumi Mei, nodding earnestly as she accepted Naoki's meticulously crafted plan. Exhaling in relief. Thankfully, it was not overly chaotic. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Naoki's voice pulled Mei from her reverie. Mei, the seven ninja are here. I will divulge all the plans to you. Believe me, this time, Kirigakure will emerge victorious. Observing Naoki's earnest demeanor, Mei immediately nodded without a hint of hesitation. As the morning sun ascended, the resolute seven ninjas stepped out once more. Upon reaching a secluded spot, Suka Yamabuta suddenly spoke up, capturing the attention of the others. Do you think that little brat can truly win this battle? A suppressed chuckle escaped from Biwa Juzu. What are you laughing at? Yamabuta's brow furrowed, gripping his knife tightly, his tone turning icy. I laugh at you, you fool. In the past, you would never have posed such a question. Now, since hope has begun to blossom within you, why not voice it? Think whatever you wish, you fool, Yamabuta retorted, swinging his sinewy appendage before vanishing into the shadows. Watching that retreating figure, Jiz's smile faded. And he too felt a surge of tension akin to that of Yamabuta. Kaguya Naoki, press on. Victory in this battle is imperative for the Hidden Mist. A resurgence of spirit is desperately needed. On the following day, as the sun ascended, akin to a clarion call for action, the misty veil shrouded the departing figures of the Hidden Mist ninjas. Naruki, are you heading to that location? Terumi Mei inquired. Her gaze fixed upon the towering ridge that rose at the heart of the battlefield, contemplating Naruki's strategy from the previous day, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Without a doubt. Kaguya Shinsui nodded. But can you be certain that Orochimaru will go there? Terumi Mei inquired anxiously, recalling the figure that had nearly driven her to despair. Absolutely. He replied with unwavering confidence. As she gazed upon Kaguya Shinsui's assured countenance, Terumi Mei felt a jolt of surprise. How could Shinsui's spies extract such confidential information? Who exactly was he? Mei, I must go, he declared. Regaining her composure, Terumi Mei cautioned, the land of the dead may not be conducive to combat. Mei. You are aware, he responded, I aspire to become the Mizukage, and I require renown. Therefore, Kaguya Naoki lifted his gaze to the mountain range before him. I shall stand at the pinnacle, allowing all to witness my triumph over Orochimaru. As his words echoed, he vanished in an ethereal manner before the eyes of Terame. After a prolonged sprint, Naoki encountered the first squad from Konoha, the Uchiha team. He silently drew forth his skeletal weapon, poised to strike. Leaves danced in the air as Kisame Hashigaki landed beside him, brandishing his formidable blade. Lord Naoki, since this is a duel of commanders, it would be unwise for our mist leader to be sullied by blood before the battle commences. Allow me to take this on. Gazing into the crimson eyes across from him and observing Kisame's earnest demeanor, Kaguya Naoki nodded with a smile. He advanced gracefully. Hand over the Byakugan. Surrender, Lord Izashi. Paipa JZ surged forth from the thicket, charging directly at the Hyuga branch. Lord Naoki, I shall handle this. Kaguya Narukami nodded slightly and continued to surge forward. Taste this, the bone vein. A swarm of minute insects wove a dense black shroud, advancing menacingly. Boiling escape, art of the skillful mist. Kaguya Otsutsuki emerged. Her gaze soft and fluid as water, directed at Kaguya Narukami. Narukami, hurry. I excel at dealing with insects. Kaguya Naoki smiled and continued on his way. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he gazed at the approaching throngs of shadowy figures and sighed, drawing forth his own bones. It seems that blood must be shed once more. The bone pulse. Brother Naoki. Kaguya Naoki halted, astonished, and turned to behold Kaguya Ryota, whose body was ensnared in a multitude of bandages. Behind him loomed a throng of Kaguya clan members, their skeletal forms swaying in unison. This time, it is my turn to deliver the fatal blow, he proclaimed, raising the bone aloft and shouting with fervor, victory is ours, victory is assured. The cries of the Kaguya clan seemed to ignite the entire battlefield, an unfathomable cacophony surging forth like a tempestuous sea. The sound reverberated. A fierce wind howled through the air, causing leaves to cascade from the trees. Lord Shinsuke, annihilate the wretched spawn of Konoha. Lord Shinsuke, amidst this tumultuous uproar. Kaguya Shinsuke inhaled deeply, bearing the gaze of thousands, and ascended into the air. He aimed to stand at the pinnacle and vanquish Orochimaru. Chapter 51. The bone-cutting strike against Orochimaru. The icy mirror gradually dissipated, revealing the tall figure of a white-haired man. Shinsuke-kun, Orochimaru murmured softly, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Now, you can provide me with those materials, can you not? Not yet, Orochimaru-kun. Kaguya Naoki fell to the ground, gently sweeping away the swaying wild grass beside him, responding with a hint of resignation. After all, you are so formidable, it is simply impossible to defeat you. If you were to triumph over me in front of the crowd, wouldn't that mean the complete forfeiture of the position of Mizukage? Humph. Listening to Kaguya Naoki's rare words of praise, Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly result in a tie. Looking up at the sun that had just risen behind Kaguya Naoki, a smile graced his lips. Let us commence swiftly, Naoki-kun, while the time is still early. Finishing this tie will grant you ample opportunity to withdraw your troops. Wishing you success in ascending to the position of Mizukage. And to you as well. Kaguya Naoki paused momentarily, his tone serene as he remarked, I wish you a swift defection to the village hidden in the mist. Orochimaru's brow twitched, his tongue flicking across his lips as he suppressed the simmering anger that threatened to surface. What a loquacious vessel you are. Sooner or later, I shall render you utterly speechless. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, pointing it menacingly at Kaguya Naoki. The ground trembled beneath Naoki's feet, producing a cacophony of unrest. Thus, the battle erupted without a hint of forewarning. Corpse bone path, dance of the willows. The pristine, ivory-like bones surged forth in an instant, accompanied by a tempestuous gale and shattering rocks, a manifestation of Naoki's power as he unleashed the earth's might beneath him. Shadow of the serpent's hand, as Orochimaru propelled himself backward. A multitude of colossal venomous serpents cascaded from his sleeves, lunging toward Naoki, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. No matter how formidable a ninja may be, escape from Orochimaru's onslaught was an impossibility. Yet, he was Kaguya Naoki. With a flourish of his bones, a series of sharp cracks echoed, revealing only writhing flesh in the aftermath. Naoki-kun, Orochimaru mused to himself, indifferent to the fate of the serpents. Perhaps this battle is rather mundane. Why not employ a strategy that allows your subordinates to truly comprehend the extent of your formidable power? Is that so? Kaguya Naoki softly murmured a brief reply. Whispering the words, dance of the bone pulse, iron wire flower. From his spine, immense skeletal structures erupted, adorned with countless fine bone spines, and in an instant, they pierced through the body of the once jovial Orochimaru. In that fleeting moment, all those who had been discreetly observing the battle were rendered motionless. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, had perished just like that? Time seemed to stand still as countless gazes flitted back and forth across the stark white bones, until they settled upon a protruding head that continued to speak, drawing their minds and bodies back into the fray. Truly astounding, isn't it, Naoki-kun? The body, which had been shattered into bloody fragments by the bone spines, suddenly opened its mouth, and out crawled Orochimaru, grinning wickedly. Well then, let us get serious. His long hair billowed, stirred by the breeze generated from his swiftly moving fingers. Crack! His hands came to a halt, and two colossal ninjutsu surged forth. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Earth style, Hell Swamp. In an instant, the once solid ground transformed into a torrential muddy river, voraciously consuming and absorbing all surrounding objects in its path. Great trees, boulders, and even hills were drawn into its depths. Hyuga Naoki was unceremoniously dragged downward by the muddy river. The bone technique, 10 fingers piercing, unleashed 10 white skeletal fingers that sliced through the air, hurtling toward Orochimaru to thwart his attempt to unleash a troublesome jutsu upon Naoki. In the face of these 10 bones, Orochimaru chuckled softly, allowing the penetrating flesh and blood to swirl around him as he clapped his hands together. Earth release, hardening. Instantly, the previously sinuous muddy terrain solidified like rock, ensnaring Naoki, who was still unable to extricate himself. Is that all, Naoki-kun? Perhaps. A response that sent a chill of sweat cascading down Orochimaru's back, prompting him to recklessly draw his Kusanagi sword for a counterattack. However, it was too late. The bone pierced through Orochimaru's throat in an instant, gushing forth a torrent of blood. The battle raged on. The serpent's array. A multitude of serpents erupted from the ruptured body, surging toward Naoki. Bone technique, Tsubaki no Mai. The densely packed bone spikes impaled the serpents, yet also robbed Naoki of the opportunity to approach that form once more. Orochimaru reappeared before Naoki, seemingly unscathed, prompting a long exhale from the latter. Thus, the question arose, how could one truly vanquish this immortal foe? In a flash, Naoki contemplated his Byakugan and Ice Senbon. Utilizing the Byakugan to seal chakra could indeed be a means to definitively defeat Orochimaru. As he pondered, a chilling voice shattered the silence. Orochimaru, as compensation. This time I shall consume 1,000 people. Kaguya Naoki raised his head, gazing at the swirling white smoke and the gradually revealing serpent's head, taking a deep breath. Finally, there was a target worthy of a thorough beating. Bone pulse, dance of the iron flower. A colossal bone whip coiled around the scaled body. The eyes of the myriad serpents tightened in an instant, unwilling memories surfacing within. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. Sooner or later, before the words could escape, that mountain-like form was forcibly dragged forward by the bone whip, crushing the forest and carving a deep ravine. Little brat, truly lacking in manners. The expression of Orochimaru, no longer as carefree as before, turned serious as he formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Almost instantaneously, an immense chakra forged a tornado that tore through the heavens, ensnaring Kaguya Naoki within. The flames infused within transformed the whirlwind into a colossal fire dragon. The sky turned crimson. Witnessing the might of that astonishing ninjutsu from afar, everyone held but a single thought. At that moment, the sun, slightly peeking through the clouds, merely tinged the horizon, yet Orochimaru's overwhelmingly powerful ninjutsu nearly painted the entire mountaintop sky red. This was Orochimaru. This was one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konohagakure. As the ferocity of the fire dragon tornado remained unabated atop the mountain, inhuman screams echoed through the skies. Was that a serpent? A bone pierced through the head of a snake, shaking in the air as if to flaunt, allowing all to behold the creature upon the white bones. The myriad serpents, renowned alongside Orochimaru as the legendary 3, were effortlessly slain. You little brat. Orochimaru emerged from the mouth of a colossal serpent, not bothering to wipe away the viscous residue. His expression grave as he gazed at Kaguya Naoki. Setting aside a few immature techniques, he had nearly exhausted his means. And not only had he failed to subdue Kaguya Naoki, but he had also been repeatedly outmaneuvered. It seemed he was truly on the verge of defeat, destined to be used as a stepping stone for this hidden mistbrat. This cannot be. Orochimaru licked his lips, furrowing his brow with a sense of nostalgia. It had to be done. Yamada no Orochi. Orochimaru murmured softly, his body suddenly swelling and multiplying, 8 fearsome heads emerging abruptly at the mountaintop, enveloping the entire world. The lingering crimson clouds dissipated under the serpent's slow exhalation, transforming into a pitch-black shroud. This legendary serpent instantly dominated all, still fighting desperately in the eyes of those engaged. That was a monster, indeed. Such a creature. The Hidden Mist ninjas were momentarily dazed, almost incredulous, while the Konohagakure ninjas immediately felt invigorated. Naoki-kun, it's time for you to face some hardships. Not necessarily. Kaguya Otsutsuki continuously infused chakra, causing the skeletal structure to enlarge and elongate. With a casual gesture, icy mirrors extended from behind into the sky, resembling colossal pillars reaching towards the heavens. At times, mere enlargement does not equate to enhanced strength. It is time to conclude this, Orochimaru, along with this war. Kaguya Naoki leaped gracefully, his body piercing through the icy mirror, swiftly ascending into the air. Just as the colossal serpent exhaled its venomous breath in an attempt to ensnare him, he wielded the massive bone with precision, with a series of swift strikes. The air was rent with the sound of flesh tearing, large chunks of meat and the gigantic head were brutally severed. Blood gushing forth like a torrential rain upon the mountainside. The immense head plummeted, rolling to a halt, carving deep furrows in its wake, provoking gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Yet, at the very heart of the battle, an eerie tranquility prevailed. Orochimaru emerged once more from the gaping maw of the serpent, eager for combat once again. However, this time, he was met not only by Kaguya Naoki but also by the piercing ice needles. As the now sluggish Orochimaru could only watch, the ice needles penetrated his body, leaving him to feel his chakra crystallizing within. A bitter smile flickered across his face. Byakugan. Ice release, gentle fist, you possess an extraordinary brilliance, Naoki. The future may indeed be yours. Kaguya Naoki remained silent, merely extracting the powder from the arm and bones of Shirogane and presenting it. Orochimaru-kun, the future belongs to us. Orochimaru licked his lips, relinquishing the chakra he had painstakingly gathered, accepting the experimental materials, his gaze reflecting a swirl of complex emotions. Perhaps, Naoki-kun, from this moment onward, all lands, including Konoha, shall be yours. Kaguya Naoki smiled gently. Orochimaru, with your injuries, it is best to withdraw the Konoha forces. I shall not pursue further. Konoha is simply too formidable. Continuing this battle would yield no benefits. Orochimaru felt the loosening ice needles piercing his body and listened to his calm words, unable to refrain from glancing at Kaguya Naoki. The Mizukage, I eagerly anticipate the day we can collaborate. Kaikenai, it is time. Narashikage gazed at the 8 severed heads, his expression darkening as he spoke to Kaikenai. She nodded immediately, her fiery red hair slightly drooping. No need. A gentle voice resonated beside her, causing Kaikenai's hair to fly up as she turned back, a sweet smile involuntarily blooming on her face. Minato, you have arrived. Chapter 52, the so-called hero. Yellow flash kill. Eliminate the Konoha brats. Almost at the moment the 8 heads fell, all the mist ninja became frenzied as if injected with adrenaline. Orochimaru had been defeated, bested by the mist commander Kaguya Naoki. If they could vanquish these insignificant Konoha ninjas before them, they could swiftly penetrate the heart of Konoha. After all, it was Konoha, the most powerful ninja village in the world. The long-declined and lifeless mist village, under Kaguya Naoki's leadership, had managed to triumph over the strongest ninja village in the world, igniting their fervor. However, amidst the fervor of the mist forces, the heart of their commander felt a chill. Gazing into the distance, he murmured softly, is that Minato Namikaze? He could not help but grit his teeth. Why is he not on the battlefield at Cloud Village? What are you planning to do, Hiruzen? Midogate and Izuka looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had donned his battle attire, brows furrowed in discontent. The battle has yet to reach Konoha. Shouldn't he remain in the village to bolster everyone's confidence instead of heading to the battlefield? If I don't go out, who will fill the gap in our fighting strength? Hiruzen Sarutobi halted his steps, turning to face Mido and Izuka, his eyes ablaze with a rare, piercing anger. If someone like Kaguya Naoki were to become Mizukage, it would only be a matter of time before they resembled Cloud Village. If we do not eliminate him in this war, we will inevitably become the next Cloud Village. Now, no one in Konoha can remain uninvolved. Everyone must contribute. The children are fighting desperately on the battlefield. Do you expect me to stay in the village like a decaying log? His thunderous words left Mido and Izuka momentarily speechless, his resolve to volunteer wavering. And what about Danzo? The usually silent Kohara Udatane finally spoke, directing her gaze toward the bandaged man who had been lurking in the shadows. Saying nothing, Danzo possesses considerable strength and could contend with shadow-level adversaries. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes narrowed, ready to voice the meticulously crafted excuse he had prepared for a long time. However, Hiruzen, knowing his old friend's character, interjected to avoid unnecessary conflict. To intimidate those two from Cloud Village, it must be me who steps forward. None of you are fit for this task. Humph. Danzo felt a surge of unbridled rage at Hiruzen's words. The Hokage is still the Hokage. I am Danzo, the shadow of Konoha. Am I to be dismissed so easily? Without becoming Hokage, do I lack the qualifications to be taken seriously? A hint of malice glimmered in his eyes as he glared at Hiruzen. Let Hiruzen die on the battlefield. Then the position of Hokage will be mine. Very well. Hiruzen surveyed the room, noticing his old friend's silence, his tone softening. No one in Konoha can stand aside. And Izuka, Udatane, remember your past selves, the invincible ninjas who once roamed the battlefield. Therefore, I entrust everything in the village to you. Pausing, Hiruzen turned to Danzo, who was tightly clenching his fists, and sighed with a hint of resignation. So be it. With that, Hiruzen leaped through the window, advancing toward the battlefield with astonishing speed. In just one day and night, as the full-scale war between Konoha and Mist erupted, he reached the camps of Cloud and Konoha. Hokage-sama. Minato Namikaze had long awaited him at the camp's entrance. Hiruzen nodded slightly. Minato, go do what you must. You must ensure Kaguya Naoki is utterly defeated. A newfound sharpness surged in Hiruzen's gaze. He shall undoubtedly be Konoha's most perilous foe. Therefore, Minato, for the peace of our future, you must give your all today. Understood. Hokage-sama. Minato nodded, closing his eyes to sense the flying thunder god Kanai located thousands of miles away. He murmured, for the village, please meet your end. I am off. Hokage-sama. Minato whispered before vanishing from sight. At that moment, the voice of the fourth Raikage echoed once more. Minato Namikaze, come, let us battle. Hiruzen chuckled softly, addressing the frenzied Konoha ninjas around him. I wonder if this old man can withstand the onslaught of those two youths from Cloud. Victory is assured. The fervent shouts reverberated through the camp, reaching the Raikage's ears. He turned to the gesturing Killer Bee, speaking casually. It seems Minato is still out there. Now we await the battle report from that young Mist ninja. I wonder how far he can go. Yeah. Big brother, the Mist brat is formidable. Orochimaru is no match for him. Enough, Killer Bee, AI said, suddenly turning his attention to the figure ahead, his voice turning icy. That is Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato has already returned. The Mist brat is in grave danger. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Kaguya Shiraki concealed her form within the icy mirror, her eyes sweeping across the battlefield in search of a suitable arena for the Dance of the Bracken. Only the Dance of the Bracken possessed the power to vanquish Minato Namikaze. At that precise moment, a kunai entwined with intricate runes hurtled towards the vicinity of the icy mirror. Kaguya Naoki swiftly propelled himself, gliding through the vast expanse of the sky. Upon closer inspection, he observed that Minato Namikaze remained stationary, still engaged in a probing stance. Kaguya Naoki swallowed nervously, feeling a tinge of anxiety. The most favorable outcome would merely be a stalemate. Thus, let us broker peace. With a gentle gesture, an icy mirror materialized, gliding towards Orochimaru's side. Intent on swiftly sealing the accord. Orochimaru, cease this conflict. I wish to represent the hidden mist in negotiations with your Leaf Village. Orochimaru turned his neck, revealing a sinister smile, but his expression abruptly shifted as he cast his gaze towards the dense forest beside him. There, a figure shimmering with a yellow light emerged. Far quicker than Orochimaru, Kaguya Naoki sighed, acknowledging the swiftness. Minato Namikaze leaped forth from the underbrush, shielding Orochimaru behind him while promptly addressing Lord Orochimaru. Leave the rest to me. Turning to Kaguya Naoki, his face grew solemn. Since the Hokage has commanded his complete annihilation, I shall adhere to the directive and exert all my strength to ensure his demise. Thus, the war may conclude sooner. Naoki, your opponent is me. Please, continue, he declared. Observing Minato Namikaze's figure, Kaguya Naoki's eyes hardened. Chapter 53. Minato Namikaze, having finally tracked me down, do not hold back. Almost immediately after Minato's brazen proclamation, Kaguya Naoki erupted forth like thunder. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, akin to a dragon. His figure, tearing through the air, danced with fervor. Corpse Pulse, Dance of the Iron Lattice Flower. Corpse Pulse, 10 fingers piercing shot. Ice Release, Ice Thousand Books. 3 successive jutsu. Potent enough to force Orochimaru back from the depths of his serpentine form, surged forth with piercing velocity towards Minato Namikaze. Witnessing this scene, Minato Namikaze could only marvel in astonishment before vanishing from sight along with Orochimaru in an instant. Such is the prowess of Minato Namikaze. Kaguya Naoki halted his movements, letting out a sigh as he finally comprehended the sense of helplessness and frustration that those sand-hidden ninjas experienced in his presence. Their attacks were futile, and their defenses were insufficient. This was the essence of the Flying Thunder God, a distinct advantage granted to Minato Namikaze, an undeniable mastery of the battlefield. Kaguya's gaze drifted towards the azure sky. However, the heavens are indeed my domain. Summoning an ice mirror with a single hand, I ascended into the sky. My Byakugan wide open, in an instant, I had locked onto the figure of Minato Namikaze. As I sensed the moisture diffusing through the air, countless ice needles cascaded downwards like a torrential downpour. This sensation was truly unprecedented. Within the dense forest, Minato moved like a monkey, leaping swiftly, not daring to pause even for a moment. Any slight delay would allow the piercing ice needles, capable of tearing through the robust trees, to catch up to him. Ever since mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he had never experienced such a feeling. With a resigned sigh, Minato acknowledged the formidable enemy above him. However, I had long contemplated a solution for you, Kaguya. Minato lifted his gaze, seizing the moment, waiting for his opportunity. The assault continued. Under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, Minato could only defend and flee in a desperate manner, far from living up to his title of the Yellow Flash. Those present were taken aback. As the morale of the Mist Ninja surged and they advanced recklessly, the spirits of the Leaf Ninja inevitably waned. Yet, high above, Kaguya remained ever vigilant, never allowing herself to relax. It is essential to remember that this is Minato Namikaze, a man who, after only a brief encounter with Obito, had already devised a countermeasure. Possessing unparalleled combat intellect, his intelligence had been compromised for some time, and he did not believe that Minato lacked a method to counter him. But what could I do? When soldiers come, I shall confront them. When water arrives, I shall bury it. Such is the way. Ice release, ice thousand needles. Once again, a flurry of fine ice needles surged forth. Yet, Minato's body suddenly halted, forming hand seals with one hand and unleashing his technique in an instant. Wind release, great breakthrough. A ferocious and colossal gale erupted from his mouth, instantaneously creating a tremendous force that not only swept away the century-old redwood but also intercepted the ice needles descending from the sky. Wait a moment. Kaguya Shinjiki initially paid little heed, yet within her wide-eyed vision, a dark shuriken suddenly materialized. Unremarkable at first glance, yet it was a shuriken belonging to Minato Namikaze. Without the slightest hesitation, Shinjiki's gaze sharpened. With a swift motion of her hand, 10 bones surged forth to strike the shuriken that danced upwards with the wind. The sound of clashing echoed, as Shinjiki regarded the scene with a hint of astonishment. Countless black shurikens collided at various angles with 6 or 7 others ensnared by the Flying Thunder God technique, soaring into the sky from diverse trajectories. Unless Shinjiki could instantaneously invoke a technique to seal the entire sky, there was no way to prevent the Flying Thunder God from ascending to her level. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Minato's eyes as he fixated intently on the shurikens, poised to dart skyward at the opportune moment. Observing the approaching shuriken, Shinjiki curled her lips into a smirk. So what? Is that all there is to it? Since you remain unaware that I can not only glide through the air but also ascend to even greater heights, then it is only fitting that this strike shall miss its mark. Kaguya Shinj summoned the ice mirror, instantly elevating herself by several dozen meters. Simultaneously, she conjured a multitude of skeletal avatars to obscure her true form within their ranks. As she watched helplessly, the shuriken soared to the height she once occupied, only to fall powerless to the ground. With her Byakugan-esque gaze slightly shifting, she could discern the faintly clenched hand of Minato Namikaze. Kaguya Naruki let out a slight sigh of relief. Beneath the cover of so many bone clones and at such a high altitude, it was likely that Minato Namikaze had lost the desire to continue fighting. With this thought in mind, he spoke up. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, shall we negotiate? Hearing that voice, Minato recalled the third Hokage's instructions and clenched his fist. Although it would be a formidable challenge to overcome, he resolved to make one final attempt. After all, a member of the Kaguya clan ascending to the position of Mizukage would inevitably lead to greater turmoil in the world. Dingzhua, I entrust this to you. Kushina, do not panic. I will bring you back. Minato spoke with a hint of gravity, and upon receiving the responses from Akimichi, Dingzhua, and Kushina, he felt a sense of reassurance. He rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, his heart racing as he grasped the tightly packed Flying Thunder God kunai. It was imperative to succeed. If he could reach him, he could decisively end this battle, eliminate him, fulfill Lord Hokage's mission, and usher in lasting peace. Minato, Kushina. Be prepared, Akimichi Dingzhua declared, before swallowing some oddly colored pills that emitted an unfamiliar scent. After a brief chew, his body expanded, transforming him into a giant. He continued his relentless assault, using his massive hands to grasp Minato tightly and hurl him toward Kaguya Naruki. Ice release, ice thousand rain. Upon witnessing this scene, Kaguya Otsutsuki no longer hesitated. He infused a substantial amount of chakra, causing the sky to be filled with chilling ice needles. These ice needles, or ice formations crafted from them, plummeted violently, ensnaring both Minato Namikaze and Kushina within. The two exhaled gusts of wind, disturbing the ice needles, disregarding the numerous shards that pierced through their bodies before they could shatter. Employing the same tactics once more, amidst the clash of kunai, several kunai marked with Flying Thunder God were propelled into the sky. All of this transpired in the realm of the bone clones. And faced with these clones that even the Byakugan could not penetrate, Minato Namikaze slightly turned his head to glance at Kushina, who showed no sign of hesitation. Adamant and sealing chains. The manifested chakra chains extended from Kushina's back, sweeping across the surroundings like numerous powerful arms, instantly rendering countless bone clones with only Nin-level strength ineffective. In that very moment, Minato Namikaze teleported to Kaguya Otsutsuki's side. Corpse Bone Pulse, Tsubaki Dance. Although the defenses of the sky and the bone clones had been breached, Kaguya Otsutsuki would not sit idly by. Countless bone spikes erupted, piercing into Minato, who had leaped into the sky utilizing Flying Thunder God, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, a bone whip lashed out, toppling countless flesh and blood. The ice mirror spun, about to sway backward. Yet, the Flying Thunder God was too swift. Minato had already extended his hand. Enduring excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth, piercing through the bone spikes, placing one hand beside Kaguya Otsutsuki, leaving a mark of the Flying Thunder God before delivering a powerful strike. Rasengan. Minato, despite the agony, seized this hard-won opportunity to unleash his most formidable attack, striking directly at Kaguya Otsutsuki's face. In that instant, the world stood still. The ice mirror shattered, and that figure began to fall, leaving a long trail of white mist in the sky. Everything seemed to herald the conclusion of this audacious endeavor by the hidden mist. The war was nearing its end. However, the ice mirror soon re-emerged, and that figure remained steadfast. Kaguya Naoki extended his hand, gently caressing the unbroken bone membrane that had formed upon his face, while simultaneously experiencing a complex mix of emotions regarding the skin that might have already manifested the Flying Thunder God seal. Despite his utmost caution, he had still been branded with the mark of the Flying Thunder God. Nonetheless, it seemed that Minato Namikaze truly possessed an extraordinary skill. Such a minor injury bore no significant impact whatsoever. Kaguya Naoki smiled faintly, his gaze sharpening once more. On his white skeletal frame, gray markings had unexpectedly begun to emerge. Is this a further evolution? Perhaps it is best to contemplate this later. Kaguya's gaze lifted, focusing on Minato, who had just landed back on the ground with Kushina. Given the circumstances, it was time to take the initiative. Kushina, follow the plan, Minato instructed, biting down on his teeth as he wrapped bandages around his body, which bore a grievous wound. 1 hour. If I do not return within that time, you must remain calm, return to the village with a ninja, and continue to fortify our defenses. Kushina, observing the seemingly unaffected figure before her, clenched her teeth and declared, as long as we fully unleash the power of the Nine Tails, we will surely prevail. No, Minato's eyes suddenly took on a complex expression, his tone growing somber. Kushina, under no circumstances should you reveal the power of the Nine Tails until the final moment. You have yet to master it. I can do it, truly. No. Minato's expression turned grave. This is my final act of selfishness. I will not allow you to endure that discrimination and scorn. Kushina's hair billowed as she clenched her fists. Minato, he interjected, interrupting her for the first time. I will not lose. Let us adhere to the plan. Minato offered a gentle smile before vanishing from sight, reappearing beside Kaguya, who was poised for close combat in the jungle. The Byakugan barely caught sight of his silhouette as his hands inevitably reached her shoulder. Alongside him, Nara Shikaku and Uzumaki Kushina had also been transported by the Flying Thunder God technique. The Vajra seal intertwined wildly, and the shadow jutsu spread beneath their feet. This was a meticulously planned strike, one that Konoha had prepared for a long time. 2 formidable warriors, comparable to the Hokage, along with the Yellow Flash, had exerted their utmost effort simply to hold Kaguya for a fleeting moment. They succeeded. Naoki-kun, let us change our location and continue. After a full second of contact on Kaguya's shoulder, the battlefield transformed into a new arena. Kaguya's form shifted, yet she could not open her eyes amidst the transition. She could only feebly wave her hands, unable to grasp any tangible object, only sensing the faint scent of smoke invading her nostrils. Summoning an ice mirror, she steadied her body and forced her eyes open. In the dizzying whirl, she finally perceived the object that adorned the entire mountain. A pale yellow paper bore a red border, and within the strange patterns formed by black ink lay a singular explosive character. An explosive talisman? Kaguya's heart suddenly trembled, and she was about to activate the ice mirror to soar into the sky. Chapter 54. The water shadow strikes the fire shadow. The wind shadow is on the brink of death. There is no time to lose. In a moment of despair, Kaguya Shinji murmured softly, Dance of the Drought Fern. Violent bone spikes erupted from his body, radiating towards the world, forming an impenetrable skeletal armor just before the cataclysmic explosion. Bang! The blast sent debris from detonating talismans into the air, followed by a raging fireball, shattered rocks, and uprooted trees, as a mushroom cloud billowed across the sky. In the aftermath of this violent upheaval that reshaped the very terrain, the ground trembled incessantly, rivers altered their courses, mountains shifted, and countless creatures either perished or fled in terror. Even Minato Namikaze felt the tremors, nervously swallowing, gazing at the massive mushroom cloud. He harbored no illusions about surviving such an assault. Surely, even with the grotesque strength of the corpse path, survival was implausible. At this thought, an inexplicable anxiety gripped Minato, as he sensed that Kaguya might conjure a new miracle. Master Minato, fear not, exclaimed a leaf ninja, his face alight with fervor. This is an overwhelming bombardment. Our village's entire stock unleashed. That mist brat is definitely finished. Minato nodded slightly, dispelling distractions, and exhaled deeply. Ever since Kaguya had constructed the ice bridge, he had been contemplating how to defeat the corpse path. Techniques like the Rasengan, Kunai, and Shuriken, which could easily claim a ninja's life, would surely prove ineffective against such an opponent. Thus, he first thought of the explosive talismans. The sheer density of these talismans possessed the power to obliterate tailed beasts. He could not believe that Kaguya would escape unscathed under these circumstances. Thus, victory would belong to the leaf. A smile finally graced Minato's lips, only to stiffen abruptly as he heard a voice from the Hyuga clan nearby. Master Minato, that guy is still alive. Listening to the trembling tone, Minato's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness as he beheld the smoke-shrouded mountains, now transformed into a hellscape. How could this be? Such an explosion. He sprinted forward, halting only upon seeing the white bones protruding through the mist, piercing the sky. Was this the power of the corpse path? What a farce. This magnitude rivaled that of the first Hokage. A monster indeed. The leaf ninja at Minato's side, once filled with fervor, now trembled uncontrollably. How could one survive such an explosion? In this terrain-altering skeletal form, how was it possible? He glanced at Minato, as if seeking salvation. Master Minato, you can handle this, right? You can defeat such a monster. Sensing the panic of those beside him, Minato gradually suppressed all thoughts of uncertainty. With unwavering resolve, he replied, I will. Turning, his gaze hardened as he focused on the distant forest of bones. No matter what, as the commander, I cannot afford to lose. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Within the skeletal enclosure, Kaguya Shinji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, which had formed from fear. Had he hesitated for even half a moment longer, he might have perished in that terrifying explosion. However, since he emerged unscathed, Kaguya Shiroki raised her head and gazed into the distance. Now is the moment for my counterattack. Kaguya Shin's eyes narrowed as her form gradually emerged from the skeletal remains. Just as she was about to survey the figure of Minato Namikaze, she suddenly hesitated, turning her gaze towards the forest of bones. She noticed that each gleaming bone tip bore faint yet discernible gray markings. Could this be a blessing in disguise? After desperately unleashing the dance of the dry fern, had her skeletal veins undergone an evolution? This speculation caused Kaguya's heart to race with excitement as she revealed the gray bone tips she had cultivated over the past decade. Upon comparison, disappointment flickered within her. The strength and purity of the bones in the forest paled significantly in comparison. Nonetheless, it remained a rare enhancement, and she pondered the effects it might have if integrated into a living body. With this thought, Kaguya lifted her gaze towards the distant Minato Namikaze. So, let it begin with you. A chilling intent to kill surged within her as she prepared to leap into action, yet she suddenly froze, unable to move. As she attuned her senses, she felt another wave of searing heat coursing through her, and in an instant, she could no longer suppress it. Spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was the bloodline disease. This familiar sensation was unmistakable. It had to be the bloodline disease. Undoubtedly a consequence of the recent evolution coupled with the overuse of her abilities. Contemplating this, her expression darkened as she hastily attempted to exchange for a remedy to alleviate the bloodline disease from her system. However, it was too late. The silhouette of Minato Namikaze suddenly materialized behind her. Kaguya Najiki perceived the impending danger and sought retreat into the depths of his skeletal form. However, amidst the eruption of the bloodline disease, he was astonished to discover that the once malleable bones could no longer accommodate his physique. Left with no means of evasion, he gritted his teeth and summoned his chakra, causing the bony spikes behind him to rise skyward, aiming directly at the chest of Minato Namikaze. Die. With a sickening sound, the massive, slightly gray-tinged skeletal structure pierced through Minato's body, yet he valiantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique at the last possible moment. As the spatial transition unfolded, Kaguya Najiki felt a chill creeping into his heart. Should another explosion occur, his demise would be inevitable. Seal him. A bloodthirsty and cruel voice echoed in Kaguya Najiki's ears. Dizziness clouded his mind, rendering him unable to lift his gaze, but the sensation of gravel in his nostrils sent a shiver down his spine. This must be Sunagakure. Thus, that roar belonged to Raza? With his Byakugan activated, he beheld Minato Namikaze, powerless and collapsed on the ground, teetering between life and death. Beside him stood the fervently agitated Raza. The wind shadow, Raza. Kaguya Jiki's Byakugan swept across the surroundings, where golden sand encircled him, enveloped by a tightly woven ceiling barrier. Under normal circumstances, such a barrier or mere wind shadow would be trifling matters for Kaguya Jiki to effortlessly dominate and ridicule. Yet, the situation has now transformed. The dance of the drought fern cannot be performed, and ordinary ice release proves incapable of breaching the constraints of this barrier. Furthermore, the restoration of his bloodline limit remains an uncertain prospect. Kaguya Narukami gritted his teeth, realizing that at the brink of life and death, further contemplation was futile. He focused his mind, extracting a grayish bone from his own body. There was no other choice. It had to be this way. Magnetic release, sand gold. You all. Release the sealing technique. Rosa murmured softly, showing no concern for the fate of the person beside him. Namikaze Minato. Kaguya Narukami, the commander of the Mist Village, shall perish at my hands, Rosa. Together, we shall slay the gray bones. Kaguya Shinsuke paused momentarily, then added in his heart a phrase of diminished significance. Go forth and slay the wind shadow. Whoosh. The skeletal projectile surged forth, instantaneously depleting the chakra that Kaguya once possessed in abundance. Yet, all was worth it. Driven by chakra, the gray bone sliced through the air at an astonishing velocity, breaching the nearly indestructible sand wall and barrier that had taken form. Splat, splat, splat. The emerging gray bone pierced through the throat, extending backward and penetrating a complete cadre of 20 sand shinobi, utterly impaling them in that fleeting moment. The gray bone did not cease, aiming directly for the throat of Wind Shadow Rasha. It was too swift. Rasha had caught sight of the bone. Yet his eyes and body betrayed him, rendering him unable to react in time to its approach. Am I to perish? Impossible. I have just ascended to the position of Wind Shadow. It cannot be. Suddenly, an immense force struck from the side, causing Rasha to stagger. But the gray bone merely grazed his shoulder, leaving a trace of blood in its wake. That was all. Grateful for escaping death, Rasha cast a glance at Minato Namikaze, ready to channel chakra to continue sealing the monstrous corpse bone path. However, upon turning, he was met with a sight that left him astounded. That row of sand shinobi, all 20 of them, began to disintegrate from their throats, scattering into ash. What kind of technique is this? How is it possible? No. Rasha suddenly realized something. Swiftly turning to examine his shoulder, where the ashes were beginning to rise. His eyes widened in alarm, yet being a man of valor, he gritted his teeth, grasped the blade, and struck it against his own arm. Chunks of flesh soared through the air, and before the severed arm could even spout blood upon hitting the ground, it had already turned to a complete black ash. How could this be? Rasha was filled with rage. Losing an arm severely diminished his combat prowess, and his position as Wind Shadow had become more precarious than ever before. Kaguya Otsutsuki, you truly deserve death. Today, let you perish right here. Raza clenched his fists, prepared to strike again, only to find his body seemingly aged and immobile. Gazing at his hands, he discovered them covered in fine wrinkles and blemishes. In a state of panic, he felt his life force and chakra rapidly diminishing. How could this be? Raza silently roared in despair, and as darkness enveloped him, he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Chapter 55, The Wind Shadow on the Brink of Death, the Fire Shadow in Peril. Lord Wind Shadow, the previously fervent Sand Shinobi, witnessing Raza's condition, felt a chilling wave wash over them, as if doused with cold water. What has happened? Eyes turned instinctively towards the Wind Shadow, and some ninjas, unable to contain their trepidation, trembled as they asked questions. The once robust physique, now withered, and the formerly lustrous black hair had turned pale, covered in wrinkles, clearly indicating a life force waning to its limits. It seemed as if an invisible power was extinguishing all vitality within Raza's being. Was it poison? The thought barely formed in the minds of the Sand Shinobi before it was swiftly dismissed. The shattered body and the falling ashes were undeniable evidence. It must be a special, horrifying technique capable of snuffing out all life. This incomprehensible technique plunged the Sand Shinobi into a state of panic. Moreover, within the now unprotected sandy dunes, there was Kaguya Otsutsuki, the very being who had caused the demise of countless Sand Shinobi, including Lord Kazekage, within 3 days. Many Sand Shinobi instinctively took a step back, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing that it was merely the collapse of the sand and gold encircling Kaguya. It was not that fiend. One anxious Sand Shinobi, though still bearing a bloodthirsty visage, mustered his strength. As he spoke, a sense of valor began to emerge within him, his once ordinary voice now imbued with infectious resolve. Sand Shinobi, seize this opportunity and kill him. Avenge our Wind Shadow. With this steadied and powerful declaration, the Sand Shinobi regained their confidence, finding a new rallying point. Kill him. Avenge Lord Wind Shadow. No sooner had the words left his mouth than pure white bones flew forth from the now dissipated barrier of sand and gold, hurtling towards the shouting Sand Shinobi. They pierced throats, spilling blood and extinguishing the newly ignited ambitions and courage. Once again, silence reigned supreme. With a sickening thud, another bone struck down another body. As these skeletal figures fell, the signature mist of a hidden mist enveloped the battlefield. The Sand Shinobi, already reluctant to move, halted their steps, trembling and bracing for defense. They failed to notice a figure stealthily slipping away from the shrouded sands. Minato Namikaze observed the thickening mist, heightening his vigilance. For not far away, within the shroud of sand, the flying thunder god seal still lingered, untouched by the fog. This implied that Kaguya might still possess the strength to prepare for their annihilation. Everyone, Minato struggled to rise, hoping to rally the Sand Shinobi for a final assault. As he began to speak, the Sand Shinobi cast wary, fearful glances in his direction. Truly pitiful. Minato abandoned the idea of persuasion. This group, battered repeatedly since the Great Ninja War, had been left with no viable leaders after Raza's potential demise. They risked becoming mere pests. In stark contrast stood the hidden mist, though also a village long in decline. The emergence of a powerhouse like Kaguya Otsutsuki hinted at a potential revival. Surely, the Fire Shadow was contemplating the same. One tyrannical village was already enough, if another, even more ruthless and bloodthirsty, arose, Konoha would never know peace. If only I could become Hokage. A sudden wave of pain radiated from his abdomen. Interrupting this thought, Minato lowered his gaze to find a faint gray mark spreading from the wound, indicating a dire condition. No, my life force is also fading. Minato quickly recognized the alarming changes within him. In an instant, he glanced at the fallen Raza, his expression turning grave. It was the same affliction. He couldn't delay any longer. Clenching his kunai, he disregarded the white mist and moved towards the sand. I can't hold on much longer. I must resolve this swiftly. If the recovering hidden mist falls under Kaguya's control, the village's fate would worsen. He had to eliminate her. Just then, an ancient voice echoed. Let it end here, Konoha. Hidden mist. Lady Chiyo. The familiar, respected figure of countless Sand Shinobi gradually emerged from the mist, providing the hesitant and frightened sand forces with a sense of purpose. Chiyo did not glance at them. Instead, she fixed a serious gaze upon Minato. I'm sorry, but we of the sand have made our choice. Please leave. Minato gripped his kunai tightly, casting one last deep look at Chiyo's figure before activating the Flying Thunder God technique and departing the battlefield. Humph. Laughter echoed from within the mist, Kaguya Otsutsuki's voice ringing out. Since Lady Chiyo has arrived, I shall take my leave. Lady Chiyo, are we truly going to let that Mist Ninja go? You surely can stop him. No. Chiyo's expression shifted slightly as she continued. No need for further discussion. I have my plans. Once Kaguya gradually vanished without a trace, and the mist finally dissipated, Chiyo finally spoke. You all may as well take your own lives. The Sand Shinobi, momentarily bewildered, quickly realized the gravity of her words. As they drew their blades, Chiyo did not miss the opportunity to mock them. You Sand Shinobi are truly worthless. With that, a multitude of bones dropped to the ground, causing the Sand Shinobi to retract their drawn weapons in frustration. At this moment, understanding they had been completely outmaneuvered, they felt an intertwining of rage and sorrow within. Faced with the elusive and unknown strength of Kaguya Otsutsuki, they were utterly powerless. forced to carry the critically wounded Wind Shadow Raza back to their village. Die, you bastards. Kekkai's chakra chains lashed out, piercing any approaching mist ninja and creating a brief vacuum. Seizing the opportunity, Kekkai swiftly leaped to Nara Shikaku's side. How is it, Shikaku? How goes the battle? Nara Shikaku shook his head gravely. The defeat of Lord Orochimaru was disheartening, and Lord Minato's lack of progress weighed heavily on our morale. As he spoke, he casually threw a shuriken, which struck a tree and became entangled, causing a hidden mist ninja to stumble and fall into a trap. Hearing the anguished cry, Nara Shikaku sighed. Some clans had begun to conserve their strength. It was fortunate that we could barely maintain our front without being utterly crushed. If Lord Minato were to return victorious, perhaps we could turn the tide of battle. Minato. Kushina bit her lip, her heart tightening. Minato must return. This thought emerged in her mind just as a bloody body with yellow hair fell beside her, causing her to gasp in shock. Minato. Namikaze Minato weakly nodded. Having exhausted his last remnants of chakra, he lacked the strength for any further actions. Quickly, summon a medical ninja. Witnessing Namikaze Minato's dire state, Kushina's voice trembled with emotion. At this moment, Nara Shikaku remained composed. Lady Kushina, I have made preparations. The medical ninja has been protected by my side. Before his words had fully registered, the medical ninja rushed forward, using healing techniques to treat Namikaze Minato's wounds. Dingza, Hachi, provide us cover. Nara Shikaku's expression turned serious as he observed the approaching hidden mist ninjas, drawn by the yellow flash, and he gritted his teeth, joining the fray. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi combined to unleash a frenzy of slaughter upon the battlefield. Lady Kushina, Lord Shikaku. The medical ninja raised his head, sweat streaming down his brow. Trembling as he spoke, I am powerless to help Lord Minato's injuries. What is happening? Kushina's face paled, her anxiety palpable as she immediately inquired. The medical ninja continued his treatment while shaking, replying, it seems a chaotic chakra is continuously stripping away Lord Minato's life force. How is that possible? Kushina's fiery red hair flared, and the previously apprehensive Namikaze Minato's expression darkened. Returning to Konoha, there must be a doctor who can save Minato, right? Kushina's voice trembled with a hint of desperation, yet the medical ninja shook his head. We've never encountered anything like this. There is no solution. Perhaps only Lady Tsunade could. The medical ninja's voice wavered, lacking certainty. How could this be? Kushina's eyes filled with despair, and Nara Shikaku spoke. Lady Kushina, utilize the Nine Tails power so we can bring Lord Minato back to Konoha safely. Only if Lord Minato recovers do we stand a chance of victory in this war. Chapter 56. The Evolving Byakugan, a more terrifying future in the primary battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Mist. The war was nearing its conclusion. Konoha chose to send Kushina to strike first, facilitating a subsequent retreat. Hikari Kaguya, having narrowly escaped, leaned weakly against a tree, coughing up blood once more. This was not merely an injury from an explosion. This was damage that could not be remedied by chakra potions. The sensation was unmistakable. This was a bloodline illness. Feeling his weakened body, Hikari Kaguya smiled bitterly. It truly was terrifying. Not only had my chakra completely withered, but my entire body felt utterly powerless. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sighed helplessly and murmured softly, exchange, delay bloodline potion. As his words fell, a bottle of crimson liquid appeared in his hand. He shook it slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. He had initially intended to send it to Orochimaru for research. But that could wait for another time. With that thought, he cautiously lifted the bottle to his lips and let a drop fall. This should alleviate the discomfort, right? This sensation, no, something was amiss. Kaguya Naoki's veins suddenly surged with an overwhelming intensity. The anticipated sense of ease and satisfaction eluded him, replaced instead by a profound anguish that tore at his very essence. A feeling of profound loss enveloped his heart, igniting his nerves and compelling him to clench his fist involuntarily. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure, placing the vial of potion beside him, yet hesitating to reach for it once more. Eventually, after a lengthy period of introspection, Kaguya Naoki, now fully calm, began to reflect on that sensation. Was it the emotion of absolute deprivation, of something irrevocably taken away? With this thought in mind, he summoned forth a skeletal form, a bone characterized by sharp edges and faint gray markings. Upon witnessing this, Kaguya Naoki's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, several skeletal forms emerged, each adorned with faint gray markings. A fleeting sense of joy flickered within his heart, only to vanish in an instant. Let us put it to the test. Could it truly be the conjecture I have in mind? Kaguya, with unwavering resolve, dispensed the potion and imbibed a single drop, enduring the nearly insurmountable discomfort as she gazed upon the skeletal remains in silence. Indeed, it had faded. That grayness had truly diminished. Thus, is this the means to delay the bloodline's demise? To strip the prodigy of their gifts, reducing them to mediocrity, allowing survival to persist. No wonder Kimimaro met an untimely end. No wonder the Kaguya clan has not produced a ninja worthy of divine status in a millennium. The evolution of this skeletal lineage resembles a curse. The closer one draws to that supreme power, the more perilous it becomes for one's own life. Kaguya Naoki smiled helplessly. After all, that was the power to obliterate and extinguish everything. Merely having a superficial grasp of it had already nearly deprived the wind shadow of any chance to continue existing. If one could fully and freely master such an entity, it is likely that no force could ever impede the existence of the Kaguya clan. Sigh, contemplating the allure of that immense future. Kaguya Naoki felt a tightness in his heart. Ultimately, everything that signified the culmination of the Bone Clan's evolution was destined to remain beyond his reach. He lifted his gaze. On the verge of tears. Was it only by becoming a six-paths powerhouse that one could truly harness this power? At that moment, he faintly sensed a trace of chakra, almost imperceptible yet undeniably present, stirring within him, soothing the agitated and disintegrating chakra within his body. Byakugan? Kaguya Otsutsuki rose to her feet, a glimmer of joy illuminating her eyes. So, could the Byakugan indeed neutralize such devastating power? It stands to reason. For the Byakugan embodies the essence of in-release chakra, and it bears an indistinct yet inseparable connection to the Otsutsuki clan. Suppressing the Shikatsumiyaku would be far from a daunting task. By elevating the potential of the Byakugan, this body could accommodate greater and more formidable manifestations of the Shikatsumiyaku. However, the challenge lies in enhancing the limits of the Byakugan. Kaguya Naoki shook his head in resignation. The challenge of enhancing the upper limit of his ocular prowess seemed, in all likelihood, to be on par with the difficulty of augmenting the corpse bone pulse. With a sigh, a new thought emerged within Kaguya Naoki's mind. The physical constitution of the Uzumaki clan should also provide some assistance. Gradually gathering these thoughts within, Kaguya Naoki suppressed the notion swirling in his heart. Such terrifying power, capable of granting him the strength of a super shadow, was something he must acquire. Regardless of the cost involved. With so many possibilities at hand, he resolved to explore them gradually. Kaguya Naoki no longer suffered from uncertainty. He relaxed and downed the potion in his hand. Instantly, a transformation occurred. Kaguya Najiki grasped the tree beside him, inserting and crushing it. His body convulsing for an extended period before he finally regained his composure and stood upright, sensing the power that had been completely severed from his being. Kaguya Najiki let out a resigned sigh. What a pity. Alas, perhaps it is prudent to inspect my body once more. Casually activating his Byakugan, he prepared to gaze within himself. The flow of chakra, the structure of his veins, the restoration of his bones. Wait, color? Color. Kaguya Najiki lifted his gaze towards the vast expanse of the world, which was no longer the monochromatic image it once was. Everything had been infused with hues that belonged to them. An extraordinary panoramic view unfolded, revealing the wriggling brown earthworms in the soil, the vibrant red-bottomed monkeys leaping between the trees, and the shimmering blue-scaled fish leaping from the river several kilometers away. It was as if the world had truly been imbued with color. Moreover, there existed an even broader, more precise, and expansive field of vision. Was this evolution? Was this the power bestowed by the evolved Byakugan? Thus, this evolution granted him a more profound insight, a wider perspective. The potential for the Byakugan to evolve stirred Kaguya Najiki's heart with a fervent tremor. He envisioned the Otsutsuki clan amidst the starry skies. A clan of unparalleled might that roamed the planets with unrestrained dominance. Unstoppable by any force, their eyes predominantly Byakugan. This was no mere coincidence. The Byakugan held a contrasting significance between the Otsutsuki and the Hyuga clans, two distinct pairs of eyes. The Byakugan of Kaguya Otsutsuki could not only exert immense pressure or illusions but also unleash the devastating 80 Gods vacuum attack, capable of obliterating Susanoo. Furthermore, some members of the Otsutsuki clan could peer into the future and discern the innermost thoughts of others through these eyes. The Shikatsumiyaku and the Byakugan were interdependent. Each evolution of the Shikatsumiyaku signified a transformation of the Byakugan, even if one was forced to regress due to the inability to retain such annihilating power. The transformation of the Byakugan remained tangible. As the Byakugan continued to evolve, his capacity to endure the Shikatsumiyaku would likewise strengthen, allowing him to continually harness greater power derived from the Shikatsumiyaku. Shikatsumiyaki, Byakugan. Kaguya Naoki inexplicably recalled another path within the shinobi world, one that could equally support the ascent to the six paths, the Senju and Uchiha clans. However, in stark contrast to that well-trodden path, the journey of the Byakugan and Shikatsumiyaku seemed shrouded in obscurity. With no one able to offer me even a glimpse, I must rely solely on my own exploration. But so what? The road to divinity, no matter how arduous, must be traversed with unwavering determination until the very end. The fusion of 7 chakra natures may only allow me to become a part of the bloodline limit. Yet the continuous advancement of the Byakugan and Shikatsumiyaku might just elevate my prowess within that realm. Perhaps I could truly become an adversary that even the Otsutsuki clan cannot shake. As Naoki caressed his eye sockets, he summoned the ice mirror and soared toward the sky. The future holds promise, but one must act in the present. Chapter 57, Uzumaki Kukunai. Countdown to betrayal. As more and more Miss Shinobi caught sight of the yellow-haired figure amidst the forest, a complex array of emotions began to permeate the crowd. Lord Naoki. Could it be that? Shut your mouth, you fool. Even if Lord Naoki truly... The Miss Shinobi struggled to articulate their thoughts, ultimately gazing at the figure within the dense foliage, gritting their teeth to expel the turmoil within. Even so, we must slay Namikaze Minato to avenge Lord Naoki. Therefore, onward. Charge forth. The Mist Shinobi transformed their sorrow and confusion into pure rage, brandishing their weapons. Within the thick underbrush, they launched a charge, overwhelming in number. With their sights set on Namake's Minato. Die, you bastards. A series of crimson tails, formed from concentrated chakra, emerged behind a woman whose face was twisted in fury. Instantly, a tempest of agitation, fervor, terror, and malevolence surged forth, crashing against countless bodies, causing them to collide, separate, and shatter. The blood and flesh that splattered and spread with the gust proclaimed the arrival of the world's most formidable weapon. That is the Ninetales. There was no mistaking it. That appearance could only belong to it. Blood gushed forth as a once terrified Miss Shinobi was pierced through by a pair of razor-sharp claws, falling limp. All of you, perish. The monstrous chakra collided violently. And even the more powerful shinobi who managed to steady themselves would soon be utterly torn apart by Kakunai's claws that burst forth from her skin. Is this the Ninetales? Terumi Mei froze, gazing at the frenzied crimson beast as a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. The situation had been so favorable. How had it devolved into this? Ugh. Suigetsu Hozuki barely managed to swing his sword to block Kakunai's terrifying strike, but was inevitably forced to retreat, spitting a mouthful of blood. Turning to the similarly weakened Kisame Hashigaki beside him, he shouted, "You little brat, just stay behind me. If I fall, take the Samahata and continue to serve the village." Kisame lifted his head, observing Suigetsu's blood-soaked form without a word, merely brandishing his long blade and charging towards the encroaching Konoha shinobi. "You little brat," Suigetsu frowned, forcing himself upright and rushing forward as well. Ugh. Tenzo watched in dismay as his decapitation blade shattered beneath a careless swipe. The overwhelming power of the Ninetales was indeed insurmountable. Victory had seemed so close. "I will kill you all." Kakunai's eyes deepened in crimson, and with it, her reason began to erode. In this state, her slaughter became increasingly efficient and terrifying. Yet the latent power of the Uzumaki clan surged forth, pulling Kakunai from this state. The carnage could continue. Retreat. Riku. Namake's Minato managed to pry his eyes open, gazing at Kakunai, who had single-handedly driven back all the Miss Shinobi. "Lord Minato. It's not yet time for Kakunai to reach her limit. The more she kills, the greater the intimidation. Our subsequent withdrawal will be smoother. Retreat. Riku." Minato regarded the invincible crimson figure before him, but his mind was filled with the haunting image of a pale, skeletal figure exuding an aura of absolute annihilation. That was a being capable of obliterating all life, all vitality. Even the Ninetales would likely. "Riku, you cannot contend with Kaguya Naoki. If we linger any longer, we shall all perish. Though I return swiftly, he is no slower." Watching Minato, despite his severe fatigue, urging him without pause. Riku's expression turned grave as he replied solemnly, "Then we shall retreat." He turned to Yamabuki, "Withdraw from the battlefield." "Is this a retreat?" Beneath the great trees, Terumi Mei, her garments drenched in blood, leaned against a nearby branch, rising to her feet. She gazed at the Konoha shinobi, who evidently possessed the capability to continue their slaughter, but chose to withdraw instead. Why retreat? In such a situation, why pull back? The Jinchuriki, still maintaining considerable rationality, was only half-tailed. They could undoubtedly kill more. Even if a retreat was necessary, it should have been executed to instill greater fear, deterring any desire to pursue. Why retreat? Terumi Mei pondered frantically, unwilling to relinquish this potential opportunity. After all, it was Riku. There must be a reason behind his actions. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her, illuminating her eyes. They might be wary of something, unwilling to unleash the full power of the Jinchuriki too early. Or perhaps reluctant to linger here. Could it be? The white-haired, wide-eyed figure wielding bones appeared in her mind. Thus, it was possible that Naoki had not been defeated by Minato, but rather still lived. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, Minato would have used Naoki's corpse to utterly shatter the morale of the mist. Pursue. We must entangle them. Terumi Mei clenched her fists. If they could wait for Naoki's arrival, they might just annihilate this Konoha army. At that moment, even if they forced Konoha to relinquish half their territory, it would not be a matter of great consequence. She clenched her fists, ready to issue commands, but her heart sank once more. Sigh. Terumi Mei gazed at the team that Kakunai had completely obscured, surveying the surrounding Miss Shinobi, who trembled and retreated into the forest, their confidence shattered by the monster. With a long sigh, she resolved to gather the elite shinobi and attempt an assault. Terumi Mei sighed again, looking up at the azure sky. "Naoki, when will you return?" "Thus, Riku, this is our decision. Staying with such individuals, we cannot assure our safety. Given that the Miss Shinobi currently lacks the power to pursue, it would be wise to separate and return to Konoha. You, Kukina, with your fiery red hair billowing, raised your fist, ready to strike the leading Konoha ninja. Kukina, refrain." Minato's voice was barely audible, compelling Kukina to retract her fist in a flurry, unwilling to provoke any emotional upheaval in Minato. At this moment, Nara Shikaku's expression darkened, wishing to vehemently oppose the ninja's decision. However, the doubt and mistrust reflected in their eyes keenly alerted him to the fact that their previous overwhelming defeat had instilled a profound skepticism within them. Consequently, they were unlikely to obey his commands as they once did. Thus, he hesitated, intending to persuade them with a gentler approach, when another voice rang out. "Lord Shikaku, we wish to join as well." A ninja raised his hand, and as if under some inexplicable influence, more and more ninjas followed suit. Even Uchiha Fugaku, who had previously managed to suppress his clansmen, found himself silenced and raising his hand in compliance. What if I refuse? Observing the scene before him, Nara Shikaku exhaled deeply, while the blood-stained ninjas across from him made it clear that they no longer trusted his command. Then we shall have to request the Jinchuriki to depart. We do not wish. The ninjas glanced at Kukina, ultimately refraining from voicing their doubts about the stability of the Jinchuriki's future. Their expressions spoke volumes. Shikaku shook his head, sighed, and recognized that altering their prejudices against the Jinchuriki would be an arduous task. Worse still, it was evident that as Kukina's identity as the Jinchuriki spread throughout the village, the peace and tranquility that once surrounded her would be irrevocably lost. How then? Could one soothe the fiery yet benevolent Kukina? Perhaps it was best left to the third Hokage's contemplation. Shikaku shook his head again, steeling himself as the sound of rustling filled his ears. The swift departure of ninjas, leaping through the branches, contrasted sharply with Kukina's silence. Her vibrant red hair now hanging lifelessly, devoid of its previous vitality. Meanwhile, the one who could have comforted her, the ever-supportive Minato, had closed his eyes, with only the gentle rise and fall of his chest affirming his existence. Kukina bowed her head, envisioning the faces marred by fear and disdain, and clenched her fist. I saved them. Why? The fate line of Uzumaki Kukina has deviated. Detected as a non-mist ninja. Countdown to defection to the Mist Village. 310. The fate line of Namikaze Minato has deviated. Detected as a non-mist ninja. Countdown to defection to the Mist Village. 110. Chapter 58. Greetings, Shursui. New discoveries of Byakugan. What transpired? Observing the transparent screen gradually appearing before him, Kaguya Naoki felt somewhat bewildered as he desperately rushed toward the main battlefield. Did I do something? Despite inflicting that horrifying injury on Minato, it seemed he also sparked a notion of defection in Uzumaki Kukina, continuously pressing forward. He pondered any factors that could lead Kukina to contemplate defection. Excluding her peculiar preferences, it might, perhaps, be due to the Nine Tails. With this thought, the ice mirror extending behind Kaguya Naoki hesitated, and a cascade of intriguing ideas and schemes flooded his mind. His gaze grew increasingly fervent. Perhaps it was indeed possible to leverage this Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It should be noted that she possessed not only the Nine Tails or the Uzumaki lineage, but also the genuine Uzumaki heritage, surpassing even that of Uzumaki Karen. Deep in thought and agitation, he noticed a flock of black geese taking flight against the wind, capturing his attention. Gathering his focus, he redirected his chakra. Byakugan, activate. His vision expanded, allowing him to see through the lush green trees, discerning the calm expressions of the concealed ninjas within. The colors before him transformed from mere black and white, and naturally, Kaguya Naoki could clearly identify the ninjas hidden in the dense forest. Uchiha Flame Fan, is it? Kaguya Naoki murmured softly, forget it. It is prudent to return to the main battlefield first. They are merely inconsequential. Uchiha. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a group of mist shinobi, recklessly advancing at a rapid pace. If they continued on their current trajectory, they would soon collide with the Uchiha. Very well then, I suppose I shall waste a bit of time. The ice mirror gradually shattered, and he swiftly darted into the dense forest. Brother Shursui, what is that? That is. As he gazed at the dark figure hurtling down from the sky, Uchiha Shursui felt an unsettling familiarity, his hair standing on end. It was Kaguya Naoki, the commander of the Mist, who had bested Lord Orochimaru and severely wounded Lord Minato. There was no mistaking it. It was indeed him. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his Sharingan, the three tomo spinning in his eyes. As he prepared to look skyward, the prey that was about to fall into their trap, the Mist Shinobi, intruded. In a flash, he cast his Genjutsu. In an instant, all but one Mist Shinobi, clad in a green robe with hair standing erect, collapsed to the ground. Seeing his success, Uchiha Shursui's gaze swiftly returned, but before he could look up, an unusual sound reached his ears, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Crack! The sound of snapping branches echoed, indicating that Kaguya Naoki was drawing near. Sweat beaded on Uchiha Shursui's forehead as he strained to raise his gaze, channeling all his chakra to meet those pure white eyes. The three tomo continued to rotate, chakra surging within him as he unleashed his Genjutsu, the fearsome illusion of the Uchiha clan. Yet, those white eyes remained eerily calm, the figure unwavering as it thrust a bone forward. There was no doubt, the next moment would see his life pierce through the crown of his head. Fire style, great fireball technique. The Uchiha beside him, now alert, conjured several fireballs that soared into the air, enveloping that figure within the flames. However, amidst the blazing inferno, a shadow still emerged, brandishing a bone. Quick, evade. Uchiha Shursui sprang into action, but the other Uchiha lacked his speed and reflexes. Only upon Shursui's urgent warning did their nerves finally respond. Yet it was too late, as the figure burst forth from the flames, forcing them to instinctively draw their blades. Corpse pulse, dance of the large. Erupting bone spikes jutted from the body, piercing through the Uchiha who had yet to unsheath their swords, through their throats, chests, knees, and spines. Thud, thud, thud. Several lifeless bodies fell, much like the earlier Mist Shinobi, rendered powerless. Truly a monster. Uchiha Shursui felt a resignation to death as he touched his eyes. But at the very least, he would fight with all his might. Wait a moment. Kaguya Naoki effortlessly halted the advancing Mist Ninja, taking a moment to catch his breath. Before him stood Uchiha Shursui, gripping his blade tightly, his eyes gleaming with the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. "What is your name?" he inquired. "You need not know," came the swift retort. "Body flicker technique." As the Mist Ninja was engulfed by Uchiha Shursui's myriad of illusions, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. Kaguya Naoki effortlessly drew forth a bone, intercepting a blow from the entity. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. Just as Shursui prepared to weave hand signs and engage in close combat with Kaguya Naoki, ready to unleash his jutsu, Kaguya Naoki preemptively released his water release. Amidst the crackling sounds, Shursui felt a tremor in his heart, yet he gritted his teeth and revealed his true lethal move, the 3 tomo Sharingan. This was, at that moment, Shursui's greatest trump card. Despite an earlier failure, this time it was not a hasty strike but rather a meticulously prepared and more potent illusion. However, those pale eyes remained fixed, quietly observing Uchiha Shursui. Simultaneously, ice needles rapidly coalesced in the air, piercing into his body. His chakra pathways were severed, chakra stagnated, and his muscles fell limp. Even his 3 tomo Sharingan was forced to cease. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something, but even the muscles at the corner of his mouth were entirely powerless, leaving him only able to stare with his eyes, unable to even contemplate the act of self-destruction. "Come here." Hirayashiki Naoki beckoned to the somewhat aged Mist Ninja, summoning him forth, and inquired, "What is your name?" "Chin," the ninja replied, bowing slightly. "Are you familiar with me?" "Indeed, Lord Naoki." "Very well. Take this Uchiha back with you and confine him in the prison." "Can you accomplish this?" "Certainly," Chin responded promptly, standing upright without hesitation. "Excellent. Now, how fares the battle? Please highlight the key points." Without a moment's pause, Ching articulated the current state of the battlefield with clarity and coherence. Thus, the vast majority of Mist Ninjas have lost their resolve to pursue, resulting in a stagnation of the situation? "Yes, Lord Naoki." Ching hesitated momentarily, a rare glimmer of fervor appearing in his eyes as he added, "As long as you are present in that location, everything will improve. If I were to pursue Namikaze Minato, do you know his location?" Ching shook his head. "Are there any ninjas among your ranks capable of probing memories?" Ching again shook his head. "Understood." Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With the departure of Minato Namikaze from the battlefield, victory for the Mist was now an inevitable outcome. Moreover, Naoki had begun to harbor some suspicions regarding the reasons for his retreat. It must have been that skeletal presence that intimidated Minato, otherwise, he would not have chosen to withdraw so hastily, despite still possessing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The thought filled Naoki with sorrow. Such a force should never be employed to slay a wind shadow. That individual was unworthy of it. With a heavy heart, he turned to Ao and began sketching a blueprint, urging him to strive for survival. A rare political talent like him would surely be of use one day. Listening to the unabashed, almost transparent ambition in Naoki's words, Ao became invigorated. "Lord Naoki, no. We eagerly await the day you ascend to the position of Water Shadow." At the sound of his voice, Naoki waved dismissively, delivering a swift kick that rendered Uchiha Shursui completely unconscious. Summoning an ice mirror, he soared into the sky, caressing his eye sockets. How many more surprises did these eyes hold? Just moments ago, when those Uchiha unleashed their jutsu, he realized that beneath the evolved Byakugan-esque gaze, he could discern the type of chakra circulating within them. This revelation suggested that Kaguya Naoki could not only predict taijutsu through meticulous observation but could also achieve relative counteraction in ninjutsu. Was this the Byakugan? Indeed, it was terrifying. Chapter 59, What is Danzo? Speak to me once you become Hokage. As he rubbed his eye sockets and pressed on, Naoki continued to mentally rehearse various strategies to apply his Byakugan in combat. When he finally exhausted all novel tactics that could serve as trump cards echoing in his mind, he refocused, analyzing the battlefield, which remained shrouded in uncertainty due to a lack of intelligence. It was evident that following Minato's group fleeing to Konoha, from a broader strategic perspective, the Mist had decisively triumphed over Konoha. Even if Minato managed to escape by a stroke of luck and found a way to heal the injuries inflicted by that ghastly skeletal form, he would still be unable to recover in time to participate in the forthcoming battles. Furthermore, that grayish skeletal entity simply did not exist in this world. If anyone could facilitate a cure, a figure donning a white inner garment and a green vest with a broad heart appeared in his mind. It would likely be a daunting task. Unless the renowned scientist of the ninja world, Orochimaru, intervened, the chances of Minato's recovery were slim. Shaking his head, Naoki ceased his speculation. What he should consider now is how to extract even greater reparations from Konoha, seize more territory, recruit more talent from Konoha, and create further chaos. For instance, demanding the third Hokage's resignation and defeat to recommend Danzo's ascension, insisting that Konoha surrender the war criminal Minato, and publicizing the harm caused to Konoha's citizens by Jinchuriki Kakunai, raising the stakes for Uchiha Shursui while lowering the price for Hyuga Hizashi. In order to incite conflict between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, arranging actions capable of leveraging Hyuga Hizashi, seeking a solution for the caged bird, allowing him to one day bring a substantial faction of the Hyuga branch family to the mist. Most importantly, orchestrating splendid performances for Kakashi Hatake, enhancing his reputation and increasing the chances of his future ascension to the 4th or 5th Hokage. All actions that did not require his direct involvement. Kaguya Naoki took a moment to exhale deeply, relishing the rare opportunity to rest. However, he quickly realized that the remaining fleeting moments of war necessitated his relentless pursuit of more bloodlines and secret techniques akin to the Shursui. If he could endure these next few days and ascend to the position of Mizukage. Oh, and then there were the daime, the armies, the economy, the shinobi, and his organization. The Rainbow, dedicated to recruiting rogue ninjas, all demanding his attention. Furthermore, the matters of the Uzumaki lineage, Byakugan, the evolution of the Shikatsumiyaku, and additional bloodlines weighed heavily upon him. How had his responsibilities multiplied so significantly? Kaguya Naoki let out a sigh, and at that moment, a familiar mountain, recently stained with his blood, came into view. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the battlefield where the previous confrontation between the hidden mist and the leaf took place. The ground, once soaked with the blood of countless ninjas, was now eerily desolate. Yet, amidst the lush greenery, a figure with fiery red hair lifted their head, gazing at the azure sky. Naoki. The cherry-red lips parted slightly, calling out loudly. The sound resonated like a command, almost a beckoning. In any case, from the seemingly barren land, a vast sea of golden wheat suddenly emerged among the green, undulating gracefully. It was the hidden mist, the ninjas of the hidden mist. Lord Naoki is alive. Lord Naoki. Lord Naoki. Waves of voices surged into the sky. Kaguya Naoki smiled and waved his hand, then swiftly descended beside Terumi Mei. Naoki. Terumi Mei gently touched the corner of her eye where tears, though non-existent, had left a faint trace. It's good that you've returned. Having spoken. Before Naoki could utter a word, Terumi Mei inhaled deeply, suppressing her myriad emotions, and began to calmly articulate the current state of the battlefield. When Minato Namikaze returned to the fray, Kyukina immediately unleashed the power of the Ninetales. Faced with the threat of the Jinchuriki, most were unable to continue fighting, leaving only the Elite Seven to pursue. The result, Terumi Mei paused. Lord Suigetsu, the Pufferfish, and Lord Kiba Tenzo were gravely injured, with the elite forces suffering significant casualties. The remaining 7, however, were unharmed. Humph, Kaguya Naoki's expression soured. These pests. Who could have harmed those 2 from the 7 ninja swordsmen? Kei-mei gritted her teeth as she uttered that name, only to immediately express a hint of admiration upon sensing the division of Konoha's forces. Those 2 individuals swiftly utilized the diluted potion you had prepared, pursuing Minato and his group in an attempt to assassinate him, but they were severely injured in their failure. So, have they retreated back to Konoha? Indeed. Kei-mei sighed. They still could not capture him. Once his wounds are healed, he will pose yet another threat. Kaguya Natsuki couldn't help but shake her head. In terms of speed on the journey, while ice release was indeed swift, it paled in comparison to the flying thunder god technique. However, in order to heal her injuries, Kaguya Naoki reflected upon his previously evolved, pale gray bones. A manifestation of obliterated vitality. Without articulating the thoughts swirling in his mind, he sought affirmation. Hence, it stands to reason that the current Konoha likely possesses no formidable defenses. Does it not? Indeed. Terumi Mei nodded, her earlier despondency evaporating, her eyes now aglow with renewed vigor. Moreover, Konoha has faced repeated defeats. Their fighting spirit and morale significantly inferior to ours. Furthermore, the most crucial factor is your return. Thus, victory seems inevitable. Once Terumi Mei finished her impassioned declaration, she felt as though she were in a dream, her fiery red hair dancing wildly in the wind, unable to contain her laughter. So, what shall we do next, Naoki? Shall we return to the village, ascend to your rightful position as Mizukage, and then negotiate peace? Naturally, Kaguya Naoki, unable to contain his emotions, felt a sense of ease wash over him as he gazed towards the distant east, where the land of mist lay. A place he was soon to ascend to the position of Mizukage. In this battle, having already amassed substantial prestige, his ambition to rise to the role of Mizukage seemed far from insurmountable. However, he turned his attention back, adopting a serious demeanor once more. Yet, before he could proceed, 2 matters required his attention. What were these 2 matters? Konoha Mei's smile faded slightly, her curiosity piqued. The first task was to stir chaos within Konoha while the 3rd Hokage had yet to return to the village. Konoha Mei nodded thoughtfully in response. The second task involved sending an individual to the land of water to thwart any forces opposing his ascension to Mizukage, ideally inciting those entrenched in the decaying system to rise in rebellion. Konoha Mei nodded again, offering no hint of dissent. Rest assured, Naoki, you have thousands of troops at your command. At your mere command, they shall heed your call. No matter how hard those pests may strive, they shall be overwhelmed by the tide of your forces. Kaguya Naoki nodded gently, casting a glance around at the misty ninjas who were encircling him, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of his whispered conversation with Terumi Mei. A smile graced his lips. These thousands of individuals would undoubtedly become his most formidable allies in the future. Shall we address them one by one? Terumi May suggested. Let us proceed swiftly. Ideally, we should tackle this together. Kaguya Naoki turned his head and sighed deeply. I fear that the Tsuchikage and Reikage may withdraw their forces, allowing Konoha to regain their momentum, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, let us set a deadline of 3 days. Regardless of the outcome, I shall return to the village to settle matters with the third Hokage. Terumi May appeared contemplative, and a name swiftly emerged in her mind. Let us dispatch Lord Suigetsu Uchiha and allow him to return to the village to rally opposition against you. Isn't he severely injured? Ah, the Hashigaki. Terumi May responded, causing Kaguya Naoki to grasp the entirety of the situation. After she took a moment to catch her breath, she continued, I shall immediately take you to Lord Suigetsu Uchiha. He is nearly fully recovered now. Very well. Just as he turned, Kaguya Naoki halted again, gazing into the dense forest behind the mist ninjas. Amidst the swaying trees, several figures leaped with the agility of monkeys, eventually landing before Kaguya Naoki. One of the leading mist ninjas brushed off the green leaves from his attire and presented a bloodied Konoha ninja, bowing his head and exclaiming with fervor, Lord Naoki. This Konoha scoundrel is a subordinate of that old dog Danzo, sent to convey a message from Konoha. Kaguya Naoki's brow twitched slightly. He reminded himself to be more civilized. Extending his hand, he took the document and observed the pompous words inscribed upon it. A cold snicker escaped his lips as he prepared to retort. At that moment, a spark of insight struck him. Danzo, the one in power, the Hokage? If chaos were to descend upon Konoha, who else but him could incite it? Only Danzo possessed the capacity to disrupt the seemingly impenetrable atmosphere of Konoha. Responding curtly, he stated, I am unaware of Danzo's identity. If there are discussions to be held, let the Hokage engage in them. As for his assertion that he was not the Mizukage, Naoki simply replied, Apologies, I shall come again next time. With that, Naoki was about to wave off the mist ninjas, but abruptly halted, pointing at the trembling Konoha ninja. Bring forth his memories for examination. Once detailed information was procured, Naoki formed hand seals, summoning several bone clones. There lay an opportunity. Although uncertain if they could infiltrate Konoha successfully, it was worth attempting. Should they fail, it would merely mean the loss of a few bone clones. Yet, if successful, they might indeed stir up the murky waters of Konoha. Chapter 60, The Nation's Decline. The Rise of Demons, and Konoha's complete chaos. Has Minato returned? Humph. Is this the proud disciple of the Nidaime Hokage, who managed to dismantle Konoha's final defenses in mere days? Danzo roared, striking the table with such force that Mito Kamen and Tsunade's expression soured instantly. Though they harbored some blame towards Minato, was this truly the moment to deliberate on such matters? I believe Mito Kamen, familiar with his old friend's temperament, interjected, cutting through the tension. Danzo, now is not the time for accountability. Have you received a response to the peace treaty you dispatched? At these words, Danzo swallowed his retort, his anger dissipating as his brow relaxed slightly. Upon learning of Minato's defeat, the peace proposal he had sent out privately had indeed garnered the approval of 2 council members. This marked his first exercise of authority akin to that of the Hokage. Reflecting on this, his anger evaporated entirely, replaced by a flicker of joy, the taste of power. The allure of Hokage's authority was undeniably intoxicating. Regaining his composure, his tone turned icy once more. Not yet. After a brief pause, Danzo asserted with unwavering confidence, however. Based on Naoki's modus operandi, he is unlikely to reject the notion of peace. Continuing the assault would yield him no substantial advantage. Yet, he was taken aback by the prolonged duration of the war, now necessitating peace talks with a small nation like the Mist. Danzo snorted derisively, eager to resume his earlier tirade against Minato. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lord Danzo, I have brought back Kaguya Naoki's reply. Oh, come in. Danzo straightened his attire slightly before accepting the scroll from the Konoha ninja. However, as his ambitious and confident gaze swept over the words inscribed upon it, fury surged through him, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Looking sternly at the Konoha ninja, he gritted his teeth. Depart, return to the roots, and accept your punishment. You know well what that entails. With a stoic expression, the Konoha ninja retreated, exiting to relay the scroll to his teammates. Hearing them speak derisively of Naoki as an arrogant child, Danzo's demeanor remained frigid. The resilience of Konoha to endure thus far was not solely the accomplishment of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Were it not for his clandestine guardianship over Konoha, how could the village have flourished? Glaring with eyes ablaze with righteous fury, he understood that as a member of Root, he must bear the weight of darkness hidden beneath the soil. Only by ascending to the position of Hokage could he bask in the sunlight upon the cliff's edge. Thus, the Hokage, every Hokage, was paramount. Within Danzo, the intent to kill surged, and the flames of ambition roared fiercely. Kaguya Naoki, this little imp, will eventually meet his demise. The position of Hokage must be occupied by me, Danzo. No, no. A flicker of shadow suddenly crossed his furious gaze, leading him to a state of complete calm. There is no need to rush, patience is key. The responsibility for our defeat must be shouldered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I hold the evidence of Orochimaru's human experiments in my hands, allowing me to manipulate the narrative at will. The entirety of the blame for our defeat can be placed squarely on the shoulders of Minato Namikaze. Moreover, it is said that the ailing individual cannot be cured. Can a non-combatant ninja truly aspire to become Hokage? Jiraiya and Tsunade. Humph. Those two do not seem to harbor any intention of assuming the Hokage mantle. Viewed in this light, does it not imply that the title of fourth Hokage is destined for me, Danzo? Rising to his feet, Danzo cast a glance at his ineffectual companion and then toward the anxious crowd below, shaken by the defeat, and a surge of ambition welled within him. Just look, Hiruzen, at how far Konoha has declined under your leadership. The future lies in the revitalization of Konoha, a task that I, the fourth Hokage Danzo, shall undertake. Meanwhile, a Konoha ninja stepped outside, only to realize that none of the root ninjas had any intention of forcibly detaining her, prompting her to silently scoff at Danzo's overconfidence. He truly regards his subordinates as obedient dogs, summoned at his whim. However, this also afforded her some convenience. With that thought, she exited the premises. The Konoha ninja made her way to a dimly lit alley, where 3 of Orochimaru's clones approached her. Plans have changed. Danzo has summoned me back. Let us relay your respective information to him. The 3 clones nodded in agreement, and the Konoha ninja gestured to the left. The first clone, with an unusual expression, spoke up. I was just preparing to spread the word that Minato Namikaze is to blame for this defeat, only to discover that this news has already circulated throughout the streets. He shrugged helplessly, lamenting, I have yet to act, and this rumor has already swept through Konoha. While I cannot ascertain the nature of the public sentiment faced by the White Fang back then, it likely resembled this to some degree. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninja nodded in satisfaction. She knew well that Minato Namikaze would never betray Konoha, but Kushina Izumaki could certainly be swayed. If she grows to despise and loathe Konoha, then one day, when Uchiha Obito attacks, our organization can step in to save Kushina and Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment, the reincarnation of Ashura will be firmly in my grasp. When the benefits far outweigh the costs, such measures will not be hesitated upon. Turning to the second clone, she inquired, how did you fare? The clone promptly replied, the information regarding Kushina Izumaki as the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales has spread relatively smoothly. However, it is clearly not as captivating as the narrative of Minato's responsibility for the defeat. Well, the Konoha ninja nodded, having anticipated this outcome, and looked to the final clone. And you? The last clone's expression darkened. No one cares about Danzo, who has never appeared in battle. The notion of him becoming Hokage cannot gain traction. The Konoha ninja smiled slightly. Then there is no need for you to continue. Simply await the call from the main body. The main body? What else is there to do? The Konoha ninja's expression grew peculiar as he slowly articulated, the main body intends to document the process of his coup. To be delivered to the radical faction of the Uchiha as motivational fodder. Is that feasible? The clone shook its head. Does that mean we must incite the Uchiha to compete for the Hokage position? That endeavor does not require incitement, the Konoha ninja replied with a roll of his eyes, clearly unimpressed with the clone's intellect. Oh right. The clone scratched its head, and seeing this, the Konoha ninja remarked irritably, you all go ahead. I will continue to scout Konoha and then voluntarily disband, transferring my memories back to the main body to facilitate his decision-making. Understood. The 3 clones nodded in unison and exited the shadowy alley. Watching them vanish completely, the Konoha ninja stepped out into the open, his expression immediately turning strange. The hurried, panicked crowd, the grim-faced and furious Konoha ninja, and the throngs clamoring for accountability from Minato Namikaze and Sarutobi Hiruzen created a chaotic scene. What a mess. This feels reminiscent of the Hidden Mist. So, Konoha too has its moments of despair? As he strolled and paused, scrutinizing the surroundings, the clone took a deep breath. If the main body were to come here and act with audacity, it might incite an even greater uproar, resulting in more reparations and territorial concessions. Of course, there is also the possibility that Konoha would perceive it as provocation and entirely abandon the 2 fronts, returning to Konoha to launch a full-scale counteroffensive. Such matters are best left for the main body to deliberate. Chapter 61. Before Konoha Village, bestow upon you the name of White Fang. For K. The climax is yet to come. Savor the reading experience. Naoki, Lord Fugu has already boarded the ship back to the village. Does that mean you will assume the role of Mizukage in 2 days? Presumably. Casting a glance at the idle mist ninjas outside the window, Terumi may turn back to observe the slightly bloodstained Jonin uniform worn by Kaguya Naoki. It feels quite unnatural. If you were to don the blue and white robes of the Mizukage, would I then be compelled to address you as Lord Naoki? You need not do so. I do not mind such formalities. Hiraka Naoki lifted the teapot, pouring 2 cups of steaming tea, and nonchalantly pushed one towards her. Terumi May shook her head slightly. It is not merely about that, Naoki. The crux lies in the fact that when dreams are on the verge of realization, one still feels a sense of disorientation, a lingering disbelief. Kaguya Shinsho took a few sips of tea, moistening her throat, and responded with a smile. This is merely the beginning, Terumi May. Let us not forget that in our youth, we once dreamed of uniting the Hidden Mist and the world. It was but a dream. Yet, are dreams not meant to be realized? Turning back, Terumi May observed the earnestness and seriousness etched on Kaguya's face. Taking a deep breath, she too adopted a solemn demeanor. Then let us strive together to bring this dream to fruition. Kaguya Naoki nodded slightly, poised to utter further words, yet abruptly halted as the memories from his bone clone swirled within his mind. Has Konoha come to fear me like a tiger? What an astonishing tableau this presents. Do they still wish for me to return to Konoha, to unleash my arrogance and thereby generate greater public pressure? In the absence of Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the third Hokage, the current Konoha indeed serves as a fitting stage for my display of prowess. Kaguya Najiki gently spun the somewhat warm teacup in his hands. Feeling a flicker of intention, the purpose of shaping public opinion was, after all, merely to augment the chances of Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping down due to his defeat. This would pave the way for the inevitably divisive Danzo to ascend to the position of Hokage, allowing us, the Mist and Rainbow organizations, to intervene and plunder the bloodlines and ninja clans. Yet, whether in a previous life or the present, Kaguya Najiki had never witnessed Shimura Danzo gaining any advantage over Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seemed that this commotion would ultimately be in vain. Nevertheless, for the stability and development of the Mist, creating disturbances and monitoring Konoha was an unavoidable option. After sipping his tea and contemplating, a figure appeared in Kaguya Najiki's mind, Hatake Kakashi, the disciple of Minato Namikaze, the most gifted genius of the Hokage lineage, and the rightful heir to the position of Hokage. If he could be given greater renown and more formidable achievements, might it not lead him to ascend to the Hokage seat sooner than anticipated? Setting down the teacup, he lightly tapped the table and raised his gaze to Terumi-Mei, who had been holding her breath in quiet anticipation of Kaguya Najiki's thoughts. And what of the other 5 among the 7 ninja swordsmen? Terumi-Mei retorted without hesitation, her disdain evident. They are out hunting Konoha ninja for their merits. Then let it be. Kaguya Naoki rose from his seat, casting his gaze out the window towards the direction of Konoha. Before those who feared me as one would a tiger, bestowing upon Hatake Kakashi the title of Konoha's White Fang would surely yield an effect akin to that of the legendary Sannin. Dr. Rin, I present these to you. And this as well. No, it's unnecessary, she firmly declined, her cheeks slightly flushed beneath the mask as she faced the gathering mist ninjas. Through the crevices of her mask, it was apparent that they held an array of gifts, wildflowers from the mountains, tools of the Konoha shinobi, and various peculiar trinkets. Dr. Rin, you must accept them. This is Lord Naoki's request. Indeed. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the name Naoki, Yamahara Rin hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced, accepting the abundance of gifts, far too numerous to hold. With a resigned turn, she called upon a masked man behind her, who also wore a wig. Konomi, please assist me. Konomi, shrouded in his mask, remained silent as he gathered the items into his arms, eventually needing to find a box to contain them all. Having finally accepted the gifts, Rin and Kakashi hastily departed from the now well-furnished hospital, the former smiling without a hint of complaint. They are so enthusiastic. Indeed, came Kakashi's response. And the atmosphere shifted into one of familiarity and coolness, a sensation they had both grown accustomed to. Life without Obito tends to be like this, Rin remarked. And Kakashi listened. Once they reached a secluded place where the sunset could be seen, Rin unveiled her mask, wiping the sweat from her brow and sharing tales of her life with Kakashi. Kakashi, you have no idea. These people are as cold as you are. Yet, in time, they all began to smile. Rin's face radiated with a sense of accomplishment. Though it felt unearned, she was certain she had played a part. Indeed, Kakashi removed his wig, allowing his silvery hair to drift in the air, while his mask remained intact, concealing his smile. However, upon hearing his indifferent response, Rin assumed Kakashi was disinterested and swiftly sought to change the subject. Yet, it seemed there was little else to discuss, and so they sat in quietude. After a considerable duration, Rin turned her gaze toward Kakashi, her eyes filled with melancholy. Kakashi, let me see you once more, if you will. The war is nearing its end. Kakashi's body suddenly swayed as memories of that fateful night, when he and Rin anticipated the war's conclusion, flooded his mind. Things have truly changed. You will return to the village, won't you? Not receiving a reply from Kakashi, Rin averted her gaze. Yes, it will be perilous for me. Won't it? Kakashi stiffened momentarily but nodded nonetheless. You too will face danger. Liar, Rin asserted vehemently, though her tone softened. Kakashi, you remember that you didn't give me a birthday gift last time, right? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by this leap in thought. Is that so? Next time, bring your eyes and Obitos to meet me in the mist. You must, Rin emphasized. I will certainly do so, Kakashi affirmed resolutely. As Rin gazed into his eyes, she turned away and lifted a wildflower stained with droplets of blood from the box. Then I shall live well in the mist. As the sun descended, Kakashi strolled alone back to the mist prison, awaiting his return to Konoha. Kakashi, he halted, turning to the source of the voice, Kaguya Naoki. Allow me to assist you this once, enabling you to rise swiftly and uncover the truth behind the wood release experiments in Konoha. The truth, you say? Kakashi hesitated, a thought swirling in his mind. When is Rin's birthday again? It seems it is approaching. Naoki, please share your plan. The plan is, after listening to Kaguya Naoki's exposition, Kakashi finally nodded slowly in agreement. Kaguya Naoki has become the brightest star in this war. Accepting his rewards is of little consequence, though it may somewhat tarnish my father's name, considering that even one who bore such a title as my father met a pitiable end. Why should I concern myself with such matters? I acquiesced. Kaguya Otsutsuki curled her lips in a subtle smile, not at all surprised. Then it shall be tonight. This evening. You shall rescue a portion of the Leaf Village ninjas, allowing them to escape from my grasp, deep within the shadowy confines of the prison. The lifeless eyes of the Leaf ninjas leaned against one another, quietly awaiting the verdict of their fate. Creak. The door to the prison swung open. Yet they remained unresponsive until a gentle knock echoed on the door that contained them. As they lifted their gazes, seeing the familiar white hair and red eyes, a sudden spark of life surged through them. Kakashi. Kakashi held a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, causing their hearts to race with newfound hope. Unlike Kakashi, a prodigious ninja, they found it nearly impossible to return to their village. And now, the hope of life and freedom lay before them, igniting their excitement. Come, follow me. With a heart-pounding in trepidation, Kakashi stealthily emerged from the Mist Ninja base. After he swiftly dispatched a few unsuspecting Mist Ninjas, the expressions of the Leaf Ninjas transformed dramatically. Everyone, quicken your pace. As they beheld the dense forest ahead, the Leaf Ninjas nodded vigorously. In their minds, no one could hinder their return home. They leaped forward, bounding through the terrain, until at last, they spotted the outer walls of the Leaf Village. They were alive. They had survived. At that moment, a voice resonated from the sky. You truly do not regard me, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Panic struck. Oh no, it was him. In an instant, a shiver coursed through them, cold sweat breaking out as the Leaf Ninjas before Kakashi visibly trembled. Was it merely the name that instilled such fear? Kakashi found himself perplexed. When had the ninjas of the Leaf become so feeble? Halting in his tracks, he turned back, bracing for Kaguya Otsutsuki's impending assault. Did you hear that? Within the village walls, the ninjas and civilians exchanged glances, questioning one another, but they did not respond immediately. They were unwilling to accept the truth that the mist had indeed launched an assault. The weakened Leaf could barely withstand any more of this, until one individual quivered, pointing skyward, directing attention to the ice mirror that pierced the heavens. Look, what is that? Everyone raised their heads, squinting against the blinding sunlight, gazing at the refracted rainbow shimmering from the icy expanse. It was Kaguya Otsutsuki. He was the one. A Leaf Ninja who had escaped the battlefield shouted in despair. Lord Minato, Lord Orochimaru can no longer fight. The Third Hokage and Lord Jiraiya hold the line, and Lady Tsunade roams the world. Are there any formidable warriors left in the village? As the words fell, their heads remained lifted, yet for the first time, they were engulfed by a sense of powerlessness. The strong were absent, and facing Kaguya Otsutsuki, they realized the Leaf had no resources left to engage in battle. When had the Leaf been subjected to such humiliation? Ice release. Ice thousand leaves. Above in the sky, dark clouds swiftly gathered, casting a shadow over the land. Then, they dispersed, transforming into a torrential downpour, which even before touching ground, morphed into lethal ice needles under the manipulation of chakra. The sunlight flickered, reflecting off the water's surface, as Kaguya Otsutsuki appeared like an unapproachable deity. This truly was. Kaguya Shinsui, are you certain that my earthen wall can withstand this? Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi Hitaki's forehead as he hastily formed hand seals, desperately extracting his chakra. He finally comprehended the reason behind the anxious demeanor of the Leaf Ninjas. Such overwhelming might, surely even his mentor, the Third Hokage, could not contend with it. Earth release, earth flow wall. Almost in the very moment the earthen wall surged forth, icy needles plummeted from the sky. These glistening ice shards, reflecting the sunlight, cascaded down as if an entire expanse of daylight had collapsed from above. To the Leaf's inhabitants, it truly felt as though the heavens were crumbling. They held their breath, clutching at anything within reach, their eyes fixed on the impending cataclysm. It was not directed towards Konoha. Someone shouted in excitement. It was not an assault aimed at the Leaf. The exclamation was quickly drowned out by a cacophony of other voices. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of trees splintering, shattering, and disintegrating into dust echoed around. 50 years ago, the first Hokage clasped his hands together, nurturing the vast forest that now stood here. 50 years later, the Mist Ninja Kaguya Shinsui, with hands united, obliterated everything in sight. He extended his hand, wiping away the sweat from his brow. Kaguya Naoki uncorked a vial of elixir and poured it into his mouth, gazing at the chaos below. Even he found it hard to believe. Could a single, desperate strike unleash such devastation? However, this dissipative form of attack could serve little purpose beyond mere spectacle. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew a bone from within his body and swung it heavily from the heights above, as if the Milky Way itself were descending to cleave the earth. Boom. First, the outer wall of Konoha cracked under the force of the blow, and then it clashed against Kakashi's blade. In the shower of sparks, the bone was surprisingly halted. Kaguya Naoki's expression was one of astonishment. Truly, he was the son of the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki. At such a tender age, he possessed an extraordinary talent. Stand down. I do not come here to take your life, Kakashi declared, drawing his blade. Ignoring the slight tremor in his arm, he stood resolutely before the gates of Konoha. There was a moment of hesitation, yet he ultimately chose to adhere to Kaguya Naoki's directive, proclaiming with unwavering determination, bearing the name of White Fang, "I cannot retreat." "Very well." Kaguya Naoki uttered a gasp of admiration. Truly, he is the White Fang of Konoha. This visit was originally intended for the purpose of negotiating peace with Konoha. Should someone like you, a future pillar of Konoha, be slain, the third Hokage and Jiraiya might indeed turn against me, leading to a fierce battle with the Hidden Mist. So it shall be. I shall patiently await the peace treaty between the third Hokage and the Hidden Mist. With these words, Kaguya Naoki disregarded Hatake Kakashi and began to circle around Konoha with an air of arrogance. At the Konoha hospital, Minato Namikaze felt the tremors of the glass and gazed outside, observing the familiar ice mirror in the sky and listening to the chaotic, terrified crowd. He gently caressed the wound that still held no promise of recovery and sighed. Kikina, with her fiery red hair ablaze, was poised to retaliate, but, recalling her identity as the Ninetails Fox, let out a self-deprecating laugh and retreated back into the hospital. At this moment, Tanshin Koharu and Mito Kannon were fervently cursing the audacious youth. Shimura Danzo remained silent, conserving his strength in the roots for the future. Within the Uchiha compound, Fugaku Uchiha pressed against his eyes while continuously stroking Itachi's head. "Do not be afraid, Itachi. When you possess those eyes, you too shall be capable of such feats." Hinata Hizashi lifted his head, gazing at the relative who had abducted his brother, silently issuing a command to delay the pursuit of the Byakugan. Despite the presence of numerous formidable ninjas, an unusual silence prevailed. Konoha truly cannot do without Sarutobi Hiruzen's steady guidance. If only he could be eliminated or transformed to be like Minato Namikaze. Alas, such potential was no longer present. Kaguya Natsuki sighed, no longer hovering, and flew towards the camp. Chapter 62. Bearing the hope of the mist, stepping into that position. Another new day. Feeling the warm sunlight filtering through the cracks, Rin opened her eyes, propped herself up, and yawned. As she sat up, she immediately recalled the thoughts that had been interrupted last night by her overwhelming drowsiness. Therefore, Kakashi should be in no danger at present. After all, according to rumors, he had fought valiantly against Kaguya Natsuki in full view of the public yesterday, earning the title of Konoha's White Fang. Given the disastrous state of the village, Kakashi's ability to draw his sword and achieve such a title suggested he was likely safe. So what danger was Kakashi truly concerned about? Rin pondered for a long time but remained perplexed. She rose and opened the window, seeking to breathe in some fresh air. With a creak, the window opened, and the brightness dazzled her, prompting her to shield her eyes. She then spotted a throng of mist ninjas, armed with blades, slowly gathering in one direction. Was war about to commence again? A surge of anxiety coursed through her. Immediately, she donned her mask, stepped outside, and silently followed the ninjas, hoping to piece together the truth from their snippets of conversation. "Captain Shinji, Lord Natsuki is planning a coup. Why must we get involved? Did you not tell me before that it was enough to just protect oneself?" Upon hearing the term coup, Rin staggered slightly, feigning indifference as she trailed behind, listening intently. "You fool. How can such matters be discussed openly?" Shinji admonished in a hushed tone, only to be nudged by those nearby, prompting him to shift his stance. Frowning, he looked up and realized he was engulfed in a sea of people, a strange emotion igniting within him. Thus, he ceased to lower his voice and began to speak normally. "Ishizu, have you ever killed a classmate?" Ishizu shook his head. Shinji chuckled softly. "I almost forgot. A child like you belongs to the generation after Lord Natsuki. You need not slay friends." As he spoke, his voice grew somber. A gust of wind howled past, echoing eerily. "I have killed my dearest friend." Ishizu clutched Captain Shinji's sleeve, seeking to console him. The latter gently patted Ishizu's head, smiling, yet his voice trembled with grief. "I remember when we agreed upon a game of rock, paper, scissors. The loser would die. I threw a fist, and he wielded a knife, plunging it into his own chest. Since then, I have been without friends, surviving solely to protect myself while fulfilling the tasks I must." Ishizu listened, acutely aware that many ninjas nearby had turned their heads, intrigued by Captain Shinji's words. Would they mock him as a coward? Thinking this, Ishizu raised his voice. "But Captain Shinji, you've changed now. What a child." Several mist ninjas, observing Ishizu's flushed face and elevated tone, quickly grasped the implications of his words. They laughed heartily, then looked up, allowing a certain emotion to return to its rightful place. While brushing past Shinji's arm, ruffling Ishizu's hair. "Kid, how fortunate you are to be alive in these times. In my day, a brat like you would have." The mist ninja suddenly halted his sentence, struggling to maintain an awkward smile, refraining from continuing. Listening, Shinji chuckled. "Indeed, I have changed." He then felt the need to enlighten this child, who took everything for granted. "Do you know when the change occurred?" Ishizu shook his head, attempting to dislodge the rough hands from his head. Yet those hands seemed to cling stubbornly, as if reluctant to let go. Shinji observed the hands, understanding something, and paused to gather his thoughts before speaking again. "My transformation occurred at various moments. One day, I returned to the camp wounded, not daring to let anyone see me. Seeking a secluded corner to stitch myself up with some ragged cloth, only to be forcibly taken to the hospital. Another day, I witnessed Lord Natsuki in a furious rage, imposing rules that forbade children like you from appearing on the battlefield. Shinji spoke at length, watching Ishizu's slightly dazed eyes, sighing inwardly. These minuscule details were his past aspirations. Lastly, when Lord Natsuki led the charge, decimating those leaf scum, Ishizu nodded, somewhat bewildered. Lord Natsuki is indeed formidable, able to devastate the leaf like that. Hence, this is why I wish to assist Lord Natsuki. Shinji's gaze gradually solidified, and the hands that had been ruffling Ishizu's hair instinctively withdrew. In this small corner, countless cold eyes secretly observed Shinji, unable to voice their thoughts or know to whom to confide, yet yearning for someone to articulate their sentiments. If someone like me, who has endured the darkness, does not lend a hand, how can we hope to witness a brighter, more hopeful future? Ishizu, you cannot fathom what it means for someone like me, who once lived merely to survive. To behold something beautiful is the entirety of my purpose in living. Ishizu nodded, somewhat understanding. He grasped that Captain Shinji sought to create a better world, a world only Lord Natsuki could forge. Contemplating this, he too tightened his grip on his weapon. As Shinji concluded his conversation with Ishizu, the ripple stirred in this small corner quickly dissipated, yet the turmoil within remained unknown to all. Could the changes wrought be so profound? Rin continued to follow, albeit with unsteady steps. In her mind, the figures of Obito and Kakashi remained vivid, while her memories of the leaf grew increasingly faint. Am I also a part of their hope? Rin clenched her fists, pushing aside the images of Kakashi and Obito, repeatedly reflecting on this fleeting moment. At first, they were cold and unyielding, their wounds silent, responding only with a few simple words to her inquiries. Yet, they truly had changed. Gifts, wildflowers, greetings, in a certain sense, they could even be deemed naive fools who did not understand human emotions. But indeed, they had transformed. Suddenly, Rin smiled. It turns out, I'm also a hope of the mist. She gently nudged Ishizu in front of her, prompting him to turn around. Gazing into those eyes, Nohara Rin regained her senses, only to realize that the entire group had come to a standstill. Through the gaps in the assembly, she caught sight of a lowly abode. Rin recognized it as belonging to Kaguya Naoki. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a woman with crimson hair gently waving her hand, as if beckoning at the door. It was Terumi Mei. At that moment, the sun behind her finally emerged, casting its rays through the throng of ninjas, illuminating a corner by the door. Knock, knock, knock. Shadows danced as the sound of knocking resonated. Naru, please, come in. The voice from within the door bore a hint of fatigue. Mei, feeling the intense gaze behind her, almost akin to a flickering flame, took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety, and slowly pushed open the door before her. As the door swung wide, light flooded in, and bearing the weight of 1,000 gazes, Terumi Mei stepped inside, turning back to close the door. Naru. Yes, Mei, what brings you here? At that moment, Kaguya Naoki set down his pen, grimacing as he rubbed his forehead, while handing the scroll spread out on the table to Terumi Mei. Mei, take a look at this. Let me know if you find any issues. All right. Mei momentarily set aside her thoughts and accepted the scroll. Agreement of the Mist and Leaf War. Her demeanor shifted to one of gravity as she perused the document. After a mere glance, her heart began to race, and she quickly lifted her gaze to inquire, Naru, are you serious about this condition? The leaf would never agree to such terms. Kaguya Naoki stretched lazily and replied with a smile. These are templates for you. However, Kaguya Mei shook her head. Under such conditions, it is impossible to consider them as templates. I have a solution, she continued. I possess certain means that could persuade Konoha to acquiesce. Kaguya Naoki's eyes glimmered with a hint of confidence as he continued. However, there is no need to be so severe. As long as Konohagakure agrees to lease the land, there is no need for them to relinquish it. If they agree to compensate for military expenses, there is no necessity to hand over the war criminal, Minato Namikaze, or Orochimaru. Should they consent to free trade, it would not be mandatory for us to establish a task acceptance point in Konoha. I am quite amenable. At this, Terumi Mei regarded Naoki's earnest gaze and opted to remain silent. Such terms, how could Konoha ever acquiesce? Nevertheless, Naoki's unwavering confidence sparked a flicker of hope within her. What if? With this thought, she suddenly found herself anticipating the renowned Sarutobi Hiruzen and his reaction to this proposed treaty. Snapping back to reality, Terumi Mei rolled up the scroll and promptly articulated the paramount mission that had brought her to this place today. Naoki, it is time to return to the village. Kaguya Taketorai lowered his hand, still reaching out into the air, and spoke with a hint of seriousness. Are you all prepared? Have those who oppose me amassed sufficient strength? Akemi nodded in response. Lord Fugu has been tirelessly fabricating your weaknesses, consolidating most of the wavering factions, and is poised to deliver a potentially fatal blow to you. Kaguya Naoki nodded slightly. That's good. In that case, I shall return for a while. Rising to his feet, Naoki began to make his way towards the door, when Terumi Mei unexpectedly reached out to stop him. Naoki, this time, do not face it alone. Let us join you. There will be losses. Hiraka Naoki shook his head, preparing to decline. Kaguya Mei merely swayed her body, refraining from reaching out to stop or persuade him, allowing Hiraka Naoki to open the door. Light poured in, Chapter 63, A Battle of Hearts. Kaguya's eyes were wide open, light pouring into them. The first thing to capture his gaze was the resplendent sun that had already risen, followed by the delicate mist that enveloped it. As his gaze descended, he beheld the undulating horizon, a chaotic assembly of bloated heads and gleaming forehead protectors. The villagers of the hidden mist who lacked any semblance of strategic formation, failing to present even a hint of aesthetic form. Yet, the eyes filled with hope and vitality were undeniably beautiful, a beauty that Kaguya had never encountered before. At this moment, a certain chord within Kaguya Otsutsuki was truly struck. The individuals gathered here represent acknowledgement, support, and a collective desire for him to ascend to the position of Mizukage. Witnessing this, Kaguya Otsutsuki gradually found himself engaged in new reflections. Although he could hasten towards the hidden mist village and force his way in, wreaking havoc to claim the title of Mizukage, such an approach is fundamentally different. It is sheer brute strength. Any ninja possessing power could achieve it, garnering only fear. Yet, surrounded by these supporters, reaching that place and ascending to that position through the collective will of the people would yield expectation, a hope for a brighter future, a longing for change. Therefore, the position of Mizukage must align with the hearts of the people to transform this world. Aside from employing that terrifyingly overwhelming force to impose rules, there exists another solution, to earn the recognition of the majority. Kaguya Naoki gently extracted his own spine, without any ostentatious display of grandeur. Then let us proceed, everyone. In an instant, the sound reverberated like a drum. Before long, night had fallen. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly. Hundreds of small boats bobbed and anchored as Kaguya Naoki set foot on the shore, only to discover that Momochi Zabuza had been waiting nearby. Master Naoki, Zabuza intoned with utmost reverence, his demeanor a far cry from the arrogance he had previously displayed. This is the intelligence from all the ambush units. Kaguya Natsuki nodded as she accepted the item and handed it to Pai Pashirzong. Meanwhile, T. Zabuza's gaze remained fixated on the formidable blade, and he spoke once more. Allow me to stay by your side. The destiny of T. Zabuza shifted. Identified as a mist ninja, and the fragments had been amassed, enabling the exchange for the character T. Zabuza. Come forth, Zabuza. Kaguya Naoki disregarded the graphical representation, offering a nonchalant reply as he strode into the dense forest. Nearly 1,000 figures flitted around him, both in front and behind, as the elite stealth assassination unit of the Hidden Mist, led by Pipa Juz, surged toward the village. This was a battle in which Kaguya Naoki need not engage before encountering the Mizukage. It was also a conflict meant to instill hope for the future in the hearts of all the Hidden Mist. Are you truly certain that the weaknesses spoken of by that pufferfish demon are factual? The youthful Akatsuki Manatsu scoffed, fiddling with the blade in his hand, showing no regard for the elder ninja before him. Silence, Akatsuki Manatsu. The truth of the matter is no longer of consequence. This is a decision for the clan. Should a member of the Kaguya clan ascend to the position of Mizukage, the Akatsuki clan would face utter devastation. Perhaps, Manatsu waved his hand dismissively. Though I remain unaware of that individual's capacity, my younger brother is still too young to provoke trouble with you. Then be gone, and rot alongside those maggots who refuse to fight for the clan. Care to repeat that? Akatsuki Manatsu suddenly erupted into a chilling laugh. Enough. The leader of the Akatsuki clan hissed in a low voice. Their family's intelligence ninja had not reported in a long while. Perhaps Kaguya Naoki had already arrived. Has he arrived? Manatsu murmured softly, immediately sensing the increasingly thick fog in the air. He chose silence and retreated quietly. Moments later, the head of the Akatsuki clan also sensed the anomaly. Damn it. Remain vigilant. Manatsu silently observed as the Akatsuki members vanished into the dense mist. Just as he was about to turn and flee towards the village, he suddenly froze. Crack, crack. The once serene forest was suddenly alive with the cacophony of branches snapping underfoot, charging towards him, the ambush site of the Akatsuki clan. A surge of terror washed over Manatsu as he prepared to escape. Swish. The sound of slicing wind echoed from behind him. So fast. How did they arrive so quickly? Manatsu hastened his turn, drawing his long blade to defend himself, yet it was already too late. Thud. The long blade sliced through the air, transforming into a stream of water as Manatsu's form reappeared, his eyes filled with sheer shock at the sight of the formidable weapon, the decapitating sword of Pipa Juz. Before he could contemplate the implications of this individual's presence, he noticed dozens more emerge from the fog behind him. The Hidden Mist assassination unit. Without a moment's hesitation, knowing he could not match their strength, Manatsu discarded his weapon. Lord Juz, compelled by familial obligation, I must fight. But my loyalty lies with the Mizukage. The sun and moon bear witness. No need for further words, replied Pipa Juz coldly. Just wait, Akatsuki's brat. Manatsu nodded nervously, his gaze fixed on the ground as he desperately sought an escape. At that moment, he was struck by a sudden realization. The sounds of battle have ceased? How could it be so swift? Whispering to himself, he lifted his head, only to swallow his words upon witnessing the scene before him. As the mist dissipated under the glimmer of moonlight, countless shadows of ninjas intertwined, surrounding a singular figure. With pure white eyes, it was Kaguya Naoki. According to Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, his weakness is A blood-dripping head was carelessly tossed aside. Akatsuki, Terumi, Mizuki. As Manatsu gazed upon the scene, he severed the thoughts within his mind, bitterly mocking those within his clan. In the end, they had chosen to divide their forces, wary of one another. Meanwhile, Kaguya Naoki stood before a throng of not just hundreds, but thousands, a united front, an unassailable force. How could the pufferfish demon, returning from the battlefield, have been unaware of this truth? Indeed, there were demons. Manatsu cursed silently in indignation. You are Akatsuki? Coming back to himself, he met Kaguya Naoki's white gaze. The typically boisterous Manatsu responded with unexpected humility, Akatsuki Manatsu. Hearing that familiar name, a flicker of emotion crossed Kaguya Naoki's eyes as he gazed towards the distant hidden mist village. Very well, shall you follow? Kaguya Naoki, having spoken, immediately took a step forward. Without having fully contemplated an answer, Akatsuki Mayu gritted his teeth and hurried to catch up. Not following would mean death. His own demise would also entail his brother's. With such thoughts in mind, he followed, as more figures began to emerge. However, Akatsuki Mayu keenly discerned a difference between them and his fellow mist ninjas. What was this difference? He repeatedly compared with his blade, pondering it deeply. After a long while, realization struck him. Their eyes were not the same. Slowly tightening his grip on the hilt, his heart raced as he gazed at Kaguya Naoki's silhouette. It had to be him. He was undoubtedly the cause of all this turmoil. As he beheld that figure, Akatsuki Mayu slowly raised his head. The village was upon them. Chapter 64. The Choice of Yagura Citrus. The Battle of Shadows. Lord Yagura, what should we do? At the entrance of the mist village, dozens of ninjas looked towards a slight, scarred figure bearing a dark-hued staff-like weapon. Their gazes a blend of hope, reverence, and fear. Meeting their eyes, Yagura Citrus spoke coldly. Is this truly the question you should be asking? As per our customs, we must obey the third Hokage's orders and deal with the rogue ninja, Kaguya Naoki. At this point, Yagura Citrus paused, an unusual tremor stirring within his previously mechanical heart. A long-buried thought emerged, one of transforming this village and restoring it to peace and tranquility. This was the endeavor he aspired to pursue following the war. Yagura fell silent, yet his earlier words had dimmed the eyes of the ninjas, who now grasped their weapons. They were mist ninjas, and their sole destiny upon entering this world was to serve as instruments of war, forever following their masters. Since Lord Yagura sought battle, they could do naught but accompany him to the end. A considerable time passed, or perhaps it was just a fleeting moment. Yagura Citrus abruptly released his grip on the weapon, his gaze fixated on the ninjas pouring forth from the forest. Why must we fight? A hero who vanquished both Konoha and Suna, the one who brought victory to the mist for the first time, why must we oppose him? Yagura mused, leaning out from the wall as if addressing the ninjas behind him, yet also speaking to himself. Of course, there were reasons. He was a rogue ninja, and no amount of merit could conceal the fact that he wielded a blade directed at the Mizukage. But what of it? What significance did rules hold? What of the third Hokage? Anger suddenly surged on Yagura's face as he clenched the earth of the wall. Was this the scoundrel who had brought ruin upon the village? Kaguya Naoki, a member of the Kaguya clan. If he were to arrive alone, I would exhaust all my strength to prevent this destined tyrant from ascending to the position of Mizukage. But now, look at them. Yagura suddenly calmed, pointing at the dense cluster of ninjas in the forest. Seeing them, I know what choice must be made. He murmured softly, turning to the nearby Umbu ninjas, revealing a visage of ruthless bloodlust. Let them perish. His weapon surged forward, swift and fierce, seemingly surpassing their previous capabilities. The village was drawing near. Akatsuki Mayu muttered as he gazed at the towering walls, contemplating attack strategies alongside Kiba Shizuku. His thoughts were simple. If he wished to survive among the Kaguya clan, he must think diligently. Creak. Akatsuki Mayu raised his head once more. The gate had opened. Behind it stood Yagura Citrus, stained with blood, alongside his weapons. Could it be that even he was a spy? Akatsuki Mayu's heart raced with shock as he lowered his gaze. Yagura Citrus, a loyal ninja under the third Hokage, was also a spy for Kaguya Naoki. When had this transpired? Naoki, when did Lord Yagura become your spy? Terumi May glanced at Yagura Citrus with surprise before turning her head in confusion to inquire. A spy? Hikaru Naoki suddenly chuckled. Perhaps it was just a moment ago. As he strode forward, inhaling the somewhat sanguine air, Naoki casually remarked. Naoki, sir. Yagura Kurumi lowered her head. Let us proceed. Kaguya Naoki replied softly, gazing through the recently opened door towards the Water Shadow building. Third Hokage, or perhaps Uchiha Madara, what else have you prepared? Come forth. Has the village gate been breached? Fuguoni? The third Hokage inquired coldly, turning in his seat to face the man before him. Yes, third Hokage. Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage contemplated the situation. As events unfolded, he felt a sudden dizziness wash over him, accompanied by an inexplicable thought rising from within. The origin of this notion was unclear, yet he trusted its emergence from the depths of his consciousness. Clenching his fist, rage began to well up within him. It was evident that following this war, he would have to relinquish his position to Naoki. Why then the urgency? Entrusting the village to someone as impatient and prone to resolving conflicts through force as the Kaguya clan would surely plunge it into an irretrievable maelstrom. Thus, for the sake of the village, the third Hokage resolved to exert every ounce of his strength once more. Dispatch orders to summon the Umbu ninjas. I intend to demonstrate the power of the shadow to Kaguya Naoki. The power of the shadow? Fugu Oni squinted, experiencing a peculiar sense of absurdity regarding the third Hokage's confidence. Despite being well aware of Naoki's formidable accomplishments, including his victories over the Wind Shadow and future Fire Hokage, how could he remain so assured? Truly, a pestilence of sorts. Fugu Oni sighed, turning to carry forth the final command of the third Hokage. Let the unwavering loyalty of this pestilence serve as a stepping stone for Lord Naoki's rise to prominence. Creak. The door swung open. Fugu Oni exited the office, bearing the third Hokage's last command. Everyone, halt for now. The once echoing silence of the hidden mist village, transformed by the prior atmosphere of war, was pierced solely by Kaguya Naoki's voice. Though I am not one to adhere to antiquated notions, nor do I shy away from utilizing my own power, namely, your assistance in disposing of the third Hokage, I must insist that if we are to leave no room for criticism for those who follow, the duel of shadows shall be my personal undertaking. As his words settled, the ninjas remained motionless. After all, this was Kaguya Naoki, the victor over the Wind Shadow and Namake's Minato. How could he possibly be defeated by a water shadow who had not engaged in battle for over a decade? Step. Kaguya Naoki strode forward, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, towards the water shadow tower. Above the edifice, a blue and white water shadow robe gradually materialized. Behind it trailed dozens of masked operatives. Observing Kaguya Naoki standing solitary, the water shadow murmured to himself, such confidence, Kaguya Naoki. Allow me to demonstrate my power. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Empowered by the abundant chakra of the third Hokage, a colossal water dragon, akin to a small mountain, surged forth, spiraling towards Kaguya Naoki. In that fleeting moment as the water dragon swept forward, the ninjas behind the third Hokage simultaneously unleashed their own water dragon bullets, merging seamlessly into the third Hokage's water dragon, transforming it into a colossal beast capable of obscuring the sun itself. Faced with a water dragon bullet that would instill despair in the hearts of ordinary ninjas, Kaguya Naoki merely cast a casual glance, dismissing it from his mind as he pondered another concern. After today's battle, he would likely need to deliver some significant speeches under the scrutiny of many. Thus, he contemplated whether it was possible to avoid having water or blood stain his garments, and to prevent any disarray that would leave him appearing tattered and torn. Kaguya Naoki extended his hand, channeling chakra to gently summon a shimmering ice mirror. Chapter 65, The Fourth Hokage, Kaguya Naoki. Is this a jest? What is that? A monster. A monster. Suddenly, from the previously barren ground, a colossal ice mirror rose, towering enough to obscure the heavens. The water dragon, which they had placed their fervent hopes upon, silently merged into this ice mirror, vanishing without a trace. A chilling aura emanated from the ice mirror, extending through the air. The dark ninjas, who had never witnessed Kaguya Naoki's grand ice bridge spanning the ocean or his legendary strike against the great serpent in the sky, felt an overwhelming dread seep into their hearts, causing them to tremble in fear. Continue. The third Hokage's eyes radiated an unprecedented determination. Continue. The dark ninjas gazed at the ice mirror, swallowing nervously, their once fluid motions now slowed and bewildered. What jutsu could possibly breach this ice mirror? No need to ponder further, for the man clad in white, with white eyes, had already reached the third Hokage. They were left with but one choice. Draw swords. Draw swords. Dozens of dark ninjas unsheathed their long blades, leaping and striking, their silver weapons weaving a cascade akin to a sprawling galactic waterfall. In the face of this absolute and harmonious cooperation, Kaguya Naoki refrained from employing his signature technique, the bone pulse. Crack. That was the sound of a fist. Kaguya Chiki clenched his fists, his muscles resonating with a powerful force that vibrated through the air. Before the cascading waterfall of the galaxy, he stood firm, unflinching, and unleashed a devastating punch. The clash resounded. His white knuckles collided with the weapon, shattering it as he advanced, obliterating the throat of his adversary. Simultaneously, a tempestuous surge of chakra erupted alongside that fist, resembling a phantom of a blue demon in motion. The fist, composed of white bone and radiating a cerulean glow, intertwined with the flesh and blood of his opponent, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of shattered flesh and splattered blood, even the remnants of pulverized brain matter. The grotesque mixture drenched the divine robe of the third Hokage, who had yet to unleash his next jutsu. You are truly, remarkably weak. Kaguya Naruki stood before the third Hokage, locking eyes with him. The Umbu ninjas, fortunate enough to survive his strike, trembled as they fled, abandoning loyalty, future, and prospects alike. Their only desire was to stay alive. Yet, awaiting them was a legion of 1,000 ninjas encircling the entirety of the Mizukage building. Upon the high platform, only Kaguya Naruki and the third Hokage remained. The Byakugan flickered, hands forming seals as he gazed into the lifeless pupils. Third Hokage. It is time to awaken and behold the sins you have committed. Awaken. A swirling crimson flower bloomed within the vacant pupils, only to dissipate gradually under the pressure of the Byakugan, revealing eyes that were slowly regaining life, yet bore the weight of age and exhaustion. Was it all merely a dream? Blood-stained hair clung to his skin as the third Hokage reopened his eyes, first gazing at Kaguya Naruki, then tilting his head to behold the azure sky. The last time he looked upon this world was over a decade ago. Back then, he was youthful. The village was strong, and he still harbored dreams. It is time to confront reality. Third Hokage. Kaguya Naoki spoke candidly. Although the policy that transformed the village was not decreed by you, as the highest leader of Kirigakure, it is utterly unacceptable to have been manipulated by others for over a decade without a word. I comprehend. The third Hokage, with some difficulty, moved his somewhat rigid body, turning his head as though it did not belong to him, and slowly surveyed his surroundings, feeling a bittersweet mixture of sorrow and solace. Are they all here to kill me? No. They seek only to eliminate the Mizukage. A sinner like me does not deserve to live. You should carry the burden of guilt and sacrifice everything for the village of Kirigakure, even your life. I understand. The voice of the third Hokage trembled slightly as he gazed at the youthful figure of Kaguya Naoki, suddenly resolute, his tone rising gradually, allowing his words to resonate through the desolate streets. Such a speech had not been delivered in over a decade. The last time was on the day he became the Mizukage. The fourth Hokage is now yours. Hearing the third Hokage's declaration, Kaguya Naoki swayed slightly. After a long wait, this moment had finally arrived. My decade of toil has not been in vain. I now see the clouds parting to reveal the sun. Kaguya Naoki turned around to gaze at the surging crowd below. Suddenly, the clamor ceased. With a hint of curiosity, Kaguya Naoki followed the direction of their collective gaze. There stood Suka Yamahoguo, clutching a pristine blue and white robe, who approached Kaguya Naoki and knelt before him. With his modest yet hopeful eyes, he looked up at Kaguya Naoki and implored, "Fourth generation, please don this." Kaguya Naoki whispered softly, gazing at the ethereal divine robe. It embodies both the heart of humanity and the weight of responsibility. Having prepared to confront all that lay ahead, he resolved to don it. As he draped the divine garment over himself and turned around, a gentle breeze picked up, and the sunlight streamed down. The fourth Hokage stood despondently beside the third Hokage, his complex eyes fixed on the spirited figure, reminiscent of his younger self. Back then, he was filled with dreams of revitalizing the village and unifying the shinobi world. How had it come to this? No, I'm not as worthy as he is. The third Hokage slowly stepped back, observing the illuminated figure before him, and for the first time understood the essence of a leader. Naoki. Karatsuchi watched the fluttering divine robe, unable to suppress her emotions, tears welling in her eyes. She vividly recalled that night a decade ago when the youth had gazed at the luminous moon, vowing to transform the village. Today marked the moment of their dreams realized. Lord Naoki. Kakashi Zabuza unsheathed his long blade with fervor. Fulfill your promise and change this village. I have entrusted all my dreams and future to you. Should you disappoint me, despite your status as Lord Naoki, I will fight to the death against you. Kaguya Naoki, braced against the executioner's blade, gazed at the billowing blue and white divine robe atop the platform. I am but a weapon, a blade for slaying, to be wielded for the new era you envision. Until I shatter. Kaguya Naoki. The moonlit visage of Ao Ajetsu bit down on his shark-like teeth, eyeing the figure with a flickering gaze. Kirigan Yagura tightened his grip on the weapon at his back, his eyes filled with anticipation. Bestow upon the village a radiant future that belongs to him. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. The emotions that surged within each heart became overwhelming. They cried out, dispelling the clouds above and ushering in the sunlight of the day. Fourth Hokage? Clad in a blue robe, a young shinobi, accompanied by several others, halted to listen as they escorted two Leaf Village ninjas. A smile broke across his face. The fourth Hokage has indeed arrived. Then, may I join as well? What is that? Uchiha Shisui, hearing the thunderous and restless voices, felt a tremor in his heart. If I, Shisui, could gain such recognition, perhaps I could become Hokage as well. Is it that person? Hyuga Hazashi, observing the distant crowd in fervor, clenched his clothing tightly. Has the shadow truly ascended to such heights? That child from the land of water has grown to this extent? Once a prodigy of the branch family, Hyuga Hazashi, who was merely a tender youth, now felt the chasm between them. A bittersweet smile graced his lips as he felt the metaphorical cage upon his brow twist into frustration. Chapter 66. The bell tolls for a new era, Shisui's dismay. Is it Ao? Just as Ao opened his ears to the vibrations caused by the shouts in the air, a somewhat mournful voice emanated from inside the hidden mist gate, snapping him back to reality. It is me. Ao turned toward the source of the voice, where a burly man emerged, his expression irritable. The Mizukage wishes to see you and Uchiha Shisui. The Mizukage? Ao was momentarily taken aback, gazing into the distance. A realization dawning upon him. He nodded and pointed to a nearby figure. What about Hyuga Hazashi? The Mizukage has other arrangements. He is to accompany me. The man replied promptly. That is acceptable. Ao turned back to face Uchiha Shisui, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Let us proceed. Uchiha Shisui pressed his lips together, feigning indifference. Yet an undeniable anxiety began to stir within him. In the enemy's stronghold, his life was not his own. His future was irrevocably tied to Kaguya Naoki. Dying would be one thing, but if it jeopardized the village and his clan, his heart raced. And he inhaled deeply to regain his composure as he followed Ao into the hidden mist. Behind those eyes, which bore the power of the Sharingan, lay a mind that relished contemplation. Previously, he pondered the relationship between the village and his clan, striving to find a resolution. Now, he sought to understand how the mist could triumph over the leaf in this war. Instantly, he scrutinized his surroundings. Moments later, Uchiha Shursui surveyed the dilapidated structures and deserted streets, inhaling the stench of decay and the acrid scent of blood. The fervent cries resonating in the air nearly led him to believe he had stumbled into a hellish realm. A ludicrous thought crossed his mind. This village defeated us? How could that be? Sorrow welled within Uchiha Shursui. Compared to the Leaf Village, this desolate, weakened settlement, which he could discern as a mere collection of scattered sands, seemed incapable of mustering the strength to oppose Konoha. Furrowing his brow, Uchiha Shursui enjoyed contemplation but struggled with the resolutions to the issues it raised, much like his inability to address the escalating turmoil within his own clan. Yet as he walked, he became attuned to the resounding calls that penetrated his ears, feeling the intensity of gazes from the homes around him. More importantly, upon witnessing the figure adorned in the fourth Hokage's robe atop the platform, he discovered a plausible explanation. It was Kaguya Naoki's unparalleled might that rendered the adults powerless. Likewise, the long-suffering residents of the mist, yearning for a glimmer of hope, propelled them to achieve an astonishing exchange rate, even when their skills paled in comparison to those of the Leaf's ninjas. Lowering his head, he clenched his fists. If these individuals, trapped in their hell, perceived something akin to hope within Kaguya Naoki, the force they could unleash would undoubtedly turn the world's gaze. The Leaf could scarcely withstand such a mist. Should I return to the village, I must warn them. Aren't you going to continue basking in your glory, fourth Hokage? The third Hokage remarked, observing Kaguya Naoki bid farewell to those loyal to him, his voice tinged with a mixture of complexity and envy. Of course. Why should one indulge in such an unsteady fervor? Kaguya's tone remained as frigid as ever, showing not the slightest hint of deference to the third Hokage. I am acutely aware of their reasons for following me, as well as their motivations for rallying behind me. Should I ascend to the position of Hokage and subsequently forget the promises made to them, failing to deliver the life they yearn for? It is only a matter of time before a new hero emerges, brandishing a blade against me, is it not, third Hokage? You are correct. The third Hokage listened in silence for an extended period, the figures of the first and second Mizukage flickering in and out of his mind. Then, with an unmistakable glimmer of admiration in his gaze and a voice now hoarse, he spoke. Initially, entrusting the future of the village to a youth from the Kaguya clan stirred a degree of apprehension within me. Yet it now seems that you may surpass both the first and second Hokage. Let us await the unfolding of events, third Hokage. Mere words will never suffice as action. Kaguya Naoki sighed casually, preparing to vanish into the shimmering reflections of the water beneath him. He had numerous matters to attend to and contemplate. With the conclusion of the Ninja World War, Uchiha Obito would soon sweep in. At that juncture, mere reliance on Nohara Lin would not suffice. If he did not display his abundant might before Obito, manifest his determination to flourish in the land of mist, and articulate his vision for a peaceful future, Obito would not simply submit to his command. Furthermore, there were the daimyos, the agreements with Konoha, the Byakugan, Shursui, and the chaos orchestrated by dans within Konoha, alongside various constructions that required immediate attention. The fourth Hokage, your new era has arrived. Thus, can the decay of my bygone age ignite one final blaze for your new dawn? Assign me a task, and I shall fulfill it. Kaguya Naoki halted in his tracks. Turning to face the third Hokage, his gaze earnest for the first time as he spoke. This was the course of action that lay ahead. I wish for you to unveil the truth of your manipulation over the past decade in front of everyone. After a brief pause, Kaguya Naoki continued. Initially, I intended merely to inform you of what needed to be done. However, I now feel compelled to elucidate the reasons behind this course of action. By exposing the truth of your ensnarement in Jinjutsu, we can create the illusion that our hidden mist village may once again engage in warfare, seeking retribution and thereby extracting greater benefits. Additionally, it serves to sow discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. The only cost to you will be your reputation. The third Hokage sighed. I understand. This is indeed the task befitting a man of my already tarnished standing. Is there anything more? Kaguya Naoki promptly responded. Furthermore, you must submit your resignation to the daimyo and officially report my name. After a brief pause, feeling there was no further business for the pitiful third Hokage to attend to, Kaguya Naoki continued. Then let us proceed, third Hokage. The third Hokage took a deep breath and turned to address the increasingly noisy ninjas below, who were stirred by Kaguya Naoki's departure. Esteemed colleagues, I am the third Hokage. For the past several years, I have been ensnared in a dream woven by a crimson Sharingan. Below, amidst the clamorous crowd, Uchiha Shursui regarded that figure. Listening to the mellifluous voice, gradually halting his motions, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. The Sharingan manipulated the shadows? How could this be? Where in our clan is such a formidable power? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as Uchiha Shursui desperately contemplated a strategy. Continue to eliminate those leaf scum. The fervent, bloodthirsty cries jolted Uchiha Shursui back to reality, and his sweat surged. The village would be engulfed in war. The clan would face suspicion. An increasing tide of thought spiraled uncontrollably in his mind, rendering him utterly terrified. Chapter 67. There are too many dogs under the daimyo. We can only raise dogs. When will I have an audience with the Mizukage? Uchiha Shursui asked Ching, his voice tinged with anxiety, prompting surprise in the latter, who noted this anomaly for later reporting to Mei Terumi. Meanwhile, he silently analyzed Shursui's thoughts. Lord Mizukage is quite busy, he stated blandly. Uchiha Shursui restrained his unease and countered, he wishes to see me. That is the Lord Mizukage. Whether you see him or not does not require your notification. Uchiha Shursui fell silent, returning to his seat, striving to suppress the turmoil within. Thoughts raced through his mind, driven by the dire circumstances facing the village and clan. The prospect of this news reaching back home sent chills down his spine. There was a significant chance that arrogant clan members would rejoice, frantically seeking out those who could manipulate shadows, leading to claims of ascending to the position of Mizukage. Furthermore, the village would likely experience severe friction with the Uchiha due to certain elders' extreme suggestions. The village and clan were destined to erupt in even more intense conflict. Moreover, given the fervent atmosphere of battle emanating from Kirigakure today, it would not be surprising if they launched another offensive. If such Kirigakure fervor re-entered the battlefield, it would undoubtedly lead the village to an uncontrollable and inevitable demise. Truly, Uchiha Shursui's heart clenched tightly. In the Mizukage's office, Kaguya Naoki was not deliberately ignoring Uchiha Shursui. He recognized that Shursui was a crucial element in his plan to manipulate the Uchiha's rebellion. He had no intention of disregarding him. However, he indeed had more pressing matters to address. The daimyo is approaching. Indeed, just hours after Kaguya Naoki had instigated the coup, he received the astonishing news that the daimyo was en route. Frankly, the seismic shifts occurring within the village of Kirigakure warranted the daimyo's expedited arrival. However, the implications of such swiftness were delicate. Confronted with this reality, Kaguya Naoki swiftly uncovered the truth behind it. So, does the daimyo indeed possess control over certain ninjas within the village? Terumi nodded gravely. Observing this, Kaguya Naoki did not mask his murderous intent, coldly stating, why do they incessantly seek to grasp that which does not belong to them? Naoki, Terumi gently called. The daimyo holds the economic lifeline of the nation and represents the nobility. This cannot be resolved through violence. Moreover, the chaos in Kirigakure in recent years, coupled with the lack of action from the Mizukage, naturally afforded the daimyo an opportunity to seize power. Bring forth the list, Kaguya Naoki spoke softly, prompting Terumi to swiftly produce a yellowed piece of parchment from her side, indicating her prior preparation. As Naoki scanned the document from top to bottom, he casually overlooked the names of several Nin and Jinin, until his eyes landed on the name of A.J. Nin, which ignited within him a fleeting notion of annihilating the impending daimyo through sheer force. He extended his hand, passing the list to Zabuza Momochi, and coldly instructed, Zabuza, inform these ninjas. Deliver the funds that are not rightfully theirs, reject any orders that should not be heeded, and eliminate those who ought not to be followed. Should you fail to comply, then death would be preferable. Zabuza revealed a bloodthirsty demeanor. Lord Naoki, I shall teach these scoundrels the meaning of humanity. As he turned to depart, Naoki added, summon Kasame. If those individuals manage to escape, it will yield dire consequences. Zabuza's expression darkened. You truly underestimate my prowess. You insufferable Mizukage. Clenching his fists, he refrained from retorting and silently exited the room. Observing Zabuza's retreating figure, Naoki felt no need for further pretense. I genuinely desire to eradicate these daimyo and aristocrats in one fell swoop to amass the resources necessary for our village's advancement. You mustn't proceed in such a manner, Naoki. Terumi cautioned, her expression devoid of excessive concern, clearly aware that Naoki would not act recklessly. The daimyo possessed the authority to instigate a war among the great nations. While we could easily eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Water, we would face formidable opposition from the united forces of the other four nations. Thus, I merely intend to sever their unwarranted reach and refrain from escalating further. After all, the reality that those villages willingly serve as the lapdogs of the daimyo cannot be altered. Therefore, until I have thoroughly subdued the daimyo and their minions, I shall not sever ties. Kaguya Naoki immediately stated, then silently added a remark. However, in order to develop the village and embrace new opportunities, it inevitably requires a greater financial resource. Upon hearing this, Terumi could not help but sigh. Once again, they returned to the starting point. The necessity of funds inevitably leads them back to the daimyo. Who uttered such words? Kaguya Naoki rose to his feet. When the military might of the entire nation converges, is it not a trivial matter to support an economic system that does not belong to the daimyo? Terumi suddenly halted, gazing at Kaguya Naoki in astonishment. Naoki, do you have a solution? I do, and I possess many. Kaguya Naoki let out a slight sigh. However, many solutions cannot be implemented without an initial accumulation of capital. Nonetheless, at this moment, there exists a reform that is suitable for us. We shall collaborate with all merchants and certain nobles within the country. For those willing to partner with us, our Mist clan will systematically arrange trade routes, dispatching forces to maintain order and eliminate all elements of instability along these routes. Family mercenaries, rogue ninjas, and outlaws will all be included in this cleansing process. They will benefit from a more stable trading environment, while we shall reap financial rewards from this endeavor. Of course, the feasibility of implementation will depend on careful calculations, which are to be entrusted to you. If this plan does not succeed, there are many alternatives. Suddenly, the eyes of Mei Ming brightened, and she clenched her fist tightly. A hint of murderous intent accompanying her words as she added, for those who refuse to cooperate with us, We shall employ certain means to ensnare them in a web of instability. Kaguya Naoki silently nodded and then shook his head, stating, "It is perhaps best that we do not intervene. After all, our nation is not lacking in thieves and brigands, since we cannot conquer the hidden mist. They will inevitably find their way to their destined places." Kaguya Naoki remarked softly, "Only with wealth can one accomplish more in the future." Just then, the voices of the Umbu ninjas could be heard from outside. "Lord Fourth, the daimyo has arrived." Kaguya Naoki nodded. "Please bring the third Hokage." Chapter 68, The Feudal Lord. Ninjas are destined to be our subordinates. As Kaguya Naoki busied himself organizing the Mizukage's office, the carriage of the feudal lord slowly rolled onto the land of the hidden mist village. The uneven road caused the wheels to emit creaking sounds from time to time, obscuring the voices within the carriage. "Father, is this the hidden mist? The village under our command?" A young child, still innocent and naive, lifted the curtain to gaze at the outside world. He turned to the stern man behind him and inquired. The man smiled, nodded, and then shook his head. "Zhihui, this is indeed the hidden mist, but we do not have complete control over it. Is that so?" Zhihui pondered for a moment, then lowered the curtain. After organizing his thoughts, he raised his head and asked earnestly, "Then, Father, aren't they the strongest force within the nation? If we do not have them under our control, how can we govern the entire country?" Hearing his son's words, a hint of happiness flushed the feudal lord's face as he looked at Zhihui's still somewhat immature figure with unabashed admiration. "Your insight surpasses that of your brother by a considerable margin. Perhaps the future of the water country will flourish under your leadership." After a brief pause, the feudal lord's expression turned serious. "The reason we cannot fully control them is simple. We can only rely on the current rules of the world to restrict them and compel their obedience. However, their martial prowess is exceedingly formidable, so powerful that when they choose not to adhere to any rules, they genuinely do not need to." Hearing this, Zhihui remained puzzled. "Father, if that is the case, why do they follow the rules we establish?" The feudal lord nodded slowly, opting for a steady tone rather than a rigid dogma. "Let me ask you a question. Answer me seriously." "Of course, father." Zhihui nodded eagerly, awaiting his father's guidance. "What do you believe a person needs? Food, water, clothing, shelter, and companionship. This is what you have taught me, father." Zhihui responded promptly. "Indeed, those who produce these necessities can be termed producers. This world cannot exist without such individuals, can it, Zhihui?" Zhihui nodded earnestly. "Indeed, father, even families like ours require those who serve us." The feudal lord affectionately ruffled Zhihui's thick black hair. "Ninjas are also humans. They too require such essentials. Yet, they are ninjas, fundamentally serving as destroyers." The feudal lord elaborated, clearly having contemplated this theory for quite some time. What constitutes a destroyer? The swordsmanship, shuriken techniques, and ninjutsu they learn are merely tools for killing. In their minds, it is nothing but techniques for murder or concepts such as bonds that prevent them from making rational decisions. Tell me, can such destroyers lead producers to generate sufficient resources to sustain the entire world? Impossible. Zhihui retorted confidently, a sense of superiority over ninjas swelling within him. "Only families like ours, the feudal lords, can bring true prosperity to this world." At this moment, the feudal lord, unaware of Zhihui's thoughts, continued unabated. "Thus, these beings with absolute power, who could dominate the world through force, are ultimately incapable of governing it and are fated to remain beneath us, for they are merely destroyers, devoid of any foundational basis for rule. After all, the most crucial foundation of this world lies with the producers. Producers will not willingly align themselves with those who are inclined to slaughter." Listening to his father, Zhihui excitedly shared his perspective. "So, father, we are the producers, and these destroyers can only rely on us to sustain their lives." "No." The feudal lord shook his head. "We are the organizers. The common folk are the producers. Ninjas are destroyers, yet in another sense, they are also nobles, which is why they require us organizers to coordinate the commoners in producing sufficient goods, weapons, and commodities to allow these alternative nobles to live normally." Zhihui's confusion dissipated, replaced by profound confidence. "Thus, father, the ninjas cannot exist without us. While we can often rise above them, we must not become overly reckless, pushing them to the point of using force against us. Zhihui, you will be a feudal lord." The feudal lord smiled, removing his hat and placing it on Zhihui's head, allowing him to savor the taste of power. "Remember everything you have said today. It will suffice to govern this country and ensure your prosperity for a lifetime." Zhihui nodded, and just then, a series of rhythmic knocks echoed from outside the door, prompting the feudal lord to assume a stern demeanor, displaying a lofty attitude. "Is there news?" "Why, your excellency?" The voice outside trembled slightly. "All our informants have betrayed us and killed the contacts responsible for communication. What should we do, my lord?" "What do you mean by we?" The feudal lord spoke gravely. "It was your unilateral decision. Go down and face the consequences." "Yes, my lord." The quivering tone swiftly faded, and silence enveloped once more outside the door. The feudal lord relaxed, shedding the previous air of arrogance. "Zhihui, do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. They are ninjas, and we are feudal lords. Since we have crossed the line, it is no great misfortune to receive a minor reprimand." Zhihui nodded. After delving deeper into the implications, He felt a pang in his heart. He had once believed that his family's power was limitless. But today he learned for the first time what it meant to have boundaries. Boundaries exist in the form of ninjas. And their leader is a figure known as the Shadow. Must emphasize the importance of the Shadow. Zhihui, a quick learner, soon acquired new insights. My lord. We have arrived at the Mizukage Tower. The feudal lord nodded lightly and then turned to Zhihui. I have dealt with the third Hokage my entire life. It is now time to conclude that chapter. The future lies with you and the fourth Hokage. Zhihui collected his thoughts, tightened his clothing, and nodded solemnly. With reverence and seriousness, he approached the Mizukage Tower. According to his father's words, Kaguya Naoki would undoubtedly be the individual he must pay particular attention to in the future. This time, he would earnestly observe what kind of person he truly was. Chapter 69. The renowned Kaguya Naoki will break the shackles of our perception of ninjas accompanied by a retinue of guards. The two ascended the staircase and pushed open the door. Under the piercing gazes of Kaguya Naoki and the third Hokage, they gradually approached the esteemed position within the room, reserved solely for the daimyo. Daimyo-sama. The two remained seated, merely offering a slight nod as a gesture of acknowledgement. The daimyo, unperturbed by their greeting, eagerly inquired, Third Hokage. Fourth Hokage, please recount the events of the past few days once more. Out of the corner of his eye, the third Hokage noticed Naoki's subtle nod, prompting him to speak in a grave tone. The situation is, more or less, as follows. The third Hokage slowly articulated the staggering truth of being manipulated by Genjutsu for over a decade. Disregarding the astonished expressions on the faces of the father and son opposite him, he promptly produced a resignation letter alongside a meticulously crafted recommendation for Naoki. Such a matter is utterly absurd. I have never heard of a ninja possessing the capability to control a person's thoughts and intentions for such an extended period. The daimyo sighed in disbelief, then hastily reached for a cup of strong tea, sipping it gently to mask the turmoil in his eyes. What is happening? Aren't these ninjutsu intended solely for combat? How could there exist techniques capable of manipulating another's thoughts? Moreover, even a formidable figure like the third Mizukage was unable to evade it. If such power were to be wielded against us, what horrors might ensue? Contemplating this, the daimyo felt a chilling dread wash over him, prompting an immediate resolve to recruit more ninjas adept at countering genjutsu upon returning to the daimyo's mansion. No, it is still insufficient. The gently swirling liquid in the teacup reflected his eyes, brimming with trepidation. We must inform the daimyos of other nations. Only then can we safeguard our security. These ninjas are truly terrifying. Daimyo-sama, I understand that this matter is exceedingly ludicrous and difficult to comprehend. Yet the truth is that it has utterly humiliated both the hidden mist and myself, he stated. The daimyo set down his teacup, silently raising his fan and gently waving it, attempting to dispel the cold sweat that sprang forth, be it from the heat of the tea or the fear that gripped him. After a moment, he regained his composure and spoke again, shaking his head in apparent regret. At this point, it is beyond alteration. Let us entrust the future to the youth. Having said that, he perused the recommendation letter handed to him by the third Hokage, finding only one name, Kaguya Naoki. Is this the outcome of a coup to ascend to power? The daimyo inwardly scoffed at the ninjas, assigning the label of destroyer to Naoki. Aware that the decision to appoint the fourth Hokage had become irrevocable, he posed another question. So, third Hokage, are you truly endorsing such a young man as the fourth Hokage? This seems rather inappropriate. Indeed. The third Hokage nodded calmly, adding, Naoki is my sole candidate. To stabilize the hidden mist village, he is indispensable. I understand. The daimyo paused, nodding in acknowledgement. Now that the fourth Hokage has been determined, it is time to discuss other matters. With that, he suddenly smiled and turned to Naoki. Fourth Hokage, setting aside the formalities of the inauguration process. Shall we now discuss the prospects of peace negotiations with Konoha? Kaguya Otsutsuki smiled and nodded, softly murmuring, Rei, present it to our esteemed guests. Upon hearing this, Terumi halted her sigh, her demeanor stiffening as she nodded in agreement. She turned and retrieved the exceedingly arrogant terms of the treaty, presenting it to the third Hokage and the daimyo of the water country. As they hastily scanned the document, they were struck with shock at certain phrases. Terms such as lease, cession, reparations, and war criminals left the daimyo of the water country feeling dizzy, further diminishing his regard for Kaguya Otsutsuki. Before he could finish reading, he raised his head and remarked, Fourth Hokage, we must reconsider this treaty. Konoha is unlikely to accept such conditions. Almost instinctively, the third Hokage prepared to nod in agreement. But upon recalling the forehead protector of the hidden mist upon his brow, he abruptly paused, remaining silently seated as he awaited Kaguya Otsutsuki's command. Kaguya Naoki sat up straight, contemplating the serious matter concerning the excessively lengthy hand that was destined to cause him considerable trouble in the future. My lord, the situation in Konoha is utterly devastating. If we do not seize this opportunity to demand a substantial profit, how shall we ever secure sufficient benefits? However, he hesitated. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the treaty, catching sight of the provisions for free trade. His thoughts wandered to the several leased territories, and he immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Kaguya is truly a formidable individual. These ninjas have begun to ponder matters beyond mere combat and killing. Is there anything more fundamentally unsettling than this? It must be stopped. Suppressing their emotions with great effort, one inquires with a feigned nonchalance. Fourth Hokage, such conditions, if merely employed for negotiation, seem rather inconsequential. Yet, what is the significance of leasing these lands of the Fire Country? Kaguya Naoki promptly responded, it is, of course, to facilitate trade for our domestic merchants and to promote economic prosperity. Daimi clenched his fist and interjected with a hint of urgency, leave that to us to oversee. After all, it pertains to. Kaguya Najiki's previously carefree expression immediately transformed into one of seriousness, as he coldly interjected, it is certainly not so. In order to prevent Konoha from acting out of desperation and reclaiming these territories, we must dispatch troops to ensure safety. Is that so? The feigned nonchalance of the Mizukage was evident as he smiled. Preparing to firmly refute this notion to dispel any thoughts Kaguya Najiki might harbor regarding the preservation of the power that belonged to his clan. However, upon gazing at Kaguya's youthful yet grave countenance and recalling the pair of Sharingan that had wielded influence over the third Hokage for over a decade, he let out a sigh. Then let it be so. Additionally, during the peace talks, I must be present as well. Indeed, Kaguya Naoki nodded thoughtfully. After all, this matter pertained to territorial concerns. The daimyo of the Land of Water grasped his cup and took a sip, feeling completely at ease. Fourth Hokage, do prepare diligently. Should you truly manage to compel Konoha to acquiesce to such terms, it could indeed revolutionize this world. Of course, my lord. Kaguya Naoki responded earnestly. Upon exiting, he boarded the carriage and addressed his companion, Chihiro. Chihiro, for now, let us set aside what I've taught you. Chihiro, who was still contemplating how to describe his confrontation with Kaguya Naoki to his father, immediately displayed a look of confusion and inquired, Father, what does this mean? The lord sighed in exasperation. Among those ninjas, those who only know destruction, there has emerged an unusual individual. They too must devise a means to establish their own economic system. We must thwart them. Chihiro clenched his fists, resolutely declaring. Now fully cognizant of the power dynamics within his family, Chihiro was filled with urgency. Meanwhile, the lord merely shook his head, silently removing Chihiro from the list of candidates. His elder brother was sufficiently mediocre and would likely not devise a way to prevent events that were inherently unavoidable. This is for the best. Bring forth Shursui. Kaguya Naoki commanded from within the Mizukage building. Chapter 70. The Third Hokage's Gratitude, the Byakugan Breeding Plan. Upon hearing Kaguya Naoki summon Uchiha Shursui, the Third Hokage promptly spoke. I shall take my leave now, Fourth Hokage. No. At this moment, Kaguya Naoki found himself devoid of malice towards the Third Hokage, an elderly figure who, despite his frail appearance, was exerting every last ounce of effort for the village's benefit. Thus, his tone softened. Third Hokage, please remain and attend to the affairs of state. As these words echoed in the air, the Third Hokage couldn't help but lift his gaze, feeling a stir of emotion within. Having held office for so long, he had not only failed to achieve significant accomplishments but had also inflicted considerable damage upon the village. How could he possibly face the first and second Hokages in the Pure Land? Yet, if he could now engage in governance or battle, contributing his remaining strength, perhaps he could alleviate some of his transgressions. Just as the Third Hokage was about to acquiesce, a thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to remain silent. However, considering his past, having caused great shame to the village, his involvement in state affairs would likely tarnish the Fourth Hokage's political standing, leading to even greater sin. Thus, with his somewhat dimmed eyes, the Third Hokage replied, a sinner such as I cannot partake in this. Should I join, it would undoubtedly bring unnecessary trouble to you. Fourth Hokage. I am but a shadow. Kaguya Naoki let out a light laugh and promptly responded, such a trifling individual is hardly worth my concern. The Third Hokage murmured to himself, his gaze flickering. Observing Kaguya Naoki's spirited demeanor, he couldn't help but reflect that this was indeed how a shadow should appear. Today, it was I who found myself in a state of uncertainty, falling to a lesser position. After gathering his scattered thoughts, he turned his attention to the towering pile of scrolls, and his once cold and racing heart began to feel a renewed sense of vigor. Thus, he resolved to exert himself for the sake of the village, to absolve his sins, and to. The Third Hokage paused, silently vowing in his heart not to let down the Fourth Hokage's trust. He unfurled the scrolls, diligently attending to the affairs of state alongside the serious Mizukage sitting nearby. The Third Hokage's destiny was shifting, detected as a mist ninja, granting him 50 exchange fragments. Gazing at this transparent frame, Kaguya Naoki's eyes flickered slightly. Upon reopening the system panel, he remained disappointed. The complete system belonging to the Water Shadow had yet to be unlocked. He estimated that perhaps it would not be until the Fourth Hokage's ceremony was entirely completed that it would be fully revealed. Although the ceremony process was indeed simple, it ultimately required the resolution of negotiations with Konoha before he could afford to engage in such matters. By this calculation, it seemed that a considerable amount of time lay ahead. Kaguya Naoki shook his head. He was in no hurry at the moment, no matter how much more